Good morning and a very warm welcome to the 2024 Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours, the 14th running of the Gulf 12 Hours race and the 13th at this beautiful circuit here at Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. Now, just a week ago, this circuit played host to the final round of the Formula One World Championship, and for 12 hours today, it will play host to the glorious symphony of GT cars. Now, there are a few things that are a return to features of the Gulf 12 Hours. David Addison joins me down in the pit lane, and one of those returning features, David, is the fact that we have this year a two-part race, which we haven't had for a couple of years.
No, the last couple of years we were part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and a requirement of that was that it was a continuous 12-hour race. This year we can go back to two parts, but it's slightly different again, because in the past it was two 6-hour elements. This year it's 8 and 4, and the reason for that is that the second part can begin in the darkness, and I use darkness as a relative term with all the floodlights that we have here, but it gives the drivers in part 2 as the start driver the chance to blast away in the sort of semi-darkness. It also gives people the chance of a grid walk in the darkness, and there's an amazing atmosphere about racing under the floodlights. So that second part is going to be really interesting. It's going to be shorter, it's going to be all in the relative darkness. It also means, of course, that part 1, there's a bit more emphasis for a bit longer on not falling off the lead lap of your class opposition.
One of the other features that returns to the Gulf 12 Hours, the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours this year, is the fact that it's a real mixture of pro drivers, of pro-am drivers, of am drivers as well. I talked about the symphony of GT cars. They're already firing up down in the pit lane, so it's going to get a little bit noisy. But the mix, and that was rather proven yesterday in qualifying, we couldn't have any prediction as to what was going to happen.
Well, no, I mean, let's get the classes done first of all. You've got Pro, you've got Pro-Am, and you've got Am. But in every car, you have to have a bronze driver. Now, in some, there'll be one, in others, there'll be 2 bronze drivers, and the amount of driving time that the bronze does is going to be important for the overall outcome of the car, no question about it. Now, go back to qualifying. As Alan says, we had some surprises yesterday, and part of that is because it's the average of the 3 or the 4 drivers. If you've got 3 really competitive, really evenly matched bronze-graded drivers, you don't have quite the same spikes and troughs and so forth that you do with 4 drivers, where one might be a bit slower by a couple of seconds than the others. Now, look, it's a 12-hour race. What does the grid matter? Well, the guy on pole will tell you it's hugely important, and the bloke at the back will tell you it's not important at all. But it does give us an interesting grid. Pole position for an AM-class Porsche, which you can anticipate to be up there at the start of the race. But as that first hour cycles through, you can expect the order to shuffle again. It's not all about winning overall, because there are people here for a class win in Am, in Pro-Am. But the makeup of the entry and the nature of making the bronze driver do a lot of the heavy lifting does make for a very, very interesting race, no question.
You make an interesting point, actually, because we spoke to the pole position team last night after qualifying and said, well, bit of celebration tonight. You've got the honour of being on pole position. We were told in no uncertain terms, there's not really any chance to celebrate tonight. It's a busy couple of days for them, isn't it?
Well, you made the point that Formula One was here last week, and it wasn't just that there was a Grand Prix. There was then the best part of 4 days of testing for Formula 2 afterwards. So the teams hadn't really been able to access the circuit until late in the week. So Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening, the teams were able to get to the crates and do the unpacking. They had a long night Thursday, they had a busy Friday morning, and then free practice and a shakedown to go. So yesterday was pretty full on with all the free practice sessions and qualifying, and now a 12-hour race. So yeah, they've been very keen to keep out of strife, to not have to have even more work to do on Saturday evening, because we know, however good your game plan is, there's going to be something to trip you up over the next 12 hours. You know, yesterday, one of the top teams out of World Challenge Europe in Q4 had a power steering problem, wasn't able to go and set a lap time. Now, this is a team that's gone round and round and round for hours in Europe with 3-hour, 6-hour, 24-hour races, and in a 15-minute qualifying session has a power steering drama. So you just never know what's going to trip you up.
Let's talk about the circuit as well, because so many of the drivers yesterday were saying that they look forward to this event as the closer of the year. For some teams, it's even a family holiday. And at the end of it, they get a 12-hour race to enjoy. It's a bit of a treat, isn't it?
there are lots of GT races, there are lots of GT championships, there are lots of things you can go and race in with a GT3 car or a Cup car, and we'll come to that in a moment, I'm sure. You've got to give people something different to attract them over here. Well, one of the things is lots of track time. One of the things is a fantastic hotel to go and stay in that you can even watch the race out of your bedroom window. And another one is the barbecue that everybody goes to on the Saturday night and has a very convivial time. And another is an absolutely awesome circuit. It's a Formula One venue. We've seen it for Formula One cars. We've seen it year after year after year, but we've seen it a week ago this year for F1. People want to be here. It's a modern circuit. It's a great facility. You know, there are other circuits with more undulation. There are other circuits with more heritage, but this is an amazing facility, and I've not found anybody that ever comes here and says, don't like it, don't want to be here. It's the perfect way to end the season. You're right, there are people that treat it like a holiday, but it also has a very useful aspect because there are people here driving a different car, driving with a different team, with a view to maybe next year's programme. And you can do all the testing you want. You can go round and round in circles all day long, but there's nothing quite like sharing the car with a co-driver, learning with the team through pit stops. Even for the teams, it's about learning the rule book. You know, oh, we've messed up because we shouldn't have pitted then with the full course yellow. We've messed up because we didn't make sure the driver knew about the pit lane speed limit button. You know, so it's a really useful testing exercise for next year, in addition to a really good race, in addition to a really great part of the world to be at.
And although we said that for some of them it's a family holiday at the end of a year of racing, something they look forward to all year, there are also some top drivers in this lineup this weekend.
Well, over your shoulder is a white Mercedes that's got Jules Gounon as part of the driving force, and Jules isn't here because he's bored. You know, he went from Sepang last weekend, where he had a class win in GT, to go and test the Alpine LMDH car back here. You know, he's a much in demand driver. You've got people like Jim Pla, Paul Everard, Gilles Magnus that have all been stars in GT World Challenge Europe this year. You've got people like Giorgio Roda, who was in a prototype in Asian Le Mans last week, 2 pole positions. He's in a Kessel Ferrari. Davide Rigon, who's won this event 5 times.
10 times.
The list goes on, the list goes on, the list goes on. And you've got some quick people in the new Cup class that we've got for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, which is a race within a race. So, yeah, there is a lot to look for, and that, again, is why the entry, I think, this year is interesting, with the necessity to put a bronze in. You don't have a load of gun drivers paid by a manufacturer that are going to come in, kick everybody out of the way and mop up. You know, a bronze driver makes a big difference. The pros will go round at that pace, lap after lap after lap. That's why they're a pro driver. That's why they're on a payroll of a manufacturer. But the bronze, the more time the bronze spends in the car, the more comfortable he gets, the more confident, the faster. So a bronze driver's first stint may be a slower one than his second or his third, because he's getting more comfortable in the car all the time. But then you've got to factor into this the fact that here we are in a lovely early morning temperature. By midday, it's going to be a very different feel. People are going to be hot in the car, out of the car. The pit stops might be a second or two longer because mechanics are getting a bit weary now. They'll all be looking forward to that break. And then, of course, this evening it goes a little bit cooler again and the race has a different feel once more.
It is a gorgeous temperature at the moment. It's just coming up to 8:45 local time here at Yas Marina Circuit. The crews are beginning to make their way out onto the grid. That's where we'll be heading in just a couple of moments. But final point, David, and you did make the point about the Porsche Cup category that we've got this year. The podium is just behind us. It's a very grand podium which appeared for the first time last year. It's kind of on a jetty over the pit lane, and that's another feature of this event. We have a midnight podium for all the class top 3, and that's a feature in itself.
And you can stand where Lando Norris did last week, potentially. You know, you can have that photograph taken. It's one for the family album. It's one for the wall, isn't it? Yes, it is a motor race. It's another long-distance GT race, but because of the significance of the circuit and the type of circuit that it is, it's more than just that. There is so much to look for in this. You know, different cars are going to rise and fall down the order given the pace of the drivers. The temperature's going up and down. That's going to affect cars, going to affect tyres, going to affect how the race feels. You've got so much to look forward to in terms of what you see on the track, and if you're trackside, then you're in for a treat, because it doesn't matter what category you go to, nothing beats a GT3 grid for different shapes and sizes and sounds, because another hallmark of GT racing is they all make a mega noise.
And we're about to hear them. David, thank you very much indeed. Cars are lining up on the grid. Let's say for the first time today, a very good morning in the commentary box to Mark Werrell.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, David, as well. Alan, I'm sure, will be making his way onto the grid, and we'll start to catch up with maybe one or two of the drivers that are going to be starting this race. So all of the teams have had to nominate their starting driver. There'll be a separate nomination that will allow us to understand who is going to start part 2 of the race. But, of course, that's not going to be until much, much later on today. Back to the point that David was making about the fact that we've got GT3 Pro, we've got GT3 Pro-Am, we've got GT3 Am, and we've got the GT Cup class for this year. So just to touch base and put a bit more meat on that particular bone at the moment, if a car is in GT3 Pro, it has still to have one bronze driver. And that bronze driver, over the course of this 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours, has to drive for a minimum of 3 hours across the whole of the 12-hour race. Part 1, the 8 hours, Part 2, the 4 hours. Now, if we go to GT3 Pro-Am, now that car, it can either have a gold or a platinum or a silver or even a couple of silvers in it. But whether that car has 3 or 4 drivers in total, at least 2 of them have to be bronze. At least 2 of those 3 or 4 drivers in GT3 Pro have to be bronze. And then it means that that car, those bronze drivers, at the time of both of them together across the 12 hours, they have to have driven for 6 hours in total. Those 2 bronze drivers, 3 hours each, however you want to carve it up. Then when we go to GT3 Am, again, the car can have 3 or 4 drivers. The only car that can only have 3 drivers are those in Pro. All the rest can have 3 or 4. Then in GT3 Am, that can be either 2 or 3 or 4 bronze drivers, subject to how many you've got in. It can't have a platinum or a gold. It can have a silver, but again, the bronze drivers in any of the cars that are in GT3 Am, total at the time of all of them, they have to have driven for a minimum of 10 hours of the 12 that take place. So that just shows you how important it is, back to David's point, how important it is that the bronze drivers are pounding around, improving their time, staying consistent, staying out of trouble, because largely it's what the bronze driver does in this race, the amateur driver, because this is largely what the event is aimed at. It's what they do that can have a huge, huge bearing on ultimately where the car will end up come the checkered flag at the end of part 2 of the race. And that is not going to come, of course, because it's an 8-hour race, part 1, then we get a gap and a break of about 2 hours before we start part 2. So checkered flag is not scheduled or timetable to fall until 11 p.m. local time out here in the United Arab Emirates here at Abu Dhabi. So more teams, more mechanics, more drivers making their way out onto the grid, more cars starting to make their way out. The pit lane looking fairly empty now as one of the last of the cars makes its way out onto the circuit. That is one of the cars that's going to be starting towards the tail end of the field. I think that was the Enrico Fulgenzi car, which is going to be started, the number 17 Porsche by Andrea Girondi. So that's just making its way out onto the circuit, and after that I think that is a fairly empty pit lane. Now, come qualifying yesterday, as we said, GT3 Am car on pole position, the number 7 Herbeth Motorsport car, which will be started by Dustin Blattner, qualified on pole position. So they will be hugely, hugely pleased with that. There's Ralph Bone to the right-hand side. He shares that car that is starting from the pole position. Ralph, huge amounts of experience. So it's an Am car that starts on pole. It's a Pro-Am car that's second, and it's a Pro car that's there in third. So it really did sort of shuffle the order in qualifying. There were a few cars that, though, did have problems in qualifying. So, for instance, the Mercedes of MP Racing picked up a one-place grid drop. That was the Gosners, who had problems with their car. They had a spin and caused a bit of damage to the front end of the green Mercedes. You could see in shot there. They carried that sort of little bit of damage, which has been repaired, but it still meant that the front left-hand corner of the car was catching in qualifying. You could see some sparks coming from it where the repairs had been temporarily affected. We also saw that car have trouble getting out of the pit lane at one point, so that got a one-place grid drop. We also saw a 5-place grid drop for the number 17 Porsche that was the last to leave the pit lane of Andrea Girondi. But the big grid drops came for a couple of cars which had issues in qualifying, and that meant that not all of their drivers could set a lap time. And if that's the case, if all of your drivers cannot set a lap time, the average time is still taken of those drivers that were able to get out in qualifying. But the problem then occurs is that whilst they take that average, it doesn't include every driver that should have qualified. You get a 10-place grid drop. One of those came for the number 6 Racing 1 Ferrari, which will be started by Roberto Mehi. Now, that car was in the hands of Mark Rosser and had what we think was a suspension failure heading around through turn number 3, turn number 4. Suspension failure on the left-hand side, which meant that the car wouldn't quite turn when it got to turn 5, which pitched it into the barriers and damaged the right-hand side. So that car was out for the rest of qualifying. 10-place grid drop because not everybody could qualify. And we heard briefly down on the grid of the problems that befell the number 26 Santalot Audi, which will be started by Paul Evral. And that car had a power steering problem in qualifying, and therefore it didn't quite get out for the final part of qualifying, part 4. Driver didn't set a time. Again, 10-place grid drop, so those cars are off the back of the grid. So the grid's looking full now. Alan Hyde is down there amongst all of the action.
I certainly am, and you can see just behind us the pole position, Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and the drivers just having the last opportunity to have a little chat to one another alongside the Ferrari, the Kessel Racing number 11 Ferrari, just alongside on the front row of the grid. Going to see if I get a chance to have a chat to a few of the drivers down here as we come up towards the second row of the grid, the number 16 Proton Huber competition car, the Porsche 911, and Sven Muller just standing by the car. See if I can get a word with Sven and Jules Gounon, who is having a quick chat to. Let's have a look at two very, very good drivers on the second row of the grid. And I'll patiently wait in time while they have a couple of conversations before the final countdown to get into the car. And we'll see if we can have a quick chat to them. Let's see. Jules just popping. Sven, can I have a little chat to you? Right. So qualifying last night, a little bit of a disappointment for you personally, but overall a very good qualifying position. But 12 hours around the Yas Marina Circuit, that's a whole different day.
Yeah, good morning everybody. No disappointment, for sure not. I mean, big congrats and thank you to the team. The car was like in Q3 quite big damaged, so overnight they worked. They didn't sleep, the guys. I think this is how an endurance race
literally didn't sleep.
No. The mechanics worked all night to repair the car. Now it's looking brand new, so big thanks to the team. So yeah, car feel good. Did a shakedown this morning, and I think it's going to be quick and looking forward to a nice race.
How can we predict who's going to win this race, Sven?
12 hour or 24 hours in endurance, you never predict. You just need to drive clean, without mistakes, no contacts, and have a clean race, and then you will see who wins.
So will the people that worked on the car overnight, will they get a chance to rest during the day, or are they literally pulling a 24-hour?
Yeah, for sure, they don't sleep. They're all motivated, they're all doing racing because they want it, so I think they do it by heart, and they don't want to sleep. They can sleep tonight.
Amazing. Sven, thank you very much indeed for having a chat to us. Where is Jules? He was here a moment ago. Let me just see if I can have a look around.
While you're looking for him, can you
there he is.
Look for something else, because I'm sure Jules something has been stolen from him overnight, which is his beard. Didn't he have a beard yesterday?
I don't, do you know what? I don't know, but he's over here. Morning, Jules.
Morning.
David Addison thinks you might have had your beard stolen overnight.
Yeah, well, I tried to shave to trim it, but I did too much, and once you go too much, you have to shave fully.
all my life, my father had a moustache. He was known for his moustache. And one day, one little slip of the razor blade, and it was gone for good.
Exactly. Michel was not so happy, but my dad will be happy. He likes when I'm shaved tight.
Let me talk about qualifying last night, because it was unusual for you. You had a lovely new set of Pirelli boots on the car, one lap, you're out lap, and then a red flag. That kind of scuppered the plans, did it?
Yeah, I think we had quite a messy quali. Brenton had traffic on all his laps, the same for Steven, and then for me at the end we had the red flag, but it's a 12-hour race, and quali never matters on a 12-hour race. Of course, we are starting on the first front two rows, so it's still nice, but we are looking forward to this nice race, last race of the season. It's always great to be back here, and do I need to get ready?
Oh, maybe you do.
And no, just looking forward, very happy to be with 2Cs and the group family, so looking forward.
Okay, I can see Sven over there, so when he goes and starts to get ready, I'll scramble you and let you know. But as far as this event is concerned, we've spoken to plenty of the drivers. It's one to look forward to, isn't it, for the end of the year? I know you were out in Malaysia last weekend. Here, this is the final one of the year before Christmas.
Yeah, I really like this racetrack. First of all, I think it gives a great opportunity of racing. It's a cool layout. The weather is always nice, and there is a great grid. So last year we had the chance to do it with IGTC, and this year back to the original format of the event. And I'm really enjoying this race. Also, as a pro driver, to come here for the last one of the season is
Okay,
really nice.
I'm going to let you go because I don't want to hold you up at all. So Jules Gounon about to get into his car, get himself ready. We'll carry on walking down the grid, and guys, tell me when you need to take it over in the commentary box. But I think what we'll do as we walk down the grid, not sure we're going to get any drivers that are starting the race to have a chat to us because it is the final countdown now before we get the race underway. But there might be a couple of drivers that we might recognise or team people.
Go left towards the gap in the pit wall.
Yes.
And you will see a gentleman in a headset and a black top with a sort of beard. Keep going, 3 paces forward, and that is Bas Linders, who might turn around. He's got an Optimum jacket on, and you're right with him. And Bas is the man in charge of Optimum. He might have a thought on this, Alan.
Baz, could we have a quick chat to you? We've been talking on the grid about how unique this event is. You've been around motor racing for many, many years. There's nothing quite like this, is there?
No, yes, it's a very nice race. 12-hour races, I think, are always interesting. Obviously, this one being split up in 2 parts makes it quite enjoyable. If you had a problem, you can maybe fix it and then still continue. So it's a good compromise for some gentleman drivers, some new drivers, some young drivers to learn GT3 racing. And so yeah, and it's in a nice environment.
It's in a beautiful environment and a glorious mix of cars as well. No one seemingly with an edge.
No, yeah, everything seems to be quite compact together. So obviously there's a bit of a mix of level of drivers, which is always good. It makes it interesting as well. At the start, you will have some AM drivers starting, some pro drivers starting. So it's all going to be a bit mixed up during the race. So yeah, we look forward to it.
Thank you, Bas. Great to have a chat to you. We'll carry on walking down the grid and see if we do get anyone else that we might be able to have a chat to. Thank you for that, David. That was a very good call. Sometimes I can be a little blinkered down here on the grid and not see the wood for the trees.
Go left again, because Alexander West, I can see, just walking around the back of McLaren number 8, and he's round the rear wing, and he might be heading towards you. Yes, he is. So he's having a quick chat, I think, with Louis Pret. But
he is.
Alexander West, who's part of the Garage 59
Alexander,
enterprise.
can I have a quick chat to you? Just speaking to as many people as we can about this event, which is unique in the calendar.
It is. It's a great track to be here. It's nice to doing a longer race, so it'll be interesting to see how this 8+4 works out. It feels a little bit like an 8-hour qualifying race on one level, but it's interesting because you can play with strategy. How many of a slower driver do you put in the first 8 hours without losing a lap and so on? So it adds another dimension to it.
Also an opportunity to fettle the cars as well for a little while.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of time to do that, which there might hopefully just some cosmetic stuff and nothing major.
And maybe most importantly for the crew to get something to eat as well.
Yeah, that certainly helps. It's always rushed on, and it's a very intense weekend here with all the running yesterday and then a full busy day today, but it's good.
Thank you so much for having a chat to me. Good luck. Thank you very much indeed. Let me see who else. Stefan Ortelli is down here as well, a Le Mans winner. And Stefan, you know this event very well as well. We were talking about it last year. What is your role over the course of this weekend?
Oh, first of all, it's always an honor to be back here, and especially with this format of the 12-hour race split in 2. We are looking forward to a big race. We're starting P4 in Pro-Am. The target is to have a safe race and trying to go to the top of the podium. That's our goal.
It's an amazing place to come to, isn't it? A circuit like really no other.
Yeah, for us it's the cherry on the cake end of the year. It's an early Christmas present always to be here, and especially with the father and son story. You used to have this a couple of years ago where Jan Magnussen and his son Kevin were together alongside Philippe Pret and Louis Pret. So back then it was nice, but now we are doing it again. The father and the son together. Let's do the best for them.
Thank you so much. We'll talk to you again over the course of the race. I think that's pretty much going to be it now down here on the grid. I'm going to make my way back into pit lane, which will be my natural habitat for the next 14 hours or thereabouts. So let's get back to the commentary box. David and Mark.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, good to catch up with a few familiar faces and also some new faces here at the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours. Very much always been the home, hasn't it, of the Gulf 12 Hours. It's the 14th running of it, but it's the 13th iteration that's taken place here at Yas Marina. The only exception to it was Bahrain when COVID hit, when we did something different. We had no choice. So, yeah, I mean, interesting points there that they were making. We know that the AM is going to have a huge bearing on this one, what the bronze driver does. Alexander West talking about, as we discussed in qualifying yesterday, first part of the race is all about trying to stay on that lead lap, isn't it? And that is so vital. But also getting that rest that there is in between the two races. We talk about the 3 R's, reading, writing and arithmetic, but for drivers there's 5 R's really, isn't it? It's relax, rest, rehydrate, refocus, and ready up for part 2.
The other point that Alexander West made, which is interesting, is yes, he's right. It's like an 8-hour qualifying race. But then the strategy kicks in because you need to stay on that lead lap by using your quick drivers, but you don't want to use up the pros because you need them for the 4-hour second part. That's when you really need them, because that's the sprint race for the result. So using the bronze cleverly in part 1 and getting all their drive time done, but staying on the lead lap is going to be tough.
And also making sure that you utilise that. You could argue everyone's on the same piece of paper because everybody in part 1 of the race has these 6 mandated pit stops that they have to do. If you do one under a safety car or under a full course yellow, it has to be a minimum of 5 minutes. And I was in race admin earlier on and was hearing a conversation with the team saying, it's a minimum of 5. So if we exit pit lane at 5 minutes and 1 second, we're good. But so they're already considering that. You could maybe do it that way. So yes, everybody's got the same pit stops to do, but everybody did them in a very different way. Last year in particular, we saw some cars come in at the very end of the first lap. We saw other cars leave it until they were almost running on fumes to the very tail end of their stint before they came in and ticked their first one off. And
the benefit of coming in at the end of the first lap is that this is a race that allows you to use the tyre ovens. So if you come to the grid on a set of tyres and sit there, all the temperature is going, you will be better off doing 1 lap than putting on a much warmer set of tyres because the tyres are warmer, quicker, they turn on faster. You can go faster on that out lap than you would be able to on a set of tyres that sat on the grid. So that's why you see people come in at the end of lap 1. Now, the regulations, interestingly, say that you have to go across the timing line on the track once before you make a pit stop. So you might think, well, how do you come in at the end of lap 1 then? Because you're not going over the line on the track. Well, the start line counts as the line. So you go over the line once to start the race. Therefore, you can pit at the end of lap 1.
Yeah. So if you were Herbert Motorsport, they said yesterday they weren't expecting to be on pole position. It is an AM car, and they've got the likes of Giorgio Roda, Sven Muller, Jules Gounon, Fran Roda, Giorgio Senegiotti, Gilles Magnus, all those sort of pro and gold and platinum drivers not far behind them. Would they be better off coming in at the end of lap number 1 and then finding some clear track to settle into?
Possibly, but Dustin Blattner is a shiny bronze.
He is, very shiny.
That car, so he is no slouch. He is a Porsche expert, even though he was very quick last week in a Ferrari in Asian Le Mans. Don't discount him in a Porsche, far from it. So pass is the answer. It depends whether Herbert are concentrating on purely an AM class win or whether they're thinking about an overall success. Another element of this is get out of the traffic. We'll see.
Here we go then, let's just guide you through the grid. Herbert Motorsport, Dustin Blattner in the Porsche starts from pole position, and alongside Giorgio Roda will be on board the number 11 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Second row of the grid, it's another Porsche, it's Sven Muller for Proton Herbert Motorsport, and we spoke to him on the grid, Jules Gounon racing for 2Cs at the wheel of that Mercedes. Watch out for that car in the early stages of this one, because you could argue the car was a little bit out of position because of what happened in qualifying with the red flag. It's another Kessel Racing car that sits there on the third row of the grid. Fran Roda will start that car, and for company he's got the number 51 car of Giorgio Senegiotti. That's another Ferrari, but this time from AF Corsa. And Santaloc, the first of the Audis, sits there on the fourth row of the grid. Gilles Magnus will start, and for company he's got the American for Optimum Motorsport in the first of the McLarens, which is Todd Coleman. As we head on to row number 5 of the grid, it's the number 55 car, Renilde Racing, and Felipe Fernandez-Laser sits alongside the Garage 59 McLaren of Louis Pret. And then as we move on to row number 6, it's Dragon Racing and John Schaumann at the wheel of the Ferrari, with Benji Gota at the wheel of the second of the two Garage 59 McLarens. Simpson Motorsport are next up. Vasily Vladikin is safely on board for part number 1, and it's a Lion-Speed Porsche of Patrick Kolb that will line up alongside before we head on to the next row, which is row number 8. And on the inside, it is Gregory Suva in the Haas RT Audi that has Zoli Litlarka for company at the wheel of the number 77 Dragon Racing Ferrari. Then row number 9, it's QMMF by HRT Performance. That will be the first of the Porsches that runs in the Cup class, and that will be Abdullah Ali Al Khalifa that will start. Miroslav Knopka at the wheel of the Soul Lamborghini is on the outside of that 9th row of the grid. And row number 10 of the grid, it's Toro Verde. Stephen Licorice back for another go at the Gulf 12 Hours, lines up alongside the MP Racing, very much family affair at Mercedes. The number 58 car is started by Manuela Gosner, one of 4 members of the Gosner family that will share that car. As we head on to the next row of the grid, it's HRT Performance. Axel Sartijan, who has got plenty of experience in Ferraris, but he's on board the Porsche in this one. He's got Roberto Merri. Watch out for that Ferrari. It was going so well in qualifying before Mark Rosser had the off. It's 10 places down from where it ought to have been on the grid. And the final row of the grid will see the car of Andrea Garondi, the number 17 Porsche, line up alongside the second of the 2 Santaloc Audis. That's the car that had power steering issues in qualifying, and therefore Jim Pla couldn't put in a time. Paul Ivra will start behind the wheel of that car. So they're off on their final formation lap. As ever, David, plenty of work still to be done on this lap to build the tyre temperatures and the control Pirelli slick tyres that they all run. They're all allocated a certain sets, a certain number of tyres, which is 16 sets of dry tyres to be used. So tyre allocation should be good, but lots of work to do to build that temperature, build the brake temperature key.
As well, indeed. So 6 pit stops they all have to make, regulation, or as they call them in the regs, imposed pit stops within part 1, and it would be no surprise at all if some of the Pro Cup teams and the savvy teams did them at the end of that first lap of the race, and straight away the order shuffles, and then you end up with this fascination of watching the strategies merge over the course of part 1. At the end of part 1 there is part ferme for a short period, then some repair time, and it is the order at the end of part 1 that is your grid for part 2, but all the gaps then are negated. So you might be a minute ahead at the end of part 1, but you're only a car length ahead when we get to the start of part 2. So it really is only out of those final 4 hours where the result comes, unless you start having problems in part 1 and junking a lap or 2 or 3. And that's why we say the importance of this is to stay on the lead lap. There's no wave by either in this, unlike other long distance events. There's no wave by, so once you've dropped a lap to your class rival, you've dropped a lap.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see. So everybody's poised and ready. Good crowd here this weekend. Anybody that was here a week ago for the Formula One, their ticket allows them into this event. So it's really clever marketing in reality. And we have seen good numbers of people arrive to support the 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours. As ever, temperature is going to be key in this one. Nice and cool still this morning as you left the grid. We thought that a couple of days ago. It feels cooler today, and all of a sudden, wasn't it, about 10:30 in the morning? We're about an hour and a half away from that yet. It really started to build the temperature. And the temperature on track is starting to build as we get ready for the running, the 14th edition of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hour. So underneath the W Hotel, the safety car will be peeling its way in towards the pit lane, and if it's anything like previous years, we should get up to something like nearly 1,100 miles over the course of the 12 hours. That equates to the best part of nearly 350 laps that we've seen in recent years, and we're about to start to tick the first one of those off. So the Herberth Racing Dustin Blackner Porsche starting from pole position, the red and black Ferrari of Giorgio Roda that sits alongside. 8 hours are on the clock, and the 14th edition of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours gets going here at Yas Marina, with Dustin Blackner at the wheel of the Porsche. He's going to have his nose ahead as they head up towards turn number 1, but Giorgio Roda might be able to sweep his way around the outside. It'll start to bottleneck up a little bit further back. A few cars just running wide just to avoid any contact, but Dustin Blackner has held on to the early stages in the lead of the race and through into second place. It looks as though it's Jules Gounon who is through into second place. Rocket of a start from him. We did say watch out for him.
And he's on his toes again, up towards turn 5. A big, big dive to the inside by Jules Gounon then in the white Mercedes. Can't quite find a way past Dustin Blattner into the corner. And now you've got this drag race in a straight line where the Grunt & Go Mercedes ought to have the torque to be able to get up the inside. Dustin Blattner is slightly hung out to dry on the outside line in the Porsche, so Gounon should hit the front by the time they get to the chicane. But look, Dustin Blattner is going with him. This is manufacturer Pro versus very quick bronze. And Blattner really late on the brakes, goes back into the race lead, but he's not going to get the car stopped in time, is he? Yes, he does. He does get it through the chicane nicely, and so Dustin Blattner leads now, coming out of turn 6 and 7. But did he run a little bit wide? Does that give Gounon the impetus as Miro Konopka is a little bit crossed up coming through the chicane? They're back nose to tail, and Gounon is going to have another go now out of the kink at 8 down towards turn 9. But Dustin Blattner here is rising to the occasion, isn't he? He wants to go in the books as the leader at the end of lap 1, but he's deep into 9. Gounon switches sides, gets up the inside. Just got his nose in front, but he's not finding this an easy pass.
He certainly is not. So Dustin Blattner is not making it easy at all. I'm also keeping an eye out for what's going on in third position, because that's been a rocket of a start. Is that Benji Gota or is that Louis Pret that's there? It is going to be Louis Pret that's there. Now he's come from 10th on the grid up to third positions. Fantastic start at the wheel of the first of the two, Garage 59 McLaren. So here we go. First lap about to be concluded as they head up towards turn number 15, which will be the penultimate of the corners. Turn number 16 is the final corner. Is anybody going to pit at the end of the first lap? Gounon is in. Jules Gounon comes in. So Dustin Blattner picks up the lead of the race. And at the end of lap number 1, Louis Pret from 10th on the grid is second.
Right, so Gounon in then for a new set of tyres that will be warmer. Those tyres can go back into the oven. So they've done one lap, so they're still going to be fresh next time around. And Jules Gounon then will be in for 100 seconds, 1:40, which is the imposed pit stop time. They'll put a splash of fuel into the car, serve the regulation stop, first one ticked off. So that car's going to drop to the back of the order. 2Cs, of course, have been winners of this event in the past as well. They know every trick in the book.
Yeah, well, Dustin Blattner all of a sudden now finds himself down in, what's that, 5th, 6th position. So it's Louis Pret that now leads the way. Refuelling has now taken place, so out come those brand new Pirelli slick tyres that David was talking about to be bolted onto it. But what a brilliant start from Louis Pret for second place by the look of things. That is going to be Giorgio Senigiotto, who is looking to try and close in on the leading Santaloc Audi, which is Gilles Magnus, who is now up into second position. So we really have seen some early shuffling in the order.
And more shuffling there as well. Optimum McLaren going backwards, but Blattner, yes, must have had a drama coming out of turn 2, 3, 4, that section, to not only lose so many places, but also so much time, having been involved in that big, big battle on lap 1 with Jules Gounon. So, Blattner, as you can see, drops back. He's got Ferraris and McLarens around him, and Louis Pret, who was a bit of a hero last year in the equivalent stint, wasn't he? He leads the way then, with Gilles Magnus in second place.
Yeah, Dustin Blattner's dropped even further back, because that Porsche that's there is the Proton Huber. That's Sven Muller, isn't it? Yeah, so Dustin Blattner has dropped a long, long way through the order.
So he's got a problem, presumably.
It looks like it,
He's not yet got to the end of sector 2. So Dustin Blattner, after a mega first lap, has got a problem, and now he has gone through the second sector on a 1:19. So he is about, what, half a minute away from what he should be doing. And Alan, if you're on your toes, can I get you to Herbeth Motorsport? Because number 7, Dustin Blattner, after a really good first lap, has got a problem, we fear, or has had a spin. But the car is way, way back compared to where it should be. I'm keeping an eye out of the window as you look at the cars going through turn 1. And the Herbeth Porsche is on its way, but very, very slowly.
Yeah, very, very slowly indeed. So the leading Porsche now is Sven Muller at the wheel of the number 16 car, and he's having a good little fight at the moment with the second of the two Garage 59 McLarens in the hands of Benji Gota. Benji Gota moving over from the right-hand side of the circuit to the left-hand side, but going with him is Sven Muller, sitting firmly in the slipstream of the McLaren. Jinks out from behind to draw himself alongside. Just about gets his nose ahead, but he's on the outside line for the corner. Benji Gota brakes as late as he can. Look at the McLaren squirming around. Sven Muller braided out around the outside at the first part at turn number 6. Gets the inside line for turn number 7, but slightly compromises his exit now as they head through the kink at 8.
And Blattner is into the pit lane. So Dustin Blattner, after leading the first lap, limps down the pit lane, clearly with a problem. The team is ready for him. So in he comes. And straight away, that car, there it is, he's going to fall off the lead lap. Now, they go to work. The first thing you'll do, was it a puncture maybe? Because straight away they go to the left rear and the car drops down. So yes, it looks as though it was a puncture that Blattner had suffered. Now, I don't remember
only one tyre, wasn't it?
Don't remember.
It was only one tyre.
Yeah, only one tyre, left rear. I don't remember, Mark or Alan, there being contact between him and Jules Gounon on that first lap. But the good news is that by only having to change one tyre, they've kept the car on the lead lap, albeit a long way back.
Yeah, that is just amazing, isn't it? Typical motorsport, how quickly things can come unpicked after a fantastic day yesterday.
What did I say on the grid? You know, you never know what can trip you up. And there, out of nowhere, lap 2 of the race, a puncture. And of course, it would be the case, wouldn't it, that it happened early in the lap. That's why Dustin Blattner hemorrhaged so much time, because he had to limp round from pretty much here all the way back, and it's what, 5.2 kilometres, and there you are, lap 1 renewed, Blattner versus Gounon, but they've both made a pit stop, albeit, don't forget, Blattner's pit stop isn't an imposed one.
No.
So he still has to serve the 6 regulation stops in part 1.
Yeah, and for Jules Gounon, he's now in clear air, and he can just concentrate his efforts on hitting the deltas that he needs to hit. He's not that far, though, ahead of Louis Perret, because you can see there are the 2 cars that have pitted. Jules Gounon followed by Dustin Blattner. Background of the shot, there is Louis Perret, who leads the race overall. So they're only just on the lead lap at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the pit stop being 1 minute and 40, but you've also got the time in and out of the pit lane. Further back, behind Sven Muller, is this battle going on between Giorgio Serna-Giotto and Benjamin Goethe. So Muller up to 3rd for Proton Huber, and a big push coming also from Patrick Kolb. Another car that's dropped back, hasn't it, from the front row of the grid is Giorgio Roda, Ferrari number 11. Because he's now down in 8th and having to work hard to hang on to 8th place. It could be that Kessel are quite happy to run at a pace, bearing in mind they want to win in part 2 rather than being heroes in part 1. But I'm surprised that car's fallen away as much as it has so soon.
Yes, yeah, because he certainly seemed to have plenty of pace, didn't he, Giorgio Roda, in qualifying? And yes, now circulating down in 8th position at this stage. Concentrating on what's going on at the moment between the number 51 Ferrari, so that's Giorgio Serna-Giotto, who's still busy fighting away with the charging Benji Goethe. That's just allowing Sven Muller at the wheel of the Porsche, who's jumped ahead of the Giorgio Serna-Giotto Ferrari on this lap, just to edge away a little bit more. So this is now going to be 4 laps completed. Over the start-finish line comes the number 51 Ferrari, being run by AF Corsa, Giorgio Serna-Giotto. Look at his mirrors, who's there? Benji Goethe. So both of the Garage 59 McLarens going beautifully well in the early stages of this one. And say they were all together, we have, what, 3 McLarens in the entry list? All 3 of them were pretty even for pace, but it does look as though Garage 59 are out of the box fairly quickly in this race. And here goes Benji Goethe. Another quick look at the inside. Isn't going to make it stick.
Yeah, Goethe, who's on the McLaren factory roster these days. We know he's quick from what he does in international GT championships, and he's all over the back of the massively experienced Giorgio Serna-Giotto, who finds the Ferrari to race pretty much most weekends. But now Goethe to the inside line, and he's going to make that move, I think, coming down towards the chicane, and he's got it done in advance. And that's interesting that the McLaren has got so much straight line speed over the Ferrari. So Serna-Giotto for AF Corsa falls back behind the Garage 59 McLaren. It's Benjamin's dad, Royal Goethe, that runs this amazing, or owns this amazing Rothko collection of Gulf liveried racing cars, and that's why it carries the Gulf colours. And this was what happened on the previous lap. It got very toey, didn't it, between him and Serna-Giotto. Sven Muller having cleared those 2 and now getting away in pursuit of Gilles Magnus. A quick word about Louis Perret, overall race leader, as Mark's been saying, but he's also, of course, the leader in Pro-Am. His next opposition is teammate Benjamin Goethe and then Giorgio Serna-Giotto. The best of the pro category cars is Gilles Magnus in 2nd place overall.
Yep, the best of the AMs at the moment is the number 2 Audi, running down in 10th place in the hands of Gregory Survey. And then leading the Cup class at this stage, it's a car that started from pole in that class in reality. It's still the number 91 Q MMF by HRT Performance, the car in the hands of Abdullah Ali Al Khalifa. And that car is down in 17th position, but is only just ahead of the 2nd of the cars that runs in that class, which is the sister car to it of Lang Jietong.
Right, leader through. Now, Louis Perret's advantage is 1.7 seconds. The last lap that he did was not quite as quick as Gilles Magnus, only by hundreds, but the gap has come down marginally. Sven Muller runs still in 3rd place. Benjamin Goethe 4th. 5th, having fallen down a place, is Giorgio Serna-Giotto. Now 6th for Kessel, number 74 Ferrari, Fran Rueda. 8th, another Ferrari. This is the Rinaldi car, Felipe Lazer, number 55, ahead of number 99 Patrick Kolb. In 8th, number 99, the Lion Speed Porsche. 9th, number 11, which is Giorgio Roda. And 10th, the leading AM, as Mark said, is Gregory Servais in the Haas RT Audi, ahead of Paul Everard in Audi number 26, and Jules Gounon is still, like Dustin Blattner, playing catch-up, of course, with the time lost after the pit stop. But as far as 2Cs are concerned, that's all part of the plan. So they're chasing deltas, not chasing traffic particularly.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a good view at the moment of Manuela Gosner flashing her lights, seeing if she can try and carve her way through and past the Porsche Cup class car, the Enrique Fulgenzi racing car that's in the hands of Andrea Garondi at the moment. GT3 Merc pressing on, looking to try and squeeze its way through on the inside line, heading round through turn 5, but at the moment still is sitting behind the Porsche that is currently in the Cup class, sitting 3rd overall in that Cup class.
Yeah, the Cup class new this year, and a good way of attracting people into the Gulf 24 Hours, given that Porsche Cup cars are so prevalent in the Middle East. There's a good championship, and around the globe there are so many Porsche Cups as well.
So this is actually the lead battle for that Cup class. It's inter-team battle at the moment. We've got the number 91 QMMF by HRT Performance car in the hands of Abdullah Ali Al Khalifa, still leading the way, but look in the mirrors, the sister car from HRT Performance, the 92 of Yang Jietong, is not too far away. So that is the lead battle for this newly introduced Cup class this year. And certainly those are cars that are probably going to be slightly more uncomfortable to drive when the weather gets a little bit warmer, because whilst a good chunk, not necessarily all of them, but a good chunk of the GT3 cars have air conditioning, don't get that in a Cup car, do you?
No, and there's another of the GT3 cars that doesn't, the McLaren, which in the hands of Louis Pret is set to put a lap on Dustin Blattner. And while all that's been going on, Sven Muller running in 3rd place, who also nearly got the best time in qualifying yesterday. He's done the fastest lap of the race. Now, I know it's early days, but it does rather illustrate that Sven Muller is on a big charge. There is the back of the blue Proton Huber competition Porsche. So for Herbeth Motorsport, Dustin Blattner is on that lead lap, but for how much longer? I fear slightly for that Porsche now. His last lap was a 54.5, so he's about a second slower than Louis Pret. Puncture aside, I think Dustin would have dropped down the order anyway to a degree, but of course the puncture and having it so early in the lap really did, I'm afraid.
I raised
a big kick for the team.
I raised the question earlier on, would their strategy be to bring in the Herbeth Motorsport number 7 at the end of the first lap? That might not have been a bad call as it was ultimately, because that would have been pre-puncture, wouldn't it?
It would, and possibly where that puncture took place, he might have circumnavigated by the pit exit lane.
Yeah.
But I'm still intrigued as to what caused it.
Yeah.
So early in the race to have a puncture is very rare, unless there was a tiny rub on the first lap between him and Gounon.
The one thing you can rest assured is that the Pirelli engineers will be looking at that tyre, won't they, to understand as to what the problem was that caused it. So for the moment, Dustin Blattner still just about on the lead lap, but Louis Pret closing up all of the time, and as they head now through to complete what will be lap number 7 this time through, Louis Pret is sitting firmly in the slipstream of the car that started from pole position, but now 13 minutes into this race is very much in danger of doing the one thing they would not have wanted to do, certainly so far early on in the race, drop off the lead lap.
And you can't even say they'll get that lap back when Pret pits, because they have to do the equivalent pit stop. They're already one behind in a sense, because they didn't take an imposed pit stop. They didn't turn that puncture pit stop into an imposed one, and arguably they could have done and should have done.
Yes, that would have been one ticked off, wouldn't it, the mandated pit stop. So Dustin Blattner still doing his very best to try and stay on the lead lap at the moment. The more that Louis Pret stays behind him, of course, that's going to slow him up a little bit, and therefore that will bring into the mix as well the car that's currently second quickest, which is the Audi, the Santaloc Audi. Here comes Louis Pret, though, looking for the inside line as he heads in towards turn number 6. Can't quite sneak his way through the Porsche. Dustin Blattner desperate to stay on the lead lap, and all of a sudden there's the Santaloc Porsche in the hands of what is Gilles Magnus now, right on the coattails of Louis Pret's race-leading McLaren.
Santaloc Audi, at the risk of being picky, rather than Santaloc Porsche. But
sorry.
I know what you mean. Certainly Gilles Magnus is getting much closer. Now Pret is able to strike, and Gilles Magnus lines up for a go on the inside. Absolutely no messing about there. He knows the door's going to open, positions the Audi beautifully. Now this is a car that Gilles Magnus has been driving for the last, 3 seasons. He knows Santaloc as a team as well. They've had great success. So whereas we talked on the grid about some drivers coming new to a car, new to a team, Santaloc have got bags of consistency in this operation, and Gilles Magnus then in a car he knows well, for a team he knows well, and I would suggest he's going to be the race leader before much longer, because he really has hacked away at that margin. 1.3 seconds it was at the start of the lap, and it's going to be about half a second as a prediction come the end of it. He's good on the brakes down towards turn 16, up towards the timing line. Now then comes the McLaren of Louis Pret in the race lead. The Monegasque driver goes through with an advantage now of, I was close, 0.6 of a second over Gilles Magnus. And then a bit of a gap back to third, where you've got Sven Muller. He's a further 1.8 seconds or so adrift at the moment, but he's got to clear Dustin Blattner. So it's Pro-Am leading Pro at the moment. The best of the Am still Greg Surveillard in number 2. He's dropped into 11th.
So that's now 8 laps that have been ticked off so far. The gap first to second, say, had been coming down through the traffic. Now the focus for Louis Pret will be to try and just make sure that he keeps Gilles Magnus in the Audi at arm's length. Sven Muller still trying to pick his way past Dustin Blattner, so the Porsches nose to tail. And then very much on his own now is Benji Goethe, who at the wheel of the 4th place McLaren has pulled away quite significantly from Giorgio Sonegiotto, who has at least now maintained that 5th place, albeit he's still only about 0.8 of a second up the road, isn't he, from the Kessel Racing Ferrari in the hands of Fran Roda, who completes the top 6 at the moment. 7th place is the number 55 for Renilde Racing, Philip Fernandez Laser car. 8th is Lion Speed and Patrick Kolb. 9th is the second of the Santalok Audis. That's come up through the order well, hasn't it? Rather quietly, having started off the back of the grid in the hands of Paul Ivroir. And completing the top 10 is Giorgio Roda, who lost another place on that lap at the wheel of number 11 Ferrari.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a problem there. I just think Kessel are doing a very conservative first stint here. Just keep out of trouble, run to a pace. They know, you made the point about previous winners, they know how to win this race, and perhaps more than one or two of the teams that have come into it recently, they know about how to work the 2 parts as well. So I'm less concerned about Kessel at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, they won it 4 years on the bounce, didn't they, at one point? 2015, 16, 17 and 18. They won the race in all of those. We have had a McLaren win in the past as well. Just one single win for a McLaren. It's only one single win for an Audi, actually. And those are the 2 cars that are first and second at the moment. And what's there in third? A Porsche. Porsche have never won the Gulf 12 Hours.
Not for want of trying. Whether it's going to be this year, I'm not convinced at the moment, because we've got one in trouble. There are more on the grid, of course, but the Cup cars are fighting for a class we're not outright. So it's probably going to be the Proton car now as the one potential. It's the one Porsche in the Pro class. Now the gap crept up last time between Pret and Magnus ever so slightly by about 1/10 of a second. But again, for Santalok, they'll be eager to stay on the pace of the leader. And it is interesting, isn't it, how drama-free the first few laps have been, other than the Dustin Blattner incident with the puncture. I'm surprised as well. We've had so few people bail for the pits early in the stint.
Yeah. So last year we had quite a busy pit lane at the end of the first lap, didn't we? And it was largely those that were starting at the front end of the grid that all opted to come in. That was the second year when this was the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. But say back to a standalone event, no championships to worry about. It almost feels as though, you know, with the drivers that you were chatting to on the grid, it feels like last day of term, doesn't it?
It does a bit.
It's serious out there, but they enjoy it, absolutely.
Yeah, there's less pressure. I mean, there's pressure to win, there's pressure to get a result for the customer, but not for a manufacturer, not for the paymaster.
And not for the championship points
exactly.
that you've been fighting for all year. It's just a one-off event, this one. So has the gap come down this time through? Has Gilles Magnus been pushing a little bit more and brought that gap down to Louis Pret? Well, Pret was about 1/10 of a second quicker through the first sector. Gilles Magnus was about 0.3 of a second quicker through the second sector. They are in the third sector at the moment and heading up towards turn 14 before they head towards then turn number 15, the final corner. As they come over the start-finish line, what was 0.7 of a second? Well, I thought it was coming down, but Gilles Magnus, I'm not sure, actually got the final corner right as they go through. Yeah, ultimately then, the gap remains pretty much the same. It has changed, but only by a few thousandths.
Yeah, and you then sort of wonder, well, you know, is Magnus struggling, or is this Santalok just running to a pace? Okay, we're there, we know we're competitive, we're up front, let's now go round and round and burn off this fuel, tick off the first of the imposed pit stops. Do they double stint Gilles? Do they do a driver change on that first pit stop? He will share with Dennis Marshall and Zhou Bi Huang, the Chinese driver. Now he is the bronze, so that means that he's got to do a minimum of 3 hours. They might as well get him through part 1 of the race and get those 3 hours done. Then they can concentrate on the quicker drivers for the second part of the race, because as well as Gilles Magnus, you've got Dennis Marshall, who we've seen be really quick in this event in the past. And although he spent his year driving largely Porsches and then a Ferrari last week, it was with Audi that he made his name. He was a factory driver for a time, wasn't he?
Are we going to go 3 wide here as Paul Ivroir gets himself alongside Philip Fernandez Lezard? and Patrick Kolb is at the wheel of the Lion Speed Porsche. Blends out of the throttle and lets them both go through. Has he got a problem
I think
now?
he's got a problem. All of a sudden, that car seemed to slow, didn't it? That was more than just being conciliatory and letting the quick cars go. Patrick Kolb did seem to slow. That was a Pro-Am car, and Lazar's Ferrari is in Pro-Am, so he's given away the place, and he's off the road there as though the car didn't want to turn. Has he got a flat, I wonder?
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, he's staying well offline, isn't he? So he clearly knows there is a problem. There is first of the track warning limits coming out, just a warning flag at the moment for Giorgio Senegiotto, the number 51 Ferrari that sits there in 5th position. A few drivers were talking about, and in particular for the Americans as well. Was it Todd Coleman we were chatting to yesterday? And he was saying, you know, for where he's come from in IMSA spec racing, then you know the track limits are when you get to the grass or you brush the barrier. Whereas, of course, here track limits are very strict, aren't they? And several drivers across free practice picked up numerous warnings. Come the race, then the penalties start to build, and that has a big impact.
It will, and unfortunately it is going to shape the race, and the more energetic of the drivers are going to do a big disservice for their co-drivers, that's for sure. Right, I'm looking to see whether that Lion Speed Porsche has made it back, and the answer is no, not yet. So Patrick Kolb, we saw slow in a straight line. He is in the pit lane. So Alan, you have got the second sort of surprise pit stop of the race, and I'm afraid to say it's another of the Porsches. Down the pit lane comes the team awaits, the Lion Speed Porsche, Patrick Kolb at the wheel of it, and let's see what they do to this one.
And the team have been standing by, they've been waiting. The Porsche turns right now, comes to a stop, and in goes the fuel hose at the front of the car. That's when the earth has to be connected. Nothing else can be done to the car while it's having the fuel going in. They can certainly observe, and one of the team is observing the left front of the car, checking the front of the car as well, and up comes the bodywork at the front of the car.
It looks like they're trying to secure the bodywork with tape.
Yeah, I think they were worried about the bodywork on the left-hand side at the front, but they're also worried about something behind the bodywork. So something a little bit more to it than a very simple rectification of a problem and sending back out. So the car needs to be jacked up.
And it may end up going into its box where more people can work on it, but it's almost as though there's something loose at the front that they've had to take the bodywork off in order to get to, and then they're going to have to put the bodywork back on. Oh, could it be the splitter that's loose? And that's what
just released the splitter to get to something else, I think. Right. Yeah.
Yes, my handy guide to the eternal workings of the Porsche 911 GT3R is not in my back pocket, so we're going to have to rely on you, Alan, here to
But fortunately,
assess.
you've got me.
Yes.
So nothing to worry about here.
Yes. Every cloud. Yes.
Lead margin's come down again, hasn't it? Gilles Magnus has managed to close the gap up again by another couple of tenths on race leading. The McLaren in the hands of Louis Pret. So the GT3 Pro Audi catching the race leading GT3 Pro-Am McLaren. It's down to 0.5 of a second because Gilles Magnus was 0.2 of a second quicker than the race leader last time through. Work still going on in Lion Speed at this stage.
Yeah, because they've got the whole unit for the front, the splitter and the under tray from the front, standing by to be replaced. They've got another one here. However, what they are actually doing is taking off the tethers, I think, in order to put them on the... Are they going to take them off one and put them on the other? Yes, they are. Exactly what they're doing. So a couple of tethers need to be attached to the new under tray and splitter, and then that one needs to be attached. So it isn't just a swap out of the front part that needs to be replaced.
I'm trying to work out what causes something like that, because I've not seen Kolb get involved in any contacts, and we're not talking about massively high curves here that you go crashing over and does damage. So that's another perplexing one for me, that.
Yeah, I mean, I did a run around the circuit, as is almost tradition now in Gulf 12 hours, and yeah, you look at the curbs themselves. The red and white curbs are quite flat. On the apex of some, you have an orange curb, which is almost a sausage curb. That's slightly higher. So whether he's clobbered a couple of corners, in particular turn 6, turn 7, the left and right chicane, there is a big sausage curb there, Alan.
But maybe the most surprising thing about this is that the little tethers weren't ready to go on the replacement unit. The fact that they have to come off one unit to go on to the other. And still, although they've swapped those over now, they're only now taking the bodywork over to the car to put it back into place. So the whole of this is a bit of a head scratcher, I'm afraid.
Yeah, even though the driver would have been on the radio saying it feels like ... I think only when they got the car back could they really assess the damage and then go to work. So they've lost 2 laps, and this is the first significant problem of the race, isn't it? It's clearly enough to cost the car a lap plus. So there's your first one to fall off the lead lap.
But for the lead of the race, Gilles Magnus has edged ever closer to the coattails of Louis Pret. And now that they are squabbling to a larger degree, keep your eye on the Proton Huber competition Sven Muller-driven Porsche in the background of the shot, because he is edging up. So last time through, he was 0.6 of a second quicker than Gilles Magnus. He was 0.7 of a second quicker than the race leader. So the top 3 are concertinaing up now, and they've got traffic to deal with before too much longer.
Yeah, true enough. And we are still within about half an hour of the expected first round of stops, aren't we? So drivers can continue this battle with the traffic coming up now towards turn 14. Gilles Magnus closer than ever, coming underneath the hotel, then nose to tail, switch past the Ferrari. Louis Pret has the advantage, but Gilles Magnus is close enough now to have a go. Coming towards turn 16, closes a little bit more under braking, but it is going to be McLaren ahead as they hit the pit straight once more, heading up towards the timing line. Pret, Magnus, Muller remains the top 3.
Apparently the word from Patrick from within the car was that all of a sudden, quite suddenly, there was a massive vibration from the front of the car. So that's all they had to go on.
Okay, thanks, Alan. Yeah, to give the team some credit, it's a bit of a head scratch when you don't have all the information from the driver, and as we say, only when they get the car back can they really go to work. They've got to replace the part, but also try and work out why the vibration occurred in the first place. Otherwise, it's going to happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the problem, isn't it? And subject to exactly what the problem was. You know, how many front splitters will they have put in the crates when they packed it and shipped it 2 months ago? So, yeah, they need to understand what the cause was that meant the part failed in the first place. Alan?
Well, they've finished replacing it now, and they've strapped on the front bodywork, so that car is good to go.
Good. So Patrick Cole, we assume, is going to stay behind the wheel of this car that he shares with Bashar
He did, yeah.
Carl Tilly, Gary Olrindone. Okay, thanks, Alan. But they are on the back foot. They've lost effectively 3 laps now.
But have at least ticked off one of the mandated stops.
Yeah, true, because they've been there for over 100 seconds and the rest.
Yeah. So for the lead of the race, first little bit of traffic was dealt with, which was the Ferrari of Solly Let-Larker. The next little bit of traffic that we'll need dealing with, I think, is Stephen Licorice, Toro Verde GT Porsche. We were hoping Toro Verde would bring 2 cars out. Stephen Licorice just about moves out of the way as they head through what is a tricky section of the circuit there to try and get out of the way. That was turn 12, turn 13, up towards turn 14 now. Stephen Licorice, who's been on the podium before here in the Cup class in the Gulf 12 Hours. And he's also let Sven Muller in the Porsche go through. So the top 3 cars were only separated, McLaren, Audi and Porsche, by just 1.5 seconds over the start-finish line last time through. Now they've dealt with the traffic this time through. They're separated by 1.6 seconds. Not changed by much.
One of the reasons possibly that Giorgio Roda fell away early on was after a rub with Gilles Magnus. Race control have had a look at it and decided there's no further investigation necessary, but if it did get a bit close and Giorgio Roda was forced out wide, then that will account for why he lost a bit of ground early on. He's lost more since, that car running in 10th place. You're right about Paul Everard being a hero, as anticipated. From the back of the grid, he's up to 7th place overall. So the Santalok Audis at the moment are looking quite promising, aren't they?
They are, yeah. And again, that was one of, we were trying to work out where the win could come from, and every time we picked up on another car, we threw that into the mix as well. But the Santalok Audis were sort of almost top of the list, weren't they, as the ones that stood out as could be on for a good result this weekend. Yeah,
Santalok's won the Spa 24 Hours in the past, won races outright in World Challenge Europe, won categories, if not outright titles, and knows what it's doing. And there, Louis Pret getting crowded by the Gosners, and therefore is badly impeded coming out of turn 7. Had to get up the curb, had to stand on the brakes, lose his momentum, and now coming coming down towards turn 9. This is Gilles Magnus's best chance yet of trying to grab the race lead. Neither of them have cleared the green Mercedes either. So out wide goes Magnus, dives wide in, tight out of the corner, tries to get at the inside of Louis Pret, who closes the door. But you could see exactly what Gilles Magnus had in mind there. Sven Muller has got past the Gosner Mercedes as well. Again, Magnus to the inside, but Louis Pret is doing a ripper job of hanging on to the lead.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Gilles Magnus trying to prise the door open with the undercut, but Louis Pret wise to that and just covered him off. Now that they'll be squabbling, keep your eye on Sven Muller in the Porsche in the background. That little bit of traffic Manuela Gosner now dealt with, and now that they've dealt with the Mercedes, they've got fairly clear track ahead now for the next few laps to roll their sleeves up and properly slug it out in, as Alexander West says, what is really 8 hours of qualifying, just absolutely flat out. And that's the thing, you know, cars are so consistent now, they mechanically are so good. You look at, you know, even whether it be, you know, this 8-hour race, you look at 12-hour races, you almost look at 24-hour races, you know, Daytona for instance, absolutely flat out racing, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the word endurance is just the length. They're sprint races. They just take a long time to get to the end.
You're not managing the car mechanically to the same degree as you used to do.
No, the days where you could have a tortoise and a hare within the same team, you know, one that would go at a slower pace, one that would go quicker to break the opposition. Forget that. You're absolutely right. They're all so reliable. I mean, going into the last couple of hours at Spa, you know, regularly you've got 10, 12 cars on the lead lap. That's GT3 only. That's where Louis Pret so nearly came a cropper against Manuela Gosner, was delayed, went up the high curb, but kept the lead and regrouped very quickly. Here we are a lap later at the chicane. It's 3 for the lead, admittedly, but he's not cracked under the pressure. And now, if anything, it is Magnus having to defend from Muller rather than Pret defend from Magnus.
Yep, so he's just managing to escape the grasp a bit, but you look up the road, what's up there? It's another car that we'll need dealing with again before too much longer. The number 17 Porsche that runs at 3rd in the Cup class will be the next that they will get to. Now, it's not going to be on this lap, it's probably going to be on the next or the one thereafter, but there is Andrea Garondi now at the wheel of the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing Porsche. Louis Pret having escaped the grasp of Gilles Magnus a little bit on this lap, but Gilles Magnus has closed the gap by another 10th through the middle part of this lap. So yeah, he might have lost 2/10 at the beginning of it, but he's a 10th up in this sector this time through. Exiting turn number 14, up towards the right-hand sweep at turn number 15, then onto the brakes, and they're about to chalk up what will be lap number 17 this time through. So through they'll come. They were all separated by 1.1 seconds. The gap will have stretched a little bit first to third this time through. No, still there, 1.1 seconds, hasn't altered through all of that lap.
No, but just under half a second, as you say, between the top two. So Gilles Magnus is getting closer, but also mindful that there is a long way to go. Doesn't need to be a hero just yet, just needs to sit tight. Depending on what happens on that first round of pit stops, the Audi may very, very well come out in front. What you don't know is what Garage 59 will do for the second stint, because that is a car, remember, that runs in Pro-Am, so they've got 4 drivers to cycle through in the 12 hours, whereas in Pro, number 25 Audi in second place only has 3. So again, the way you divide the drive time is going to be different across those 2 cars.
Yep, and of course, because the car that leads is a Pro-Am car, it will also have 2 bronzes in, won't it? We need to cycle through, so, and they must do a minimum of the 6 hours of the 12, the bronzes between them. Yeah.
So that's Alexander West and Philippe Pret, Louis' father, with Adam Smalley and Louis Pret as the higher graded drivers, therefore the faster. But the way the regulations are written, they can make less of a contribution. So it puts the onus on the bronzes, which is good.
Which is absolutely. So here we go then, down in towards the braking area for turn number 9, the banked turn number 9 that was sort of reprofiled, was it 2021, wasn't it? That section of the circuit was reprofiled. Gilles Magnus is very good on the brakes going in there, but I think just lost a little bit of time on the way out, up towards the braking area for turn number 12, tight right-hander, then you flick over to the left-hander underneath the W Hotel into the Marina section of the circuit. Very little runoff, isn't it, at the exit of this corner? And I think you went out to that section of the circuit, if not this year, last year, and the cars almost brushed the barriers.
Oh, it's a great place to go and stand. I mean, if you have the right pass to go and stand there, because it's not a sort of public area, but to stand with the media up against the side, and yeah, you're right, they're virtually brushing the barrier, and in a way it's a surprise that we don't have more drama there, actually, because it's a quick part of the circuit, and there is no runoff whatsoever. It's a real test. That's the sort of, it really does feel like a street circuit there.
Yes.
Because you've got the hotel, you've got the wall, there's no runoff. It feels almost Monegasque, especially with the marina in the background. And you start to see who the brave drivers are. And then out of that, turn 15 is another very fast right-hander. So it's a good part of the circuit there. You can lose quite a bit of time, you can win quite a bit of time around there. Right now, looking at the battle that involves number 26 of Paul Everard. He's closing on Fran Rueda, and Rueda in turn behind the red Ferrari of Giorgio Sergio. This is 5th, 6th and 7th as they work lap number 19 now.
Yep, so Sergio in a Pro-Am car, Fran Rueda in a Pro car, and it's another Pro-Am in the hands of Paul Everard off the back of the grid. Remember, the number 26 Santaloc Audi has worked its way. They've got Manuela Gostner's MP Racing Mercedes to deal with, but rather fortuitously for Giorgio Sergio, he's going to meet that car down the Brigglong straight after the exit of turn number 5 and should be able to pick it off into the braking area at turn number 6. So Manuela Gostner is there. Paul Everard is going to gain another place here. So Fran Rueda loses out to the Audi, and through goes Paul Everard now off the back of the grid to, at the end of this lap, if he stays there, be in 6th position. Back to the squabble for the lead of the race. Louis Pret still managing to just palm away the aspirations of Gilles Magnus. Sven Muller with the best seat in the house, sitting there in 3rd position, but again, more traffic to deal with, and that looks as though it is another one of the Dragon Sport Ferraris that is going to be placed a lap down. Louis Pret makes contact with it as they head in towards the final corner, bounces off the side of it, puts the Ferrari wide, but that was definitely contact between the pair of them, and that is the opportunity for Gilles Magnus now to draw himself alongside Louis Pret and pick up the lead of the race at turn number 1. Louis Pret trying to deal with the traffic not quite expecting him to be where he was at the time. Ferrari, McLaren bounce off each other. Louis Pret loses the lead of the race.
It was John Schaumann in the Dragon Racing Ferrari, so he ran out wide. He survived it, but we'll see whether he's picked up any damage. And Louis Pret, after a really good job, ultimately trips over the traffic, loses the race lead, as you say, to Gilles Magnussen. He's about to lose second if he's not careful to the charging Sven Muller. He might get mullered in a moment because the Porsche is right there behind the McLaren coming out of turn 5 now. And in a straight line, we know that the McLaren is good, but Sven Muller might well be able to have a go under braking. He's about a car's length too far back, isn't he? He tentatively pulls out and has a look. It ain't going to happen there, but he's right under the rear wing of Philippe Pret. And now, the more Pret defends, the more time he's going to lose to Magnus. That said, he still leads his class, and this was what happened. He went diving up the inside. Yeah, John Schaumann, I think, was trying to take his line and was rather unaware of what was going on, rapidly closing behind him.
It was sort of side-to-side contact, wasn't it? Which hopefully means that both of those cars will have got away with it. So for the lead of the race, it is now Gilles Magnus that leads the way. Can I hear Al in the background? Was that? No, it wasn't.
Oh, he normally has a nap about now.
Right. So yeah, Louis Pret down to 2nd. Sven Muller sitting there in 3rd place, hugely keen to attack, but for the moment, we haven't been able to see him squeeze his way through, but he'll be looking for any opportunity he can to try and make it at Muller corner, won't he?
Indeed so, coming down to 16 this time around, and he'd like to get the job done before the first round of pit stops, because only 2 C's have served deliberately one of the regulation pit stops. Lion Speed kind of have done, but by default, and Heber didn't stay long enough for it to be a regulation stop. So game on for 2nd place. Magnus, though, has already stretched the advantage to 1.4 seconds. So he's getting away now. He's building that as Louis Pret Jr. hangs on to 2nd place. Now, in 4th place is the next of the Garage 59 McLarens, Benjamin Goethe, who is lapping quicker than Pret and Muller. So before long, you're going to get a 3-way fight, I would offer you, for 2nd place. And the team manager of Lion Speed is being summoned to the race director, so one rather fears that not only have they lost time with a problem on track, they may well have contravened a pit lane regulation by having too many people working on the apron or something like that, which now incurs the wrath of race control. Magnus in the traffic, race leader, number 25 Audi, lap 21.
He is, and the traffic that he's in is the squabble between the 2 teammates for the lead of the Cup class at this stage. So he dived through and ahead of the number 91 Porsche, Abdullah Ali Al Khalifa, and the next car he'll pick off will be the car that has picked up the lead of the Cup class, which will now be Lian Jie Tong at the wheel of the sister car, the 92 car that had picked up the lead of the Cup class last time over the start-finish line. So Gilles Magnus starting to sprint up the road a little bit. He's dealt with those two cars that are fighting first and second in the Cup class. Louis Pret at the moment just had to keep his powder dry, sit behind the traffic rather frustratingly, which now means that Sven Muller is trying to prise the door open at the wheel of the third place Porsche to see if he can go through and ahead of the McLaren. And Louis Pret has still not, through turn number 13, cleared the traffic as yet. Can he do it by time to get towards turn 14? No, still he can't. Is he going to brave it up the inside where the contact was made this time? Yes, he does. Sven Muller follows him through, and all of that has played beautifully into the hands of Gilles Magnus, the race leader. He dealt with the traffic far, far better than Louis Pret did in second.
But it's also played into the hands of Benjamin Goethe in the second Garage 59 McLaren, number 59, who is a much closer fourth than he was at the start of the lap. Sven Muller, you could see exactly what the plan was, let Louis Pret shovel his way through the traffic. Pirelli engineers looking on to see how the tyres are standing up to all of this, as now through the traffic comes Louis Pret. Big flash of the lights from Sven Muller to warn the Cup Porsche, see how much smaller it looks in comparison to a GT3 spec car, to warn him that I'm on my way. And round the outside goes Sven Muller, so still third, but staying on the back of Louis Pret, but not forcing the issue. Does not need to force the issue yet, because there's so much of this first part of the race to go. We haven't yet got to the end of the first hour even.
No, race control just saying at the moment the incident between car number 8 and 88 as Sven Muller dives up the inside of Louis Pret as they head down in towards turn number 6, makes it stick, hangs on to it through turn number 7. He was patient waiting. You did say that there's plenty of time to go, and as soon as you said it, there was the opportunity. Through goes Sven Muller, picks up second place.
I think that was the biggest gap he'd seen, wasn't it? Although now, look, Pret's on his toes to try to fight back, heading up towards turn 9. So again, look, the Magnus line, wide into the corner goes Louis Pret, but he can't really tighten it off the corner, nor can he stay close enough. 2 lengths between them, the other side of turn 9. So Sven Muller now, having got himself ahead, tries to make good his escape. The car started third. It's been a relatively quiet stint in that respect, but he's always been there or thereabouts, and now he will set off in pursuit of Gilles Magnus, with the margin being around and about 3.8 seconds, coming up towards turn 14. See how close Muller gets to the barrier, see how close 1 or 2 get, but I think he's probably the bravest out of there.
Yeah, so that's 2 places lost since the contact was made. Can we read anything into that?
I think one was always going to be lost because of the contact. And it was on the cards anyway. And don't forget, these are pros attacking a Pro-Am car. Louis Pret, much less experienced than Sven Muller. Still in the lead of the class, although Benjamin Goethe's second in Pro-Am is not that far behind. If anything, after the contact, you could kind of say that it puts a driver off his stride a little bit, and he needs a lap or so to settle down. But I think, really, given Muller's pace yesterday and experience, he was always a likely target to make more ground anyway. Pret has done a mega job, given that car was 10th on the grid. So the fact that he's led more laps than anybody in the race thus far is quite an achievement.
Absolutely, and there's still no signs of any ill effects following that contact anyway. There's no even marks of any description that I can see down that side of the car. There's no bits of bodywork that are flapping. The tyres are still fully inflated, so I think everything is still good with Louis Pret at this stage. And now he is joined by his Garage 59 teammate Benji Goethe, who is slowly edging up towards the Louis Pret GT3 Pro-Am leading car that sits 3rd overall in this race. What's happening in the AM category? Well, it's still the number 2 Haas RT Audi of Gregory Survey that leads the GT3 AM category at this stage. That number 2 Audi sits down there in 9th position, and as we mentioned, Yang Jae Tong at the wheel of the number 92 Porsche is currently leading GT Cup. Good fight going on for 6th and 7th at the moment between AF Corsa and Kessel Racing, 2 of the most successful teams in the history of the Gulf 12 Hours. Giorgio Senegiotto in the red and yellow Ferrari, coming under pressure, isn't he, from Fran Rader, who sits behind.
Jules Gounon, in the meantime, after the regulation stop served early on, has brought that car, number 4 Mercedes, back up into 14th place. And his last lap was a 52.9, so he's on the same kind of pace as Gilles Magnus, Sven Muller. As you see here, Senegiotto then in real danger of losing 6th place to Fran Rader. Coming underneath the W Hotel then out of turn 14. Bit of traffic up the road, and Senegiotto tries to work out which way to dive to try to get through up past 88, which is that delayed Ferrari of John Schaumann that got the hip and shoulder here a few laps back from Louis Pret, but they both get through safely, and for the moment at least, Sergio Giotto hangs on to the place. So the two Ferraris then go by. This is AF Corsa versus Kessel, and there's much pride at stake between the two teams. AF Corsa is kind of thought of as the unofficial factory team, but Kessel has got a very, very good track record as well.
Yeah, and we've not seen a 2.96 win as yet here at the Gulf 12 Hours. We've seen the likes of the 4.58 win, the 4.88 win, but a 2.96 which did celebrate its 100th win since release to competition. What was it, last week, week before? It chalked up its 100th win. So could this be another one to add to the title? There's a long, long, long way to go as yet. Audi from Porsche, from McLaren, from Audi. That's the top 5, and then the top 10. Ferrari, 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 Audi, Ferrari.
One thing that's notable, given that we've been here for 2 or 3 days, is that we're approaching, 10 o'clock, we're not far away, 10 to 10. Sun hasn't broken through yet. It's still quite cloudy around the circuit, and the temperature is much lower than it would normally be at this time of day. Lots of people are quite happy about that, but it's therefore having a different complexion for the race. The engines are behaving differently, tyres are behaving differently as well. I'm not suggesting we're about to encounter some awful rainstorm or anything like that, but it is noticeably cloudier and cooler than it has been for the last couple of days at this time.
What was it, 2 years ago we encountered rain? Which really wasn't, there were no clouds above us, and all of a sudden it started raining, didn't it, in the Gulf 12 Hours? So that was very unusual indeed. So more traffic that's been dealt with. So that is going to be Miro Konopka's ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini Huracan that we have in the field, that has now been dropped off the lead lap.
That was damaged yesterday, wasn't it? That car had an off.
You were talking about we don't see that much action at turn 14 after you come out of the W Hotel. Well, that was where that car went off, wasn't it? It was Adam Konopka that was driving it, and I spoke to him after the car was in the garage, whilst himself and his father were helping out the team to repair it. It was free practice 3 where he went off, and he said, I was up on my deltas, I knew I was on a good lap, I just pushed too hard, lost the tail end of the car, couldn't get it back, and backed into the barrier with fairly light damage. The two McLarens, Garage 59, are absolutely together now.
And a very happy Qatari team. Now, Louis Pret not only is under attack, he's under investigation for track limits. So Louis Pret in 3rd place, that's Benjamin Goethe behind, but maybe while he was busy trying to fend off the leader or trying to avoid Manuela Gosner, went off the road once too often. So number 8 under investigation for exceeding track limits. And it could be that within the first hour, the stewards apply a first track limit penalty to him.
Cross that doesn't come to that, and again, he's very, very close to the edge of the circuit there, even at corner entry heading up towards turn number 9, so he's walking a bit of a tightrope at the moment. And of course the penalties for track limits only build, don't they? They become ever more draconian the more that you clock up.
I mean, I do think that over the course of 12 hours, pretty much every car at some point will have a track limit issue. So I'm not saying it cancels it all out, because some will have more than others, but to go through the race without any would be pretty extraordinary, pretty unlikely, I think. But right now, Gilles Magnus trying to build this lead up front. The McLarens then for 3rd and 4th places coming towards us. Number 59 there, Benji Goethe. Up towards turn 16. Over the line has just gone Sven Muller, so that now means that the lead gap is 4.8 seconds. That time around he was about 6/10 off the Audi pace, so Muller may have battled his way into 2nd, but right now isn't matching Magnus for whatever reason, whether it's natural pace or a plan.
Well, Gilles Magnus is just like putting on an old pair of slippers, isn't it, the Audi for him? Did so well in GT World Challenge this year. Stitched up the championship, didn't he? The Gold Championship in the
Gold Cup, yeah. In endurance, and I think overall. But equally, Sven Muller is the same in a Porsche. That's what he does. He drives Porsches quickly. So, okay, it might be a different team, but quickly on the case. From the pits.
Can I just pick up on the fact that you were talking about the cloud that we've got?
Yes.
I must confess, I hadn't really noticed, because if you walk up and down the pit lane, you're under a sort of a little canopy which sticks out from the garages. But you're absolutely right. It is cooler. It's a much more comfortable temperature. David, when you and I were on the pit wall this morning, we mentioned that it was a very comfortable working temperature. And a few people that I've spoken to down in the pit lane say, yeah, it's actually very welcome. It's a nice working temperature. Quite a few of the teams that are used to working on a a long race, an endurance race, have already decided that this morning is time for a nap. Unlike your suggestion that I've had a nap, I haven't. I have had a quick pit stop. I had the wrong shirt on apparently.
Oh.
So I know. I've got fresh rubber on the shirt now.
Okay.
All in all, I think this is a much more comfortable temperature for drivers and teams alike today.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Normally the temperature kicks in pretty quickly. I'm out running at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, and within a few minutes you're leaking like a knackered fridge. But today's a much better day.
I know, it's the same for all of us, you know.
Yes, quite. Yes, a lot of heavy lifting in those cappuccinos in the morning, Alan, isn't it? Yeah.
I should say.
Yeah. Right, battle on for third place. Louis Pret still ahead of Benjamin Goethe, and we're talking here a couple of tenths of a second when they came across the line. So Goethe has designs not only on third overall, but the class lead in Pro-Am.
Absolutely, yeah. He has worked tirelessly hard to close that gap, dealt with the traffic as well, which was Miro Konopka's car. Over the start-finish line, Paul Evral there I just saw going through in a raft of traffic, wasn't he? Sitting there in 5th place, but he's trying to put laps on people. Back to the two McLarens. It is still Louis Pret and Benji Goethe for the lead of the Pro-Am category. Nose to tail as they head out of turn number 5. Down the big long straight up towards what will be turn number 6. Another car under investigation also for track limits. And that is the Racing One Roberto Merri driven Ferrari. That's another car that's come off the back of the grid and has made reasonable progress inside the top 12 now.
Yeah, the other one damaged yesterday, wasn't it, over at turn 4-5. So that's under investigation for exceeding track limits. Oh dear. Right, the McLaren Trophy battle, as it were, comes down towards turn 9. And Louis Pret again starting to regroup. Now, we are only about, I would say, 10 minutes off the first proper round of pit stops. Maybe that is a maximum, 5 to 10 minutes. So not that long before teams are going to be getting themselves ready. I wonder whether in these cooler conditions they'll even contemplate double stinting tyres. They don't need to, do they? Because they've got enough to go through the race, and they've got the time within the 100 seconds to do it. So they're not really benefiting hugely.
There is going to be a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits for Benji Goethe. So the Garage 59 McLaren is what popped up on the screen that was going to receive it, whereas we were expecting it to be the number 8. So did I read that?
It is number 8. It is Louis Pret. It's number 8.
It is number 8. Right.
Yeah.
So it said 59 on the screen there, but no,
right,
it is number 8.
No,
Right,
it is Louis Pret. Yeah, number 8.
That's the one we were expecting. Right. I think it was the graphic that came up that was incorrect. So yeah. So Louis Pret under investigation. It begs the question then as to the investigation ongoing with Roberto Merri, whether that's going to come to the same conclusion.
Yeah. So that's 5 seconds to serve on the first pit stop, isn't it? So the car will have to sit for 5 seconds, clear that, and then they can do the pit stop. So 59 Benjamin Goethe will possibly have got the message. Car ahead of you, your teammate, has got a penalty for exceeding track limits, so don't do it yourself, because clearly now that's a warning shot across the bows of all the teams. Stewards are on the case.
Yeah, I'm wondering where he's been doing that, because I've been looking at his entry line in towards turn number 9, which is the banked corner, and lap after lap after lap, he's been right over to the right-hand side of the circuit. We look at Fran Ruder trying to attack what is Giorgio Seneggiotto, and couldn't quite squeeze his way through on the entrance towards turn number 5. He'll have another good run as they head down the straight and in towards the heavy braking area at turn 6 and turn 7. The outcome of the second investigation has now been dealt with. There is a 5-second penalty going the way of Roberto Merri and the number 6 Racing One Ferrari. Now back to what I was saying, as we look at this battle that's still going on between Seneggiotto and Fran Ruder, it's his entry in towards turn number 9. That McLaren is right the way over to the right-hand side of the circuit, and I think on several occasions there, it looks as though the right-hand side of that car is beyond the red and white and painted curb and the white line. I wonder if it's the entry to 9 where he's picking them up.
And I wonder whether Rader is in strife here, because he had 2 wheels over the white line on the inside there onto the green to try and find a gap. He's gone through into turn 9, but he goes wide, and Seneggiotto comes back up the inside, can't do it. Fran Rader sticks out his elbows, closes the door, and finally he has managed to go through, hasn't he? Up now into 6th, although in fairness, Paul Everard in Audi number 26 has jumped the pair of them. They were so busy squabbling to be the top Ferrari that the second of the Audis was able to nip by. But now Fran Rader goes through and instantly finds himself stuck in traffic, as he's now got to try to get himself up past the Liang Jiatong Porsche. up to turn 15. One way goes Rueda. Senna Giotto thinks, where's the gap, where's the gap? And now tries to commit coming down towards turn 16, goes through on the inside line. But Rueda, decent past that to go through. Up front, it is Gilles Magnus now leading by 5.4 seconds. He's been quite happy, hasn't he? Just building that gap little by little and making further progress away from the traffic. In AM, it remains number 2 Audi. So Greg Servet in 9th overall for Haas RT. So right now, good first hour for Audi, you would argue.
Yeah, very good first hour for Audi. One leading for Santalok and the other one having come from the very tail end of the field. So having dealt with the leading Porsche Cup traffic, there's more traffic again now that is about to squeeze its way through and ahead of the car that leads the Cup category, Yang Jae Tong, which is the number 92 HRT Performance run car. So since Fran Ryder has picked up 6th place from Giorgio Senna-Giotto, already the gap has started to build, isn't it, between those two. The next of the Ferraris coming up is going to be Felipe Fernandez-Leza at the wheel of the number 55 Renildi racing car. So he is the next car that's going to gang up on Yang Jae Tong. And for those cars in the Cup class, it's going to be a busy race for them, isn't it? They're running as a race within a race. They are never going to be on the pace of a full pucker spec GT3 car, but they're having to watch their mirrors all of the time as the traffic's feeding their way through. And
because they're all in the same type of car, it is very, very evenly matched. You can't really be affording any mistakes, any loss of time, because it's going to be really competitive, that.
A 12-hour one-make race.
Well, it is, isn't it? Yeah. The Konopka Lamborghini has just gone through and is in 15th place now, another of the cars in AM. And there's a yellow flag at turn 13. That's approaching the hotel towards the end of the lap. Now, it's hidden from our view because we're the wrong side of the main building in the paddock, but effectively 3/4 of the way around the lap, number 7 it was that had a spin. So Dustin Blattner, to add to his puncture, has had a spin. Thankfully, he's got going again, but a bit more time lost. This is one of those stints to forget. After a mega first lap, the rest of it, I'm afraid to say, is rather unravelled for him.
Yeah, it was, I think, a brief spin for him, but yeah, still time lost, and that is the one thing they did not want to do. For Gilles Magnus, there's still traffic to deal with. He dives up the inside of Stephen Licorice's Porsche Cup car. That's the car that runs in 4th place in Cup overall and is 22nd in the race. So that's now dropped that car, be 2 laps off the lead now, won't it? So Gilles Magnus has built up a 5.5 second gap, almost 5.6 seconds now between himself and Sven Muller. But you're absolutely right, David. We're starting to get ready for some pit stops.
Exactly, because we are now at just after 10 o'clock. The race started slightly after the allotted 9 in the morning, so we're about 3 minutes off the end of the first hour as the recovering Patrick Kolb tries to get himself up the order. That is the car in 24th place currently, attacking the car in 19th, John Schauman's Ferrari. So it proves that the Lion Speed car has pace, but that big delay has hurt it. And 42, which is the car of Stephen Licorice, coming into the pit lane then. So that is the first regulation stop, imposed stop for the Toro Verde car.
Yeah, and I think we saw briefly Graham Mundy ready in the pit lane to take over that car, so I think it'll be Graham Mundy that will be jumping on board. Lion Speed also, you know, when they come into the pits, they've not only got to refuel it, change the driver, change the tyres, they might also have to spend a very small amount of time checking the transponder on that car, because it has been intermittent,
right.
And the timekeepers and race control have asked that that be checked during their next pit stop as well.
Wonder if that's a legacy of the vibration, that it's pulled a cord or a cable or something. So, you know, you have one problem and it triggers another and it triggers another, and then the race just gets away from you, doesn't it? Right, so 42, these kind of 2-part pit stops. You can refuel, and then when the refueling is done, you can do the rest of the work. Driver change, any repairs, change the tyres, whatever you want to do. The McLaren battle continues, but irrespective of what happens on the track, Prett's car, number 8, is going to lose time on the pit stop with that 5-second penalty that he's picked up for exploring more of Yas Marina than everybody else.
Yeah, so that will, as you say, be served in the next pit stop. 5 seconds, the car will be stationary before it can then be worked on. So refueling has now concluded for the number 42 car. Stephen Licorice vacating it. Graham Mundy about to jump on board. Now here's the number 2 Audi. Haven't seen much of it, but this is the car that leads GT3 AM, and straight away, as he tries to carve his way through and ahead of the Cup class leader, Gregory Savard is tipped into a spin by one of the HRT Porsches, and is that going to lose him the lead of the AM category just as we went to it? Now, there was definitely contact between the pair of them. There was tiny bits of bodywork that fell off, but let's hope that that has no ill effects for the car that was leading GT3 AM very comfortably.
Why you would go around the outside, it's so early in a long race to lap a back marker when you're comfortably ahead in class, I'm not entirely sure. Because you've always got to be brave on the outside. He wasn't full enough ahead. There's nowhere that Liang Jiatong could have gone, could he, on the inside? He couldn't just disappear.
No, no.
So that, for Greg Servais, with a little bit of damage picked up, turns the car around. He's got going again, but the team will have been shouting, no, watching all of that and getting ever so concerned, but it could have been a lot worse, but didn't need to try that.
No, and particularly at turn number 5 as well. You know, sit behind it, wait until you come out of turn number 5. You've got the big long straight that you can do that on.
Exactly. So
battle of the two McLarens still going on. Louis Pret still just ahead of Benji Goethe. More pit stops about to take place. That's Axel Jeffries, is it not, that's about to head on board? That's another driver that's got plenty of Ferrari experience, isn't it, really, Axel Jeffries?
And Lamborghini. Came out of Super Trofeo and drove
European.
for Conrad in Lamborghinis as well, yeah.
Did he do for a European series as well, didn't he?
I'm not sure.
Did he not?
Possibly. Single-seaters initially, got as far as GP3 and then switched to sports cars. Fran Reder is in, and there's a driver change for 74. And the other one that's in is number 11 for Giorgio Roda to, by the look of it, stay behind the wheel for Kessel.
The driver change for the 42 car either.
Okay, there wasn't. Okay.
I don't think so, no.
Right, no, Stephen Licker is still shown as being behind the wheel. And we are now getting a driver change, so Giorgio Roda might have been a bit slow getting out, but the driver change has happened. And the same true for 74. Fran Reder in.
Very strong front splitter on the Ferrari 296, isn't it? His mechanic stands on it whilst he's cleaning the windscreen. So on a new set of Pirelli boots. Alan Hyde is down there in the pit lane.
And so in the pit lane is also number 8 now. So Louis Pret is in. So the first Garage 59 pit stop right outside our window goes on. And for the moment, Louis Pret stays behind the wheel. There you can see it all. So the pit lane starting to get busy. These regulation pit stops, or imposed pit stops as they like to be called, have to be 1 minute and 40. And now, in fact, Louis Pret does get out of the car. So there'll be a driver change in number 8. And number 74, the Kessel Ferrari, makes its way down the pit road. And it is Andrew Gilbert who takes over that car. So he will be driver 2. And that's his first stint of the race, therefore. Race leader still number 25 Audi, staying out for the moment.
Yeah, number 11 car, it's now Murat Chahadaroglu, the Turkish driver, the 61-year-old that's taken over that one. So it's only when they get towards pit lane exit that we're able to understand which driver has jumped on board, and then that's providing, of course, they've switched the transponder to the correct area. And I do wonder whether the number 42 Porsche has not done that yet. Probably hasn't got a switchable transponder in the Cup car, has it? So it's still showing as Stephen Lickerish in that car, but we did see Mundy was suited and booted and ready to dive on board, didn't we? So that one has a small question mark over its driver ID for me.
Yeah, it's one for Alan to just double check for us, as their new tyres for the 8 McLaren that was Louis Pret, and may well now be involved with the wheel, you see. So many of the teams cycling quick drivers through for the first stint to try to get the car in clear air. There was a change to the regulations. Initially it was that it had to be starting the car by either of the faster 2 qualifying drivers. That was changed to allow anybody to start part 1, which allows the bronzes to have a go first if required, and yet very few teams chose to do that.
As one Garage 59 McLaren leaves the pit lane, the other one comes in, so Benji Goethe brings the number 59 car in towards pit lane. Dragon Speed and Solly Larker in the number 77 Ferrari also in the pit lane to conduct their first stops at this stage. Now, the McLaren that had pitted, number 8 car, still showing up as Louis Pret on the screen at the moment, so that has not changed just as yet. Any driver change, it's the for the driver to switch the transponder to the correct position. If that's not done, that will be picked up on by race control, who will request that the team manager and the driver do get that correctly positioned.
55 Ferrari in as well, so Felipe Lazer to give way, and there is number 59 pit stop Benjamin Goethe having brought the car in. You can see there's a driver change going on. That's pit out under the circuit through the tunnel. Ferrari goes out back on track. So Gilles Magnus taking this a long way, isn't he? He is now 33 laps into the race and may well be in this time, but in these cooler conditions maybe they can go a little bit further on a tank of fuel. So all that testing in the warm now has to be recalculated, doesn't it?
Yes, there'll be people in the back of the garages who'll be crunching all of the numbers in some very clever software or some Excel spreadsheets to ensure that they know exactly where they need to be in terms of fuel burn, fuel load.
Leader in.
Race stints. And you're right, yep, Gilles Magnus into the pit lane.
So down the pit road he comes. So that was 34 laps done, and Sven Muller is in as well. So 34 laps done by the top two cars, and they come in together then. So Gilles Magnus, Sven Muller. There is the Porsche of Sven Muller down the pit lane for Proton Huber, and the fuel goes in. There's a driving standards flag for track limits going to the Simpson Audi, and Sven Muller bails. That's a three-driver car, remember, because it's in Pro. The Simpson Audi has got itself up into 7th at the moment for Vasily Vladikin, but he is now being given a driving standards flag. And Santalok have brought both cars in fact, because Paul Everard in 26 is into the pit lane after that very, very impressive first stint.
Hugely impressive, having come from, was it 24th position, the very last position on the grid, as high as 3rd, yes, by the time he had pitted a few laps later than others. Also into the pit lane comes Giorgio Senegiotto at the wheel of the number 51 Ferrari. So that's the red and yellow Ferrari that's sitting there in the pit lane. Santalok going to work, Gilles Magnus getting out of the car. Who's inboard driver in that one? Can't tell from that angle.
I would, no. I'll come back to that. Very good first stint done by Louis Pret, wasn't it, though, in number 8 McLaren. And although it still shows him as the driver, we'll try and unravel who it is that got on board. But Gilles Magnus gives way, I think, to Dennis Marshall, but I'll need to double check in a moment. That's the Paul Everard Audi serving its pit stop. Jules Gounon staying out in number 4. Remember, he's a lap out of sequence on anybody else. So he came in at the end of lap 1, so he's now done 34 laps as well, the car creeping into the order. It's going to be interesting to see at the end of the next lap where that Mercedes is in relation to the Audis. Meanwhile, in the pit lane, Alan is loitering outside garage 59, hopefully with Louis Pret, one of the heroes of stint 1.
I've got a Louis Pret. I just don't have my cameraman at the moment.
Oh, I see.
So he knows I need him, and Louis has been really good and he's waiting for us, but I can talk to Louis, maybe. Oh no, cameraman's run off somewhere else now. Well,
while you're waiting for your cameraman, would you be so noble as to ask Louis who took over, because it's still showing him as being in the car?
Okay, I will do.
Thank you.
Hopefully the cameraman won't go out of zone, so I can still speak to Louis. Louis, first of all, first half of the stint, absolutely superb.
Yeah, honestly, the first lap was insane. I had a really good run into turn 1. Then the first half of the stint, I think I pushed a bit too much and caused a bit of degradation at the end of the stint. But overall, pretty happy with it. I mean, we started P10 or P9 and handed over P3 overall and P1 in Pro-Am, I think. Still a long race, but no, it's a positive start.
We were noticing that it's a little bit cloudy, a little bit cooler today. Is that cool?
Yeah, true. And actually, in the back straight, I was asking my engineer, I was like, are we sure it's not going to rain? Because it's quite dark over there. But no, overall it's good that it's not that sunny.
I noticed the dark clouds. If you go to the back of the garages, it looks like it might just be a little bit threatening. I've checked the weather apps. They say not. It reckons it's going to be okay.
Well, I hope so. But anyways, my dad is in the car now, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does.
The car is clearly good. We wish you good luck. Thank you, Louis.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
and we got the camera as well at the end of the interview, so that's good news. And did you notice the skill of getting the answer to your question without asking the question?
I did. I'd start to wonder why we have you, because if we talk loud enough, the driver can hear and mind read.
I can't offer you an answer to that question, I'm afraid.
No, ladies and gentlemen, that was Alan Hyde. Please give generously.
Good night.
Yes. Your next target, though, to see whether the driver answers the question, who took over from Gilles Magnus in 25 at Santalok, Al, please?
OK, I shall find out.
You're a star. Well done. Louis Pret, I think I was right, didn't I? Suggested it might be Dad that took over, and it's now Philippe, who is another of a number of people that's got to go from here to Paris for SRO Awards due on Tuesday, where he will be crowned GT2 European Series AM champion. He spends most of his year in a Maserati, but comes to McLaren for this weekend. Another very experienced driver, Asia Pacific Ferrari champion, Philippe Pret. Right, what's going on here, Mark? Getting all a bit toey there.
That all got very close indeed. That was the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, and I think there might have been a very light touch between itself and the Ferrari that it was in the process of trying to squeeze its way through and past as they went in towards turn number 6 and turn number 7. Just heading out of the pit lane comes the number 2 Audi, which had briefly picked up the lead of the race in the hands of Gregory Survey, but that car has now conducted its first pit stop, and it will be Xavier Knauf, who is out for another run in the Gulf 12 Hours, having joined us last year for the first time. Dustin Blattner's troubled stint comes to an end as he brings what was the pole-sitting car into the pit lane.
And possibly Alfred Renau to be given driving duties to see whether he can, if you like, repair some of the damage. That sounds a little unkind to Dustin Blattner, but you get the point. Now we're getting a replay of the Ferrari going off the road. This is what Mark was talking about a moment ago, and just glancing off number 69, unsettling Frederick Schandorf's McLaren. He has taken over that car from Todd Coleman, and we know that Frederick Schandorf is quick, one of the stars of qualifying yesterday, Super Trofeo Middle East champion, World Final winner, Gold Cup winner in endurance a few years ago. So yeah, Schandorf's going to be a man on a mission. And fresh drivers into the car. What you now have, of course, different battles, but we also have a different race leader, because now at the end of the first hour and a bit of the race, strategies converge, and it's 2Cs in the lead by nearly 20 seconds. So it is Jules Gounon in number 4 in the lead, and the Santalok Audi was taken over by Zhou Bi Huang, so the bronze-graded Chinese driver in second spot, and I rather fear that gap is going to widen. If you put a bronze against a platinum, it's not really a realistic fight, is it? Now this is number 6, isn't it? This was the Racing One car that was damaged yesterday. Roberto Mehi has brought it in, and it looks as though the concern from yesterday persists.
It looks that way, doesn't it? So are they doing something on the brakes from there? I can't quite tell, but it was that front left-hand corner that had the issue yesterday, which pitched the car into the barriers and damaged the entirely opposite side of the car. But
you might be right about brakes, but if it is, it's a bit early.
It's rather early, isn't it, for any brake issue? Yeah, so it does look as though they've taken the brake hose off the caliper and are now trying to sort something out, either bleed the system back out or there's a problem with one of the calipers. Have to wait and see, but that is time going to be lost in the pit lane as Jules Gounon comes into the pit lane. So 2Cs Motorsport, Jules Gounon into the pit lane. This is the first of the cars that is ticking off its second mandated stop as it heads in towards the pit lane. Brilliant stint from Jules to almost go a lap adrift and come into it at the end of it back on the lead lap. They will almost go a lap adrift again now as a result of that. Yep. They are in a different strategy to everybody else.
Walks away from the car. It will go to Grove, either junior or senior. There's a 5-second penalty now coming the way of number 96, which is Vasily Vladikin, for exceeding track limits. And as you say, pit stop number 2, served by number 4 Mercedes. The Gosners are in as well, and that was a 36-lap stint done by Jules Gounon. Now, having talked about how cloudy it was and temperatures, I reckon the sun is finally breaking through. It suddenly got brighter looking across to the chicane in the distance, but I think it is starting to warm up a little bit. But 36 laps, that's a good long stint on the fuel for Jules Gounon.
Yeah, you'll There's still one car we haven't seen, or a couple of cars that haven't pitted as yet. Right, one of which is just coming in as soon as I say it. So Miroslav Knopka comes in at the wheel of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini.
And he's got 5 seconds extra to serve for track limits, hasn't he?
Yep, we haven't seen the Cup class leading car come in, the number 91 Porsche Abdullah Ali Al Khalifa. And we've also not seen as yet come in the number 17 Porsche Andrea Gurondi. I think those are now probably the only 2 cars that haven't pitted, 2 out of the Cup class. Alan?
It is probably worth saying, guys, that when Jules Gounon took his early stop, it was more than a splash of fuel. It was actually quite a lengthy stop for fuel before they changed the tyres on the car as well. So, yeah, just to give you a heads up on that early stop.
Yeah, I suspect they fueled it light to go to the grid, didn't they, knowing that they'd got a minute and 40 seconds to serve. So it was going to be a quick first lap just to bring it round into the pit lane. But yeah, the long stop, as you say, Alan, that regulation minute and 40 seconds. But even so, 36 laps on a tank, that's good going.
And it's Grove Jr. that's jumped on board, isn't it? So it's Brendan Grove that now has taken over the car and heads back out onto the circuit for what is the 36th, 37th lap in that car, though. Fastest lap of the race has just come in. Didn't take long for Frederick Schandorf to pop a quick lap in at the wheel of the number 69 Optum Motorsport McLaren. That tells you that any contact between itself and that Ferrari has had 0 ill effects, because a 1 minute 52.420 in race pace, David, is impressive.
And we also gather, thinking about the AM category for a moment, that number 2, the Haas Audi, was delayed. It had an errant wheel nut that went rolling down the pit lane. So they had to scramble that. Whether that gets looked at by race control, time will tell, but a little bit of a delay for number 2 Audi that was leading AM and will have dropped a bit of time. It's 11th currently overall, that car.
So you mentioned Brendan Grove had taken over the number 4 Mercedes, the number 92 Porsche that runs in the Cup class HRT Performance. It's Sheikh Jazim Al Thandi that's now taken over that particular car. A few other cars still just cycling through their pit stops, so we'll bring you up to date with those. In particular, one of which is just leaving the pit lane as well, at the MP Racing Mercedes that was started by Manuela Gostner. As that car heads down towards pit lane exit, that's Karina Gostner that now has jumped on board. So it is the younger sister of the 2.
Patrick Kolb is back in as well for bodywork to be checked, transponder to be checked, fuel to be taken on, tyres to be put on as well. But yeah, you're right about Frederick Schandorf. It's going to be interesting to watch this stint now. So although timing and scoring still claims Gilles Magnus is driving the car, it is most definitely, from what Alan tells us, the Chinese driver behind the wheel, Zhou Bi Huang. Now, if I were the team manager, I would want that sorting out, because the longer it says Gilles Magnus on the timing screen, the more likely I am to get my driver in trouble by having him either driving for too long or not having my bronze driver credited with driving part of the 3 hours that he's required so to do. So it's probably worth Santalot getting that sorted and sorting it soon.
Yeah, because it'll take a large amount of unravelling.
Yeah.
So if they leave it longer.
The sister car is now under investigation for exceeding track limits, so we're still shown as Paul Everard in that car, so Santalot may well be struggling to get the drivers to tweak the transponders, or the switch on the transponder, but 26 anyway, and another spin for number 2 Audi, and he's not the only one involved in that. There's a delayed Ferrari down at the chicane, which was 11, so Murat Çaharoglu involved in that as well, so there's a tangle. That's the second tangle for number 2. This time Xavier Knauf at the wheel, but actually he got Ferrari absolutely harpooned there by Çaharoglu into the braking zone, and that I would suspect might well be causing a collision type situation.
Yeah, he came from a long way back and was never going to get the car stopped and rotated in towards that corner, so damage to both as well, damage to the front right hand corner and the splitter, and probably a dive plane on the Ferrari. Damage to around about the left rear wheel area of the number 2 Audi in the hands of Xavier Knauf, which was leading the AM category at the point that both of the contacts had been made. So again, it was still leading that AM category, but yeah, it's sort of once of its own making, the spin, second time very much not of its making.
Alan, did you get to the bottom of who took 26 back into the race, the other Santalot Audi? I know you'd said it was Zhou Bi Huang in 25, but 26 also is still being shown for the first driver.
No, I didn't investigate that one. Sorry, okay. I'll go back and do that.
If you don't mind. I'm still slightly mystified as to why Santalot aren't on top of this for the purposes of making sure they get the 3 hours credited to the bronze driver while the bronze driver is in the car, certainly which is the case for the lead car. And Zhou Bi Huang has just gone through on a 55.8. That's about 3 seconds off of Gilles Magna's pace. So that car's going to be losing time in this stint.
There's one other as well, Alan, that we could probably do with you catching up on as well. The number 6 Ferrari is still showing as having Roberto Merhi behind the wheel, but that car has definitely been into the pits. So, Alabi, we did say we'd ensure that he got his steps in over the course of these 8 hours and the subsequent 4.
Yeah, he'll get there.
He'll wear his toe joints out if he's not careful, won't he?
Bless his heart, yes. Well, he's got to get these answers by 10:45 when it's time for his first nap.
And he wakes up just before 11, this is
True.
Yeah.
True. So it is number 25, Sanderlock Audi leading with Zhou Bi Huang at the wheel. From 59, Mark Sanson has taken over from Benjamin Goethe in the McLaren, and that leads Pro-Am. In third, it's number 16, which is the Proton Huber Porsche that Sergei Stolyarov has taken over. In fourth place, it's number 8, Philippe Pret, for Garage 59 after the pit penalty. Fifth is number 26, Audi TBA. Sixth is 51, Ferrari Alessandro Cozzi. Seventh is 55, the Rinaldi Racing Christian Hook Ferrari. In eighth place, number 74, Andrew Gilbert's taken over the Kessel Ferrari of Franreda. Ninth is number 4 then, that's had 2 regulation stops. So Brenton Grove is in for Jules Gounon. And 10th is number 96, the Simpson Motorsport Audi, Michael Loboda at the wheel. And 11th is Frederick Schandorf for Optimum, and 12th after the contact should be Murat Çaharoglu in Ferrari number 11.
So at the moment what we're looking at is the fight that's going on for 5th and 6th on the circuit. So the car that was vacated by Paul Ivoire, which we still don't know who took over as the incoming driver in that car, that's under attacked by Alessandro Cozzi, and the news having just reached us that it was Michael Blanchimont that took over that number 26 car from Paul Ivoire. So Blanchimont feeling the pinch from Alessandro Cozzi, who's trying to close up. And at the moment, Ferrari's just too far away, so Cozzi can't try anything on the Audi just as yet. So the fight's still brewing for 5th and for 6th position. Who is leading GT Cup? I don't think we picked up on just as yet. And once we've cycled now fully through all of the pit stops, because the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing Porsche has headed back out of the pit stops. That had taken up the lead of that category but hadn't pitted. Alessandro Giannone has taken over that car. The lead has gone back to the number 91 Porsche, the QMMF by HRT Performance car, which now has Ghanem Salah Al Madhid behind the wheel.
There is a pit stop penalty coming for Michael Blanchimont for Paul Everard Zealotry in stint 1. So number 26 Audi now gets a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That will be served on the next pit stop. So in about an hour's time, the car will be held for 5 seconds, and then the penalty can be done. Effort being made there in the traffic on the inside. Ferrari number 51, and that is Alessandro Cozzi to try to get past Michael Blanchimont, and he couldn't quite do it. And Blanchimont in turn not only has Cozzi there, but more traffic around him as well, heading down towards the chicane now, coming into the braking zone. Another quick Ferrari in the background, and in fairness, Michael Blanchimont pulling away in a straight line, whereas the big dive comes on the inside by 77 Ferrari, and that's Ramez Azem. Number 6, Roberto Merhi's suspension damage Ferrari, that's gone to Giacomo Altway. Now we understand, so he is behind the wheel, but quite a long way down, isn't he? That car's done 38 laps to the 42 of the race leader.
So Alan's still making investigations as we're slowly ticking off who has taken over each particular car. There's still maybe 1 or 2 out there where we're not entirely convinced that the driver exiting the pit lane, having taken over the car, has switched the transponder into the correct position. So it's still showing the outgoing driver, we believe. As for traffic, well, blue flags being waved, and this is the number 77 Ferrari diving decisively up the inside of the number 26, which is still showing us Paul Ivoire on the screen, but as we know, Michael Blanchimont has taken over that car. But the number 77 Ferrari really has got the wind between its sails, has it, in the hands of Ramez Azman. Pushing hard. It might be 19th overall, but it's now overtaking cars that are running inside the top half dozen.
Yeah, we saw Ramez Azam many years ago go and race single-seaters in Europe. His father, Simon Azam, part of the creation of the Dubai Autodrome. And so he raced locally, but also did have a spell racing single-seaters in Europe. I want to say he raced in the French F Campus series or something like that quite a long time ago. He's no dummy, Ramez Azam. Quick driver. Now, number 11 is the next one to get the driving standards flag for track limits. Never mind the contact. Mohat Choharoglu's Ferrari. So they're coming thick and fast now, these warnings, aren't they? As different drivers get a bit more enthusiastic.
Yeah, the contact under investigation at the moment was what flashed up on our screen some time ago. I think the final driver that we got the question mark over was Lion Speed car number 99, the car that came in and had the work done to the front of the car. Patrick Kolb was still showing as the driver. It is now going to be the man from Luxembourg, Gabriel Rendon, that's taken over that car. Driver that you'll have seen race a couple of times in GT World Challenge this year. He didn't do a full season, did he? But he did appear on a few occasions in GT World.
Yeah, he did endurance, didn't he, with Barwell. So he was also the driver that rather disgraced himself. I probably shouldn't tell the story, but he damaged the car on the way to town in the parade. On the Wednesday, because it was an absolutely awesome sight. Every car from the 24 hours, I think every car from the support races, all the cars out of the historic races. We had a historic touring car grid, historic GT grid, and Gabriel Rendon was just beside himself, and he got his phone out and he was filming this behind the wheel, and all of a sudden, crunch, and he found something that he hadn't seen in the road. There was a sort of rock or a low curb or something, and he ended up damaging the splitter anyway, it was all repaired, but he was a bit red-faced and rather embarrassed when he had to ring Mark Lemmer and say, I might be a bit late getting into town. But he's an experienced driver, is Gabriel Rendon. Born in France, to Italian parents, grew up in Luxembourg, studied in the UK, lived in America, and he's now based in Dubai.
Wow.
So he's been around the block.
That's ticked a few countries off already,
yes.
Hasn't it?
So when you say he's the Luxembourg driver, well, okay. He's been there, he's an experienced driver. Is Gabriel Rendon. He's raced in the Le Mans Cup as well as World Challenge and largely Super Trofeo.
Super Trofeo, yeah.
Right, 51. Another track limit penalty looms. That's for Alessandro Cozzi now. Partly thanks to him, partly thanks to Senna Giotto in the first stint.
Yep, so that will have to be served in the next pit stop, but that is going to be probably a good 40 minutes away now, because Cozzi's only just under 20 minutes into his stint. David, yeah.
But 26 is being shown a driving standards flag again. Now, 26 has already got one penalty to serve on the next pit stop, and it's already, with Michael Blanchimont at the wheel, being looked at and incurring the wrath for yet more transgression. So here you go. The teams have got to be very strict with the drivers and remind them, do not push over the track limits, because the more you get, the worse it becomes. You know, you go from 5 seconds to 10 and on, drive through, stop goes. The world unravels.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is Mark Sanson at the wheel of the number 59, second placed McLaren at this stage. He has now fallen to 19 seconds adrift of the number 25 Santaloc Audi that still continues to lead in the hands of Michael Blanchimont. The good battle to watch at the moment is for third and fourth position, because Sergei Stolyarov at the wheel of the number 16 Porsche is circulating pretty much nose to tail with the second of the two Garage 59 McLarens, number 8 car in the hands of Philippe Pret now. Now that's a pro car that's being attacked by a Pro-Am car, but they were separated by literally 0.2 of a second as they came over the start-finish line for third and for fourth place last time through. And I think we might just be able to see that battle now heading towards us. And Philippe Pret has gone through and ahead, has he, of Sergei Stolyarov? Yeah, McLaren ahead of Porsche, so that's changed third.
It is indeed, and in 10th place is the fastest man on the road at the moment, Frederic Schantorf, who's been lapping in the low 153s. So Frederic Schantorf, who in fairness is probably the fastest of the drivers anyway in that leading gaggle, because you've got a higher graded against lower graded drivers, but he is rising to the challenge, and Frederic Schantorf then pushing on. So he's one to watch, having taken over from Todd Coleman, they got the bronze driver out of the way first. And as the stint unravels, we have 6.5 hours of part 1 still to go, and that's give or take half an hour before we need to think about the next stops. Now, the incident between, who was it, Xavier Knauf and Muhat Chaharoglu is under investigation for that contact at the chicane. So a penalty may well come, depending on what the stewards say, chaired by very experienced Richard Norbury, who is quite often a Formula 1 Grand Prix steward, as well as being chairman of the stewards for Porsche Super Cup and myriad other events that he's involved in. So he and his team will be looking at all of this and coming to a judgment. A little bit further back, the Ramez Azam Ferrari goes through, as he put that, 18th place right now. The sister car of Matt Bell, 88, in 15th.
Yeah, that's a pro class car that's running slightly adrift of the rest of the pro classes, but with Matt Bell on board, should work its way through and ahead of the next 2 cars ahead of him, which are the GT3 AM class leader and the GT3 AM second place cars, Xavier Knauf and Ralph Boone respectively. So Gilles Magnus, having vacated the number 25 Santaloc Audi in the last stint, handing it over to Shuipei Wang. Still showing Gilles Magnus on the timing screen, 21.1 seconds that car leads by at the moment. So it's Audi, McLaren, Porsche, Ferrari, the top 5. Audi, Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren will bring you down to the top 10. And we have now concluded 46 laps of this race and still have bang on 6.5 hours to go for part 1.
So race leader currently on lap 47, and this a totally different feel to the stint, isn't it? The cars just don't look to the eye to be quite so rapid. You've got the lower graded drivers, but an interesting fight in itself. And at the moment, Zhou Bihuang 22.9 seconds up the road over Mark Sanson, and being able in fact to build that lead. He was quicker last time around than was Sanson. And then in 3rd place, Philippe Pret. Now Pret's catching the 2 ahead of him. He's getting away from Stolyarov, he's getting away from Kotze. So those that are making progress in terms of pace, Philippe Pret from 3rd, Christian Hook in 55 Ferrari, who is in 7th place, and very definitely Frederick Schandorf, who's lapping quicker than anybody else out there, and he's 10th.
Yeah, and he's still got the fastest lap of the race, hasn't he, Frederick Schandorf? That 1 minute 52.9, and something like that was it. Yeah, 1 minute 52.4 actually, 1 minute 52.420. He's still lapping in the 1 minute 52s as well, so he's maintaining good pace, is Frederick Schandorf, and has got 4 seconds to catch the next car ahead, which will be Brenton Groves' 2C's Motorsport car that he took over from the charging Jules Gounon. So we're slowly now finally getting correction to the driver names, which have still been incorrect on our screen. So I think the conversations between race control and team manager, and then subsequent conversation between team manager and driver to switch the transponder position, is slowly getting through. So I think the car of now Zhou Bihuang is now showing us him correctly. I think there's only one out there that is still wrong at the moment. We know the incoming driver was Graham Mundy because we saw him suited and booted, but the number 42 Porsche is still showing us Stephen Lickridge.
I thought Alan suggested that they didn't do a driver change after
Did they not?
So
right.
we might need to send him back there.
Yeah.
Possibly, if Graham was ready, thinking that he might be needed, but if Stephen felt okay to do another stint, he could stay in the car.
Right, well that sort of confirms something that Stephen was saying to me yesterday, and that is as he's got older now, he's 58 years of age now, Stephen Lickridge, he really hates driving at night, and he said, and whilst it's still good lighting around here, he still doesn't like the night driving now, so
he'd rather do his stint in the daylight.
In the daylight, yeah, that sort of ties up with that for me.
Fair enough, yeah. So I think we're okay now. There are conversations going on from up here to race control to timekeeping. So between us all, we've got there, and the catalyst for all of this has been Alan Sterling's service in the pit lane. So I'm glad we got him that scooter to get up and down to each of the teams. So Zhou Bihuang is the leader. Now you're looking at Michael Leboda, who is in 11th place, and his last lap was the best that car has done. So Michael Leboda did a 55.0. He's not catching anybody ahead for the minute, but he is getting away from Chaharoglu behind in number 11 Ferrari. So the Simpson Audi starting to piece together a good stint here.
How much racing has Mikael Laboda done in GT3s? Because GT4s, big experience.
I don't think he's done any from memory, unless he's done the odd Creventic drive in them. But
yeah,
I always
largely
associate
GT4,
with
isn't it?
Yeah. So stepping up to this, he came out of, I'm sure Mark would have said this earlier on, the Lada Granta Cup. He was a front runner in that.
He was third.
Indeed.
In the Lada Granta Cup.
The year it was won by?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, okay. I thought you had that. Not the Lada Granta Cup. It's not one that gets a lot of coverage.
It was won by the champion.
That's right. Yeah, indeed. Yes. But made the switch to GT4. And that, again, this is why this race has the appeal, because you can come and not only, if you like, test, learn about GT3, but have a proper long go at it as well. It's not like doing 20 laps around a circuit. It's a proper race here. Ferraris go toe-to-toe, and this is for 5th position. 51 losing out, Alessandro Cozzi. Christian Hook, 55, going ahead of him. And Christian Hook doing a good job here.
And it may well be that a further place is lost, because Michael Blanchemain is right there as well at the wheel of the silver number 26 Santaloc Audi. So it's 5th, 6th and 7th that are all squabbling as they head round towards turn number 9. And that is going to be, is it not, for 3rd, 4th and 5th place overall in GT3 Pro-Am?
Indeed so, as the Audi will have this penalty to serve next time around. We're already in trouble. I've had a message suggesting we're being very rude to Alan. Your point being?
Is there an issue with that?
That's a sport, isn't it?
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Okay, so I've backed up your inquiries about the Toro Verde team.
Oh, thank you.
It is Stephen Nickrish that started. It is Stephen Nickrish at the wheel now.
Good, thanks very much. So he's done a double. And I think he's the only person so to done. Thanks, Alan. Yeah, Toro Verde.
Certainly the only Cup car that's done that.
Right. Yeah, I don't think anybody else has double stinted. So
no.
Stephen Nickrish, doing the daylight shift, so to speak, in the Toro Verde car, overseen by Julian Westwood, the team owned by David Fairbrother, the garrulous Yorkshireman, who's not here, I don't think, for fears of the noise complaints that accompany him. But
and I'm very disappointed about that. I was thoroughly looking forward to catching up with him, but no, not here.
No, you lying hound. You were hopeful that would fill half an hour, because David is never short of a word. You could just hand him the microphone and go for a coffee. I know your game, Hyde.
Exactly that, yeah. Thoroughly good value.
David is a good egg, and yes, it's a shame that he's not here. But he's no doubt watching all of this, and number 42 Porsche currently is 3rd in class.
Yeah, Frederick Schandorf is having a brilliant lap, because he's caught a raft of traffic and he's just picked them off like a hot knife through butter as he's carved his way past Alessandro Cozzi and is already just starting to romp away. It's only a couple of corners ago he got through and ahead of the Ferrari, and just look at the gap that the McLaren has built up. So he started this lap in 8th position. The car runs 3rd overall in GT3 Pro at the moment, but it's been a mega lap from him. Another car that is also trying to work its way through traffic as well is Brenton Grove at the moment, who is 4th in GT3 Pro in the car that has already ticked off 2 of its mandated pit stops, and the car that he's trying to squeeze his way through and past is Michael Blanchemain's Audi that runs in 7th position. So we're now starting to see again those different strategies all converge, and the cars that had spread themselves out at some point all starting to bunch up again.
Yeah, so in notional terms, number 4 is the race leader, because it's a pit stop ahead, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's running at the moment in 9th place on the road, but is 1 pit stop further on than everybody else.
And for Frederick Schandorf, it was a good lap. 2 places gained from 8th up to 6th.
All right, so now he is about 1 minute and 11 seconds back from the lead. He's not going to get the lead in this stint, but he is most definitely bringing that car back into contention, isn't he? So the Optimum McLaren, Sean Goff's team, best lined as the team principal, making good progress. This is Brenton Grove to the inside line into turn 5. Nicely done, gains track position. So the Grove family switching from Porsche to Mercedes AMG for this year. Accelerating down that back straight, and there you can see the charging Schandorf, who in turn has now gained another place, hasn't he? He's ahead of Christian Hook, number 55, so it's just getting better and better for that McLaren.
It's just effortless, isn't it? Yeah, effortless, and that's bearing in mind that that car had a little bit of contact earlier on and looked as though it might have suffered possibly a little bit of damage to the right rear, but absolutely zero ill effects from any contact car to car there. So Frederick Schandorf even through the traffic and overtaking 2 cars, still managed a 53.9 last time through. So he is by far the quickest driver out there. We do have further down through the order in 21st position, Giacomo Altway, lapping 1 minute 55s, but other than that, everybody else is sort of 1 minute 56s onwards. So that's really good pace, isn't it, from Frederick Schandorf?
It is. I mean, as I said a few laps ago, you put it in the context because Frederick Schandorf for Optimum is a gold, and he's against quite a few bronzes, quite a few silvers now. So he's one of the higher graded drivers out there, but even so, it is good pace, and it's all part and parcel of the different driver gradings, and when you put people into the car, how you work that strategy to make sure the car is always up there. Number 4, which is Brenton Grove, there coming into turn 1, right on the back now of Alessandro Cozzi. So this battle is on for 7th position on the road. And number 2 Audi, the Haas RT Audi, is under investigation, possibly for a pit lane infringement. And now we get news of a spin for Corinna Gosner at turn 9, but she got going again.
Yeah, that was where the car had an off yesterday, didn't it? In the qualifying session was the exit of turn number 9. And hopefully no ill effects from that one as Brenton Grove starts to try and attack Alessandro Cozzi through turn number 5 for what would be 7th position. Can't quite squeeze his way through, though, on the approach towards that corner, but he's got the big, long straight, and to use all of the grunt of that Mercedes to draw himself onto the coattails of the Ferrari. He jinks left, he's up the inside, he's got the inside line in towards the braking area for turn number 6, and despite the fact that Cozzi is trying to brave it out, through goes Brenton Grove, and that means that the 2Cs Motorsport number 4 McLaren, having already ticked off 2 of its mandated 6 pit stops in part 1 of the race, now moves its way up into 7th position.
And in fairness there to Alessandro Cozzi, that was knowing when to hold and when to fold, wasn't it? He didn't need to do that fight.
That was silver against bronze, wasn't it?
Let the traffic go, and will therefore be able to fight back. But right now, given that they're a stop ahead, if you like, of everybody else, you've got to say number 4 is looking very, very secure at the moment, because everybody else will drop behind it when they have to serve their final stop. So the Groves, barring a problem, I think you're going to find ahead at the end of the 8 hours, but by what margin is the real interest. Now number 7 is being looked at for exceeding track limits. That's now the Blattner to Bone Porsche.
That has already had a difficult start to the race. Another 5-second penalty in the pit lane would be suboptimal, to say the least. Running wide there, was that Murat Çahadaroglu that just ran a little bit wide, coming out of turn number 7. And I think lost out to Xavier Knauf, who still continues to lead GT3 AM at this stage. Yes, absolutely, the Audi now ahead of the Ferrari. So maybe struggling to get that car stopped and turned in following what surely must be some contact and probably a missing dive plane as a result of the contact that he made with that very car earlier on when he was trying to squeeze his way through.
Yeah, Çahadaroglu is having a pretty checkered stint, isn't he? Struggling. Xavier Knauf then up and past, having recovered after the contact between the two of them. Right now, lap 52 just completed by the race leader. Zhou Bihuang goes by, still lapping in the 155, so he might not be on a Gilles Magnus pace, but he's consistent, and that's going to be important for all of this. Mark Sanson in 2nd place, losing about a second a lap at the moment, so again, he is there or thereabouts, and the battle that we've just been talking about between Knauf and Çahadaroglu, they're a lap down. Right, Mark Sanson has just gone through in 2nd place. 25 seconds now is that margin. And yeah, over a second lost on that lap alone.
Yeah, Mark Sanson, who tried to debut, didn't he, at the Gulf 12 Hours here last year. He qualified the car, but unfortunately the car was involved in an incident. It was Sean Balfe that was driving it early on in the Gulf 12 Hours, so Mark didn't get a driving stint in last year's race, but he's back for another go this year. With Garage 59, with the McLaren running there in 2nd position. Sister car in the hands of Philip Brett there in 3rd place. Now this is Stephen Licorice, number 42 Porsche. It is running in 2nd position in the Cup class for the Porsches. Stephen is double stinting as well, so he is now 1 hour and 41 minutes into his double stint in that car, so he is pushing hard, and we'll be hoping that he can step on the podium again here at the Gulf 12 Hours, which he did do a few years ago. Back to our race leader. Still continuing to lead the way, the number 25 Audi of Zhou Bihuang. leading comfortably by 25 seconds at this stage, and just turning his way with clear track around him through turn number 13 up towards turn number 14. As you say, consistent pace again. You just look at the sector times and he's exactly what you need, isn't it? We were saying earlier on about the effects that the bronze drivers can have. Well, he is very much one of those bronzes, lapping consistently, lapping quickly, staying out of trouble, ticking off the laps.
Just to go back to these track limit penalties, it is 4 strikes that gets you a 5-second penalty. So that's the form. You can have 3, then you get your driving standards flag, and your 4th is the 5-second penalty. So that's the point at which the evidence is given that the team have notification from the stewards, and it's 4 strikes and the 5-second penalty. And then once you've done that, it kind of resets and you can go again for another 4. But you don't want to be racking them up, because the more you get, the more time you lose by having to serve those in the pit lane. And of course, if you can't serve them on a final pit stop, then they get converted post-race, don't they?
And you can serve them cumulatively. So if you were in a stint to pick up 10 seconds, 2 lots of 5, you just stop for 10 seconds before the car has to be serviced.
Yeah, true enough. And at least you can combine that with an imposed pit stop during the race. But if you've done all your 6, then you've got to come in and serve them, add it to the end of the race. Right, so on lap 54, number 25 Audi, as we've been saying, there it is solid up front, with in second place Mark Sanson, the next driving standards flag going the way of Stephen Licorice, who we've talked about a lot in the last few minutes, but he's still going in his double stint, and maybe that's why he's now going wide and exceeding track limits, because he's getting a bit tired, in fairness, because the temperatures are going up and he's been locked in the car for quite a while, so understandably maybe he's wilting a little bit in the temperatures. Zhou Bi Huang making his way up towards turn 13, and underneath the W Hotel he comes. But this has been a nice solid stint, hasn't it? The bronze graded driver keeping out of trouble, China GT champion a good few years ago, ticking off the laps. He's not expected to be a Gilles Magnus pace or a Dennis Marshall pace, but an experienced driver of Porsches, of GT cars in general, and he's doing exactly what's required of him.
Yes, very much so. And you just look at, big gap behind him, you look up the road, and there doesn't appear to be a great deal of traffic, so he can settle into that rhythm. And again, what did he do on the last lap? 1 minute 55 yet again. So very little variance. He's just settled into that nice little rhythm for the moment. Yes, that will vary as and when he does catch a little bit of traffic, but that still looks to be a few laps away yet still. And whilst he's still doing that pace and lapping quicker than the likes of Mark Sanson, of Philip Pret, of Sergei Stolyarov, he is just going to edge away from the cars that are currently running in 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. What of the car in 5th place, because that's still the quickest car that we've got out there in the hands of Frederick Schandorf at the moment. He has still continued to lap in the 1 minute 53s. Yellow flag at turn number 9, and that's, I'm afraid, because for the second time we've had a spin up at that part of the circuit for Karina Gosner. This time she's facing the wrong way, slap bang in the middle of the corner, David.
And the car is not yet moving, so the drivers are being warned, the teams are being warned to tell their drivers. Yellow flag, car spun at turn 9, everyone having to go around the outside. They'll give that sort of half a minute or so. It may well be, not only has it spun, it's stalled, so everything has to power down and then cool, and then within about 30 seconds it might well fire up. But if after that it's not for moving, then we might end up having to go full course yellow to neutralise the race, to get the car out of the way. And a full course yellow, depending on the length of it, may well lead to a safety car, and then it's all bets off as to who rolls the dice and makes a imposed pit stop out of sequence.
Yes, because you can make one of those imposed pit stops whilst we're under either safety car or full course yellow, but it has to be a minimum of 5 minutes.
Yes.
So much longer pit stop to try and prevent anybody gaining an advantage from diving in just before your best bet is to commit and get over that pit lane commitment line before a safety car comes out.
Absolutely, hope you got it right.
Hope you got it right.
But of course 5 minutes might seem like a long time, but a full course yellow lap is a very slow one, so it's close to 5 minutes. You're not losing that much time in real terms over and above what the stop would have been. Right, at the moment yellow flag remains and yellow flag withdrawn, so I think the car has got going again, so panic over. Turn 9 is clear, so race control letting Corina Gosner try to fire up the car and get going again, but it's been the bogey corner for the green McLaren. Yellow flag back out.
Yeah, back out at turn number 9. Don't know what for this time.
Unless it's still Corina Gosner trying to get going. We're not seeing it.
It's gone again.
Yeah. but it's replaced by a second message line, so it might be that it's on a rotation on our timing screen. This is turn 9, so let's have a look as Konopka goes deep into the corner and he's overtaken, so there's no yellow flag there, so the road looks like it is clear there. Number 7 Porsche, which is the now Ralph Bowen car. But up front, 28 seconds, very nearly 29 seconds is the margin between Zhou Bihuang and Mark Sanson. Is he being caught by his teammate? Yes, he is. The gap is coming down between Sanson and Pret Senior, little by little.
Team managers for car number 92, which is HRT Performance, currently in the hands of Sheikh Jassim Al Thandi, and car number 96, which is another Porsche, but that's a GT3 car from... sorry, not a Porsche, that's an Audi. That's a GT3 Audi from Simpson Motorsport in the hands of Michael Laboda. Both of those team managers to go to race director. Usually, David, that's a precursor to some sort of penalty, isn't it? It's not that often you get hauled up and then it all disappears.
No, it's not to make sure you're enjoying yourself. Now, number 11, Murat Charaharoglu, is being given a 20-second penalty for causing a collision on the Audi. That is quite a time penalty, 20 seconds. So number 11, Murat Charaharoglu, 20 seconds for causing a collision. That was when he tapped number 2 into the spin at the chicane.
Yeah, I think you said at the time that's probably got a penalty written all over it, because he did come from a long way back and was never going to get the car turned into the corner, make the corner without there being some sort of contact. So let's just have a quick look. We're looking at the moment at Mark Sampson, who is about to complete lap number 56 at the wheel of the second place Garage 59 McLaren. He is only 4.8 seconds up the road now from Philip Pret, who really has started to chip away, hasn't he? So there's one McLaren. In the background of the shot, you can see Philip Pret is about to deal with the lappery of Stephen Licorice, who is double stinting at the wheel of the 42 Toro Verde car. So Mark Sampson needs to crack on a little bit. The two Garage 59 McLaren swapped over, really, only as a result of that 5-second penalty, didn't they, in the pit stop? That was what shuffled the order.
Yeah, I mean, Goethe was closing, but he never got ahead on the track, but that most definitely secured the switch of place, didn't it? And there is that Simpson Audi that you were talking about, busy battling as the cars run now down towards turn 13 once more.
That's for 9th and 10th place, isn't it? That's Alessandro Cozzi, who is feeling the pinch from Michael Laboda, and the Audi that sits behind. So that is 5th and 6th in GT3 Pro-Am at this stage. The car that's just ahead of them is the car that's 8th as well, so that's Michael Blanchimont, who runs 4th in Pro-Am. So this is all for position. Audi from Ferrari from Audi, 8th, 9th, 10th, all together as they come over the start-finish line, and just behind them is Andrew Gilbert, who's there in 11th place. So we've nearly got, 4 cars all squabbling away for position.
And we're not too far adrift of the next round of pit stops, are we? We've got 6 hours and 9 minutes to go, so in about 10 minutes' time, anticipate the pit lane to be getting busy once more. 99 Porsche delayed early on, has just gone by Gabriel Rindon at the wheel. You're looking at Michael Blanchimont diving into turn 1, and Audi number 26, currently 8th. Now that's got 5 seconds to serve extra, hasn't it, for a penalty?
Yeah.
It is squabbling with 51 Alessandro Cozzi's Ferrari, which has a 5-second penalty to serve for track limits. Funny echo here. And therefore the battle on track will also be a pretty similar situation for both teams when they come into the pit lane. Regulation time plus a penalty to serve as well. Number 7, having led the opening lap, has just got itself up into 13th place, Ralph Bowen, but he is still 1 lap down, but you never know what might catch out those up front.
Let's see, we're going to have a change here as Michael Laboda at the wheel of the Simpson Racing Audi drives through and past Alessandro Cozzi and gains the place over the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. So place gained there. The next target is going to be trying to catch the next Audi up the road, which is going to be Michael Blanchimont's car, which is the second of the 2 Santaloc Audis. The sister car, of course, leading the race overall in the hands of Zhou Bihuang. There's some back marker lappery that needs dealing with here.
Yeah.
That is one of the Cup class cars, is it not? That's one of the QMF HRT car, is it, that's about to go through and past?
Yes, I want to say that's 91 Ghanim Salah Al-Mahid, but let's check in a moment because the cars are about to go past our window. It was 91, and that's Alexander West on the left as you look, getting ready. Miguel Ramos with a Vodafone logo on his back, also preparing. Alexander West drives number 8, whereas 59 is the car that Miguel Ramos drives. He has had, as an AM over the years, the most extraordinary career, winning so many titles in not just GT cars but touring cars as well. the Portuguese businessman racer, but very, very accomplished, as exactly what an AM is, a very quick driver at the weekend and drives a desk in the week.
Yeah, GT World Challenge Europe and GT Open. What were the touring cars he'd been in?
Oh, Iberian, Spanish, Portuguese, going back to Super Touring era.
Oh, was it? Right.
Oh, yeah. He's very, very experienced driver is Miguel Ramos. Right, Sergei Stolyarov, number 16, 4th place in the Proton Huber Porsche, under investigation for exceeding track limits as through the traffic now dives the... Oh, of course, the Ferrari that just gets clipped. That was 51 of Alessandro Cozzi. It was Andrew Gilbert that did the clipping because he braked a fraction too late in the Kessel car. And actually, in fairness to Cozzi, he got away with that lightly. I had visions of that swapping ends.
Yeah, there was just a small piece of bodywork came off. I think it was Andrew Gilbert's car. And now that has slowed his progress, Andrew Gilbert now finds himself under pressure from Matt Bell, who at the wheel of the Dragon Speed car, I think, is going to carve his way through, is he? Yes, he does. So that's Matt Bell now at the wheel of the number 88 car, who was running down in 15th position, that's able to go through. You can see the damage. Yeah, it has taken. Has it taken a dive plane off front right corner? I think it has done on the Ferrari 296.
Ralph Bone, number 7 Porsche, 5-second penalty on the pit stop for exceeding track limits. You notice how many of them now are being racked up. You know, it's not quite every car, but almost every penalty is to a fresh car, isn't it? You know, so each car is starting to rack them up. This is Andrew Gilbert. There was a gap on the inside, and yeah, he certainly made contact, damage to both, but that could have been a lot worse for both.
Yeah, rather got away with that one. That's about as close as you want it to be, isn't it? Without it having, fingers crossed, any impact to those cars. So, Mikel Laboda and Alessandro Cozzi still absolutely together. Mikel Laboda, the second of the two Audis in the shot there, trying to catch up with the car that's running in 8th place, Michael Blanchimont, and there you can see is that bit of bodywork that's sitting in the middle of the track there. I'm not sure which of the two Ferraris that has come from, whether it's come from off the back of Alessandro Cozzi's car, off the front of Andrew Gilbert's.
It's not the only bit, is it? Because there's another little shard further into the corner. I wonder whether that's a full course yellow to get those out of the way, because unless you have a wave of cars, there's not enough draft to sort of blow them off the racetrack. James Jakes in the background looking on, Miguel Ramos in front of him, the engineers are there, but yeah, if a car runs over either of those bits, might lead to a bit of damage. One is certainly offline, the other one rather less so, but a lap later, Cozzi goes through and he's in 10th place.
Yeah, Warren Hughes was in the back of that shot as well. He was another driver that converted from single-seaters and has done superbly well in sports cars, Le Mans, British touring cars as well for a period of time, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him race for a good number of years now, though. Is he officially retired?
Not quite. He does a lot of work with McLaren.
Yes, he did. He was here last weekend, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was on track last year in the McLaren Trophy at Barcelona. I've not seen him race this year, but no, Warren last year was part of occasionally on track, and on occasion was the driving standards advisor for McLaren Trophy as well. And if you're the driving standards advisor for McLaren Trophy, it's a dual role, because where you watch the race in order to advise is as the commentator. So Warren and I ended up doing Hockenheim together.
Okay, yeah, cool.
But normally it's Tommy Erdos, but Warren subbed for him that weekend, so we had quite a jolly time watching McLaren Trophy together, and I think Warren rather missed driving, so the next round in Barcelona he'd found a car. But he's somebody we don't see enough of on track.
No.
That's a real shame.
No, we really don't. So here we go then. This is Matt Bell in full attack mode again. Who is he trying to attack here? That's going to be Michael Blanchimont, isn't it? But Matt Bell is a lap adrift of all of these cars at this stage, isn't he? So he's doing the overtakes, but he's not necessarily gaining places on track, because all he's doing is unlapping that particular Ferrari, the number 88, past these cars.
That was down to John Schauermann's first stint, wasn't it? He got hip and shouldered out of the way at turn 16, but 88 did seem to lose quite a lot of time in the first part of the race. That's the car that runs in Pro as well. John Schauermann is the bronze, and Wayne Boyd, the third driver, he and John Schauermann regularly teamed up in prototypes with success together. So that's a partnership that gels. Matt Bell, the ultimate deal maker, is with them, who always finds something to race every weekend, and illustrating his worth right now, going very rapidly indeed. The Ferrari fight, this inter-Nissan Ferrari fight, continues between Cozzi and Gilbert, and actually Andrew Gilbert, who is far less experienced than Alessandro Cozzi and doesn't know the Ferrari that well, because he's been McLaren based of late, but he's raced in Ferrari Challenge, but the 296 and Kess, it's all a bit new. I think Andrew Gilbert's doing a very good job, and he's looking to try to go through and get past the more experienced Alessandro Cozzi, and the job might well be done coming off 9.
Yeah, he's going to have a go off 9, but then it turns into a right-hander as you start to flick your way round through 10 and 11, the two kinks. It's another right-hander as you get up towards turn number 12, and then you're into the area where you can't quite overtake. We've got the next of our pit stoppers in, so after the double stint, Stephen Licorice finally brings the number 42 car into the pit lane for what surely will be a driver change this time through. So Stephen, who, as we mentioned, is less keen on driving in darkness, has already now got through a good period of his driving that he needs to do. So out of the car he has jumped, still looks fairly sprightly as well, and let's see whether we are going to get a driver change this time. Yes, we are. Can't quite tell who that is. That looks like Graham Mundy's helmet again, so I think it will be Graham Mundy, the incoming driver to that one. So that's the next of the cars that is conducting its pit stop out on circuit. Matt Bell still trying to unlap himself ahead of the number 26 Santaloc Audi R8 of Michael Blanchemont. So this is the Pro Class car of Matt Bell, running in 15th place, trying to unlap itself from the car that's there in 9th position. So it's a little bit out of position, Matt Bell's car, because of what it was doing earlier on in the race with the starting driver John Schauman behind the wheel. But because it's a pro car, he's the only bronze that's in it. So it's going to be one of those cars that probably drops down through the order then for the pros to get on board and haul it back up again. So it will sort of ebb and flow the way that that car performs in the race. Pit stop still going on for Toro Verde GT. Stephen Licorice can now take a very, very well-earned break, having done a solid old double stint from him. And I would imagine he'll also be rather pleased that he opted to do the double stint on what was a fairly cool morning, because, you know, 11 o'clock most days, it's really started to get rather unpleasant, hasn't it?
Local knowledge, yes.
Well, yeah.
Today looks like a good day to double stint. Yeah.
He's Dubai resident now as well, so he's been based here for a couple of years, but he said only this last year has he got his Dubai residency, permanent residency.
Right. Well, yeah, as you say, a job well done. So now that team can cycle through the rest, bearing in mind that by the sound of it, he won't drive in that final 4 hours. So they need to put him back in the car, I guess, to make sure that the rest have got enough drive time for later on.
I'm going to see if I can get a word with Stephen.
Okay.
He's down here in the garage. He's going to have a drink of water first of all. I don't blame him, because if I was to describe him, I'd say he's pretty worn out after 2 hours.
Yeah, he certainly will be. They've been pushing hard in that one. Back to what's going on circuit. Matt Bell's still trying to get past the 9th place Santaloc Audi in the hands of Michael Blanchemont, but still hasn't been able to unpick the door.
Sorry, just Alan, when you do get a chance to talk to Stephen Licorice, you might want to mention that he's picked up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. We know it's him because he's the only person that's been in the car.
Why would I want to say that?
Because you're brave.
Stephen, as far as you're aware, are you without penalties?
Yes, I think so.
Wrong.
Okay, I've got news for you. There is a 5-second penalty.
Oh, what for?
A track limit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but the good news about this, Stephen, is that you're not the only one.
Okay.
There's quite a few that are being handed out. Yeah. Double stint, I mean, that's hard work.
It's hard work at my age, yeah, definitely.
Oh, don't give me the my age bit, because you're still fit as a fiddle.
Yeah, but the boys said double stint this morning. I said, oh, really? I said, it's this gentleman driving, but I have to say I enjoyed it in the end. It's really managing the GT3 traffic, right? Jules, yeah. Really, just trying not to drop off your speed, try and be sensible, almost make the pass obvious for them, and then you can keep your rolling speed. That's the biggest thing about this kind of endurance race, when you've got such big differences between Cup cars and GT3. So yeah, it's keeping focus and not doing anything.
Is there a strategic plan behind double stinting, and is that going to carry on?
Well, it's kind of like to try and keep the seat time fair for each driver. Yeah. So obviously we've got a bit of an imbalance. Otherwise, if you've got these number of stops that are obligatory and you've got 4 drivers, somebody's going to end up without a session. So the team said to me they sprung it on me this morning. They said, oh, okay, Steve, you'll start.
They weren't going to tell you last night.
I said, I'll start. So I threw all my toys out the pram, as I usually do with Jules, and said, Jules, we haven't even discussed this with the team, but good decision, other than the penalties. That's disappointing, but there you go. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Great fun.
Well, it's a gift of a circuit, isn't it? It's a gift of an event.
It is, and I've been coming here since 2015, I think. So, popped up on my Facebook timeline the first time I came here with Graham in a 991 Cup car on Avon tyres, I think. Yeah, that's going back a few years. So I still love the circuit, love the event, amazing organisation. Surprising not so many gentlemen or AM drivers come. I think once they've made the effort to get here, they realise what an amazing event it is. But it's just persuading them to make that leap of faith the week before Christmas or whatever, come to sunny Dubai.
It's the perfect end to the year, surely.
Absolutely, yeah. And next year if we can get a few more Cup cars on the grid, make it a really good race,
You're a great ambassador for this event, and I guess you're staying just down the road, are you?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of moved to Dubai last year full time, so yeah, Dubai's home now. So I popped back and did 3 Ferrari challenge races in Monza and Barcelona. I got a late call in October. Okay, great, get back in the seat, and then coming back and getting back in the Cup car where the engine's in a different position. Takes a while to dial the different driving styles between the challenge car and the Cup car.
Last question. I'm not sure I would get have to be persuaded that much to come and live in Dubai. There's a lot to be said for it. Have you seen the weather in the UK this year?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So I've been too busy enjoying the sun over here.
Yeah,
So yeah,
quite right.
no, I love the UK. I think it's the old adage of whatever you've got, sunshine and sea, you want grass and cows, and if you've got grass and cows, you want sunshine and sea. So.
Stephen, thanks so much for talking to us. We'll talk to you again for sure. Stephen Licorice, he could barely catch his breath when he got out of the car, but I think he did jolly well in that.
It's amazing, Alan, considering how long he'd been in the car. It didn't look as though Licorice was in all sorts of trouble. So back to...
Just let that one breathe.
Back to the charging Frederick Schandhoff, who has continually just lapped so consistently at the wheel of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. It is now Audi that leads, but it's McLaren second, third and fourth, because Schandhoff over the course of the last few laps has gone through and ahead of Philip Pret at the wheel of the second of 2 Garage 59 McLarens. Good stint, isn't it?
Very much so. And now Frederick Schandhoff up into second place. He is most definitely catching Zhou Bi Huang, but he's going to run out of time, isn't he? Because we are effectively into now that second pit window. We've had the first of the stops from 42. We've had another couple of cars, I think, that have just pitted. Yeah, 74 has had a driver change as well, away from Andrew Gilbert to the Thai driver, who was part of the Endurance Cup winning team for silver-graded drivers in GT World Challenge Europe this year, Tanat Satratirokul. So he has taken over now number 74, which drops accordingly. That was the one that picked up a little bit of damage. Whoop, big lock-up from number 6 Ferrari is that at the end of the back straight. Giacomo Altway. Perhaps he was heading to Ferrari World there because he was very late on the brakes, but he survived the experience. Giacomo Altway, who made his name initially in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, winning the World Final, winning in Italian GT. That's the lead car, wriggling past the bar at the W Hotel. And then underneath the bridge that links the two buildings, and then out of turn 14. 11, Murat Çaharoglu, penalty for contact and under investigation for track limits as well. We know that 26 Audi, the second Santalot car, the silver one, has got a 5-second penalty to serve on the next pit stop, and it's under investigation for another offence as well. So I'm afraid there are quite a few cars now starting to rack these up. I'm not aware anything has gone the way of 25. They're the lead car yet in terms of investigations, nor significantly number 4, Mercedes, Brenton Grove. Jules Gounon's stint was clean, and so far Brenton Grove likewise.
Yep, I agree with you. I haven't seen anything pop up for either of those two. Now, just having a quick look, you're talking about Murat Çaharoglu picking up a 5-second penalty. He at the moment is the driver out there that has had the longest stint time. Not by much, but he's now 65 minutes into his stint. There's a few that have ticked over the hour mark, but he has been out on track for longer than anybody else. So I think that might possibly be the next car that we would see destined for the pit lane. Down the back straight, lots of light flashing going on as Zhou Bi Huang can see that he's trying to work his way past traffic whilst also receiving the flashing lights from Giacomo Altway, who had that lock-up a few moments ago. And for the charging, Frederick Schindorf, he is at the moment trying to thread his way through and past the ARC Bratislava car, which is in the hands of Amir Narayan, who started the stint well, but sort of seems to have been a little bit quiet thereafter, wasn't it? Really good start to the stint. We've just seen that replay of the lock-up there from Giacomo Altway. No harm done, little bit wide, but finally got the car sort of rotated round and powered it off turn 9.
That car 3 laps down after its earlier travails with the brakes in the pits. Right, Frederick Schandorf still pushing. The gap was 33 seconds. It's down to 31, just under. And the next round of stops are imminent, as you can see. Drivers are ready. So more and more cars for the pits in the next few laps. David Perel amongst those drivers who is ready to go. The leader getting caught up just a little here as Sheikh Yassim Al-Thani is overtaken. Giacomo Altway riding shotgun here with Zhou Bihuang, who is going to stay out for another lap. Remember, he has got to do 3 hours of the 12. That's all in the pro category. So they can drop him into 3 stints and let Gilles Magnus and Dennis Marshall do the lion's share of the work in that car.
Yeah, so that does put them in a strong position, and particularly because he's had some good pace, hasn't he, in this one. Xiaobi Huang just sort of sitting there and ticking off the laps, sort of metronomic pace, not at the pace of others, but just sitting there, no mistakes. He's had some periods of the race where he's just been right place at the right time, nice quiet track around him, so he can concentrate on just remaining as consistent as possible.
But he's nearly half a minute ahead of Schandorf. Now Schandorf, when he gives that car over, it will be to a slower driver.
Yeah.
Bihuang will give it to a quicker driver.
Yep.
So he's preserved the gap, and it's only going to grow again when the next rotation of drivers. 8 McLaren is in, and that is Philippe Pret, who came in rather slowly to make sure that he didn't exceed the pit speed limit. Gets to the team, and I think they might be keeping him in the car because I'm struggling to find a second driver standing by.
I agree with you, yeah.
Car as well. I've got news for you about the 55 car. I've just been told by David Perel that it is in fact Rinat Salikov who is at the wheel of the car, not Christian Hook as it says on the timing screen. Apparently there was an actual problem with the transponder, not just a problem with swapping over the transponder, so it wasn't bleeping out the right information.
Right, thanks for that. Well, Salikov then flew under the radar most definitely and is about to be replaced by David Perel. And that's the driver change at 55. So Christian Hook was shown, but it was Salikov all the time. So the fuel goes in.
Can't take place. Of course, still that refuelling has concluded. The team in the process of doing so. Have we got another one in the pit lane as well? Yes, we have. Yeah, we've got the Renilde Racing, the number 18. I thought we got a third one had come in, but no, absolutely not. For the Cup class, just having a quick look, leading the Cup class is still Ghanem Salah Ahmahid at the wheel of the number 91 car. Leading GT3 Pro is the overall race leader, which is Yobi Huang. Leading Pro-Am is Mark Sampson in the Garage 59 McLaren, which last time through only pitted a lap after the sister car, so it'll probably be imminent for that one. And leading GT3 Am at the moment is Ralph Bone at the wheel of number 7 Herbert Motorsport car. We do now have an extra car that has come into the pit lane, and that is Ramez Azim at the wheel of the number 77 Dragon Racing Ferrari. So he is in to conduct the second scheduled pit stop, the second mandatory pit stop for that particular car. So David Perel out of the pit lane at the wheel of the number 55 Renilde Racing car, as David had picked up on. We have also got more drivers ready to get in. So the vast majority of the cars out there now, the drivers have been in for anywhere between 60 minutes and probably about 67 minutes, 70 in the case of Mirecha Hadaroglu, who's still continuing to circulate round at the wheel of the number 11 car. Miguel Ramos is ready to dive on board very shortly. So he'll be the next of the drivers that's going to take over the Garage 59 McLaren from Mark Sampson. And the driver change taking place with outgoing driver Ramez Azam in the number 77 Ferrari. And we'll have to wait and see as to whether it's Axel Jeffries or Khalid Mazouk that jumps in. Didn't quite see the crash helmet or couldn't from that angle. More penalties coming up as well. So car number 11, Kessel Racing, Murat Chahadaroglu will pick up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. I think David mentioned that earlier. But also now car number 25, the race leader, has picked one up. So it had been a good stint from Zhou Huang. He still maintained the gap, but they're going to see 5 seconds of it eroded in the next pit stop for the race leader.
Okay, interesting. So my list of penalties here is getting longer and longer.
You need a bigger piece of paper. A5 isn't going to do it.
No, it's not. You tell it was a free notebook, can't you? Might need some more ink at some point as well. Then we get to the end of 8 hours and we start to award the prize for the car that's not had a penalty. We're running out of options, but Frederick Schartorf is one that's done a good job. Battle is on for 4th place now. Sergei Stolyarov's Porsche, Brenton Grove's Mercedes have gone across the line with about 0.4 of a second between them. Flapping bodywork there, look, on the Graham Mundy number 42 Porsche. This is a good cup class battle right now, isn't it, between the number 42 Toro Verde car and 92 ahead of it, although they're not on the same lap. Right, Chahadaroglu into the pit lane, and he will have 25 seconds worth of penalties to clear on this pit stop. Contact and track limits.
Of course, yep, absolutely. So, and now we've also got 10-second penalties, right?
So Altway, number 6.
Giacomo Altway, number 6.
Blanchimont, 26.
And, the second of the 2 Santaloc Audis. Michael Blanchimont.
Another column on the page.
Now this is going to be a slightly longer pit stop again, potentially, for that Ferrari, because they've also got to inspect the damage as a result of the contact and try and secure it and fix it and do whatever they can to it.
And all they can do in the first 25 seconds is look. They can't touch. They've just got to sit there.
Assess from a distance.
True, yes. And then they can go to work. So Zhou Huang then, that's the race leader with a very quick, if penalised, Giacomo Altway behind. And we can't be that far off Zhou Huang then coming into the pit lane, can we? Because on the first round of stops, number 25 did 34 laps, so we're on lap 70 now. The car has gone further in stint 2. You could argue that's because it's gone ever so slightly slower, but it has gone further than it did in the opening stint. We've got the other Garage 59 McLaren coming in then, so Mark Sanson down the pit road, and he will give way. We're expecting the leading Santaloc car in as well. So pit lane getting busy once again, Mark.
It is, and it should be Miguel Ramos, I think, that was ready. He was suited and booted and ready to dive on board that particular car. So Mark Sampson coming to a halt. Also coming back in is the MP Racing Mercedes of the Gosner family. So that's the car that was started by Manuela Gosner, handed over to her younger sister, Karina Gosner. Are we going to see
David Gosner?
It's David Gosner that we gather is going to be going into that car, and David is the youngest of the 3 kids that are sharing the car.
There is the MP Motorsport Mercedes that looks ever so standard. We were saying yesterday, if you follow British GT, it's reminiscent of the Nearies, the ABBA Racing car, and then it needed some tank tape on it, and somebody uncharitably said it looked even more like it then. But the Nearies are always hard chargers, but it's the same hue of green that they run on that car. The same as the Gosners, who are mainstays at this event, proper enthusiasts. Actually, the Nearies would be good to have on this grid as well.
They would actually.
That kind of event.
They would be. They would be good to have on this event.
Right, 51s for the pits as well now. Alessandro Cozzi. So now we've triggered this long line, and the leader is in. So Zhou Huang at the end of lap 70 down the pit lane. And we anticipate that the car now will go the way of Dennis Marshall to cycle through. But maybe a double stint, because as I look out of the window, and you can see it on the pictures, no suggestion of the door opening, no sign yet of a driver running around the car. Alan is down there.
It's going to be a double stint, I'm pretty sure of this.
Okay. Well, he's got to do 3 hours, so double stint him and then give him a bit of rest and put him in for another hour at the end of part 1, and then you can let your 2 guns go for it in part 2. I think this is the way to do it.
Just having a quick look at the number 11 car, Kessel Racing, which has just been in his on and out lap again. They've gone back to Giorgio Roda, who started in that car.
Did.
So he's done a stint, hopped out for a stint, back in again for another stint by the look of things.
Which means they're keeping David Fuminelli and Davide Rigon as the quicker 2 for later.
For later on.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah, go with that. Into the pit lane comes number 16 Porsche of Sergei Stolyarov. And we anticipate, therefore, that he will give way to Sergei Borisov to keep Sven Muller fresh, keep his drive time there. They have to clear 3 hours for the bronze drivers. Oh, sorry, Stolyarov has to have 3 hours. It's a silver stint, isn't it, for Borisov?
So, first and second in the pit lane, which now means that because we've got Sergei Stolyarov also in the pit lane, who was running in third, that now means that he drops to fourth, because still out there and circulating is Brenton Grove, but the number 4 2Cs Mercedes last time through, didn't it? That stayed out longer because of the strategy it is working to, so it ultimately took up the lead of the race, and as soon as it took it up, it came back in. That's the car that is a pit stop ahead of everybody in reality. It's already ticked off 2, and it will very shortly be ticking off a 3rd, whereas everybody else is only just ticking off their 2nd. Alan Hyde is down there in the pit lane. Who are you with, Alan?
I've got a feeling that the Lamborghini, the 44 car, came to a stop outside the wrong garage.
You're right, because I saw it driving away, and I noticed it's now somewhere else. Pits,
yeah,
yes.
so it's where it's meant to be. So presumably the bright yellow and day-glow green fuel rig was not bright enough to indicate where it needed to come to a stop, because it stopped actually just behind the Audi, which goes to prove something we were talking about before the race started, David. One of the teams at the entry end of the pit lane has the lollipop man, if you like, dressed in the brightest highlighter pen suit that you could imagine.
Yeah.
It is very, very difficult to pinpoint exactly where you need to come to a stop, and you need to take the decision so quickly. And the team that have decided to put a highlighter pen out in the pit lane have done a really good job.
Yeah, absolutely. The team is 2Cs, and you're quite right. And so lots of the car controllers will stand there with a lollipop, which might have a fluorescent colouring to it, and vigorously wave the board, or in the night time they'll have some lights on that lollipop as well. But if you've got a guy standing there in a really bright coloured suit, he stands out from the rest of the team. It's obvious for the driver, and you look at it and you think, what a good idea, why don't more teams do that? But largely the car controller is always in the same colour of suit. Look at Santalot, for example, in the grey as the mechanics, and yet 2Cs, it's just another way of making sure that you don't lose time in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. These small little things that all prevent a very small error, which could be critical in the race. Alan?
Who is not wearing high vis, I should point out.
I was going to say,
you
you could develop the theme, couldn't you, and decide to dress up as a fire retardant massive penguin or something like that would stand out, wouldn't it?
A fire retardant massive penguin.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the safety aspects. You know,
I don't care what you're thinking about.
Yeah.
I'm worried. This is a man who enjoys Hello Kitty, you must understand. So don't judge Alan. He does his best. He does his best.
And does enjoy the use of the word massive.
Frequently,
yeah.
yes. Anyway, everyone needs a hobby, Alan, don't they? So
yes, they do.
Well, we can offer you number 26 Audi in, the penalised Audi now. Michael Blancheman has brought it in, and a driver change ensues.
It does, and the sister car to it, which has conducted its driver change. Is that a double stint? Is that the one we're saying was going to double stint?
Which, sorry?
The number 25 Audi.
Yeah,
right.
Joby Wang has stayed behind the wheel.
So he has stayed behind the wheel.
Yeah,
right,
26
okay.
are cycling through, and I want to say Jim Plar is getting into that car. So a clean of the screen. We'll see as the race wears on, some of them doing the tear-off windscreen, but save those. But for now, just do a proper polish. Let the incoming driver, have decent visibility. Tear-off possibly more useful when it starts to lose the light. Now, number 69, Frederick Scharntorf, I'm sure Mark said this, that's pitted to give way to Aaron Tellitz, who we heard from yesterday in the pit lane. So Aaron Tellitz gets on board 69. Now the interest will be, what is his pace relative to Joby Huang's pace? We were expecting if there were a driver change that 25 would be going quicker, but now we'll be interested to see whether Bihuang and Tellitz are comparable or one is quicker than the other. 77 under investigation for track limits. That's the Dragon Ferrari of Khalid Al Marzouk, and currently 18th place.
So both of the Santalot cars having pitted. Michael Blanchemont still being shown as the driver for the number 26 car, so whether that's a double stint there as well.
No, we saw the driver change.
There was it?
Yeah.
Right. And you thought that was Jim Pla then?
Looked
got in.
like it, but I don't claim. Yeah.
Right, so that
Jim
would
Pla.
tie up with Jim Pla then, wouldn't it?
We'll send Alan in that direction to find out. Number 7, Porsche Alan is back in. We never quite got to the bottom of Dustin Blattner's puncture, did we, in that first stint? But Ralph Bowen is heading towards you. So we'll send Alan from Santalok to Herberth in due course. 5 hours, 36 minutes of part 1 remain. And while this round of pit stops is shuffling through, Mark, as expected, because it's effectively a stop up, Brenton Grove, number 4 Mercedes, now takes the lead, and he'll be there for a lap or two, and then he'll be in for his next pit stop, because that car is out of sequence, but it'll be one ahead again, and it'll fall back down the order.
It will, yep. Same cycle that we've had. Just to confirm that the car that we thought might be taken over by Jim Pla, it's actually Benjamin Ricci that's taken over that particular car, and the number 8 McLaren, did we have a driver change there, or is Philip Prett continuing with that one? Still showing as Philip on the timing screen. So
but they needed a lot of persuasion to change it from Louis Prett the first time.
Yeah,
around,
they did,
they?
yeah. So
I thought we'd seen a driver
I thought we'd seen Alexander West getting ready.
Right.
So that's probably another one for David to investigate.
No, I'm up here. Alan is the investigator in the pit lane.
Oh, that's correct,
yes.
isn't it?
Alan's the small
chap. The small one, the small one that's slightly less annoying. Right, okay.
I resemble that accusation, Alan. I don't know about you. Right, do you want to have another go at this?
No,
you're satisfied with these insults, are you?
I'm good with that at the moment.
Right, okay. Just to remind you, 5 hours and 35 minutes of part one, we're all to go. Right, okay.
Oh no, then we've got another 4 on top of that. We've got another 4 on top of that, haven't we?
This is your race leader. This is Brenton Grove coming then up towards turn 14. Running on board, you get so close to the Armco there, as Mark was pointing out earlier on, up towards turn 15 now. And more cars under investigation for track limit offences. I won't bore you with it because Grove pits, and I'll tell you if they get penalties. But in he comes. Good stint that by Brenton Grove, and for my money, that is the 2 opening stints by that car, not a single track limit warning. Or certainly not a penalty. Perhaps I'm being over generous by saying not a warning, but certainly no penalty for either Jules Gounon nor Brenton Grove.
There's nothing that suggests that at any point that car's been under investigation, is there?
David Perel in 55, the Rinaldi Ferrari, the team manager, so Astrid Lang, has got to go and see the race director. So there's trouble for Rinaldi, and you can see on the pit apron there the bright yellow suit. There he is, of 2C's car controller. That was the point Alan was making early on about having part of the crew so easy to identify. As the Dragon Ferrari, I think that's number 88, goes back into the race. That is back into the hands of John Showerman. So that's another team trying to use up the bronze early in the race. So you've had Showerman, Bell, keeping Wayne Boyd fresh for the end. Interesting.
They are, yeah. And also the number 7 car, I noticed, which is Herberth Motorsport, back in the hands of Dustin Blattner, the starting driver. So they've done exactly the same again. Yeah. And they are keeping Alfred Renauer, who is the silver, for later on as well.
Yeah. So you can see the sense of it all, can't you?
Yeah.
So Brenton Grove in, presumably to let Dad have a go now. He's the bronze, so it makes sense, doesn't it, to cycle through. Everybody has a stint and then get Stephen's drive time done. Although the regulations are such that it's a 12-hour race, the minimum that the bronze does is 3. They will do the minimum, and therefore, despite all the track time available, if you're running in pro, you want to win the race, you want your gun drivers to be in for as long as possible. Stephen Grove confirmed, he rejoins, goes through pit out, and so that's going to put back into the lead number 69 with Aaron Tellitz now at the wheel. Al. No, not yet, from the pit lane. So 69 McLaren has now got itself ahead, has it not, of 25 of Zhou Bi Huang. So there is number 8. We also need to unravel who's at the wheel of that car. How has 69 jumped ahead of number 25 Audi? What was the pit stop time like? It was a 10-second slower stop for the Audi.
But the Yeah, the Audi picked up 5 seconds penalty, didn't it? Just at the
Did,
very tail end of the stint.
But it was about half a minute, between
ahead,
them.
yeah.
So all right,
Yeah.
10, 15. There's still 15 seconds there I've not found. Alan, that might be one to investigate if you can for us, number 25, and whether or not there was a drama on that last stop, because they did seem to lose a lot of time, or whether Bihuang has had a moment on his last lap, because it was a 1 minute 57, which suggests he might have had an off somewhere or a problem. Right, back to the plot for a moment. Stephen Grove, as we say, has cycled through. There is the Enrico Fulgenzi racing team, watching Alessandro Giannoni's now second in class Porsche. And as there, the two Santaloc Audis turn into turn one. They've got themselves with number 96, the Simpson Audi, that is Denis Romaniuko at the wheel currently.
Denis Romaniuko and the Santaloc Audi. Benjamin Ricci's taken over, hasn't he? The man who's been racing in the GT2 Euro Series, trying to squeeze his way through Benjamin Ricci, but can't quite manage to make it stick. So there's all 3 Audis that we've got entered in the Gulf 12 Hours, the 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours, all in exactly the same shot, same piece of tarmac at the same time as they head down the straight and in towards the heavy brake area at turn number 6. And this is Benjamin Ricci then having another little nibble on the Simpson Motorsport car. Still can't quite get it done on Denis Romanienko, who still hangs on to it, but Romanienko a little bit slower heading out of turn number 7, and that will offer up further opportunities for Benjamin Ricci to have another go again as they head down towards what will be turn number 9, the bank section next time through.
Driver change in number 2, John Corbett, the Australian driver that we've seen here in the past with James Winslow. He's taken over the Haas RT car that's now down to 2nd in AM. And 92 is now Axel Sartingen. He's taken over the car that's in 23rd place. Axel Sartingen is there, behind the wheel right now. So 91 into the pit lane. The same colours that we saw on the Q80 car in FIA Motorsport Games. That purple and grey livery, I think it looks outstanding. Driver change going on there as well. That's the car that came in leading GT Cup. Driver change cycles through there. We've got a 5-second penalty now for number 77, which is the Mazout Letlaka Jeffries Azam Ferrari for exceeding track limits. So that's going to be done on the next pit stop. So as we've been making the point pretty much all weekend, Mark, it is not racking up the penalties, spending as little time in the pit lane that's going to be key to winning this race.
Absolutely, yeah. Stay within the confines of the circuit. Don't pick up any penalties. Stay consistent. Hope you get the rub of the green in terms of staying out of trouble, because we've seen on a couple of occasions, you know, inadvertent contact and innocent parties that have had a spin as a result of getting clobbered from cars behind. So if you can do all of that and stay out of trouble, that's going to put you in the best possible position. Now, the number 6 Ferrari that was in the pit lane is still showing us having Giacomo Altway behind the wheel, which would surprise me if that were the case, that they were double stinting him, because that is a car that runs in Pro-Am. It was the platinum grade driver Roberto Mehi that started. They handed over to Giacomo Altway, who's the gold. Now, if he's still behind the wheel, because that's what it's saying at the moment. No, it hasn't. It's just literally, as I've said that, it's swapped over. It's Mark Rosser that has jumped on board, so he has now moved the transponder into the correct position. So Mark Rosser, the first of the bronzes to jump on board that car, but that car is sort of way out of position where it really ought to be at this stage of the race, following those brake issues earlier on.
Yeah, and that was the car that had the suspension problem in qualifying, caused a red flag in Q3 yesterday. Q2 rather yesterday, couldn't go out in Q3 and Q4. So Aaron Tellitz, number 69 then for Optimum, leads the way over Zhou Bihuang. We're still trying to unravel how Zhou lost that lead, but 5.5 seconds is the gap. And last time around, Aaron Tellitz was the quicker of the two. So pendulum swings in Optimum's direction right now as he goes by and starts the next lap with Zhou Bihuang coming into turn 16, looking at the teams in the pit lane. Work done for the moment. That's the QMF by HRT Performance pit box, and the lead gap is 5.8 seconds this time. So Zhou Bihuang has lost a little bit of ground. Yellow flag at turn 14 now, we are being told, so that's coming through the W Hotel section of the lap, a little bit further around the circuit than what we're looking at now, and then that yellow flag disappears off the screen. So whatever happened didn't seem to last very long. No, yellow flag, turn 14 message comes back onto our timing screen. And there's the answer. It's 17 Porsche,
17,
isn't it? Alessandro Giannoni at the wheel of it. And that's your Cup class leader in Strife.
It is, but that's one of the cars, I think, that had been leading the Cup class that hadn't yet pitted. So he was an hour and 12 minutes into his pit stop. They've not left it too long, have they?
Hour and 12 into his stint, you mean? Yeah,
hour and 12.
Could have been on fuel.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That would be...
Doesn't look damaged, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, that's what I'm wondering. Maybe they've just pushed it a little bit too far in the Cup class and it's coughed and spluttered and he's not been able to make it back round the over 5 kilometre circuit.
Yeah, because he's almost at pit in, isn't he? He's one corner and a bit away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, possibly. If you can get that in on the motor, the starter motor, then the road will be clear. But otherwise, we might have to neutralise this to get... The biggest problem he's got is he's on the wrong side of the road. So even if the car does splutter into life, he's going to somehow get across the track to get to pit in. And race control, I think, will be looking at this and thinking, yeah, we're going to have to intervene here. We're going to have to help him out.
So the other one query that we could do with Alan just tidying up is related to the number 8 Garage 59 McLaren. We think it's Alexander West that's in there. We think so. But it's still showing us Philip Brett behind the wheel at this stage, the car that runs in 3rd place overall.
44, very nearly getting collected by number 51 Ferrari coming over the timing line because the AF Corsa car was very, very close in the hands of Marco Pulcini to the back of the ARC Bratislava, now Neil Muston Lamborghini, just different line. I think Neil Muston was trying to get out of the way, in fairness, but it was very close between those two. And 55, which is the Rinaldi Ferrari, it's under investigation for the track limits. It's also got the team manager being summoned to race control, so problems persist, and we're going to go full course yellow to neutralise the race to get this stranded Porsche out of the way. Now, some cars have already slowed for the full course yellow. We've got it at 10 seconds to go on our screen. Now the full course yellow comes out, but I think a few heard full course yellow in and slowed straight away. But anyway, full course yellow is called, race is interrupted, and that is our first interruption. So make a note that on lap, what are we on? Lap 79, full course yellow is called.
Yeah, so fair way into this one before we've seen our full course yellow. We have in previous iterations of this race, whether it's sort of been full course yellows or safety cars throughout the whole course of the 12 hours, had just single call for it. So that's happened on a few occasions. 2013 in the 2 races that we had, 2014, 2016, 2022 even, the year that 2C's won in the McLaren. Just a single safety car or full course yellow required throughout the whole course of that one. The only time we've ever had 0 was the one time in the 14 running of the Gulf 12 hours that we've not been at Yas Marina. That was the Bahrain race, COVID affected year, where there was no safety cars at all throughout the 12-hour race on that occasion. So a bit of debris on the circuit. Is that off the Porsche?
Might be.
Yeah.
Trying to work out whereabouts it is. It's got a yellow fleck to it, hasn't it, which is the right livery for the Porsche. Yeah. So maybe we're being unfair about the fuel, although I'll grant you it stands to sort of tally up on the time. An hour and 12 minutes is quite a long stint. Nope, that's down at the chicane, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That's turn 6, turn 7.
Yeah. So, no, we can't attribute that to Giannoni. So this now turns the Cup battle upside down, because that was a car that had been leading it, but we're reckoning with an hour and 12 done in that stint. It was on target to pit, and maybe it was a lap too many.
That would be a very frustrating way to lose the lead of the Cup class, wouldn't it? I think they'd have lost it anyway, as they had to come into fuel, but you know, you're playing the long game, and also just a small miscalculation as to, or misunderstanding as to what the fuel burn would be.
But now you're in danger of losing a lap, because the car's got to be retrieved and brought back, and that's not the work of a moment. So even from there, you know, you're just hemorrhaging time.
You are, yeah. My reading of the regulations, that there's not an additional penalty for getting a tow back, because in some series, you know, if you get a tow back, it's a 3-lap penalty that you get. I'm not sure that's the case, is it? No. Don't think there is, no.
I think the time lost is enough.
It's enough.
And the regulations are trying to keep people in the race, aren't they? We've got the Optimum McLaren in. Now, this is an interesting roll of the dice, because they're going to throw some fuel into the car, but that can't be an imposed pit stop unless they're there for 5 minutes. The same is true of 26 coming in. And the teams need to check here that they've read the regulations correctly, don't they?
They do, yeah, because this is only going to be a very, very short full course yellow, one would have thought, because the car was already on the end of a tow rope and being moved out of harm's way.
It's in the pits now, anyway. Yeah. So there is number 69.
Yeah, the Audi's already on its way, so
yeah,
that will
doesn't count.
That will show as a pit stop on our screen, but doesn't count.
It's not a regulation stop. Just a splash and dash, we understand, for 26. 69's pit stop does look like the sort of full works, but they either waste that one because they've got to come back in, or they keep it there for a little bit longer. It rather depends, because the car's off the track, whether we're going full course yellow to a green or safety car for the restart.
They're going to waste that one because it's already trundling its way down the pit lane,
right.
So that will not count as one of the mandated stops. But I think they refueled it, which meant that the driver had to get out and back in again. I'm sure I saw...
Well, it was only 1 minute and 14 seconds, so irrespective, it wouldn't have counted. The fact that it was done under full course yellow means it doesn't count, but it wasn't the regulation time anyway. So I think that was to put Todd Coleman back in the car, and that might be the thinking behind it, which is, let's use up the bronze time at a slow speed. They're banking on a safety car here for the restart. A couple more laps of time, I think, to have Todd Coleman circulating at a slower speed. Alan? Philippe Pret, we understand, is going to be behind the wheel of number 8. Alan, thanks for information from the pit lane. So Philippe Pret, Miguel Ramos are our 2 Garage 59 drivers. Alan's been off to teach them how to tell the drivers to flick the transponder switch, I think.
Well, no, I think it was showing as Philippe Pret, but we saw Alexander West getting ready, so he thought there was a driver change, but there isn't. It's Philippe Pret who is double stinting in that car as well, again, trying to tick off some time.
As you can see, 17's back into the pit lane, so the road is clear, but the longer a full course yellow goes on for, the more likely you are to want a safety car for the restart. So we await news from race control as to how we're going to get things back underway, because full course yellow, delta speed is slower than the safety car can go. So therefore, if you put the safety car out, people go faster, which enables them to get the tyres back up to something like operating temperature, which arguably makes for a safer restart. First thing that goes into the Porsche is some fuel, which rather answers our question. Still think that was the vapours that it was running on the last part of its in-lap. So the churn of fuel in. Still under full course yellow, interestingly, even though the road is clear. So now I think race control deciding what to do for the resumption of the race.
Always amazes me how quickly on the dry brake fuel system, fully vented, just how quickly you can dump the fuel into the car using just pure gravity.
Yes, indeed. So, full course yellow, our first interruption for the 14th running of the Gulf 12 Hours, this year's Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours, just a week after the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, and still plenty of evidence of the Grand Prix, not just the signage, but the fact that you had Formula 2 teams here for the early part of the week testing, and for the entire week, the Apex GP team, in quotes, part of the Brad Pitt movie, have been here. They've been filming, they've been de-rigging bits, they've been doing all sorts of things. Brad Pitt, I gather, is still here as well, and may well be found in the pit lane at some point.
Yeah, he was here yesterday and the day before, I think, wasn't he? Yeah. So,
well, there's a story doing the rounds last night that he actually approached the organisers to say, "Can I have a ticket for tomorrow? I'm bored. I want to come and watch some cars." So that's Alan's task, to go and talk to Brad Pitt, as Alan is our pit reporter. That's the ultimate pit report.
Did you notice there was 3 churns of fuel went in the Porsche?
Thirsty, wasn't it?
There was a lot of fuel went in that car, which I think whatever miscalculation was made is not happening again.
Oh, you mean it on that lap? Right, okay. So the Enrico Fulgenzi team, which has a good track record in this part of the world, in the Pro Car Middle East Championship, sort of GT and touring car category, on a kind of home race, therefore, goes through the refueling, the driver change and tyres now.
Yeah, so
now, is there anything else out there that we need to retrieve? Bits of bodywork we've seen being picked up. It may be that the reason for this elongated full course yellow is that it's allowing race control to attend to anything else. You know, a bit of bodywork here, a bit of debris there, just do a general tidy up before they get the race back underway. But the longer this goes, the full course yellow was called on lap 79. We are now on lap 81. And therefore, the longer it's progressed, the more likely we are to a safety car restart. 11 still with damage, which is the now Giorgio Roda, but damaged by Murat Jaharoglu Ferrari.
Yeah, still sort of flapping around. That's on the right-hand side of the car. The left-hand corner doesn't look that great either, with bits of damage on there. So you can see gaffer tape is there down on this side again, and bits sort of hanging off. You've got the flapping bodywork on the right-hand side. So yeah, both sides of that Ferrari looking slightly second-hand, not quite as Maranello intended.
Right, so Zhou Bi Huang, number 25 for Santalok in the white Audi, he's back into the lead of the race now. And Todd Coleman has got back into number 69 and has already done 5 minutes of this stint. So what they're trying to do is use up his 3 hours, the minimum bronze driving time, and use it up now at a slower pace. So it makes sense to put him in. It almost feels rude, but it is strategically a good idea.
I think, yeah, strategically that is a very, very good idea indeed. So the pit stop completed now for the number 17 car. And when it heads down towards pit lane, it is Andrea Girondi that gets back on board once more. So that's the number 17 car with Girondi back on board for his second stint. We haven't seen team patron Enrico Fulgenzi behind the wheel of that car as yet, though, have we?
And the team manager of number 74. That's the Andrew Gilbert Kessel Ferrari being summoned to the stewards for the contact that we saw early on with the AF Corsa Ferrari. Drivers reporting tyre pressures now quite low, which therefore means we are, I'm still convinced, heading in the direction of a safety car for a lap or two, just to let everything be a bit safer on the resumption of the race. But I'm still trying to work out what it is that is preventing us from going green. Is there something else out there that we've not spotted?
Yeah, well, we certainly saw marshals picking up a few bits of errant bodywork and bits of carbon fibre that had strewed themselves around the circuit. We saw that the number 17 car was towed back into the pit lane. That's now got 3 churns of fuel on board it. So, yeah, whether there's just something else that we're not aware of, but all the cars I can see are all circulating. So it's not another car that's stopped out on circuit. Whether there's either maybe some of the marker bollards on the insides of the corners that are being replaced as well that might have been knocked out through, in particular maybe turn number 6, turn number 7, the tight, in particular left-hand entrance to that aspect of the corner, then the slightly tighter right-hand bit. I'm not entirely sure, but we still remain under full course yellow at the moment, with no suggestion of the safety car heading out there just as yet that I can see. I'm gazing down towards pit lane, and yeah, no signs as yet that the safety car is doing anything other than just sitting very patiently.
Yeah, waiting to be scrambled.
Yeah. So let's just run you down through the order then whilst we remain on the safety car. The number 25 Santalok Audi still continues to lead in the hands of Zhou Bi Huang. Second is number 69 Optimum Motorsport and Todd Coleman. Both of those cars run in GT3 Pro. We are now going safety car, by the way, so safety car has now been scrambled. Third place is the car that leads Pro-Am, which is the number 8 Garage 59 McLaren, in the hands of in the hands of Philippe Pret, who is doing a double stint in this one. Fourth is the sister car to it, car number 59, with Miguel Ramos behind the wheel. That is also a Pro-Am car. Fifth place, number 4, Stephen Grove, now on board the 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes. That's third in Pro, but remember it has ticked off an additional pit stop relative to everybody else. And wrapping up the top 6 is number 55 Rinaldi Racing and David Perrell. Sergei Borisov is in 7th place for Proton Huber Motorsport in the Porsche Kessel Racing, and Tara Sarthan sits there next up in 8th place. 9th place is 51 Marco Pulcini, completing the top 10 is Simpson Motorsport in the Audi in the hands of Denis Remenyenko. Just to pick up on who is leading GT3 AM, despite all of their problems, punctures early on and having started on pole position, but also picking up some time penalties. I think there was a spin in there as well, wasn't there, somewhere? Number 7, Herbert Motorsport Porsche still leads GT3 AM, and leading GT Cup is QMMF by HRT Performance, leading that, which is going to be the car in the hands of Julian Hanslis.
So the safety car now on track. You would have seen the light go green on the top of it, which is the indication for those behind that they are allowed to overtake. And then when the leader is behind, the lights go yellow and flash, and that means that we are under proper safety car conditions, safety car procedure. So right now, the other half of the field, trying to play catch-up, going at proper pace, so-called motorway speeds, but they've got to try and catch the queue of cars. Now, inevitably, a safety car is going to help some and hinder others, so we'll have a look at who has escaped and who was running behind the leader and therefore drops a lap. But the field round about 2/3 of the way around this 82nd lap. Going back to Todd Coleman that we were talking about for Optimum Motorsport number 69 McLaren, by throwing him into the car in that full course yellow, even though the stop didn't count, the driving stint as one of the imposed pit stops, the driving time does count. He's already done about 10 minutes, so it all eats into that 3 hours. He'd done an hour early on, or an hour and a bit. So Optimum, with Bas Leinders at the helm of the team, working the numbers in the favour of the quicker drivers, Aaron Tellitz and Frederick Schandorf. So race leader is behind the safety car.
Guys, can I give you a quick weather update?
Please do, Alan, yes.
Because we've been talking about the fact that it was a little bit cloudy, and so far this week we haven't seen a cloud in the sky. It's also now got quite windy. There's really quite a gusty wind blowing down pit lane. There is no bad weather as far as rain concerned forecast for the day. In fact, from about 3 o'clock, it's going to be back to completely blue sky and full sunshine. But it really is quite gusty down here in the pit lane now.
I wonder whether that's affecting any cars at all, because obviously certain parts of the back part of the circuit quite exposed, and there's quite a bit of aero on a GT3
and
car.
Quite a bit of sand as well.
Yeah, that's true enough as well, blown onto the circuit. That might be one to investigate on the next round of stops when you've got some drivers out of the cars. Right, so 25 leads the way now, Zhou Bihuang, but only by 4.4 seconds from Todd Coleman. This is number 69 McLaren. In third place, number 8, which is the Garage 59 Philippe Pret McLaren, ahead of number 59, the sister car of Miguel Ramos. In fifth place now, number 4, the 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes of Stephen Grove. In sixth place, 55, David Perel for Renali Racing. Seventh is number 16, Sergei Borisov for Proton Huber. In eighth place, Tanat Sutter Tirakul in number 74 Ferrari. And there's another wave of cars just going across the line, so I hesitate before I say ninth, number 51, Marco Pulcini, and it's the leading 9 now on that lead lap. Now that might shuffle, of course, as the next 5 hours and a bit progress, but right now it's just the leading 9 on the lead lap.
Which I'm a bit surprised we've not got a few more on the lead lap at this stage, but I think it's probably a case of a mixture of who's been able to adapt to maybe the slightly cooler conditions. Of course, we've seen some teams put their bronzes in, and therefore those cars maybe have already dropped further down through the order, and when the pros come in later on, their silvers or their platinums or their golds, as the case may be, they'll haul themselves back up. So we will continue, I think, see that shuffling. But I'm a bit surprised there's only 9 still on the lead lap.
Yeah, I think part of that is where you were relative to the leader of the safety car.
And we've been green all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, up until that point.
Yeah. But you were making the point early on about how relatively few interruptions we get, and of course part of that is the amount of runoff here, in most places, all the different access points, so it's often quite easy to recover a car without having to interrupt the race.
Albeit the last 2 years of when it was a round of the Intercontinental GT Italians, we had 8 either safety cars or full course yellows last year, and we had 7 the year before. And they're the highest 2 we've ever had.
So that's when the pros come to town. Yes.
No, I mean there was bigger grids, weren't they?
Not
by many, an extra half a dozen cars, but by very nature, it always brings a few more problems.
It did, but gave us some dramatic racing, and we've had an interesting race thus far, with the first couple of hours having pretty much flown by, and we are 8 minutes away from the end of the third hour. So I wonder whether or not any teams at the resumption of this race are going to bail early, get another stop done. Of course, the necessity to do the pit stops under green flag conditions effectively is another little facet of the regulations. And so it doesn't really matter what the event or the championship is. Every rule book has its nuances, doesn't it?
And what the smart teams do is they look at those nuances, they understand them, they make sure they stay the right side of the regulations, but they exploit any little bit that they can find that would be a benefit. And case in point, as you alluded to, bringing the number 69 Optimum Motorsport back in, conducting a pit stop which won't count towards the tally, but Todd Coleman has now ticked off in conditions where he can't be overtaken, another 14 minutes of driving time, and even before we go green again, that's going to be another, what, 15 or 16 minutes that he's got behind the wheel of the car. They don't have to worry about.
Exactly. All nibbles in, doesn't it, to the 3 hours that he's got to serve. So safety car in this lap, we will go back to green. It seems a little unfair that you know, there's someone that's paid to come and take part in the race. He's only being given the green now, but from a strategic point of view, it makes perfect sense. What's going to be interesting as well on the resumption is whether or not Todd Coleman can actually hang on to second or third or fourth or fifth or sixth place, because behind him, Philippe Pret, Miguel Ramos, Stephen Gros, David Perel, all quick drivers, so he might get quite a bit of shuffling of the order in the next part of this stint.
He'll be looking to try and push as hard as he possibly can. Certainly a driver, yeah, he might only be a bronze, but he's got plenty of experience, having raced in Super Trofeo in the North American Championship, then moved over and raced Ferrari. He was runner-up in that category in the Ferrari Northern American Championship in 2021. He was third in it in 2022. Last year he raced in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, finished sixth, partnered up with Alan Tellitz, who he shares the car with this weekend. So safety car will be in at the end of this lap. Car number 25, Joby Huang for Santalok, brings the Audi round through turn number 9, trying to build that last little bit of tyre temperature and brake temperature into the car. And Todd Coleman sitting some 3.5 seconds back in second place, but is the fourth car in the train.
And bear in mind, number 69, Todd Coleman, was only 13th at the end of the first hour. So that car got itself briefly into the race lead, and all right, they're shuffling around on drivers, but that's been quite a result, hasn't it? A great stint by Frederick Schandorf when he took over for stint 2. Right, so the safety car is going to be in this lap, we are told. And that means that as it sprints away, Joby Huang will control the pace, ready to get things back underway at the end of lap 84.
Yeah, really good restart from Joby Huang. He's got John Schauman's car, I think, is the second in the queue. And, of course, that number 88 Ferrari is already starting to drop back, and none of the cars behind can overtake it at this stage. But I'm sure that John Schauman will come under pressure from the number 96 Denis Remenyenko Audi, who is equally as much coming under pressure from the Santalok Audi that sits behind him, which is Benjamin Ricci, and that will be full position, those two Audis, for 10th and 11th places overall. The first couple of cars that are off the lead lap at this stage of it, but it's a good restart from Joby Huang at the wheel of the race leading number 25 Santalok Audi. He'll want to get on with it again straight away. He's double stinting in this one. He's clocking up the stint time. Now, nearly an hour and 50 minutes he's been behind the wheel of the car, but that little bit of respite with full course yellow and green flag will have helped.
And now the battle is on ready for second place. We need to focus on Todd Coleman, number 69, and see whether he can hang on to second or whether he will drop places. He's got traffic around him. He's got a charging Pret, Ramos, Grove, Perel queued up behind. There he is on the inside line. Sorry, no, that's the Simpson Audi. Further back in the queue, in fact, is Todd Coleman. So he's a bit mired in the traffic, and you can see the Garage 59, the Gulf orange and blue coloured McLaren's getting closer. So I do fear that Coleman is going to lose places during this stint. He's trying to work away through the traffic. There he is on the outside of number 7 Porsche, which is back in the hands of Dustin Blattner, who goes up the inside and they lean on each other. That could have ended a lot worse than that. Blattner goes through, Todd Coleman being well and truly lent on, and look how much closer behind him now. Philippe Pret is getting in number 8 McLaren.
Yeah, Dustin Blattner was certainly going to prise the door open there and was not giving up, and yeah, all of a sudden you can see that number 8 McLaren in the hands of Philippe Pret. He's still got some traffic to deal with, but as soon as he deals with that, he will then be right up onto terms with Todd Coleman at the wheel of the number 69 Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Runs second place overall, and we've got one off, and that is Graham Mundy that is off at the wheel of the Toro Verde Porsche. Now, where has he gone off? That car looks as though it hasn't pulled off. It looks as though it has spun, but I can't quite work out where that is. Turn 10, so it's through the fast kink, is it not? That will be the fast kink at turn number 10, where he's lost the tail end of the car, possibly on coldish tyres.
Giacomo Altway's car, number 6, which Mark Rosser has taken over, 10-second penalty for track limits. There's another wave of people getting 5s, but number 6 now for a 10-second penalty. And we also need to see whether that 42 Porsche can get going of its own volition, or whether we need to neutralise the race again to get it out of the way. Of course, safety cars breed safety cars, it is often said, and you've got a pack of cars together. It may have been, in fairness to Graham Mundy, that he got spat out of the pack. Zhou Bihuang, though, race leader. And for second place, Todd Coleman, as the cars drop again down towards the chicane. Dustin Blattner still absolutely charging in number 7, illustrating how quick he is. Goes out of the chicane then. And what's going on between the McLarens? We look to see the Optimum car, we look to see the Garage 59 cars. You've got number 4 of Stephen Grove in the queue as well, sprinting his way out of the chicane down towards turn 9 now. What happened to Graham Mundy? That all looked like he got it wrong on his own, and amazingly not only found the barrier, but he found the gap in which to park the car and the barrier. That's a very unusual place to end up.
It is a very unusual place to end up, but he's on the sort of inside element of that part of the circuit, isn't he? So they need to try and almost give that car a 3-point turn, point him around in the right direction, then get him going. But I'm not sure where the nearest marshal's point is to assist at that part of the circuit.
Full course yellow is coming again, so one leads to another. Full course yellow once more. It will be within the next 10 seconds or so, and Zhou Bihuang accelerates now up towards turn 16. There's the incident in the background, so Graham Mundy possibly on the cold tyres, just losing traction, spinning off the road, and that car is now to be recovered. Full course yellow, so you wait all day for one, and then another one comes along in quick succession. So full course yellow, number 2 is called for. And this may well give us an opportunity to head back down to the pit lane, because just as we're talking about drivers cycling through and making pit stops, so we're doing the same in the pit lane. So we better introduce you to the next voice you're going to hear, not only in the pits but also up in the booth for a time. We can say good morning, good afternoon. It's just nudged over noon, hasn't it, to Tim Fulbrook, who is in the pit lane. And Tim, I think before long you might well get another raft of cars heading in.
Yes, hello David, hello Mark, hello everyone watching and listening. Yes, the pit lane has been pretty quiet actually for the last few laps, obviously after going green, but a surefire sign that things might be starting to happen. People are getting out of their deck chairs and putting their putting their drinks down, so there might be a couple of movers and shakers in the next few minutes, but I'll keep you updated.
Are you talking about the people in their deck chairs outside the W Hotel, outside the bar, or are you talking about the pit lane?
Yeah, both, and I hope Alan Hyde is not also back out of his deck chair, because that means my stint's over already, but yeah, a few more minutes still to go for me.
All right, well, we're just getting a replay of dramas going down towards turn 9. This was Dustin Blattner making a big lunge on the inside of Todd Coleman, and as I think I said at the time, it could have been a lot worse. And Graham Mundy, I don't think was hit by anybody. That just looked as though he got it wrong on his own, Mark.
It did, yeah, but no, it was almost a threading the needle incident, wasn't it? The nice little gap in the barriers. The Porsche just managed to squeeze its way through there. Had it have been, 5 or 10 metres to the left or the right, that would have been a larger impact and would have caused a bit more damage to that Porsche. We can't tell how much damage there is from its position, but as soon as it's towed out of harm's way, we would get a better shot as to exactly the damage on the tail end of that car. Usually it's the front of the car that's quite fragile on a Porsche, where all the radiators, but that's where all the business end is, the back end.
Also, it may be, and we saw it last night in qualifying, that the race director wants to just check that the barriers are okay.
Yeah.
Now, it could also be, in fairness to Graham Mundy, that the reason the car went off was because of a failure, a seizure of some sort, which is arguably why he's not been able to drive away. So it could be that the car needs retrieval. It could be that the car went off there because of a problem. So maybe, Tim, this is your first task. We can dispatch you to Toro Verde and see what they know about why Graham Mundy went off the road, if possible, please.
Team quickly, so slightly ahead of the game there, pleased to say, David, but the team are saying they are expecting the car to be recovered. They don't think it's going to be able to be driven back around the track, which I'm not surprised considering the speed of the hit, but they don't know too much about the damage reports so far from Graham and how the car is, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be going behind the wall off track and then recovered to pit lane that way.
Which again, Tim, possibly gives credence to the fact that it wasn't a mistake by Graham, it was a problem with the car that pitched him off.
Yeah, I mean, Graham's got plenty of Porsche experience, hasn't he? So he knows how that car would react on cold tyres, having raced in the Sprint Cup Championship in Porsches in the UK, and in Porsche Club and Porsche Carrera Cup GB as well. Tim?
Yeah, and to add to that, I think as well the rhythm of the race has changed, hasn't it? In this last 20 minutes, you kind of warmed up as a driver, up to speed, getting going, then have that break, the full course yellow pit stop, and then you've got to get going again, and that might be just that disruption in your own personal rhythm behind the wheel that might lead to an incident. But I'll ask around and see, because it was in traffic. There was a train of cars, wasn't it? We'll see if there's contact that's been had.
He was at the back of the train, for my money, and I don't see anybody hitting him because he was at the back of it, and he'd been in the car for an hour, so I think it's a mechanical failure or something there.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, and I think he was very lucky that he managed to find a little gap in the barriers, but equally then was very lucky that he wasn't carrying too much speed, so that he then bumped into the rector cell, which could have bumped into the recovery truck, which was just behind the barriers he hit. So,
yeah, but Tim made the point that they're expecting the car to be recovered. If he's not able to drive it away, it's more than just stalling it. There's something, I think, that's pitched him off the road there.
Yeah.
Right, so here's one we prepared earlier. We have a full course yellow, and this will go to a safety car for the restart of the race. And all of this is absolutely rolling into the hands of Todd Coleman, who's now done 25 minutes of yellow flag running effectively, or of this time period in the car, which had probably about a lap of green, didn't it, before we got that most recent interruption. So Bas Linders has called this absolutely right from the pit wall, and as the full course yellow lights and boards and flags are shown, the safety car is on standby, ready to be scrambled for the resumption of the race. And we are in now to our third hour. Zhou Bihuang in 25 Audi, still leading the way.
Yeah, so he'll have potentially ticked off 1/6 of his minimum driving stint without having to do any real driving. Yeah. So that's a really, really good call for me. And that's a car that we sort of hadn't really picked out. It was what, 8th in qualifying, and as we were going through the list yesterday, we were picking out driver pairings that we thought would be ones to watch out for, and because we don't see a lot of Todd Coleman and Aaron Tellitz this side of the Atlantic, or racing in the Middle East, it wasn't one that we particularly picked up on. Tim's down there in the pit lane. What news, Tim?
Yeah, just to bring you an update on that incident for the number 42 Porsche. The team are saying that there was contact with the GT3 car. I don't know if from the replay you've been able to assign blame to the GT3 car in question, but yes, the team are saying there definitely was contact with another car.
Interesting. Okay, no, from the replay it doesn't really show that, unless it was a very quick GT3 car much earlier in the corner. Let's have another look. If it was a GT3 car, it was a Ferrari, which was the last one in shot. But if there was contact between the two, then Graham Mundy had a very, very wild ride before he got to the barrier, because he was a long way off when he came into shot.
Yeah, I think that was the John Shawn and Dragon Racing Ferrari that was the one ahead of him, but it was long before that when any contact would have been made, which was out of shot. All we could see was the fantastic boats parked in the marina.
Yeah, exactly. Race Control will have a look, no doubt. So we're under full course yellow conditions, so no overtaking, and the delta speed, slower than safety car speed, has to be maintained. And the car's now making that run through here, turn number 9. Now, who else has gained or lost of late? We had 9 cars on the lead lap. That has not changed. In fact, one that's kind of lost out is Benjamin Ricci for Santalok. I know they've had a couple of penalties to serve, but after Paul Everard's very good stint to haul it up into the leading group from last on the grid, now they've dropped off the lead lap for the time being.
I mean, this also surely helps Santalok and the race leading car, Zhou Bihuang. It also helps Garage 59, Philippe Pret, because again, those are drivers that are double stinting, so they are ticking through the amount of time that they need to spend in it. It also means that they can actually probably then extend their stint time as well, because they've had the period of full course yellow and then safety car. You haven't got the fuel burn, so you can push on a little bit further into that window and take a bit more time again out of what the bronze needs to do as the minimum.
Yes, indeed, but you don't want to be overusing the bronze at the expense of a quicker silver. Yeah. This is where the brains trusts in the garages, hidden behind laptops, earn their money. So we've now done 88 laps of the Lenovo Gulf 12 hours, and down the pit lane comes 55 Ferrari. Now, Tim, this is David Perel, whose team was being summoned to race control. We're not told that that's a drive-through, but I wonder whether it might be a penalty. No,
Car
stops.
has stopped, stopped, and there's a definite pause before the fueling rig is attached, so it would be surprising to see that 5 seconds there.
Okay.
Christian Hook is ready and waiting in the garage, so looks like he'll be taking over from David Perel.
All right, well, David Perel has not been in for long, has he? So this, I think, is another... Can we start using the phrase bronze burn? If we can have fuel burn, we can do a bronze burn, can't we? To put the slower driver in while we have a full course yellow into a safety car again like this.
Yes,
absolutely. Get him in and use that time up, and actually watching the driver take place. It is Felipe Laza that's helping out with that driver change, the outgoing driver, which is an interesting choice as well. Obviously, you can assign a pit crew member to do that, but using the driver who maybe is a bit more familiar with the internals and the limitations of that cockpit might be helpful for those bronze drivers to just make sure they're comfortable and ready to go.
Christian Hook is not somebody that's unfamiliar with Ferraris, though, is he? He's done a lot of miles in those over the years.
Yeah, absolutely, and so is his teammate Felipe Fernandez Laza, who's helping him strap in. A quick stop though, no messy bits, no drop wheel nuts or anything like that. Car looks ready to go and should be back out on track. And I think they should be able to beat out the train of cars, which would be crucial to not dropping another lap.
True enough.
Yeah, we thought Christian Hook was jumping in on the previous stop, didn't we? That was what the transponder was showing until Alan told us it's actually read itself off that was there. So this is the first true stint then for Christian Hook, despite what the timing screen was telling us earlier on. He trundled his way down towards the bottom end of the pit lane, and as soon as he breaks the beam at pit lane exit, the timing screen should swap from David Perel, and Christian Hook is what shows up. So that car was third in GT3 Pro-Am, was running 5th overall, but of course will now remain on the lead lap, but should drop to something like 9th and potentially 4th in Pro-Am.
Even though that won't count as an imposed pit stop because it wasn't over 5 minutes / under green flag conditions. We're going to go safety car for the resumption of the race. So as before, and this enables therefore 55 Christian Hook to try to get back onto the tail of the pack now.
Is that worth the roll of the dice for the extra few minutes that Christian Hook will get? Bearing in mind they've lost track position, but they have now got their bronze on board.
Well, we're going to go green soon, aren't we? So I would question that. Anyway, that's why I don't work for a team. There are far better brains than ours that have to worry about that.
I mean, how many times over the years have you looked at one team doing something, thought, why the heck are they doing that? But it all works its way through and actually does come to fruition. But yeah, there's some very clever people.
There are occasions where you look at it and it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't at the end of the race, and they haven't won out of it. So sometimes there is a gamble that does not work, but when it's this competitive, you've got to try something. The Gosners are back in. So this is David Gosner, who has decided to head for the pit lane.
And that's a car where we don't really need to worry about what that's doing at all, because all 4 drivers are bronze, therefore they run in the AM category, and when you've got 4 drivers and they're all bronze in the AM category, it's the same as if you had 3 drivers and they're all in the bronze category. Don't need to worry, do you? Because by very nature the times all will add up to the minimum.
Safety car in this lap, so for Christian Hook, he is trying to play catch up. This is another a problem of rolling the dice, because the race director isn't going to keep the safety car out indefinitely on a long lap just for you to catch up. So Christian Hook has got to really go for it. It's almost like a qualifying effort now to catch the trail of cars. He is at turn 1 and this is turn 7.
It is, and we'll be in, as we say, at the end of this lap. So drivers double stinting. We've got, of course, Joby Huang, who leads the race. He's now done 2 hours and 3 minutes in this stint. However, Philippe Pret, who is in the number 8 Garage 59 McLaren, he is now 2 hours and pretty much 7 minutes into his stint with the double stint. So they've got through 2/3 of their minimum driving period already.
And you can only do 2.5 in one hit. So
before you get out, you have to rest.
So it won't be long before those drivers are taken out of the cars, and then the question develops, certainly for Joby Huang, whether or not he does the final hour or the remainder of his 3 hours in part 1, or save a little bit of time for part 2, because that 4-hour sprint race at the end. If this is the qualifying race, that's the sprint race. That's when you really do need your fastest drivers in the car. So on the one hand, you might want your bronze driver to experience racing in the darkness, but on the other, you want the fastest possible drivers behind the wheel. Right, so safety car will be due in this time, and on the road we're going to have a Santalot 1-2, aren't we, because 26 is behind 25. What would be quite useful from the team's point of view, if they could engineer it, is for Zhou Huang to let Benjamin Ricci by, put him back on the lead lap, because he's the first one actually who is a lap behind. So Benjamin Ricci now could do with really turning up the wick and trying to get through if he can, and gaining the place.
Yeah, and already starting to come under pressure by the look of things as a McLaren there working its way around the outside and gaining a place, and that's Todd Coleman, who was very quickly trying to make sure that he didn't lose ground, was trying to pick his way past Denis Romanenko's Simpson Motorsport Audi that is off the lead lap at this stage. So Todd Coleman wanting to crack on with it straight away. But yeah, you're right, if we can get Santalot to engineer that, that could work very well for them throughout the course of this race. And yeah, you can see nearly 3 wide there heading down in towards the break area. The two Garage 59 McLarens have got themselves together, not just for 3rd and 4th, but for the lead of Pro-Am. Philippe Perret and Miguel Ramos absolutely together. You reckon that Miguel Ramos should be the quicker of the two in a wheel-to-wheel battle, but they have gone from being nose to tail to, by the look of things, seeing Philippe Perret lose a place, possibly 2 as well, because I think he might have lost out to Sergei Borisov on this lap as well. Let's just have a quick look. Yes, Philippe Perret has lost certainly at least 1, if not 2, if not possibly 3 places on this lap. So he certainly dropped off the top 3, that is for sure. There is also a 5-second penalty coming out for the number 2 Audi of Haas RT. Some sort of pit lane infringement. Didn't see what that might have been, but John Corbett at some point, when he brings that car in and hands it over to the next driver, will have to serve that 5-second penalty there. So that's another penalty, but for a different reason this time through.
Yes, I wonder whether that might have been speeding in the pit lane, because that, of course, is always policed as well. The Lion Speed Porsche there, number 99, which is Basha Mardini, hard at work. That car trying to recover from its earlier lengthy delay and get itself up the order, currently in 18th spot. It should be able, as the race wears on, to buy back places from the Cup class Porsches at the very least, I would have thought. Leaders go by, and we've had the change for 2nd place now. So Pedro Ramos is up into 3rd. Up into 2nd. Up into 3rd place, Sergei Borisov in number 16 Porsche. 4th now is Philippe Perret, who's dropped down. And down to 5th is Todd Coleman.
Yeah, we thought there'd be some shuffling in that particular order, and indeed that's the case. So it is 3 3/4 seconds that Zhou Huang still leads the race by, and he'll try to ensure that he can just sort of edge that out a little bit more. We've still got some fighting going on down at the exit of turn number 5 as well, and that is Denis Romanenko, who is 6th in Pro-Am, 12th overall at the wheel of the Simpson Motorsport number 96 Audi, really sticking his elbows out and mixing amongst the cars that are trying to place a further lap on him, one of them being the Garage 59 McLaren, which is trying for the inside line down in towards the brake area at turn number 6, but Philippe Perret can't quite get the job done, and then there's a spin mid-corner, and I'm afraid, having gone around, is Tanner Sathan-Threrikl, who, at the wheel of the Kessel racing car, is pointing in the wrong direction.
So Sathan-Threrikl trying to get going. He's got to wait for a gap in the traffic. The car did just move, which gives optimism that the engine is still running, and he gets away now. So Sathan-Threrikl loses time and loses places, but at least keeps going. So back into the race, and that means that the road is green. And I think he was clipped into that. Yes, hard to say, actually. It was looked like he was too quick into the corner anyway, but might just have glanced around the front of another of the Dragon Racing Ferraris. Might be worth another look at that. But either way, the car, I'm afraid, facing the wrong direction and tries to get going once more. So number 74, Tanner Sathan-Threrikl, has got going, albeit with time lost. Now here are the Santalot Audis, 1st and not 2nd, 1 and 2 on the road, but as Dustin Blattner has unlapped himself, so Benjamin Ricci is trying to match the pace now of Zhou Huang, who did a 1:56.9 last lap through, and Benjamin Ricci a 56.998. So they're very, very evenly matched. Problem is that 26 needs to unlap himself from 25.
And at some point, They really need to try and engineer that to put themselves in the best possible position.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, who are we going to have coming in soon? We should have the race leader in, you would have thought, soon, but you know, it could be another 10 or 15 minutes away, depending on what the fuel burn was doing under those two periods of either full course yellow stroke safety car that we had. We should also have Philippe Pretin, who has dropped down to 8th position at the wheel of number 8 McLaren. He should be in before too much longer. We've also had Tanart Satharantirakal in for over an hour and 15 now, so he could be another car that we might see heading towards the pit lane. I'm not sure what the update is with regards to Toro Verde, or whether they've even received the car back in the pit lane yet to try and investigate what repairs need effecting for the unfortunate Graham Lundy following that contact.
Yeah, good question. Good question about that, but it's now 12 laps down. I mean, it was always going to lose laps anyway, just because it's a slower pace, because it's not a GT3 car. But it certainly is in the wars, and if it couldn't be driven back, you do fear for it, don't you?
Yeah, you do, certainly. So Denis Romanenko has got cars queuing up behind him at the moment, one of which is for position, actually. The Ferrari, the number 11 car in the hands of Giorgio Roda, is trying to attack the Audi, and that would be for position. Just off the back of that is going to be, is that one of the Dragon Sport cars, I think, is it? Possibly the number 80, or no, number 77 car, I think that will be, is it? Certainly looks like one of their Ferraris that's just off there, but that's a good little battle. And Denis Romanenko, it's a bit like a cork in a bottle at the moment, isn't he? He's got a huge queue of cars, some of which are on the same lap, others of which are not, but he's holding them all up at the moment.
Yes, Romanenko is currently 12th, isn't he? And dives to the inside there, coming down towards turn 1. Of course, inevitably, after a safety car period, it gets busy around you. Black and white driving standards flag for number 51 Ferrari on this lap, which is Marco Pulcini, currently running in 6th place there. Number 91 Porsche of Julian Hanses, former single-seater racer, goes by. And Julian Hanses now leading the Cup class. So it's a case of keeping out of trouble at the moment, what with the Toro Verde car not only hitting trouble, hitting the wall, and looking as though it may well be out of the race, in fact. So we've got the race leader on lap number 94, and it's partly the fuel that's going to bring him in. It's also partly fatigue. If he's been in the car for 2 hours and 11 minutes, which he has now, Zhou Bihuang is going to be getting very weary indeed. Miguel Ramos is also 62 minutes in the car. Out wide goes Romanenko, tries to get himself back into the pack and almost gets into the way then of Marco Pulcini. So Romanenko, who was a lap down on him anyway, getting the chicane wrong and just about wriggling his way back on track.
Well, I'm not sure if there was almost contact between himself and the Lion Speed car, which I think is Bashir Mardini, is it not, at the moment?
And there's something slow that's just come out of the chicane. So behind that wave of cars, just sort of caught a glimpse out of the window, there was one car slow out of the chicane, losing places. We'll try and unravel on the sector times who and what that might be. But in the meantime, number 69 of Todd Coleman down in 4th place. Just wonder whether he's in danger of being caught further in this stint by the traffic. There's the Lion Speed Porsche that's now going to get a driving standards flag for track limit offences, and then after that the penalty will loom.
Let's just have a quick look. So there's a Lion Speed Porsche. Denis Romanenko about to turn into the corner. Did come from a long way back. There was probably the lightest of touches between the pair of them. And then as Romanenko tries to get the Audi where he wants it to be again on track, he almost blocks off the car that was behind him, which I think was Giorgio Roda's Kessel Racing number 11 car.
And that was the reason there was a car going slowly. Stephen Grove off the road in that second sector. And that was 1:13. Now this is significant because that's the car that's one up on everybody else on pit stops. It was a really slow second sector by about 25 seconds, and Stephen Grove has not yet made it to the end of the lap, I don't believe. So number 4 Mercedes may have a problem. It was off the road, I fear, because of a problem, not a late braking issue. So Tim, I think you might well need to be, if you're not there already, at 2Cs. They're expecting the car in, but problems, I fear, for Stephen Grove in number 4.
And I think Santa Lock race, yes it is, it's a puncture. So you can see the way the car is wobbling around, as though that looks as though it's probably a puncture on that car. Or is it?
Worse.
No, I think worse. Loose wheel?
Or suspension damage.
Failure,
It's
yeah.
not had a pit stop of late, has it? Because Stephen Grove has been in that car for 55 minutes, so it's not like the wheel wasn't tightened. The team is ready, Tim is down there, and the car is on the pit lane now, so Stephen Grove limping in, but this is really going to throw their calculations out of the window. They pitted at the end of lap 1. They were ahead on the pit stops. Now they need to try and make this an imposed pit stop, I suppose, for damage limitation. Doesn't look like a puncture. It looks like it could be rather more serious. Left front corner, we think, is where the problem is. Let's see. Right front, left front. Team goes to work.
To me quickly before the car came in that there was contact with another car. Looking around the car, it doesn't seem to be anything incredibly obvious. The fact there's a few scuffs and scrapes. The team got the car up, dollies out, and the car is going to go. Oh, the front left is incredibly loose. I don't know if that was shown on the coverage there, but the front left is looking particularly loose, which I imagine is where the damage might be. Mechanics having a look around to see, but that could be more significant than just a bump or a wheel that needs to be suspended.
Right, an incident between that Mercedes of the Groves and Jules Gounon and 44, the ARC Bratislava Neil Muston Lamborghini, has been noted. So it was at turn 4. Looks like the Lamborghini and this Mercedes got together, and I fear it might be suspension damage for the Mercedes. As you've seen, they can wheel the car into the garage where you've got more space to work. You can have more people working on the car in the garage. But I'm afraid to say this has got lengthy pit stop written all over it. And one of the favoured cars that had kept its nose oh so clean for the first 2 hours plus now finds itself in big trouble.
It is, yeah. We saw on the circuit there the Lamborghini in the hands of Neil Muston, still circulating without any problems at all. So if there was contact between the pair of them, which we believe there is, then certainly no ill effects for the Lamborghini, but a massive impact on what is going to happen to the number 4 Two Seas Motorsport Mercedes for the remainder of this race. Still a long way to go, but time being lost in the pit lane, and if it's suspension, yes, of course, they'll be able to effect repairs as quickly as possible, but then by the time you've put any new bits on that are bent, you've still then got to try and make sure that the geometry is right, because you want the car to go out there and make sure that it's pointing in the right direction, that all the wheels are towing correctly, you've got the right camber on the car as well. Otherwise, you start to affect the tyre wear, which brings you further problems.
And on, and on, and on it goes. So rather frustrated, Jules Gounon looks on, team goes to work. All you can do is just crack on as quickly as, go through the processes. And of course, if it can happen to that car, dramas could befall the others. You know, you never know, so you've still got to keep going, keep pushing. Now, for the race lead, Zhou Bi Huang and Sergei Borisov are covered by 0.7 of a second, and so as the race leading Audi comes off turn number 5, Zhou Bi Huang getting to the end of his stint. Sergei Borisov is also having done quite a long period of 65 minutes behind the wheel of that car, but it's now Audi versus Porsche for the race lead.
Yeah, here they go in towards the braking area and dive on the brakes, shift down a couple of gears, flick the car in towards turn number 6, then turn number 7. Samtolot were trying to play the team game here for a period of time, because what they did get was the number 26 car of Benjamin Ricci to hold up Sergei Borisov for a period of time and try and back that Porsche up, get it to lose time to allow Zhou Bi Huang to pull away, but it just didn't work. Sergei Borisov was able to pick off Benjamin Ricci, and now he's looking for the lead of the race, dives at the inside of the Audi as they head through turn number 9, gets the car through and ahead, and by the time they come out of the corner, we've had the change of the lead. It's Porsche that leads from Audi in second.
Right, well, that wasn't really on the cards, was it, a couple of laps ago? We were concentrating on Audis and McLarens, but Sergei Borisov has done a really good job in this stint. Former Formula Russia racer, he's raced in the Creventic Middle East Series, he's raced in International GT Open, but we've not seen much of him in what you might call mainstream GT racing for a while, but this has been a really nice stint. He's built it together nicely, and I think Zhou Bi Huang, now that he's lost the lead, will be quite keen to pit pretty pronto. He's going to be feeling even more tired now that he's lost the lead. That psychologically will have an effect.
Yeah, Sergei Borisov is the silver in that car, isn't he?
Yeah.
So he's the higher graded of the 3 that shares that car with Sergei Stolyarov and Sven Muller. No, Sven Muller's the gold, isn't he, in that one? So,
and Stephen Grove, fresh out of that rather damaged Mercedes, might be able to tell us more. He's in the pit lane, and Tim Fulbrook is with him.
A massive shame of race. You guys were slightly off strategy, doing something different, fought your way back up the order, and then it's going to be a bit of a long stoppage, right?
Yeah, listen, it's unfortunate. We're heading into T6. Pretty ambitious by the Lambo. He just kept coming, and then at that point I was committed to turning in, and he just hit me on the left front. So listen, we'll repair it and we'll just treat it as a test day going forward. We'll get back out there as fast as we can.
The damage report, do you know what it is exactly, suspension?
Yeah, it's just front suspension arm, I think, is all it was. I was fairly turned and he just kept going. I don't know if he locked up or what happened, but he just went straight in the front there. So it is what it is. Let's race and we get on with it.
Getting back in the car, as you say, more time, use the rest of the race time available, and obviously 4 hours later this evening. An important adventure for you as well in the Mercedes. You've had so much success in the Porsche. Every minute counts learning a new car.
Yeah, listen, we're still learning the car. We've learned a lot. We've had it for a while now. It's just a matter of, you know, this sort of race, and safety cars breed safety cars sort of thing. So it was just unfortunate to happen at the time. There was a lot of pickup that we got. Tyres cooled down, brakes cooled down. So sometimes these things happen.
Brilliant. Thank you for your time, Stephen.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
So he doesn't have a lot of luck here, does he, poor old Stephen Grove? Because last year he had the car had a big accident when he was in a Porsche, now in a Mercedes, and gets clobbered by somebody else. Meanwhile, quick update. Philippe Pret's got a time penalty looming of 10 seconds on the next pit stop, and also Marco Pulcini, 10 seconds. It's the dreaded track limits again. We'll wait and see if anything heads in the direction of Neil Muston, number 44 Lamborghini, for that contact with number 4. But yeah, only a suspension arm, but it's the time lost in changing it.
It's, yeah, absolutely. What is a small mistake from some driver has just the most colossal impact on your race. And as you said, you know, they were one of the few cars that hadn't attracted any attention to themselves. Right, the answer with regards to the Toro Verde Porsche and Graham Mundy, and has it found its way back to the team? Well, that's still no at the moment. Only now is it going on to the back of the flatbed recovery unit. Tim?
Yeah, I was going to add to that. I'd been down there just a couple of moments ago before the 2C's car trundled down pit lane. The only bits and bobs of Porsche Cup car that they've got out is the rear wing, so I'm sure they're more hopeful that the damage is less than it might seem, seeing the car on the back of the flatbed.
I'm trying to work out why it's taken so long to move it from where it is.
Unless it was locked in gear or something like that, but they originally had it on the end of a tow rope.
Plot thickens. Oh well. Tim's got an hour in the pits to try and unravel it for us when the car gets back, before he heads up here. Right, so race leader Sergei Borisov not only has hit the front, but he's getting away, and I do, in fairness, think some of this is down to a slightly weary Zhou Huang in second place now. He'll be starting to feel the effects. Also, now we've got to 12:30, just after noon local time, so temperatures are going up. It's getting hotter inside the cars, which might also be having an impact on him. Miguel Ramos then is in third place and is 5.8 seconds off the lead. So Miguel Ramos, whose last lap was a 56.5, not that far behind Zhou Huang, but he's not yet on the kind of pace that suggests that he's going to be catching. And we also now have the other side of the story, I think, in the pit lane. ARC Bratislava look like it's getting ready for a pit stop. That's, of course, the team that operates the Lamborghini, what duffed up the Grove Mercedes.
Yes. So imminently that car will be coming into the pit lane. Yeah, we should have, shouldn't we, cars coming into the pit lane before too much longer. Philippe Pret is going to be one of them. The other one is going to be erstwhile race leader car Zhou Huang, because they are knocking on the door of reaching maximum driving time now, aren't they?
Yeah, 2.5
hours, and 2 minutes 25 and almost 2 minutes 26 is where Philippe Pret is up to at the moment. So another couple of laps at the very most, and he's got to be in. And then once he gets out of the car, he can't get back in for another 50 minutes. Right. Tim?
I'm just going to add, I hope it's not the ARC and Bratislava car coming in, because everyone's sat at the back of the garage having lunch. I think it might be the Simpson Audi crew that are ready to go. So, yeah, keep me updated if that car comes.
Okay, all right. Well, hopefully that means that the Lamborghini isn't quite as badly damaged as one feared. Right, we've got more cars under investigation for track limits. Yawn. We've got the battle on here as Pulcini gets ahead of Coleman for 5th place. So Todd Coleman, who was second when he took over that car, drops a place, but he does try to fight back in a straight line as they head down towards the chicane. Ferrari on the inside, McLaren on the outside, and Todd Coleman, in fairness, he's not going down without a fight here, is he? He's got back ahead, so good racing by him. Todd Coleman, then the American driver, back ahead of Marco Pulcini, who brakes late and just misses clipping the back of the car, but that was touch and go. Thankfully, more going than touching.
That was very close, but he's going to have another little nibble as they come out of turn number 7 and on pretty much the flat-out run through turn number 8 in towards the bank section at turn number 9. So Marco Pulcini looking to try and attack. Todd Coleman looking to try and defend, because he'd already lost 1 place on the previous lap to the number 8 Garage 59 McLaren of Philippe Pret that went back through. Into the pit lane has come another American. long-time Radical racer John Corbett in towards the pit lane. That is a driver change that is taking place for that number 2 Audi. Now, we haven't seen Casper Stevenson in that car as yet, but there are 3 bronzes in that AM entry, so Casper, I would imagine, he'll hang on to for later on.
Indeed, and those bronze drivers have got a lot of the driving to do, haven't they? So they need to make sure that Knauf and Corbett have done the 6 hours at least, and race leaders currently on to lap 101. Sergei Borisov up front for now.
Yeah, so what have we got?
Zhou Bi Huang in second spot now, 4 seconds back. His last lap, again, ever so slightly slower, but he is keeping the gap over Miguel Ramos. Then you've got Philippe Pret 4th, Pulcini 5th, Todd Coleman is down to 6th. Still 7th, despite the spin, is Tanat Satran Tirakul, number 74, Ferrari, and then we await 55. Yes, Christian Hook for Rinaldi is still on the lead lap, just.
So there's the Audi about to head back out of pit lane, because that is a 4-driver team in the AM category. It's got 1 silver and 3 bronze, which means for the silver driver Casper Stevenson, the maximum he can do is 2 hours. The 3 bronzes added together have to do 10. So that's why they're saving him for later on. He'll probably be relaxing on the boat with Alan at the moment, who's having his nice little break in the harbour. Now, Lion Speed here. This is the number 99 car that lost time earlier on. It's in the hands of Bashar Mardini. Bashar's pace is not slow at all. He is a lot quicker than a good chunk of the cars that are ahead of him in the race. Bashar did a last lap in the number 99 Porsche, 1 minute 55.5, which matches the time of the car that he's right behind at the moment, which is Philippe Pret, who did a 1 minute 55.6, but Pret is 4th, whereas Bashar Mardini, with that car having lost time with all of those problems on the front end of the car, is down in 16th position at the moment. So 2 similar paced cars, but in very different parts of the race. There is Giorgio Roda. He is running car number 11 in 11th place. He's under attack from Khalid Al-Mazouk, but there is again a full lap between those 2 Ferraris that are just in the background of this shop. And here comes the attack from Bashar Mardini, and as he heads up towards the final corner, I think the attack comes just as into the pit lane at the end of 1 hour and 17 minutes comes Philippe Pret. So long old stint from him. Had a couple of full course yellows and safety cars in there, but he'll be ready for a break now, won't he?
Giorgio Roda is being given a 10-second penalty for track limits, and also number 17, Andrea Girondi, 5-second penalty for track limits. That's one of the cup cars that caused, in fact, an early full course yellow, didn't it? Right, more and more for the pit. So you've talked about Philippe Pret being in. We've also got Tanat Satran in. That wasn't a very long stint. And Dennis Romenyuko is in for Simpson, as Tim was predicting. Satran Tirakul.
I'm pleased Satran...
How long did he do? Not that long.
Not that long, but I'm pleased Satran Tirakul is in, because I've really struggled with the surname. I think I'm finally getting there.
No, he's pitted. Yes. Right. And sorry, who's that in the pit lane, Mark?
That's Tanat Satran Tirakul.
Excellent. Close enough. In the Castle Ferrari. Now, that's not to say he's going to get out of the car, because he might just be in for fuel. They might double stint him, because I don't feel he's been in it for that long. This is the man that won silver in endurance of GT World Challenge Europe this year. Right, part 1, not quite at halfway, but we're nudging towards it. 4 hours 24 on the clock. They are going to do a driver change.
Yes, and I think another car we really probably ought to see in at the end of this lap is the number 25 Santaloc Audi, because Zhou Bi Huang is now 2 hours and 27.5 minutes.
He's in.
Going to say, if he'd done another lap, it would have been nip and tuck as to whether he was going to go over maximum driving time.
Yeah, you can see the car, or just could see the car in the back of the shot as the Simpson team cycle through the pit stop. Another Audi, significant Audi, comes down the pit road now. So, yeah, Zhou Bi Huang, who's done a really, really good job in that stint, kept the car up at the pointy end, and comes in, hopefully now, to give way. Probably to Dennis Marshall, who we've not yet seen in the car. Zhou Bi Huang clambers out. Tim?
Yeah. Getting out, and it is Dennis Marshall on the side, and he's clapping his hands. He wants things done quickly. He's a bit annoyed about something. I think it's the driver getting out. Maybe hasn't closed the door. There's a bit of confusion around here. Driver's running around, handing out the seat insert, and that's what he needed. Dennis Marshall needed the seat insert for the Audi. The team go to work. Marshall arrives at the left-hand side door, clambers in. No help as well for the GT World Challenge Europe electronic regular. Wheels on. And, going driver straight out to the back of the garage and beyond, which I'm not surprised considering the driver time he's put in over the last 2 and a bit hours.
Yeah, you can understand why he might have forgotten the seat. I can't remember Dennis Marshall driving for Santalot before. I mean, he may have done because as an Audi factory driver, you get dropped into so many different teams across the course of a season. But he spent this year, of course, as a Rutronic Porsche driver, hasn't he, with Dustin Blackman?
Absolutely, and fairly successful as well. Not far off claiming the European title as the 25 spins away and off down pit lane. I think Marshall will be fired up and ready to go after that slight confusion in the pit stop.
Absolutely. So Dennis Marshall on track, and that means that 25 Audi has cycled through each of the drivers and largely kept out of trouble. Now, Tim, your next task, up at the top end of the pit lane near race control, 42 Porsche has returned, so you can either go and assess the damage there or wait another couple of minutes before it heads to the team, but it's back.
I'll get back to you. I'll let you know.
Right. Yeah, don't take an unnecessary walk, will you?
But it's just part of the game, isn't it? You guys just send me up and down the pit lane, and then once this starts, it doesn't stop.
You say that as though you've got a scoop. Yes, you're right.
So now that Dennis Marshall is behind the wheel of the Audi, it has briefly dropped off the lead lap, because you could see there that the car that was ahead of it on the circuit was Sergei Borisov at the wheel of the race-leading number 16 Porsche, who has now completed 103 laps. Into the pit lane is the Cup Class number 92 HRT Performance car, and that car was in the hands of Axel Sartigan. We'll wait and see as to whether that is going to be another driver change. We've not as yet seen Ahmed Al-Amadi behind the wheel of that car, so he's the 4th driver that we have got in that car. Tim, what news this time?
Just want to update you on a couple of the other driver changes going on during that round of pit stops. Alexander West, I believe, climbed aboard on the Garage 59 at McLaren's as well, taking over the car for the first time. And you mentioned about Casper Stevenson. Was he by the pool with Alan Hyde? He's not. He was actually helping out with the driver change, and spoke to him on the grid. And I did say to him, you know, you're only doing a couple of hours. Why are you in so early? He says he wants to be here supporting the team, making sure that everything runs smoothly and offering his advice and help where he can, which is during the pit stops, it seems.
All makes sense. Excellent. Okay, thanks, Tim, for that. So, Cup Porsches blast away. Number 7 is on track. You can just see coming out of turn 16 down to turn 1 now and diving into the corner. Now that car is up into 6th place, Dustin Blattner. He's still a lap down after the frustrations of that early puncture, but suddenly a puncture and losing a lap doesn't look half as bad as it does for 2Cs, which is way out of contention in Mercedes number 4. That car now, Stephen Grove's car, classified as 23rd and is 10 laps down.
Wow.
That's gone fast, hasn't it?
That's gone very quickly indeed. We almost had here the Dennis Marshall number 25 Santalok Audi unlapping itself from Sergei Borisov. So this is the car that had been leading the race until it pitted. It has done one more pit stop than the car ahead of it, which is the overall race leading Porsche. But how critical might it be to overtake that car? It's going to be pushing hard to try and do it, just to see if they can put themselves in a stronger position. It's actually a little bit quicker coming off the corner at the exit of turn number 7. So is the Audi going to get a run through the kink at 8, which is where they go now, up towards turn number 9. Dennis Marshall hot on the heels of the race leader, trying to get himself back on the lead lap. Takes a nice wide sweep in towards turn number 9. He's going to try and get the undercut. He's got the undercut midway through, and Dennis Marshall and the Audi do go back through, not to gain a place, but to get back on the lead lap.
That was never in doubt, was it? You're really given Dennis Marshall's ability, never mind the commitment. For all the confusion we thought in the pit stop, it was still bang on 1 minute and 40 seconds. They didn't waste any time. It was still spot on. So Dennis Marshall comes out of turn 14 ahead of Borisov and starting to build that gap as well. So he's put himself back onto the lead lap. Plus we know that Porsche owes us a pit stop because Sergei Borisov will have to pit eventually. Todd Coleman is back in then in number 69. So that car, 4th, it's sort of yo-yoed a little bit, hasn't it? As others have got ahead but then pitted and the order shuffles. The Gosners are in as well, by the way, but they've got to serve 10 seconds for track limits, possibly more actually. The penalties are being racked up now. Julian Hanses has brought the oh-so-smart Qatari Porsche number 91 into the pit lane. A very noisy departure from the pit lane. That was the Optimum McLaren that Todd Coleman had brought in.
Yeah, and who has that one been taken over by when it heads down towards pit lane exit? At the moment,
Aaron Tellitz.
Aaron Tellitz, yeah. So Aaron Tellitz is back on board. He did a stint earlier on, didn't he, Aaron Tellitz? He did the third stint that we saw.
Which was a brief one, I think, because that's when they put Todd Coleman into the car. So he did a very, very short stint, because when we had that first full course yellow period, they pitted and they put Todd Coleman into the car to use that bronze burn, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right, so after Sven Muller's good first stint, and with respect, a quiet stint from Sergei Stolyarov, Sergei Borisov is doing good things, isn't he, for Proton Huber Competition up front. He leads by 8.7 seconds, but Miguel Ramos is catching, because last time around, the Garage 59 McLaren was oh so slightly quicker, and therefore the gap is down fractionally, and Pulcini is in third place and falling away a little bit. The real stars at the moment are Blattner and Marshall, not surprisingly. So the two drivers that have shared a car this year are now rivals and are 6th and 7th on the road, and both on a big, big mission.
Yeah, and also just setting the car's best lap of the race so far last time through is the car that had been leading GT3 AM but has now dropped to second in GT3 AM. It's the number 2 Haas RT Audi, Gregory Survey behind the wheel of that car. Pops in the best lap that car's done in the race, 1 minute 54.638.
Leader in. So Sergei Borisov has just come into the pit lane. So this is going to put potentially now number 59 McLaren of Miguel Ramos into the lead. So we need to keep an eye, as you see, number 11 Ferrari coming down to turn 16. Giorgio Roda back at the wheel of it, the versatile GT and prototype racer. Giorgio Roda goes through. There is the pit stop for the lead car, or what was the lead car, out of which clambers Sergei Borisov and walked away, and then realises that he's forgotten the seat insert, so goes back to the car, sorts that out, and let's see whether or not it is going to be Sergei Stolyarov back into it, because Stolyarov's got to do 3 hours, but they also need to keep a fresh Sven Muller for as long as possible. So new tyres go on, new Pirellis. Proton team, which knows all about running Porsches, this alliance between the Proton and the Huber teams. And Sergei Borisov then will relinquish the lead. Oh dear, number 6 Ferrari off again. Mark Rosser at the wheel of it. He's facing the wrong way and he's on the track. The car moved, it moves again, but I think yes, he has got it going. He is able to spin, turn it and rejoin, which is a relief. That's coming out of turn 1, isn't it?
I think it is. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's early on the lap. Yep, exit of turn 1. So Mark Rosser had an off yesterday as a result of what we think was probably suspension failure, which was heading out of this part of the circuit, wasn't it? And the car came down towards turn number 5 and just sort of couldn't stop because front left suspension had broken, which meant that the right front wasn't on the ground and it skittered off into the barriers and ended up damaging both of the sides. Now, who has jumped on board that Porsche? Now it has come back out of the pit lane. It is absolutely right. It's Sergei Borisov that is back on board that car.
Well, no, he got out of it. He saw him get out. So it's either Stolyarov or Muller.
Oh, sorry, I meant yeah, sorry. Yeah,
so it's not updated yet?
Yeah, it's not updated.
Tim, hello.
It is Stolyarov, correct.
Stolyarov, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Right.
So Sergei Stolyarov in to use more of the bronze burn to get another chunk of his 3 hours minimum out of the way.
Yeah, so
let's start bronze burn jar style thing for this first part of the race. Have we started a bronze burn quote tip jar for the first start of the race where you need to put 20 pence in every time it's used?
Well, it goes on with fuel burn, but yes, all right, I'll try not to keep saying it if it goes onto that list of Addison Bingo for people at home.
Might be able to pay for Alan Hyde's rider in his green room if we manage to do more of those.
Right, so right now we've got 107 laps done. We've got 4 hours and 13 of part 1 to go. So we're almost at the halfway point, almost. And we have a McLaren in the lead once again, but it's 59. Miguel Ramos then, who is the best part of half a minute up the road from Marco Pulcini. Andrew Kokodia, I can see, who runs Garage 59, pacing in and out of the garage opposite us. There's 11. Giorgio Roda brought that in. He might be worth a word, Tim, if you can get to him, Giorgio Roda, because he's had a busy first part of the race. There are more penalties coming then. Number 6 is being given 10 seconds. That's the Kirkmeyer, Rosser, Altway, Mehi, Ferrari, and the other one, 99
yeah.
getting a 5-second penalty. Basha Almardini, Carl Tilly, Patrick Toll, Gabriel Rindoni.
And I can also see just being pushed on the dollies up the pit lane of the number 42 Toro Verde car, which made its way back to the pit lane but still hasn't found its way back to the actual team in the garage yet. So all of this time still being lost, and they can't even begin to inspect the car to understand what needs sorting on it. And that car is now 81 laps off the lead. Sorry, it has completed 81 laps and is going to be the best part of 27 laps off the lead. So
mechanics pushing it down the pit lane under supervision from the marshal. But then they've got to be careful because there are other cars coming down the pit lane that may be swinging towards the pit box, so they have to stop. And we've got 2 Ferraris coming in, one of which is 51 then from second place, Marco Pulcini in. And the other one was Khalid Al Marzouk from Dragon Racing, who's in number 77. So there is 77, 51 is in the background, and Pulcini was second when he pitted, so a significant stop.
I'm just looking at, we were talking about Herbert Motorsport, the pole-sitting car earlier on. Here they are, despite all of their problems. Yes, they're not on the lead lap, but they are now running in 5th position. That's slightly artificial in some respects because they are due another pit stop again before too much longer, whereas some of the cars further down have already ticked off an additional pit stop. But since those problems early on, they all sort of seem to happen in the first half an hour of the race. They've kept their nose clean again and haven't really picked up any of the penalties, have they? Certainly no more punctures and no more spins. They've just been pounding round.
And if others do have dramas, they could find themselves back on that lead lap. It's an AM car. It's comfortably ahead in the class.
A full lap, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's going to be a factor overall. 25 Audi has gone through there. Dennis Marshall lapping now in the 152, so he's demonstrably quicker than anybody ahead of him. He's up to 4th. 77 cycles through the next pit stop. And the race-leading car is into the pit lane. So Miguel Ramos is in. The beauty for Garage 59, they're at pit in, so they've got lots of space to play with there.
And the other good thing about Garage 59 is we can spot what's going on even if Tim or Alan are at the other end of the pit lane, because they are almost directly opposite our commentary box. So door opens and out of the car comes Miguel Ramos.
So we haven't yet seen James Jakes in that car, have we?
No, not as yet. And he's got some time to burn through as well, doesn't he?
James Jakes, gold-graded driver through all of his single-seater exploits abroad. So he will take on that car. So James Jakes potentially will be the next driver. Right, so this gives us another jumbling of the order, doesn't it? Because 51, which has now been taken over by Alessio O'Donnell, who is very, very quick. This will be worth watching.
He will.
Drops behind 55 Christian Hook, and Christian Hook in turn should now be the race leader, with Miguel Ramos handing over 59 in the pit lane. So 55 Christian Hook, he was put in to eat into the bronze driving time available for him. He's been in the car for 42 minutes, so another 20 or so before they think about a pit stop.
Yes, you would have thought so, but imminent pit stops likely to come from Dustin Blattner, who is in the pit lane, I think, at the moment.
No, I was pointing at the race leader.
Ah, right, okay.
Erstwhile race leader. So on its way again is 59, rejoining the race. So that was Ramos in for Garage 59, and that's the second of the cars that has cycled through that third regulation stop. Accelerates with James Jakes behind the wheel, back on track now. So that's a stint for all in 59.
Yeah, so they are using a subtly different strategy then, are they, of putting in the gold earlier on in the Pro-Am car and not necessarily flicking back to one of the bronzes again. But I suppose they were somewhat limited to what they could do, because Todd Coleman only just got back out of the car anyway a few stints ago and was probably still needing a rest, wasn't he? Did he double stint? No, he didn't. He did the first stint and then he came back in for stint 4, didn't he?
Todd Coleman's Optimum. not garage.
Oh, sorry, I'm
59.
looking at the wrong one.
Yes.
Apologise, yeah.
Yes. So Todd Coleman has been replaced by Aaron Tellitz. It's only a 3-driver car anyway, that, isn't it? Whereas Garage 59's 59. They've done a stint for everybody. James Jakes gets into that for his first go. And Todd Coleman, as I say, we have switched for Aaron Tellitz, who did half a stint early on.
Yeah, I was looking across the wrong. They're one apart from each other on the entry list, and I started on one line and finished up on the other by the time I'd moved my finger. So James Jakes on board the Garage 59 car.
Another 5-second penalty going the way of 91 Porsche, which is out of the Cup class, and currently it is Ibrahim Ali Abdul Ghani at the wheel of it. So more and more of these penalties to come. How's 26 doing? Benjamin Ricci is still not on that lead lap, is he? Even allowing for the shuffles. And it won't be long before Dennis Marshall leads the way. Christian Hook in 55 is the race leader. There he is through the traffic. And number 4, Mercedes, the 2C/Grove Motorsport car, back on the pit lane, ready to rejoin the race. Tim is down there.
25 minutes maybe for what could be a full front left suspension change there. Car going on its way, front bodywork's looking a bit differently, so you might have to update the spotter's guide with your nearest felt tip pen. But car out on its way, team heading back into the garage, and happy to see the car back out on track.
Well, that pit stop has been 31 minutes and change, so it's been a long stop, half a stint really. It's been in the pit lane. It does rather illustrate how quickly time flies. It didn't feel like half an hour. I bet it did for the team though, Tim.
Absolutely. I mean, every second stopped feels like a lifetime, doesn't it, for these teams? But hearing from Stephen Grove, who's actually in the car, isn't he, heading back out, the kind of momentum has changed for them now. They're looking to just enjoy the time behind the wheel, learn a bit more about this Mercedes AMG, and gather what they can from the remaining hours of this race.
Yeah, 16 laps lost in total.
Yeah, but you know, there are cars that can, as this part of the race goes on, have problems as well and lose laps. They could be out of the race completely, and then you've got another 4-hour stanza at the other end. So you still don't know what the result is.
I think that makes kind of the more enjoyable part for these teams, and particularly for potentially the bronze drivers, you know, paying to be here. There's a second chance, second lifeline to bring themselves back into the race, be it in their class or in the overall fight. We know the quality of 2Cs, particularly at the Gulf 12 hours. Yeah. Let's see what they can do. But 16 laps, it's a long way, but yeah, long way to go, cliche used as well.
True enough. Yeah, I'm not suggesting they're still in with a shout of winning, but they could certainly gain places. 74 Ferrari of Andrew Gilbert, second stint for him. He's facing the wrong way at turn 1.
He is, yeah, and waited for a little bit of a gap in the traffic and is able to get going. So that's a couple of spins now at turn number 1. It is a very fast entry, isn't it, into turn number 1? The whole of the first section of this, so through turn 1, 2, 3, 4, very, very fast start to the lap, isn't it?
That's where we had Stephen Grove's accident last year, and also Sean Balf's accident.
Yeah, Stephen Groves was on the entrance to it, into the braking area, and Sean Balf was coming out.
Yeah. You've got number 7 Porsche on pit lane, Tim. This is the Dustin Blattner car back in. We still haven't really unravelled how the puncture happened on the opening lap. So if you find Dustin out of the car, we'd be intrigued. And the Lion Speed Porsche is back in as well, which has sort of rebuilt its race. Bashar Al-Mardini has done a decent... Oh dear, the Groves car back in after a lap. It might be part of the plan just to go and have a look and feel what it's like and come back and report. But that's... no.
Going back onto the dollies.
Yeah, going back to the garage. Right, we're looking at Blattner. We'll keep you updated about the Grove Mercedes, but Dustin Blattner is out of the car. And one assumes it's another stint for Ralph Bone.
Yes, you would have thought so, yeah. Dustin Blattner. Well, I just think, you know, considering that is an AM car, they're all shiny AMs in that one, aren't they?
Very shiny bronzes.
Oh,
yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, shiny bronzes,
Dustin Blattner particularly. Ralph Bone, you know, very quick Porsche AM. Blattner is the he'll get reclassified next year as a silver, no question about it, and he's been mighty this year. Stephen Grove's car going back to the garage. You're on board as it swings around, and he's going backwards, back in. So clearly, the problem ain't fixed. And yeah, Alfred Renauer is another very, very rapid Porsche racer. So it all builds really nicely as long as they can. Here we go again. Keep out of trouble. then they're looking good. So that's why I'm still fascinated as to what it was that caused the puncture. May have been a rub, as we said at the time, with Jules Gounon on the opening lap that we didn't see.
Yeah, but they just head back out on pit lane now, and it's Alfred Renauer that has jumped on board that car, actually. So he's in for his first stint, the former Asian Le Mans champion in the GT category. Also won the 24-hour series. The champion in that was Alfred Renauer.
And didn't he win Dubai 24 as well?
I think he has done, yeah. Right, we've got the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini in. So that is Neil Muston who is in. And in is going the fuel. Are we going to see a driver change in that car? I think we also saw an overtake there, and was that Benjamin Ricci in the Santaloc Audi going through and ahead of James Jakes? I think it was. I just briefly saw up at turn number 1. We'll confirm all of that, but if that's the case, number 26 Audi, remember, started off the tail end of the field, is now upper place. But Benjamin Ricci is reaching the end of his driving stint.
Neil Muston there you saw being waved away from the car by the mechanic because he's quite weary getting out of it. He was using the rear wing to steady himself, but that constitutes touching the car. So the team say, don't do that, get off, because you're not allowed to touch the car while we're refueling it. So hopefully nothing comes of that, but little things like that can pick up a penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the marks down the side of the car, Alan, it looks as though they've almost tried to rub some muck off at some point, but it hasn't quite come off the car, isn't it? Just as the camera angle shows it there. Almost graffiti-esque, isn't it?
Yeah.
Down the side.
If I were Neil Muston, by the way, when I have recovered, I would not go near Stephen Grove for a while, because their race had really, really hit the buffers, hasn't it, after that
I mean,
incident.
I think the way Stephen delivered his interview, though, these things just happen, whatever, it sounded as though, understandably, he's going to be very disappointed. He was taking it on the chin, but now that they're losing even more time and it's gone on probably longer than they would have wished, he might be feeling a little bit more miffed than otherwise he was.
77 is being given a 20-second penalty for causing a collision. That's Axel Jeffries in the Dragon Racing car right now. Remind me what it hit. Was that another of the Ferraris? Was that the one that turned Safran Tirancool around?
I'm trying to think. I don't recall seeing that Ramez Azam did anything, or Khalid Mazouk.
We'll try and unravel.
Yeah.
I had a feeling that when Safran Tirancool spun, he might have got involved with the Dragon Ferrari. Anyway, a 20-second penalty is coming for causing a collision. So it's there. It's been decided by the stewards, and there is number 77. So right now that car is 15th. Axel Jeffries at the wheel of it, who, as we were saying early on, is another rapid driver, the Zimbabwean driver, who was Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion in the Middle East twice over. He's won the Dubai 24 Hours twice. Indy Lights racer, Formula 2, GP2, Formula BMW, and an instructor at Yas Marina. So Axel Jeffries knows his way around.
He can close his eyes and probably go around here faster than most. And he was very decisive, gaining a place there as he dived up the inside of the Line-Speed Porsche in the hands of Kyle Tilley. So working his way through the traffic. Christian Hook has picked up the lead of the race at the wheel of the number 55 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari through all of this. He is 51 minutes into his stint. Dennis Marshall in what is the Audi that's probably led more laps than anybody else so far. The number 25 car is second, and there is at the moment pretty much a full lap between the pair of them.
No, it's 12 seconds.
No, it's not. It's 12 seconds because he'd just gone over the start-finish line, and then through goes Dennis Marshall. The Proton Huber competition Porsche in the hands of, it still says Sergei Borisov on the timing screen, but we did hear confirmation that Sergei Stalyarov was back behind the wheel of that car, so that's a car that still needs changing at the transponder positioned. Fourth was showing as James Jakes, who I thought had been undone by Benjamin Ricci, but there is still 0.4 of a second between those cars as they fight over fourth and fifth place. And Aaron Tellitz, the American, at the wheel of the Optimum Motorsport number 69 car, completes the top six at this stage.
So there, number 99 Porsche. This is the car that lost time early on, but Kyle Tilley, the silver-graded Brit, who's now based in America behind the wheel of that car, who a long time ago used to race Formula Ford at Castle Combe, went to the States to try and make a career, and has picked up a good career as a sports car driver. Jules Gounon frustrated, out of the race effectively, but still part of the team, holds the blower, keeps Stephen Grove cool inside the car. And that's why Jules endears himself to a team. There's no prima donna-ish about it.
No, he's not. No, absolutely. Yeah, it's the same with a few pro drivers, isn't it? You know, Meyer Engel springs to mind as well. Just probably nice guy. What did we do before leaf blowers? What do we use to keep drivers cool when they're in the cockpit there, or to cool down cars?
I think you just opened and closed the door.
Yeah,
you sort of wafted them.
Yeah.
Right, race leader Christian Hook, as we've been saying, coming towards the end of his stint. Track limits are now reset because we've had 4 hours, so they get reset on the 4-hour mark, and Christian Hook is going to do another lap then, so trips the beam. He's done 54 minutes pretty much in that car now in this stint.
And just for clarity, whilst the track limits are reset, any penalties pending still need to be served.
Yeah. Penalties are penalties. Andrea Girondi back at the wheel of number 17. That was the car that triggered the early full course yellow, and notionally this is the last place car circulating.
I can only assume, I mean, we haven't got to the bottom of that one yet, but it must have been fuel, because since they put some juice in it, it's run faultlessly again.
Yes, indeed. We've just had an absolute best middle sector time offered up by Aaron Tellitz, number 69 McLaren. So, out of nowhere, boom, we suddenly get a purple sector. We've got a green sector out of Benjamin Ricci. It might be because the cars are now starting to get a bit lower on fuel within this stint, but we haven't really seen that hitherto. Ricci goes through ahead now of James Jake, so that change that you were predicting has finally happened. Benjamin Ricci up into 4th place, James Jake's 5th. And it's getting busy in the pit lane. Number 6 Ferrari having to be just pushed backwards into its right place for the fuel because it overshot slightly.
I'm more impressed with the purple middle sector time for Alan Tellitz. Not because it's purple, but he's only been in the car for 21 minutes, which means that it's still going to have a chunk of fuel on it. Whereas for Benjamin Ricci, he is, an hour and 40 into his stint, so he's probably running on fumes now.
Right, the Grove 2C's Mercedes ready to rejoin, or it will be when it's got some wheels on it, but it's been pushed back onto the pit apron. But what a frustration for that team. I mean, everything yesterday made it look as though that was going to be a car that was hard to beat. That first stint, the roll of the dice on the strategy, and then another car just makes contact and your race is done. Because effectively it is. I know it's still going to circulate, but it is now 20 laps down.
And that must be enormously frustrating as well as a driver. It's not your fault, but equally as much, you've still got another 8 hours of pounding round with no chance of a result. And I know what Stephen Grove was saying, they can now use it as testing and time and everything else, but
depends what you call a result. I mean, you're right, but we don't know that every other car is going to finish.
No,
we don't know that every other car is not going to have a problem. I know that, this is what I said a little while ago, I'm not saying it's going to win. From 20 laps back plus, because that's still building, of course it's going to be a huge deficit to try to overcome, but that's not to say that everybody else isn't going to have a problem. We look how much time 42 has lost, because that's still in the pit lane. Now that has done 81 laps to the 116 of the race leaders. They'll buy back some places as others hit problems. The longer the race goes on, the more likely you are to have a problem.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, it must be soul destroying when as an AM you've put the effort and the money in. As a pro, you've come and you're anticipating a win or wanting a win. But it is all part of endurance racing, isn't it?
It is. It's all part of, very much so. That team game that is endurance racing, and that's when I say the team, I don't just mean the drivers. I mean absolutely everybody: the mechanics, the engineers, those that sit at the back of the garage, looking at the laptops all of the time, and you probably never see their face even in the pit lane whilst the pit stops are going on. So we've now got 116 laps completed. It is the number 55 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari of Christian Hook that leads the way by about 3.5 seconds from Dennis Marshall. But Dennis Marshall at the wheel of the number 25 Santaloc Audi was 2 seconds quicker. Was he? No, 3 seconds quicker last time through. So he is taking and carving chunks out of the race leader. He was a full second quicker through the first sector on this lap. He was 1.4 seconds quicker through the second sector on this lap, and they are imminently due over the start-finish line. And when they go through, the order has already changed by the end of the lap. Christian Hook is only just in the lead of the race as they head up towards turn number 1, just 0.3 of a second between the pair of them, but he does still lead actually. Dennis Marshall didn't quite get there by the end of the lap.
No, but I suspect he would have done it at turn 1. You were looking at John Schaumann pitting there in number 88 Ferrari. John Schaumann to give way either to Wayne Boyd for the first time or back to Matt Bell. So now we have the new race leader, number 25 Audi. It is Dennis Marshall ahead, and although we didn't see it, it has happened in that first sector of the laps. So John Sharman gives way in the 15th when he brought it in, and we are into the second half of the first part, if that makes sense. We've done a third of 12. Down the pit road now also has come 26 Audi, Benjamin Ricci. And there's going to be a driver change for that car as well. 88, John Sharman steps out of it. And the sister car has just gone across the line as well, 77 of Axel Jeffries. So back into the lead goes 25, Dennis Marshall, to nobody's great surprise, on an absolute mission. And in a sense, this is a race that got away. Was it last year or the year before that he had done a very good early stint, and then not long into another stint, he had a big lose coming out of turn 2, hit the barrier, and that was the end of the race. And he was honest enough a bit later on to go and find Alan and be interviewed and say, no, it was my fault. Didn't blame anybody or anything. He just said, no, it was me, and he was absolutely gutted, but at least he was honest enough to admit that.
That was 2 years ago, I think. Yeah, 2 years ago, and that was quite late on into the race as well, wasn't it?
I want to say about 9 hours or something like that.
I was going to go, yeah, maybe up to 10.
Really,
yeah, it was quite late in the race, and again, it looked as though it was on for a good result.
Sure. Benjamin Ricci in. So 26, that didn't quite get itself back on the lead lap, serves another of its imposed pit stops. So down the pit road it has come, and this means now that you've got 25 Dennis Marshall ahead of 55 Christian Hook, and Sergei Stolyarov still third in number 16 Porsche. So Stolyarov in the car that briefly led, got him down a little bit in terms of pure pace. Away goes 26. So Santalok trying not to double stack. Alan? No, noise is off from the pit lane.
No,
Oh,
I can talk to you.
Hello,
yes,
welcome back.
Well, thank you very much indeed.
Where have you been?
So I bring. Well, I've been resting myself, you know,
yes.
and having a light luncheon. But now I'm back and raring to go, and I'm delighted to say that 42 car is about to do the same. So although it's been in the garage for some time, Graham Mundy is about to climb aboard. Just climbs in on the left-hand side of the car. I might be able to have a word. The car is on its dollies. It's not got wheels on. I think you can see this now as the car is pulled out of the garage and into pit lane. But the team have been working hard. I was wondering if I could get a word with Jules down here in the garage. He was... Oh, is he... no, he's just suiting himself up to get the car fettled and ready to go. So that's really good news. We'll follow this up with an interview in a few moments' time. But for now, I think they're just going to put the final bit of fuel and the tyres on the car, and then send the 42, the Toro Verde car, back out onto the circuit, which is jolly good news.
It is.
How many laps is it going to be down?
I need to subtract 81 from 119, but it's a lot.
Yes, yeah.
20, it's about 40 laps, 48 laps, isn't it?
Yeah. It's been here a while, hasn't it?
It has. And of course, there are still two drivers that haven't had a go in that car. So for Steve Laidlaw and Mr. Stanley, you want it back on track, at least so they can have a go, don't you? Right.
You certainly do, yeah.
We'll come back to 42 in due course. We are now with 3 hours and 49 minutes, effectively, of part one still to go. David Addison and Tim Fulbrook trackside, and it's been a fascinating race thus far with no real form guide that you could have predicted. You know, the Grove Motorsport Mercedes, I think on paper was, yeah, that's going to be the car to beat. And it's 20 odd laps down after that bit of contact.
I think the form book went out the window when we had an Am car on the pole and
true enough, yeah,
a pro car in third. So yeah, a really interesting race so far. I do feel like this 25 Santalok car is definitely setting themselves out as the car to beat at the moment, but yeah, interesting to see how the play throughout the slightly messy last hour, should we say, with the safety cars, etc., plays out. But yeah, at the moment I feel that 25 car is going to be the one to beat.
I'm almost waiting, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but for something to happen to it, because so far it's managed to avoid all the potholes, if you like. There's a really good battle going on for third place now. Sergei Borisov has been caught by Aaron Tellich. You just saw it a moment ago going up through turn 5. But the Proton Huber Porsche is another one we shouldn't discount, because that's had a good run so far.
Yeah, it goes without saying that Sven Muller is an incredible talent, and I think particularly behind the wheel of a Porsche as well, we've seen just how good Sven Muller is, and now given an opportunity to really go up against his teammate as well. I know you mentioned earlier about fighting Dennis Marchand. I'm sure he wants to have a little bit of friendly banter with his season-long teammate. But yeah, that number 16 car I think has been solid throughout the week. Albeit, I say week, it's condensed really, isn't it? We've basically just had a race weekend for Gulf. So yeah, we can get that 16 car.
Absolutely. Right, there's number 17 that rejoins. We think it was purely fuel that stopped that in its tracks earlier on. So it's got to try to rebuild its battle within the Cup class. That's being led by 91 from 92, the two Q80 team Porsches. Number 55 Ferrari, Christian Hook, owes us a pit stop because he's been in that car now for 63, nearly 64 minutes. So it can't be longer, I would have thought, before that Rinaldi car comes in.
Yeah, great showing as well. He got in the car whilst I was down in pit lane, and has looked very solid. Kept the car. They kind of cycled through towards the front in the pit lane sequences, but that Rinaldi 55 car is looking good.
Going to catch up with Julian Westwood. It's great to see the 42 car back out on circuit. How extensive was the damage?
To be fair, not too bad at all. I was just saying to the boys, it's probably a bit less legal these days, but in the old days, I'd just driven up back and just carried on. Because you went into the Tech Pro, bounced out, but didn't know, and they were all like, stop. And we're like on the radio saying, it doesn't look too bad, drive it back. And he tried to, and they were like, no, you can't drive it back. But it's better to ask for forgiveness than... Yeah.
No, that's absolutely correct.
So in reality, no, not too bad. The bumper was a bit bent, the rear wing end plate, diffuser underneath a little bit, but I mean, it's no suspension damage, but which is annoying because we've lost like an hour or so, and the car was already perfectly drivable.
I know, and the other thing that's frustrating, you guys had a demon plan on strategy, did you not?
Allegedly.
and it was looking pretty good, wasn't it?
I think so. I mean, we did something completely different to everybody else, and it's one of those ones that would play out towards the end of the race, like a lot of them do. And I think if everything went to plan, we would have been with a fighting chance, you know what I mean?
What a shame. However, never give up, eh?
No, that's why we're back out, and we're going to keep pushing, because someone else could have a problem, couldn't they? It's what endurance is about. And also, the boys secretly like to have a bit of a rough and tumble anyway. It's mixed up.
Well, you know what it's like. You're a racing driver. It's an amazing circuit, beautiful weather. What's not to like, really? Be out there.
Yeah, you missed one word out of that, ex-racing driver.
I don't believe you. When I saw you doing up the overalls, it brought back memories.
Last time I wore these overalls, it wasn't so good for me.
Very good. Jules, thanks very much indeed. That's the 42 car back out on track.
It's classified last at the moment, Alan, but thank you, it is back out and running. Graham Mandy behind the wheel of it. So, Dennis Marshall leads, 16 seconds to the good, but the big change that we've had is for third place. There is the McLaren of Aaron Tellitz in the Optimum car, and this is another mega committed stint, because anything he comes up behind, whether it's for position or whether it's traffic, he just dive bombs.
And I think that comes from his IMSA experience. I reckon he knows how to get the elbows out and send it. Although the McLaren are a very new car team, the majority of this racing being done stateside in the Lexus RCF GT3, so quite a different form. And given the age, and everyone talks about how old that Lexus is, and we've seen it still win championships in IMSA GTD Pro with Ben Barnicoat and Jack Roxford a year ago. So yeah, great to see Aaron over here in the McLaren with Optimum, and they're driving it like it's the final 15 minutes of one of those IMSA sprint races.
Optimum is a team, I think, that deserves a huge amount of credit, because maybe the spotlight has been on other McLaren teams, but Optima have just very, very quietly got on with the job and learned the processes and got some really good results. And you know, their cars always seem to be reliable. They always seem to do they just do a good job without much fuss.
Yeah, they just do. I almost want to term it clean endurance racing. You know, they just go out, run the laps, get the job done. And I think in the way that racing is at the moment, in the way modern sports car racing is, actually that pays back. Not being involved in that drama, not losing time on pit lane, not having to change a bumper here or there, lose extra time and stop, you know, just making sure that the races are complete, and the results have gone their way. I think Optima are a really smart, well-executed squad, and I'm sure we'll see more from them.
Right, 55 into the pit lane, so that's Christian off the hook, because he's out of the car.
You've been waiting to use that.
I have, yes.
That is actually written down in David Addison.
I'm so sad his co-drivers aren't line and sinker. Anyway, Christian Hook out of the car, and that Rinaldi one has again, it's had a really good start to the race. David Perel we've had in very briefly, haven't we? Only for a handful of laps. You were down there and they decided to do, can I say it, bronze burn.
It was a bronze burn.
Hook into the car, pounded the jar. So we kind of owed a stint by David Perel, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And he, I think the telltale sign was that he looked really fresh when he got out of the car. He looked like he had barely exerted himself and had to try yet. And I think with someone with the talent of David Perel, you'll know when he's had to push. So
he didn't do many laps, did he? What, 7 or 8 laps? It wasn't long at all before they elected to put the bronze driver back in and eat into that drive time. So this is going to put the Optimum McLaren second now, albeit the best part of 52 seconds adrift to the leader. But Aaron Tellett's back up into second. If you put the Proton Porsche number 16, the blue Porsche, up into third. And James Jakes having his first outing for Garage 59 after a really tough season in the Aston at Contiu. He's going to be a bit more buoyed, I think, with this, maybe in 4th place.
It's not been an easy year in that Contiu car, but a great opportunity here to try some different machinery, get behind the wheel of a different car with a different team and see if you find something that might have been missing throughout the year, and a great place to do it as well. Great circuit to really test your abilities behind the wheel of a new car. We hear the drivers talk about it. They love driving this place because it's a mix, because you have these kind of flat out sections, you have the bits we really get to lean on the car up through 2 and 3, and then you have that nice technical section which obviously looks great around the marina and under the hotel to get yourself up to speed with the balance of the car in that more technical section.
And while you're doing that on a great circuit, you are having the ultimate test session if you're new to a team or a car or both, because as somebody was saying to me at Sepang last week, it's all very well doing a load of testing, but here you're working with the team, you're learning about how they do a pit stop, for example, you're learning about the rule book, they're learning about you and thinking, we should have told him to press that button for the pit lane speed limit because it's different on our car than the one he used to drive. And you don't get that in just a pure test session.
No, absolutely, and that comes with that. I think seeing the race part 1 at the top of the timing screen and the clock ticking down, there's that added pressure of it actually just being a race session, getting out there and being involved in the action. And yeah, you mentioned it there, just about bits on the button, working with different teammates. We saw a couple of, forgetting to take the seat insert out and give it back to the driver or whatever. All those things you learn and you become second nature after you've done a race like the Gulf 12 Hours with a new team and with a new car. It's all about, as much as you can go testing as much as you like, but it's completely different when the green flag waves and there's 20 plus other cars out there trying to beat you, and that competitive edge I think kicks in as well for these drivers.
Absolutely right, and still to win the Gulf 12 Hours, put that on your CV, it is still a big event, it's still a tough race to win.
Yeah, definitely. As I said pre-race to some friends of mine, you look at the entry list, it's names that you would see racing around the world in GT3 racing. AF Corsa, for example, Garage 59, Kessel, Santalot, these are all names that people know from Spa 24 Hours, GT World Challenge, whatever it might be. Still that bragging rights, I think, to carry into Christmas and into 2025 and go, do you remember last time?
They're not here on holiday, are they?
Exactly, yeah.
Good little battle going on here, but it's not for position. Wayne Boyd having his first stint, getting himself up past the Simpson Audi, so that was a car that was 12th and a car that was 16th. The 88 Dragon, possibly in John Schauman's first stint, seemed to lose quite a bit of time. I know it got roughed up by the race leader down at turn 16 by Louis Pret, but even so, that car did seem to lose quite a chunk of time. But now they can use a bit more of Wayne Boyd and a bit more of Matt Bell, can't they, to rebuild the race for that car.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how Wayne Boyd fares in the GT3 car.
He's never raced a GT3
I don't
car
think
before.
he has. I think this could be his first extensive LMP3 experience.
Absolutely.
You kind of put Wayne Boyd and United Autosports LMP3 and stick them together, and you could say that without risk of being wrong. But interesting to see him in a GT3, and I'd love to know from him how he feels at the wheel of the Ferrari. It's a car that is really popular worldwide. I mean, only a couple of weeks ago it racked up its 100th win already, the 296 in a couple of years of competition. So a real popular one with customers, but I wonder how that as well turns for a gold rated driver, and particularly one that's had prototype only experience. It's not like he's coming from an LMP2 car, let's say, and dropping into GT3.
No.
LMP3, GT3, wonder whether there's at least some similarities for him. But yeah, driver to watch, and that 88 car, as you say, with Matt Bell due to do quite a bit of driving time still,
watch that car climb up the leaderboard, I think.
Yeah, I mean, another example of somebody switching from prototype to GT, Giorgio Roda, pole position for both Asian Le Mans races a week ago in an LMP2 car, and here he is, as still surprised he's bronze, but a very shiny bronze in a GT3 car.
Yeah, he described himself to me, speaking pre-race, as the benchmark bronze in the Kessel lineup, which maybe is a bit of a self-admittance that it's a very shiny bronze driver ranking he's got next to his name. But having done, I believe, some Asian Le Mans series here as well in the LMP2, he did say that it's an equally fun challenge swapping over to the GT3 here and really experiencing the car, kind of sliding around a bit here and there, whereas in the P2, although albeit that the P2's kind of big instant there, David.
Full course yellow is coming. That's the ARC Bratislava Lambo that's club of the wall. Adam Konopka at the wheel of it, and so we're going to go full course yellow because there's a stranded car. There's debris on the racetrack, as you can see, and so some cars are already adhering to it, but the full course yellow is called now. Boards and flags are out, so full course yellow. That's our third interruption of the race, a third full course yellow. We'll come back to the point we were discussing about drivers and adapting to cars a little bit later, because now, just to explain, the pit stop isn't permissible unless it's over 5 minutes. That was a big lose coming out of turn 3. We had a sizable accident there last year in qualifying from memory, which did quite a lot of barrier damage, and that will not have done the Lamborghini of Adam Konopka any good. Second crash of the weekend. He had one yesterday.
Yeah, that's another car that's had rear end damage already this weekend, and again back into the barrier. A really quick part of the track there as well. Easy to just lose it over the crest. You run out wide over the curbs on the left hand side, and I think once the cars start getting away from the drivers there, it's not necessarily a place where you can try and gather it up and kind of into the runoff area. The car always just seems to go off to the right hand side and into that barrier, which actually looks like it's been slightly extended this year as well. And I know from media briefings that it's actually a red zone. They don't want anyone stood there, so I think they understand that that's quite an instant hotspot.
Yeah, I want to say that last year it was concrete that was there, which is why it took so long to restart the session and did a lot of damage to the car. So although there's a car in the pit lane, you can't take one of your imposed pit stops now unless it is over 5 minutes. So this is to try and stop people having an unfair advantage by pitting under full course yellow. You can do it, but it's got to be a 5 minute stop or longer. 17 was the porter in the pit lane, Alan tells us, and we saw Alessandro Giannone having brought it in. So now they just need to keep that car there, because by wasting the time to get up to the 5 minute mark, they can tick off another imposed pit stop. And of course that's a team trying to rebuild the race anyway after running out of fuel early on.
I feel like this is a roll of the dice, isn't it? Try something different, and with a full course yellow presenting itself, why not try and tick off one of those pit stops?
I reckon this is going to be quite a lengthy period. More for the barrier damage, there is one of the race control vehicles that's just been scrambled in the top end of the pit lane outside our window. Now that means that the local officials, the clerk of the course and the circuit staff need to go and inspect that barrier. So you can see the flatbed is on its way to get the Lamborghini out of the way. That's the relatively easy part of this, but I think the concern for Peter Roberts, who is the race director, and for his team will be what damage that may well have done to the Armco, because although it looks like it's upright, have another look maybe here. Adam Konopka does give it a big whack, and around he goes.
It's amazingly intact, that rear,
isn't it? But I was just thinking, it may well be the supports behind it that have taken the brunt of it. So if another car hits it, you know, it's not going to be as able to sustain or withstand rather a big impact. So that'll be the concern, really, the barriers, more than just getting a car out of the way and the debris off the track. So hunker down, full course yellow for a few minutes, I fear here.
Yeah, I think it was worth noting as well that Adam was out of the car and walking back into the gap between the barriers there. So I think he feels that maybe that's bigger than it might have looked actually on the coverage. But yeah, the car had an instant round in the hotel section really during practice yesterday, but car was recovered fine, patched up and sent out on its way, and it actually looks kind of similarly the same damage that it's got now.
Yeah, he'd only been in it for 26 minutes. I think that was his first stint as well, because it was Dad that started and pretty much everybody had a go. That, of course, was the car, from what Stephen Grove was saying to you, was involved in the incident that really did for them. There's a really nice little bunch of cars now just going over the line for third, fourth and fifth, where you've got Stolyarov, Jakes and Dono, Alessio Dono for AF Corsa number 51, who proved to be a bit of a hero in Sprint Challenge in GT World Challenge Europe this year in the Sprint Cup, Alessio Dono.
Yeah, absolutely. Really quick in that, I believe they were a Silver Cup car. They looked very strong.
That's right, yeah.
And
isn't he on pole at Hockenheim?
Yeah, and they had a great weekend at Magny Core as well. They looked very solid there as well. Definitely, I mean, I was looking up some of the drivers, and the range of ages you get in sports car racing is brilliant. And you think Alessio Dono's done a lot of driving in Ferraris already. Only 19, and I did flinch seeing a driver birth date as 2005, and I thought, oh dear. It's all going quite quickly, isn't it?
That's why Mark Patterson's a hero. Asian Le Mans at 70. He's 73 this week.
Brilliant.
And the poor bloke had to do about an hour and 3/4 as the start driver, because it was a 2-driver entry in the end last week in the heat of Malaysia. Just
incredible.
Hat tip to him, absolutely. 77, Axel Jeffries, the Zimbabwe driver, into the pit lane. So that's got to be a 5-minute stop. So they can treat it as a normal pit stop, but they can take as much time as they like up to that 5-minute. That 5-minute point. If they
and his berth in the pit lane, David, is just in front of the 17 Porsche, which is still enjoying a very nice rest, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it feels like an eternity when you're having one of these longer pit stops. There's been no one around the 17 car, and only now does it fire up and down pit lane to rejoin. So a really if you wanted a rest, that was a very good way of taking it.
Well, it's all part and parcel of these regulations, but this 5-minute pit stop, means if you're going to serve the pit stop, you can take your time, you can get a different podcast ready to listen to when you go back out, and you're still under full course yellow conditions, so...
time to boil the kettle, I think, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. The rest is pit stops. It's a new podcast to have on the car.
Is that the teams have to sort of go through the regulations. I've seen quite a few of the garages with regulations in front of them, just making sure, hang on, do I have to do this or do I have to do that? I'm not sure how long the 77 car has been in here, because it's on its way now.
2 minutes.
Okay, it's on its way now.
Yeah, so it's done 1 minute and 56 in the pit lane. They've done a driver change, but that won't count as an imposed pit stop, one of the regulation stops.
Yeah, so down and back onto the circuit. So I've got now nobody in pit lane at all. Well, I've got teams, but no cars.
No.
Yeah.
You will have a slightly crumpled Lamborghini in due course, because Adam Konopka's car is going to be retrieved. Number 17, the Porsche that you dispatched recently, Alan, that's been noted for a pit stop infringement. So we're not told what the infringement is. It might have been too many people working on the car on the apron, as an example. But that's, again, going to keep the stewards occupied.
It's done a 5-minute stop, so it has elapsed that 5 minutes, 5:06.
So that's legit, isn't it?
Yeah, so it has passed over that threshold to not incur a penalty there or anything.
Good. The Cup currently being led, number 91 Porsche, by Ibrahim Ali Al Abdulghani in number 91. He was representing his country at the Motorsport Games, wasn't he, as well as having raced in Carrera Cup Middle East. Now, Optimum McLaren back down the pit lane. So this put Todd Coleman back in. Bronze burn.
Say it, David.
Sorry.
There we go. Definitely a bronze burn. It's got to be. I think we're expecting there's going to be a barrier change or some work done down there that could be 15 or so minutes, 20 minutes, if not longer. So let's just see how the driver change goes. But I would expect if, as well, the teams up and down the pit lane, if they see Optimum playing a card like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see others doing the same.
Yeah, the pack of third-place cars goes through, and slightly out of sequence in that is David Fuminelli in number 11, which is a lap down. Alan, yeah. No.
Oh, no, I wasn't, no.
Oh. I thought I could hear air guns going, which meant that you were there.
It's really nice that that you heard me, because I was trying to talk to you a few moments ago. But the microphone sort of works intermittently over the course of the race so far, apologies. So apologies about that. But good news if you can hear me now, because I'm next to the camera crew in the first half of pit lane, and the 69 car, the door is opened up on the left-hand side of the car. It's closed down now, and the team run away, and the lollipop still being held. Just got into first gear. Stall, but it didn't, and it's on its way.
Okay, so we're anticipating that Todd Coleman is back behind the wheel of that to eat into his bronze regulation time, and is about to leave the pit lane, so it doesn't count as one of the imposed pit stops. And interestingly, the leader is in as well. Dennis Marshall has come in.
Yep, car comes to a stop now, and in goes the fuel. So no one can do anything to the car as long as the fuel is going in.
But they're going to do a driver change by the look of it. Dennis Marshall out. And this might be another bronze burn to put Joe B. Huang back into the car.
Remember the seat insert, Dennis.
Yeah, Dennis Marshall is there with the seat, ready to help strap in.
Yeah, so there was a slight discussion going on there whether he should be stood by the car while it was being refueled or whether he needed to be back behind the line. So it's one of those things, isn't it, when you've got these races with specific regulations for the event. They need to make sure that they're getting this right, don't they? So now the door is closed, the driver change is effected, the car fires up, and is it being released yet? First gear. Slightly bumpy ride down the pit lane, but it's on its way.
Didn't seem to want to engage gear, did it, that, to begin with?
It went into gear. I heard the clonk of it going into gear.
Right.
It just didn't feel particularly smooth.
They had a slightly slow pull away earlier. I don't know if it's just getting up to, getting used to the clutch and getting the car out of the pit bay. Some drivers are totally okay with it. I think the Optimum drivers are quite happy just throwing the rear out on their way out of the pit stall. But a bit of a problem there, just pulling away.
Alan, can you do us a favour before you leave Santalok? Just double check who went into the car, because we were anticipating Joe B. Huang as the bronze to use up his time, but it's being shown as Gilles Magnus.
I shall find out for you.
Which it could be, but I would be more surprised about that.
My only query might be whether 50 minutes hasn't elapsed for his rest time between getting out the car and handing over to Marshall. That happened whilst I was in pit lane, so it might be close, but still, it's definitely been. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see.
So the barriers are being attended to. Local officials checking that everything is good. Lamborghini out of the way. But it just illustrates the unpredictable nature of a sports car, a long-distance race, doesn't it? Because out of all of a sudden, there's a full course yellow, there's barrier damage, there's a car off, strategies go up in the air, and that's a car on its own. It wasn't that it was contact from another. It was just one rogue lap, one little error from a driver who'd been in the car for 26 minutes, and bang, suddenly things are all changed.
I think maybe we got off to quite a sweet start, didn't we? It felt like the race was really getting up to speed, and we were getting some of these strategy calls playing out. Then we've had this flurry of yellows kind of in this middle section of the first half of the race, if that makes sense. And yeah, you're totally right. Something just can happen unexpectedly out there, and you're forced to either adapt, or I think that's one of the interesting choices. Do teams just stick to the plan? Do they stick with what they're running? Do they just let that play out? I mean, there's going to be countless opportunities for something like this to happen again. But yeah, you're right. Part of the nature and part of the just what sports car and endurance racing is all about.
And it illustrates also, and Julian Westwood picked up on it, you never know what's going to happen. And all of a sudden, everyone behind that car now gains a place. Because even if you're laps down, you're going to be able to perhaps get up the order. Right, we are being told it is Zhou Bi Huang, so the timing screen is wrong, we understand. Santalok are having all sorts of problems with transponder settings, aren't they? So they either don't change or it changes to the wrong driver, but we'll hopefully have that resolved. Right, now, Alan, where else can I send you? Leicester, how about that? Keep you walking. What else can you investigate for us?
I don't know. I do whatever you ask me to do.
No, that's a lie.
Within reason.
Oh,
yes.
Yes. You look at Alan and you think, so why is he wearing the rubber glove? Well, it's a long story. We are slightly puzzled by why Santalok's 26 never got itself back on the lead lap. I can't ask you to go and talk to Wayne Boyd or Kyle Tilley because they're in the cars. So I think you can probably have a relaxing few minutes.
A restful time?
Unless you'd like to offer a thought or two. just so we can make the Mickey, really.
well, when I offer you a thought or two, they normally go on for quite a while. So when you've got half an hour to fill, you might have. So,
and definitely no mention of any sort of Hello Kitty branded liveries whilst we're here. Is that exclusively for another race?
It does tend to feature at Macau.
Yeah.
And in fairness, Alan's time talking about Hello Kitty is obliterated by his time queuing for Hello Kitty merch. Isn't that true?
There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. As my father would have said many years ago, you look after that lad, that'll be an investment.
It's true. It's true. Because we're going safety car, by the way. Wasn't it this year there was nearly a fight outside the Hello Kitty merch place one day?
I tell you what, so let's just talk about this very briefly.
Very briefly, he says, David, very briefly.
There is an Audi which last year was liveried up as Hello Kitty to celebrate 50 years of Hello Kitty. And the brand of Hello Kitty, has over the years, it is such a wealthy brand, worth billions over the years. So therefore, there are many fans that will travel far and wide for Hello Kitty merchandise. Last year, just to celebrate the fact that Hello Kitty was on the side of an Audi competing in the GT World Cup at Macau, people were coming that didn't have tickets to come to the race just to buy the merchandise, just to buy the model car. This year, it was a spin-off character of Hello Kitty that was on the side of the car. And again, 6 o'clock in the morning, people were queuing up with little cases because they'd travelled just to buy the merchandise. So I'm one of many.
So we've got 4 minutes to go in the race. Thanks, Alan.
No, you're most welcome.
But in fairness, the colour schemes are always fantastic, and it's a really popular addition to the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup. That's why there is this tenuous link between what we're doing here and what we're talking about.
And you know what? It makes people smile, so what could be wrong with that?
Absolutely. And other people that are regularly smiling are the Gosners, and they're back into the pit lane for another pit stop in the number 58 Mercedes.
You're absolutely right, and they come to a stop. Yeah, we spoke to Thomas Gosner yesterday, didn't we? Just after he'd had a little whoopsie out on circuit and damaged the front of the car, and he was still smiling, and he said, we look forward to this as a family. We look forward. This is the highlight of our year, and to be honest, it's one of our highlights to get the chance to talk to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, as you said earlier, you described them as proper enthusiasts, and that is precisely what they are.
Yeah, I think we suggested it was like the family holiday, wasn't it? It beats camping, doesn't it? Let's go to Abu Dhabi and race a GT3 car. Let's go to Llangollen and go camping. No, I know which I'm
thanks. Yeah.
No. Now, safety car conditions. So actually, it's not taken, in fairness to everybody involved, it has not taken that long to sort out the dramas, has it? 26 has been given a penalty. This is the second of the Santa Lock Audis, number 26 for, track limits. So it is now Michael Blanchemin back at the wheel of that car, and that's been the one more than others, perhaps, of the Santa Lock crew, getting the wrong side of the officials.
Yes, and also on the wrong side of luck as well, having that problem in qualifying last night as well. That saw
the power steering
issue as well. So looking at the repair to the barrier, it looks like the officials have cleared off and they're leaving it as is. They're happy with the stability, the security of that barrier and its condition. So that's always good to know.
But a Huracan is a fairly heavy car, so it's withstood that impact pretty well, which is good to see. So safety car conditions, once the race director is happy, we can get the race back underway. The Lamborghini, Alan, is about to be returned to the team and be on pit lane, so you'll be able to have a look at the damage or otherwise to the Konopka Huracan very shortly. And the safety car will do at least one more lap. I think it's just let everybody catch up, a couple of quick laps to get the warmth back into the tyres, turn the Pirellis back on, and then away we go. Now, 25 Audi leads, 1, 2, 3, 4 back markers, and then the second place number 16 Porsche. So it's only about 4 seconds. That gap will stretch, I reckon, on the restart, because Zhou Bihuang will be able to accelerate away quicker than the second place car, which will have the traffic ahead. So it'll stretch a bit, but it's still, with only 3 hours to go in part one, pretty tight.
I think this is that opportunity for Biang Zhou to set out, that gap, build that gap again. I mean, earlier in the race they had near 30-second advantage at the front of the field. So here with Stolyarov stuck behind a few other cars, I say stuck behind, they might all be equal pace running around together. There's an opportunity here for Zhou to push off at the front of the field and take this restart, get some clean laps in with clear track ahead, no traffic to have to work around, and really set up his pace and push on from the front.
Stolyarov's done Asian Le Mans and Creventic. Sergei Borisov has done International GT Open and Creventic racing, but safety car in this lap. They're not, with respect to them, household names in GT racing, and yet they're doing a good job, both of them.
A really solid run, really, so far, and I think part of that credit has to go to the name above the garage, Proton competition as well, with Huber as well. So just a really top level operation. The car was prepared super quickly. They arrived in the pit lane on the Friday, I think. It had no paintwork on it. It was basically a carbon shell of a car built up, prepared, ready to go, and they're now fighting for the overall race lead. And I think that the two drivers will be learning a lot from having someone like Sven Müller there. You walk down the pit lane and they're constantly talking. He's constantly in pit lane, constantly chatting to them. They're stood by the timing screen. There's hand gestures aplenty in typical driver instruction and typical driver language, shall we say, to have their hands out and displaying what's going on with the car. And I think it's a really strong weekend for those guys so far, and a strong showing in this first part of the race. Going to be interesting to see Sven Müller back in the car. Are they going to save time for him a lot later in the race? Are we just going to have a pro shootout right at the end of this Gulf 12 hours? We'll have to see.
Well, Sven Müller is certainly one of the GT and one make Porsche stars who hasn't really gravitated towards prototypes. I was about to offer you Harry King as another driver who's a Carrera Cup specialist, but he has now gone the prototype route for the next part of his career. But Sven Müller pretty much finds a 911 somewhere every weekend, and he's always quick. But we are about to go racing then, because with 3 hours and 16 minutes on the clock, the safety car, for the third time that it was deployed, is coming into the pit lane. That means that we can replace the yellows with greens. This time we can get the race back underway, and so we are racing again in the 2024 Lenovo Gulf 12 hours, and it is Zhou Bihuang for Santalot Racing then who leads them away in Audi number 25, and well mired in the traffic is number 16 Porsche of Sergei Stolyarov. The gap was about 4 seconds, it's now about 6.2. So as the leader flees through turn 2, Stolyarov now got to get out his elbows to try and carve through the traffic.
One of the Porsche Cup cars, I think, just slow to get up to speed from the green flag being waved, and you can see the gap on screen, the way that's pushed back for Stolyarov in that bit of traffic. There's a big gap between first and second, now extended.
Alan, the Gossamer Mercedes is back onto the pit lane. It's only been out for a couple of laps, I think.
It is, and I just wondered whether there was a confusion about whether there was going to be a driver change, because Manuel Gossamer went back into the garage and took off balaclava and that kind of thing, and then a quick word with the team and put the balaclava back on and got ready to go. So I'm not sure precisely what the confusion was, but certainly now she's ready to get into the car.
Okay, so Dad is out, and meanwhile, coming out of the chicane, there's a very towy McLaren Todd Coleman at the wheel of it, the Optimum car. Todd Coleman having replaced Aaron Tellitz, hung out to dry a bit on the outside line there, but he's trying to carve his way through the traffic. So coming towards us, the Optimum McLaren, you've got the Garage 59 McLaren in the mix as well, of Alexander West, and others being all terribly brave under braking going into turn 9. We've heard it already, safety cars breed safety cars. You've got to be oh so careful on a restart lap like this. You want to make progress, but you've got to try and keep out of trouble.
Quite a slow return, I think, to green flag pace for the HRT performance. Is the Ahmed Al Imadi number 92 Porsche. That was the one that was slow out of the final corner, which bunched all the cars up, and it hasn't got easier for him, because halfway around the lap there's a whole another group of GT3 cars trying to fight their way through and push him. But he's doing the right thing, stay out to the right hand side at turn 9 and allow those cars through on the quicker line. But a couple of cars, I think, just struggling actually to get up to speed. The number 6 looks slow there through the penultimate corner. And
into the pits comes the Simpson Audi. Just go back to that HRT Performance Porsche for a second. We're not talking Holden Racing Team, we're not talking Haupt Racing Team, are we? What are we talking in HRT in this context?
Unfortunately,
just a local team.
On the one thing, yeah. But the lineup, they all seem to be having a great time. We walked out past that HRT garage, all of the drivers are there, present. They're all having a smile and a laugh. They're all kicked back on the lounges, having a drink, taking photos of each other. Yeah. They're having a great time, which I think sums up the Gulf 12 Hours, really well about how drivers should enjoy being here, enjoy the opportunity to go racing.
Number 44, Neil Musselden's efforts against the Groves have netted a 20-second time penalty if the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini goes back out. So there is a driver change going on for number 96 with Vasily Vladikin with his back to us. Also in, is that number
92? I think
92, yeah. Back in. Ahmad Al-Emadi. But the Lamborghini will get a 20-second penalty if it rejoins for causing the collision against Stephen Grove.
Put a car into pit lane, have to make them repair the car, they themselves lose time.
Yeah,
we're not the stewards, David, but I think it seems fair enough.
Well, yeah, I mean it's the biter bit in a sense because they've now had their own accident and all the incumbent time lost there. It might not be 20 odd laps, but it's going to be a big chunk of time. There is Ahmed Al-Emadi in number 92 Porsche, the Qatar Superstock regular racer, and that car currently is second in the Cup behind the sister car, which is the more purpley grey one with the national colours of Qatar on it. So 25 Audi goes through. Look onto the track and you'll see Zhou Bihuang go by, and the advantage that he's got now is going to be over Eliseo Dono, who has got up into second place in number 51 Ferrari, and it's 10.6 seconds. Now Dono's last lap was 1.7 seconds quicker than Zhou Bihuang, but Dono is 58 minutes into a stint, so he'll be pitting soon, but the pace is good.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating, I think, for that 51 crew that he's going to have to get out of the car soon and pitting.
I wonder why they didn't do a bronze burn, because he's been in that for, obviously, the full course yellow and the safety car period. They could have saved him 20 minutes, let's say, by putting one of the other bronzes back in.
It would make sense to do something like that, but I mean, it's case in point about the chasing pack from the race leaders being caught up in that traffic at the restart. Was it 4 seconds when we went green, up to 10 in the space of a couple of laps? So it's proved quite pivotal in this next part of the race, I think.
But Stolyarov in the Porsche, number 16, is falling away now because he's dropped behind James Jakes as well. James up into third place. So there, ARC Bratislava have got the car back. They now start to go to work without, it must be said, a huge amount of vigour to try to get that car back into the race. Now, yes, that doesn't suggest they are eager to get it back out instantly. Almost to the point of thinking, no, that's it, job done.
It's a telltale sign, isn't it? If a car comes into the pit lane and then suddenly you can't see the car anymore because there's 1,000,001 mechanics on it in the garage, working away. It's when it's that slightly more cautious approach to the car, it's kind of slightly more chilled and relaxed approach to fixing it. You start to wonder what the plan is here. It sounds like Alan's got the mic on. Alan.
Yeah, it's the damage at the back of the car. It looked very sorry for itself as they wheeled it down, and you're absolutely right. There's not a huge amount of anything other than a surveying of the damage at the moment. Adam Konopka is at the background, and he's sort of biting his thumb at the moment and surveying the damage at the rear of the car. But look pretty messy, it has to be said, and at the moment the team are just standing by and almost like you've got an estimate for a plumbing job at home because they're not actually doing anything, they're just assessing how much it's going to cost.
It's like when builders say you won't know we're here, means we won't be here. So I'm afraid to say the Lamborghini, if it does go back out, is going to be a long, long way back. It is now at least 13 laps down. The team manager of number 42 being summoned to race control. That's Julian Westwood, isn't it, for the Toro Verde GT Porsche. And 51 in the pit lane. So Eliseo Dono is in. And we're going to get a driver change in that second-placed Ferrari as well. So I was mentioning a little while ago about Sergei Stolyarov dropping down the order. He's fallen back now behind James Jakes. It's good to say things like James Jakes in third, because after, and we mentioned it earlier, a really awful season in the ComTU Aston for whatever reason or reasons, it's just good to see James reminding people how good he is.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great opportunity to do so. He's got good competition around him, and a great opportunity now to to actually get to experience some wheel-to-wheel action. I think unfortunately he's been on the wrong end of the stick a fair few times and been a bit further back off the field, which has not allowed him to display the talent we all know he has. 91 in the pit lane as well. This looks like a full pit stop going on for the QMMF by HRT Performance Porsche as the 51 heads out down through pit lane under the tunnel and out towards pit exit. Alessandro Cozzi taking over the car. He's got a really interesting helmet. I don't know if this is a regular one for him, but he's not got a full face. It doesn't seem quite as closed as your standard racing helmet. I did see a similar design shown off by Felipe Albuquerque, who races in IMSA with Wayne Taylor Racing recently. It looks like it might be a new updated helmet that he's trialling, and it's interesting to see a lower ranked driver getting their hands on some new tech straight away.
Not like the rally style, is it?
No, which one? Manuela Gosner, I think, has a rally open face helmet. This one's really quite more open.
Okay.
Interesting to see. We'll put up on that next time it's on the screen. So yeah, we've had the 91 in as well, and that's headed out on track shortly, and that's the 74 Kessel car in.
It is indeed, and that was, I think, Andrew Gilbert behind the wheel of it, so there's going to be a switch of drivers there. And while all this is going on, we're heading towards the end of the next hour for the race. So 74 cycles through a driver rotation. Tanat Satrin-Tirakul had a brief go, and Fran Rueda being the real star in that car. But Zhou Huang, he's going to get rid of all his 3 hours, I think, before the darkness. So the dark part, the second part of the race, can just be Gilles Magnus and Dennis Marshall at this rate.
Perfect play, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Have those two. That's exactly what you'd want if you were looking at the Santalok 25 car. Split the race, split that second part down the middle between the pair of them, and happy days.
And this could be, therefore, the sort of fairy tale end, couldn't it, to the Santalok and Audi relationship? Because people keep saying, with Audi Sport downscaling every activity other than F1, that Santalok's looking for a different brand for next year, and this would be a really nice way to round out what's been a good association.
Yeah, and as well a good 2024, of course, picking up the Gold Cup GT World Challenge Europe the championship as well with Gilles Magnus and not his teammate this weekend, Paul Everard, who's in the other car in the 26. Yeah, it would be a great way to round things off, I think, and a nice overall win. I think that's another thing that teams enjoy to say, put against their name. Not a class victory, but be able to fight for the outright victory here.
And there is the Santalok Audi, which is a team, Santalok, Sébastien Chatai's team, that also has a rally programme, it has a Formula 4 programme, it's grown and grown and grown. And perhaps it took a little while to really click, a bit like Attempto took a while to click as a GT team, but when it did, then the results started to fall like skittles.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's just getting familiar with the uniqueness and the kind of intricacies of going sports car racing and endurance racing. It's a completely different mindset. You've got to love almost being in the trenches of motorsport and getting your car brought back to pit lane, and this bit's missing and that's missing, and a driver's had a biff somewhere around the track. You know, you've got to love that. The pain and aggravation that you go through in every single endurance race, and I think once it started to click for Santalok, we started to see that, and of course championship winners as well in 2024. It would be a golden way, as you say, to end that relationship with Audi, and of course a shame to see the downscaling of their customer program, but a large number of teams bringing such great success to that R8 package.
Sure enough. Right, another pit stop for 42. Graham Mundy brought the car in, and the drivers will cycle their way for the remainder of the race. Really, at this point, as the point's been made, you're so far behind. It's just about track time, it's about mileage, it's about trying to enjoy yourself as best you can. Forget the fact that the result's gone out of the window, but great car, great circuit, great event. Make the most.
Absolutely. We've all, paid a part to be there, whether it's being part of the team, whether it's one of the drivers contributing. You're here to enjoy the event, and I think seeing that checkered flag for them will be the goal now, as well as splitting up the time evenly. I'm sure they're having conversations about who's going to get the rest of the race and who's going to enjoy some more time behind the wheels. It's been quite heavily disrupted first part for that number 42 Toro Verde Porsche.
True enough. So hopefully that car is going to be able to go trouble-free from here on in, but bear in mind that number 17 has had as class opposition its own problems. I know not to the same degree, but it lost time with that we think running out of fuel problem out on track. But this is another long stop for 42, isn't it? Suggesting that maybe there is still some residual damage from that clash with the wall earlier on. Right, so 3 hours and 5 minutes, just under, still to go, of the first part. Then we have a 2-hour break, and then we get ready to go again with the remaining 4 hours of the Gulf 12 hours. It is Audi number 25 of Zhou Bi Huang in the lead. It is the number 59 McLaren in second spot of James Jakes. And then in third, number 16 Porsche Sergei Stolyarov. Fourth, number 69 Optimum McLaren Todd Coleman. Fifth, number 8 Garage 59 Alexander West McLaren. And then Alfred Renauer in number 7 Porsche running in 6th place. And there is the 8 Alexander West McLaren. We don't see a great deal of Alexander racing these days, but this is very much his kind of race. 77 Ferraris, 14th, and that's Zolé Letlaka, the South African endurance champion, behind the wheel. But right now, Zhou Bi Huang not only has 21 seconds effectively of a lead, but he's lapping quicker than James Jakes.
Yeah, really quick that last time round. A 1:52.4 from Bi Huang Zhou in the number 25 Santalok Racing Audi. That gap, as David rightly said, pushing up now over these last few laps. It was 4 laps at the restart, and it continues to grow, and there's quite the wait for the second place car to come around. James Jakes in second place. Zhou Bi Huang doing a great job. 1:52 his best lap, 1:54.5 last time around, and 1:56.5 for James Jakes in second. So that's 2 seconds lost on that lap alone for the Garage 59 McLaren driver. As Alan, you've got something in pit lane.
No, just to let you know that just to follow up what Jules Westwood said earlier on from Toro Verde, he said anything could happen to anyone else. There are 4 cars in the Porsche Cup class, and the top 3 would be on the podium. So there may well be the opportunity of a bit of silverware at the end of today, even though they are so many laps behind. You've got to be in it to win it, haven't you?
Absolutely, and anything can befall that third place car, and you find yourself on the podium enjoying some celebrations at the end of the race, Mark.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay.
So fed water. Time for David Addison to grab some lunch. But yes, the only thing I picked up on that had happened really whilst I'd been away was ARC Bratislava and what happened with their car out there. But other than that, I don't think there's a great deal else. Has there?
Been particularly straightforward. Yeah, a couple of pit stops in that time to put the bronzes back in, and I'm not going to say the phrase which means I need to put 20p in the jar, but yeah, and at the moment it's Bi Huang Zhou at the front in the number 25 Santalok car, pushing away at the front. 22.9 seconds the gap, and bear in mind only 4, 5, 6 laps now into this green flag period. That gap's gone from 4 seconds at the green flag up to now over 20.
Yeah, so Zhou Bi Huang doing a really, really good job and bettering the times of James Jakes in the number 59 McLaren. Looks as though the number 2 Audi that was in the hands of Grégoire Survet heads back out of pit road. That's the car that's currently third in GT3 AM. Had been leading it in the early stages of this race before a few little problems befell them. And as it exits the pit lane, it is back in the hands of Xavier Knauf, who has taken back over that car. So the man who has finished 15th overall in the Gulf 12 Hour back in 2023 heads out of the pit lane in the car that currently is 11th overall in the Gulf 12 Hour.
Absolutely, and I think that car's going to be one to watch later in the race, with Casper Stevenson still to do time, I believe. So in that final 4 hours, I think he's only going to have 2 hours of drive, only 2. Yeah. So it's going to be absolutely maximise those 120 minutes for what is arguably the pro driver in that car, and excited to see how Casper gets on.
Number 26 is in. This is the car that has been bouncing around, being on the lead lap and not being on the lead lap, subject to where we are. Michael Blanchemont getting out of the number 26 Santalok Audi. There is going to be a driver change this time through, and can't quite tell. I'm not familiar with the helmets of all of the Santalok drivers, who that is jumping in, but I think that is possibly Paul R that's jumping in. We'll get confirmation of that. You can also see that in the pit lane is the number 8 Garage 59 Alexander West McLaren. So he is getting out. Who have we not seen in that as yet? We've cycled through that one, have we not? And have everybody in that particular car. Let's just have a quick look.
And my only question mark might be Adam Smalley.
Yeah, we haven't had Adam Smalley. He was waiting very patiently in the garage, and I had a quick chat to Hannah Logan, his partner, just when I was trying to work out what had happened with the full course yellow whilst I was out there. She said, yeah, they're in a good place at the moment. They're quite happy with where they are, with what they've done with their pit stops, with the pace of their car relative to everybody else. So they're quite happy. If they just keep having the rub of the green they've had so far in the first part of the race, then hopefully if they can maintain that for this next 3 hours and then still another 4 hours after that, they could be in a good place.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be one to watch as well with Adam. An important step, I think, for him getting in that Garage 59 McLaren, getting some more GT3 experience, and an event like the Gulf 12, which is a test. It is really, you do have to push yourself as a driver, whether you're, like we've said, some of the pros limited to only a couple of hours in the car. You still have to get that experience in maximising yourself behind the wheel as the number 59 car comes in, and that is James Jakes.
Yep, so James Jakes here, a sister car that would not appear to be in the hands of Adam Smalley still at the moment. It looks as though they're still hanging on to him for later on. But yeah, I agree with you. It's an important thing for James Jakes as he furthers his career into sports cars. He's familiar with the McLaren. He's familiar with Garage 59. What he's not familiar with are these longer races. He'll have raced in British GT this year where he finished third overall with Sean Balfe and took the Silver Am category championship. But a 4-hour race is the longest that we have in the UK in British GT. This is 12 hours. The whole dynamic is different. And yes, you could still argue that there's only so much flexibility that you can do on strategy when you are limited for maximum driver hours in the case of the bronzes, or how many mandatory pit stops you've got to do. But it's still that whole dynamic of the fact it's 12 hours.
Yep.
You've still got to drive with an even longer mindset in that you get to 4 hours in this, you're only a third of the way through.
Yeah, exactly. And as our race has gone so far, it felt after kind of 2 and a bit hours, we really had a full stretch of green flag running, and it was, the race was up and chugging along nicely. And then we've had this flurry of yellow flag periods that have shuffled the order and changed the rhythm of the race. And yeah, as you say, as a driver, you have to be on the ball with that, and with interruptions and with a longer race, you have to keep thinking further down the road than just where you are at the moment. And whilst that's something to do in a 4-hour race, like you say, try and triple that and do that in a 12-hour race. Think where you're going to be at 11 p.m. this evening. It's a completely different mindset for these drivers.
Absolutely. So we've got back out onto the circuit now. The first batch of cars that were in the pit lane. James Jakes here, or the car that he was in, is heading back down the pit road. That has not as yet been flicked over to tell us who might have taken over that car. Equally as much the sister car from Garage 59. I wasn't looking to see whether there was a driver change, but that's still showing as Alexander West at the moment. So if that's the case, they've come in, they've ticked off another one of the pit stops, but not sure they changed drivers in that according to the timing screen.
I think that both drivers have stayed on in both cars. James Jakes still looks like he's next to the number 59 on our timing screens, and Alexander West enjoying some more time behind the wheel of that McLaren.
Doesn't surprise me that that's what they've done with the number 8 car, because they took a similar process, didn't they, with Philippe Perret, and double stinted him as the bronze. So now they're probably double stinting Alex as the bronze. I'm more surprised if they've left James Jakes in, because he's a gold.
Yes, absolutely, as he's coming under fire from the number 7. That's the Herbert Motorsport, Alfred Renauer behind the wheel of the car. Oh no, sorry, I think that might have been Alexander West actually. But the number 7 Herbert Motorsport, the black and gold Porsche, looking fighty. That's our overall pole sitter to this race, looking for a way past on the way down into turn 9, closing up behind that number 8 McLaren. And as West runs slightly wide through the middle of the corner, through goes Renauer, and he's going to kick on and up to the back of that number 16. So this is the fight, Mark, for second place.
It is, yeah, fight for second place. Alfred Renauer a little bit out of position at the moment, because he's a good, nearly 70 minutes into his stint, so he owes us potentially another pit stop at this stage, as does the car that's currently second overall, which is the number 16 Proton Huber Motorsport Porsche in the hands of Sergei Stolyarov. That is, an hour and 20 minutes into his stint now. And that car has only done 3 stops so far. Most have done 4, some have done 5, and some have done 6. But some of those, of course, are unexpected pit stops. As soon as I say that, Alfred Renauer, who I said owed us a pit stop, what does he do? Into the pit lane comes the number 7 car from 3rd position.
Into his pit box there, as in this fight for the lead as well. Another good lap from Bihang Zhou at 1:54.8. Nearly a second faster than Sergei Stolyarov in the number 16 Proton Huber competition Porsche. That gap, Mark, up to 32 seconds now.
Yeah, it's growing all of the time, isn't it? So Herbert Motorsport getting serviced in the pit lane. Also Racing 1 come in as well. Ernst Kirschmeier, the 69-year-old Austrian, who was a winner in the Ferrari European Championship in the Shell category, Copa Shell, a few years ago. So he's just about to dive out of the car, and hopefully, yes, out comes the seat insert. He's remembered it. Just didn't. There is going to be a driver change here, but again, not familiar with the crash helmet. So Alan Hyde might be able to tell us more.
So I'm just going to give you an update on the Lamborghini. I'm afraid it's not good news. When they rolled the car into the garage, they were just surveying the damage at the back of the car. There was still 3 members of the team kneeling down as I just came into the garage, and they all 3 shook their heads at me. So they're not doing anything. Unfortunately, that car, the only Lamborghini that we had in the competition this year, is unfortunately a retirement.
Oh, so sorry to hear that. Thanks for the update, though, Alan. When you've done that, if you come out of the ARC Bratislava garage and turn left down the pit lane towards pit lane entry, maybe you could just get confirmation from Garage 59 as to whether we still have James Jakes in the 59 and Alexander West in the number 8.
I shall do that very thing for you.
Thank you, Al.
Big move up the inside. That is the number 4, the 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes. Obviously still trying to get the most out of their time on track. Stephen Grove back in the car, making the pass on the 992 Cup car there, as the number 7 rejoins in traffic as well. So having to pit and rejoin in that exit of turn 2 and 3 and try and feed in behind these 2 Ferraris. This is the number 51 and the number 88 who are on track together at the moment. This isn't a battle for position, with Alessandro Cozzi behind the wheel of that 51 AF Corsa car as the 3rd place car into pit lane, the Proton Huber Porsche.
Yep, I did say that we were due a pit stop also from Sergei Stolyarov. So into the pit lane comes that car out on circuit. It looks as though Alessandro Cozzi has as yet not been able to thread his way through and past the Ferrari that he's doing battle with. I think that's Wayne Boyd.
Yeah, I was going to say.
On board that number 88 car, so that should be going well. It's the first time Wayne's jumped on board that car. Pit stop continues for Proton Huber Motorsport, who qualified 3rd quickest. The car was started by Sven Muller. We've seen good things from him so far. Sergei Stolyarov has not done anything other than impress as well. And Sergei Bolislov put in some great stints as well. Confirmation has reached us that the Garage 59 car is in the hands of James Jakes in the case of the 59, and it did remain with a double stint for Alexander West, as we've got more cars heading into the pit lane. This time David Fuminelli comes in from 5th position, and also the race leader is in. Car number 25 is in as well.
Yeah, the number 25 Santalok Racing Audi. It's going to be interesting to see if they take out the bronze driver Ri Hangzhou, who's been super quick in this part of the race, extending that gap. I mean, we're still waiting for the 2nd place car to come across the line. Well, the net 2nd place car, the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, still waiting. You know, this is the lead. This is how good that stint has been since the safety car peeled away, as driver change, I believe, going on then in that 25.
Yeah, so driver change going in there. Yeah, so right, so Zhou Bi Huang getting out of the car. So he has, I think, probably pretty much ticked off all of the driving he could do. I mean, they might stick him back in again, but yeah, he's done the bare minimum now, hasn't he?
I think so, yeah. He's done a lot of time behind the wheel and impressed as well. So yeah, good to get that time ticked off, and you can leave the car in the capable hands of Gilles Magnus and Dennis Marshall.
Which puts that car in a very, very good position, doesn't it? So David Fuminelli out of the car, which sits in pit lane, the number 11 car from Castle Racing. Now, we haven't seen David Arrigon in that car as yet. 5 times a former winner of the Gulf 12 Hours, always in Ferraris. Now, is it Davidia that's jumped on board this time through? Out of the pit lane goes the Santalok Audi. Out of the pit lane goes the number 11 Castle Racing Ferrari. Gilles Magnus jumps on board the number 25 Santalok Audi, and David Arrigon is on board the number 11 Ferrari. So that's going to be one to watch out for in this stint.
Absolutely, what a combination. The most winningest team at the Gulf 12 Hours combined with the most winningest driver at the Gulf 12 Hours. That's definitely a powerhouse entry, that number 11 car, and let's see what he can do. A gap to close up. And we've got, I'm looking at the timing screen, Mark, we've got quite an exciting battle on our hands in the grand scheme of things. We've got Gilles Magnus Magnus in a car, Sven Muller in as well, and Davide Rigon. We've got all our pros lining up.
We certainly have, yeah. So we'll run you down through the order in another lap or so once those that have just come out of the pits have conducted their out laps and the timing screen has settled down. But for the moment, Santalok ticking off another pit stop, so that's 5 pit stops for them. Todd Coleman for Optimum Motorsport, 5 pit stops, and they've all taken place down in the pit lane, which is where Alan Hyde is.
Yeah, no, I've just got a question for the commentary team. Did Tim just get away with using the word winningist twice?
I think he did.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, that breaks all the rules. I'm afraid that's a banned word. That's on the list.
Apologies, Alan. I'm taking the headset off as we speak.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah. So sin bin for 5 minutes for winningist.
There's another list of banned words, but that's an entirely different conversation. We've had this one before.
Yeah. Ofcom don't regulate us over here.
No, they don't. No. So. Most of the pit stops having taken place. We've still got the odd 1 or 2 cars in the pit lane, it's showing, have we? No, just the one in the moment, which is the Lamborghini, which we've heard about. Other than that, all the rest of the cars still out there and circulating. Even after the pit stop, the number 7 Herbert Motorsports, now Ralph Bone driven Porsche, it still leads GT3 AM, and is it going to be on the lead lap? I don't think it is, possibly. We need to wait another 22 or so seconds, 30 seconds maybe, for that car to come over the start-finish line. But even if it's not on the lead lap, the single lap that it will have lost was all at the very beginning of the race. They've still had good pace in that number 7 car, but they just didn't get the rub of the green in the early stages. No, they are off the lead lap, but not by much.
Just watching that exchange through the second sector of the track, the number 2 House RT Audi with Xavier now at the wheel, coming under fire from first. Our overall race leader, Todd Coleman, in the number 69 Optimum Motorsport McLaren, who put a very bold move down the inside at the end of the long back straight, and then approaching turn 9, but found that the number 99 Lion Speed GP Porsche and the number 6 Ferrari wanted to make the Racing 1 car wanted to make their way through as well, so quickly found himself shuffled back in that pack. But yeah, some good moves and some good driving from these.
Yep, so let's just run you down through the order then, because everybody that had been in the pits has now conducted their out laps, so for the moment at least it's settled down a bit. The number 69 Optimum Motorsport McLaren, the American Todd Coleman leading the way, and he is the best part of about a minute, if not more, ahead of the number 25 Santalok Gilles Magnus driven Audi. Third is the first of the Ferraris that we've got, number 55 car, Rinaldi Racing, and Renat Salikov is behind the wheel of that one, and fourth is number 59, the Garage 59 McLaren of James Jakes. Fifth place is number 16, Proton Huber Motorsport, Sven Muller now drives that one, and sixth is number 7 Herbert Motorsport and Ralph Bone. Seventh place, 51 AF Corsa, Alessandro Cozzi. Eighth place is number 8, conveniently enough, Garage 59 and Alexander West. Ninth is number 11, Kessel Racing, David Arrigon, and the sister car to it from Kessel, number 74, but in the hands of Fran Roda, completes the top 10. As for the category leaders at the moment, well, leading the race overall and leading GT3 Pro, Todd Coleman. Third and leading GT3 Pro-Am is Renat Salikov for Rinaldi Racing in the Ferrari. Leading GT3 Am is the 6th place Porsche of Ralph Bone, and leading the Cup class at the moment is the number 91 Porsche in 17th place overall, QMMF by HRT Performance, and that is Abdullah Ali Al Khalifa that leads that one. So that's the top 10, also the class leaders.
Should be expecting, see on the timing screen there, 10-second penalty for the number 26 Santalok Racing Audi for exceeding track limits, as well as a 5-second penalty for doing the same for the number 58 car as well. So a couple of these penalties coming in short fire.
Yeah, we'll just keep racking up as well until the end of the race. It's only when we get to the end of part 1 of the race that the slate gets wiped clean again. Got a shuffle for order there, 2 cars side by side. Roberto Merri at the wheel of the number 6 Ferrari, former Grand Prix racer, managing to sneak up the inside of the Optimum Racing McLaren, was that not? Todd Coleman, the race leader?
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Merri's got wants to get back past and get a lap back on the bronze driver Todd Coleman, who is
on his merry way.
Yeah, on his merry way. I hope Alan's got something to say about that if I'm in the sin bin. As Coleman doing the right thing though. I think he felt challenged in towards turn 1 and kind of turned in thinking, oh, okay, here I go. into the first apex and saw that number 6 Racing 1 Ferrari was there, and both managed to get through the corner okay, losing a lap to that, well, say giving a lap back if you like to the number 6, but more importantly the number 69 car intact and still powering on round, and not that far away from Todd Coleman coming into pit lane.
Yeah, Roberto Mehi still, 10th in Pro-Am and 6 laps off the lead, but all of that was lost when they had that braking issue, didn't they, where they had to disconnect the brake lines from the caliper on what was the front left-hand side of that car so early on in the race, and that was where all the damage was done. They've had a bit of a tough weekend generally, haven't they, because the car was going well in qualifying before Rosa had the suspension failure and caused damage to both sides of the cars. That then had the impact of that not every driver could qualify, which then means that you take the average of those that did, but you get a 10-place grid drop, and it just hasn't worked, has it?
The phrase you're looking for is the snowball effect. It seems to be one thing after the other for that car, but in the true spirit of it, they're still out there, still running around, still pushing, and in the nature of Roberto Meri's driving there, really giving it some. He's fired up and making sure that every moment on track counts.
He's driving the only way he knows, flat out.
Yes.
Absolutely. So here comes Todd Coleman. He might have been passed by Roberto Meri, but he comes over the start-finish line and is heading on to what will be lap number 149. We're nearly at 150 laps now. Remember, the record number of laps that we've ever had here at the Gulf 12 Hour was back in 2022. We did 359 laps that particular year in the 2-part race. It was 6 and 6. We did 177 in part 1. We did 182 in part 2 of the race. That equates to the most mileage we've ever done as well, which was just shy of 1,200 miles in that race that year.
Big one. As a move there just on screen, the number 16 Sven Muller making his way past James Jake for P4. So really pushing on is the Porsche stalwart Sven Muller, and making his way past. But yeah, as you say, distance record, and we were 10 laps short last year, but I remember having some very longer kind of safety car periods and yellow flags. The Gripper M car, I think 349 laps at the end of that one, so let's see how we get on.
We had an hour and 42 minutes and 7 seconds either behind full course yellow or safety car last year, whereas the year that we broke the record, only 25 minutes and 55 seconds. That was the difference, yeah. Last year, had we not had all of that safety car, we would have been good.
With full pro lineups as well, of course, in IGTC period, which, exciting to see that the Pro-Am mean a little bit more if a Pro-Am lineup can get the job done.
I love the format in that there will be a bronze driver that stands on that podium as the race winner later on. That is a very, very special place to be.
Yeah, definitely. It really offers something for those drivers who, more often than not, are the paying part of the race team. You know, they're bringing the investment, and to be able to say to them that you have a chance at being the overall winner, you're number one on the timing sheets. I think that's something that really, I think, goes a bit undermentioned at times. That it matters.
Sports car and endurance racing the world over, without the bronzes, it wouldn't exist. They're the big enthusiasts, aren't they? They're the guys that want to race the cars, but they need a pro to help them through the process. So that's why the pros then are able to get the job. But whereas, it's the bronze drivers that make it all click.
Yeah, our customers, in the phrase customer racing, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah. So back to what's going on at the moment. We can just see the Garage 59 James Jake McLaren, which is there in 5th position. He's still harrying the McLaren as quickly as he can around the circuit. He's got one of the Dragon Sport Ferraris that's behind him, but the real focus for James Jakes at the wheel of the McLaren will be the Porsche that lies ahead, because that's in the hands of Sven Muller and was only 2 seconds up the road at the start of the lap. Now, through the first sector of this lap, James Jakes was about half a second slower than the Porsche. He was about another 0.2 of a second slower through the second sector, so it's not quite happening yet that he is able to catch that Porsche, but it will not be, you can grant that, for want of trying from the former champ car racer.
Yeah, I think Sven Muller's caught up to the back of this 59, passed, and is pushing on, and James Jakes hasn't quite been able to respond to Muller, who's definitely fired up in that number 16 Proton Huber competition car. This is the 88 of Wayne Boyd, who is enjoying his first weekend in a GT3 car, and certainly looks to be hustling on and during this stint time. He's been in the car for quite a while, I think, as Wayne Boyd, just checking that, an hour or so in that number 88 Dragon Speed car, as hearing from pit lane, Mark, that the Optimum car might be due in soon.
Yeah, one car that is due in is Enrico Fulgenzi, and that car comes into the pits. The Enrico Fulgenzi racing car in the hands of Alessandro Giannone, I should say. So that is just ticking off another one of its pit stops. We have amazingly, just had a best individual lap of the race for a car, and that's car number 6. I'm not surprised, because that's the Ferrari that Roberto Mehi is driving, so that has just posted its best individual lap of the race so far. 1 minute 54 and a quarter exactly, 1 minute 54.250 from that car. Yeah, we're hearing Optimum Motorsport are due in imminently, but
Fred Schandorf is going to get into that car.
Thank you very much. Todd Coleman's only been out for 50 minutes, so he's not had huge amounts of time behind the wheel of that car, but that is his 3rd stint, I would say now.
Yeah.
He started the car, he was in for stint number 4, and then I had lunch and he's back in the car.
Yeah, Optimum have been playing the bronze burn, as has been mentioned, and during the safety cars get Todd at the back in. Yeah, sorry, this jar's filling up quite rapidly, is it? Yes, Todd has been a steady pair of hands actually during his time in the car, and to bring it back round and finish off this stint, I think he'll be very, very pleased. But of course, we're expecting that 25 car to leapfrog back into the lead and then some. Gilles Magnus behind the wheel, you know, lapping a fair few seconds quicker than Todd Coleman, it must be said. But of course, you've got an out-and-out GT pro, you know, compared to someone who's new to the McLaren, new to GT3 racing this weekend, to the tune, I think, 4 seconds at the time of screen on that last lap.
Yeah, well, when Todd Coleman comes in, that will be the 6th pit stop for that car. And I think they've all been standard pit stops for them, so that will sort of tick off their final one with 2.5 hours to go. So they'd still have to do another one anyway, because they wouldn't be able to make it on fuel until the end. So maybe one of those was yes, it was. One of them was where they just came in, changed driver quickly to ensure that they put Todd Coleman back in again during one of the green flag periods. Yeah, so they'll be in for their 6th time in the pit lane, but it will only be their 5th mandatory stop. Yeah. Just trying to work that one through. The problem we had a couple of years ago was that there was an incident out on circuit, and all of the cars had to come down the pit lane behind the safety car to to avoid the incident.
That was last year, last year.
And that clicked up a huge amount of pit stops for everybody, which got very confusing. Into the pit lane does come Optimum Motorsport and Todd Coleman. This is surely going to be a driver change, because he's just about done all of the driving that he needs to do. I can see Alan Hyde skulking around in the background while the pit stop takes place.
I certainly am. I've been watching Fred, who's been standing by and waiting to go. He's been watching the television screen sat out the back of the garage alongside Aaron Tellitz, and they've both been watching the television and coming up with a few pointers that they will, in due course, suggest to Todd. It was really quite interesting watching them analysing everything that was going out on circuit.
Are they very honest with their feedback to Todd? You know, does
yeah, I think they will be.
Does Aaron tell it as it is?
Just give it a moment, everyone. Just give. The only problem is I can't have 2 commentators in the sin bin, or unfortunately I've made a lot of trouble for myself if I do that.
I'm having to pun for 2 up here at the moment. It's hard work, you know.
It's a very good point, well made. Right, so the fuel has gone into the 69 car, the Optimum car, and the engine fires up now. Quick check on the steering. Off it goes. So Frederick Schandorf at the wheel, and the 69 car down pit lane and about to rejoin. So they do effect very slick stops to Optimum Motorsport.
They certainly do. So Frederick Schandorf, we saw him do great things in his stint earlier on today, the former runner-up in Super Trofeo, but we've seen him out in GT World Challenge, GT Open. He's done racing on the other side of the Atlantic as well, in the IMSA WeatherTech series as well. So he's hugely experienced. Despite the fact he's still only 27 years of age.
That's incredible, isn't it? And yeah, Frederick Schandorf with kind of the parent team with Optimum Motorsport and Inception Racing over in IMSA. I remember speaking to Baz Linders, who's obviously part of the team, part of the senior management there, saying he was just so surprised that another manufacturer hadn't come calling for Frederick Schandorf. He thought, why is no one else wanting to pick up this guy? And I think I'd share that surprise. He's consistent, rapid, gets the job done. You know, he's a perfect young endurance racing and sports car driver, and really he's got a lot more to give.
Fantastic ambassador for your brand as well. Yeah. He's just one of those drivers, and there are so many of them that fly under the radar. They have great careers, achieve so much, but they just sort of seem to fly under the radar, and I like those guys.
Yeah, those are the guys that get it done. gun, don't they? You know, get in the car, plug them in, it's quick, it comes back with all the bits of the bodywork still attached, and it's further up the order than it was when he put them in the car in the first place. And yeah, Fredrik Schandorf is going to have a bit of time in the car here before the end of part one of this Gulf 12 hours. And yeah, I think I'm trying to raise, it's an interesting point to see these teams now cycling through some of the drivers that you might have expected them to save time for the second half. You might have maybe put an asterisk next to Fredrik Schandorf's name as, we'll bank some of his driver time later on, but here he is getting a go with 2.5 hours left of this first part of the race.
That last little sip of the nice bottle of wine that you've got, you leave it to the very end, leave it as long as you can, think, right, okay, now's the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Or the last little glass of the single malt whiskey that you've got. Gilles Magnus, of course, has now taken over the lead of the race at the wheel of number 25 Audi, and as you mentioned, it was going to be by a chunk, Tim. He's now 28.2 seconds in the lead from Renat Salikov at the wheel of the second place number 55 Ferrari. Proton Huber Motorsports now and Sven Muller have moved up into third place. James Jakes in the 59 McLaren has moved up into fourth. Fifth place now is Herbert Motorsport and Ralph Bone. That car continues to still lead GT3 AM at this stage. Alexander West is up into sixth in the second of the two Garage 59 McLarens. Alexandro Cozzi in the 51 Ferrari moves up to seventh. And Fredrik Schandorf, now that Optimum Motorsport have completed their pit stop, drops down to eighth. So that has shuffled the order once more, but again it will shuffle further again before too much longer, because Renat Salikov is nearly 70 minutes into his stint in the second place number 55 Ferrari, and 1 hour 35 minutes into his stint is James Jakes, who we know is double stinting that McLaren. So he's got a lot of time up on the clock, but he's still probably another, what do you reckon, half an hour away from coming in?
Absolutely, yeah, and I think given the yellow flags we've had, it's surprising not to see more of these teams aligned in terms of where their stint timers are at. Alan?
Todd Coleman just said to me, I'm not going to get any deep thoughts because I haven't given you much recovery time, have I? I just have to tell you, I don't want deep thoughts, I want instant reaction.
Amazing, then I'm not going to let you down.
Well, you didn't let us down, that was a good stint.
Oh, thank you. It didn't feel very good, it was exhausting, but I was just trying to take my mind out of it and pound laps, quite frankly.
You've got a strong lineup in your team.
That's not by accident. Aaron and Fred are some of the best, so they're making me look good right at the moment.
Well, the thing is, it's being part of a team. That's how the rules work.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand the job of the bronze. Go out there, pound laps, bring the car back clean, let the pros go at it. So that's our game plan.
How much help Aaron and Fred are able to give you?
Oh, tons. I mean, unfortunately, I couldn't get this track to work on my sim. I was traveling for business the last 2 weeks, so, shout out to the group in Dubai, Driver's Lab. We use their sim, but otherwise I'd never touched this track before. Really the shakedown on Thursday night, so it's a big track.
And it's not the simplest of tracks to learn, is it?
It is not. I mean, it's off camber in a lot of places. You can get it so right, but you can get it really, really wrong, as we've seen a lot of people do.
The other thing is, with the huge runoff areas, it kind of invites you to...
It does. I mean, being an American, we're used to tracks with consequences, so you invite us to go out off track. So we've taken a couple of warnings just because we're like, okay, well, just go. But for sure, I mean, nothing better than this track. This is beautiful. I've watched it on F1, so to be here in person is amazing.
It's a pretty cool event to be involved with.
Super cool. Amazing experience.
Tracks with consequences. I like that. Yeah. Todd,
thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Todd Coleman at the wheel of the 69 car.
There, Tim, is never a driver that gets out of a car here in the Gulf 12 hours that isn't smiling and raving about the circuit and the event.
Absolutely. You could just tell he's absolutely electrified with his time behind the wheel. And of course, he's been leading the race overall. And as to our point earlier, being the bronze driver, being able to lead the race overall, it's no surprise to see him come into pit lane unscathed, hand the car over and be so willing to enjoy a chat with Alan. And as well here, just with this pit stop, to add to the point, a change of driver at the number 77. When the outgoing driver, which I think was Ollie Letlarke, got out, the other drivers are waiting their round of applause from him and the team. Yeah. It's great to see that spirit shared by the teams here at the Gulf 12 Hours.
Yeah, Ramaz Asman was the man that was helping strap in there by the look of things. So that is going to leave us with an empty pit lane again, I think, before too much longer. So the Dragon Racing car heads back out onto the circuit, and it's Khalid Al-Mazouk that has taken over the number 77 car as it re-enters the circuit. It's going to be running down towards or just outside of the top 15. Yeah, I think it'll be outside of the top 15, and it's going to be, might even be last in Pro-Am. It will certainly be at best penultimate position in Pro-Am. Here we've got the number 8 McLaren of Alexander West coming under pressure, not from the car behind, but from the car that's just putting a lap on the number 6 Roberto Merri Ferrari, because that is it not, right behind him going to be the number 69 McLaren of Frederick Schandorf.
Oh, Frederick Schandorf, got the hammer down straight out of pit lane, getting past the number 6 of Merri, who we've been seeing him setting personal best laps, and Schandorf back into the car and gaining a position, well, not position, sorry, position on the road, if you like, ahead of the lapped car there. But then this is going to be a fight with the 69 and the 8. Alexander West has got one of the fastest McLaren GT drivers you'll ever see in his wheel, and filling up the mirrors very quickly.
Yeah, it's a done deal, isn't it, in reality? And here we go, up at turn number 9. Alexander West knows when he's done. He's got, arguably, as you say, one of the quickest McLaren drivers behind him, just blends out of the throttle. He knew the inevitable was going to happen. The team probably would have been on the radio and said, look, not a fight that we need to have. Frederick Schandorf will get by anyway, so minimise the amount of time you lose by letting him through. And with all of the experience that Alexander West has done, absolutely that's what he's done. So Frederick Schandorf now up into what will be 6th position. Alexander West drops down into 7th, but that's just simply a pro car overtaking a Pro-Am. Those are the first 2 cars that are off the lead lap, are they, at the moment?
I believe so, yes.
Will they be back on it when they complete this lap? I think they will. Where's our race leader? In sector 3 somewhere.
Yes, updated.
They're back on the lead lap, yeah. So we've got 8 cars on the lead lap, is it, at the moment? The first of those that isn't is 5 times former winner of this event, David Arrigon. So, yeah, very important stint for him, his first one. And on the dollies, and being pushed back into the garage, is the car that was running in 10th position, Fran Roeder. That was running 4th in GT3 Pro. That is clearly a problem with the car. So Alan Hyde will be, I'm sure, cantering at very best on his way down to that garage. And also in the pit lane is Stephen Grove at the wheel of the number 4 Mercedes.
Yeah, driver change going on here. I think this is Brenton being strapped in. So father handing over to son in the number 4 car. And these guys just enjoying the track time that they've got available to them. What they are on their own lap 135, and our race leaders on lap 156. So yeah, still some way down after that over half an hour stop in pit lane for the front left suspension change. But door closed, driver strapped in and ready to go, and the number 4 Mercedes will be heading hopefully back out on track.
Yeah, that familiar noise of the rumbling Mercedes, which bursts into life. The squeal of the new Pirelli tyres, and down pit road that car goes. So driver change having taken place. That car, as we say, way down from where it really ought to be on pure pace, but all of that time lost with the front suspension problems. And as it exits the pit lane, that car is in the hands of Brenton Grove. So Brenton Grove has taken over for the number 74 Ferrari of Fran Roeder that we saw pushed into the pit lane. Peering into engine bay is never a good thing, Alan.
No, they are clambering all over the back of the Ferrari at the moment, kneeling on the back of the car. I can't see in, I can't see what they're doing at the moment. There are 4 of them that are trying to do their very best, and I'll do my very best to keep out the way of them when they need to get tools as well. But this is not such good news. Maybe the good news is that they haven't taken the driver out of the car, so perhaps they think that they can turn this car around pretty quickly, but at the moment it's not looking so good.
A stark comparison to the return to the pit lane for the number 44 ARC Bratislava car, but they didn't throw anyone out the car. They kind of just approached it quite slowly. I think, pretty resigned to the fact the car wouldn't be going back out. Here, 74's in. Mechanics, you can't see their heads and shoulders because they're dived in that engine bay. So, yeah, hurried and trying to get that car back out on track, I think.
Straight on it, yeah, absolutely. So we can see here the Simpson Motorsport Mikhail Laboda Audi pushing hard. He sits there in 6th position. He's got Kyle Tilley in the Lion Speed Porsche right behind him. Kyle Tilley pulls out. He's going to draw himself alongside. He'll have the inside line as they're heading towards turn 6. Oh, and in the background, almost out-braking himself and clonking the 2 ahead, was the number 17 Cup Racing car of Alessandro Giannone. So he almost, I don't know whether he missed his braking point there, but that was almost a very strange mistake. He just didn't seem to slow up. He's probably mesmerised by the battle ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Two cars going side by side. He's trying to read both of them, I would assume. Fortunately, there's a bit of gap on that right-hand side, able to just move over and avoid any sort of drama down at what is one of the hot spots around this Yas Marina Circuit, as Kyle Tilley now pushes on in the number 99. This another important weekend for another driver trying out GT3s for the first time, and Kyle Tilley, who's had experience in LMP2 machinery over in IMSA. He's done quite a lot, I believe, of rallying as well and other forms of motorsport, but here in GT3 cars for the first time, and in that number 99 car, which I'm told by the one of the team members is affectionately nicknamed Simba. From Lion King, yeah, for the lion, and
down the side of it,
yes, exactly. So Simba pushing on with Kyle Tilley behind the wheel.
Oh, it's certainly roaring along at the moment in his hands. And that overtake that he did on the Mikhail Laboda Simpson Motorsport Audi was not full position. So the Porsche is running down in 13th place. He's completed 155 laps as Kyle Tilley's car so far, whereas extra lap has completed, 156 has been completed by Mikhail Laboda. So he's just sort of unlapped himself from that car in reality. We are less than 2.5 hours in part one, which is the 8-hour part of the race still to go, which means we've still got 6.5 hours of racing to go in the 14th edition and 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 hours. Lots going to happen as yet.
Yeah, we're approaching as far as the clock is concerned, we're approaching halfway, but in terms of how the race is divided, we're yet to reach that break, which I'm sure a lot of these teams will be looking forward to, an opportunity to get their hands on the car and make sure everything's ready to go for that chase to the checkered with 4 hours to go. As the number 55, we're seeing the Rinaldi racing car pitting from third place, and on the screen out race leader, the number 25 Santalot Racing Audi, Gilles Magnus behind the wheel, enjoying himself with a 37-second lead in the overall fight.
Yeah, Renat Salikov in at the wheel of the Rinaldi car was due us a pit stop, so did say he's one of those that have been out there circulating for longer than most. Wouldn't surprise him before too much longer we might see Alexander West back in as well, because remember he's double stinting. Well, he is now about to tick over 2 hours in the 2 stints, so yeah, he could still do another half an hour after that should they wish, but 2.5 is the maximum driving time that you can do before you then have to take a 50-minute break, bare minimum, before you go back in the car. And who else is due us a pit stop as well? Kyle Tilley's been in for 1 hour and 40 according to the screens as well.
Yeah, closer than James Jakes, the other Garage 59 car. He's 1 hour 45 behind the wheel. So I think a few of these teams just electing to use this latter stage of part one, the 8-hour segment of this year's Golf 12 hours, to use up some of that allotted driver time for some of the lower rated drivers.
Well, if they come in sort of now, then what they can do is they can carve this final 2 hours and 20 minutes up into just two. Break it evenly, can't it? Hour and 10 minutes, hour and 10 minutes, and then that ticks the 6 off you've got to do in the first 8 hours.
It's all coming together, Mark, isn't it?
That's the theory. Alan, sorry, go on.
The 74 Ferrari, I've just spoken to Fran Roeder out the back, looking pretty miserable actually. He did get out the car in the end, and he's standing out the back of the garage watching the work that's going on the television screen, and it's I wondered why they were standing by with fire extinguishers while they're working on it. It's a problem with the fuel pump apparently, so that's what they're working on at the moment. I tell you what, you have an awful lot of technicians working on the back of this car, and a fair amount of fire extinguishers standing by as well. That's not the kind of problem that you want to be dealing with.
No, but if it is the kind of problem that you got, Kessel Racing would be one of the teams that you go to get it sorted.
Yeah, plenty of experience with a Ferrari. They know exactly what they need to do, but 7 minutes in pit lane as well, and starting to really slip down the timing screen. 16th overall now, as this on screen is the battle for third place, and I believe that our third place car, James Jakes, is going to find himself caught up behind the number 42 Toro Verde Porsche over the crest at 2 and down the hill through towards the stadium hairpin, if you like, and chasing behind that number 7 Herbert Motorsport, Ralph Bone behind the wheel. Battle for third place in the overall fight. Despite these cars, 2 separate classes, they're still fighting for the overall podium.
Yeah, they are, and it looks as though Ralph Bone has got a good run on James Jakes, but we'll go back down to Alan in the pit lane.
Yeah, may I just give you a quick update on the weather as well, because we've not talked about those clouds for a while that we talked about this morning. The reason being, they're pretty much non-existent. The weather forecast said as from about 3 o'clock it was going to be hot and sunny and blue skies, as we've had so far this week, and the weather forecast is pretty much spot on. It is a lot warmer now.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, I was quite surprised when I stepped out for lunch as to how warm it was. You get sort of drawn into a false position when you're sitting in the air-conditioned commentary box. You go outside and you think, well, you were saying it wasn't that warm. Crumbs, it is, but that's because I've been in a commentary box with air conditioning for the last 4 hours. So yeah, that battle you're talking about, James Jakes is still looking to try and get through, and has managed to get through, hold off Ralph Bone, who's pushing hard. There's more traffic up the road that needs dealing with as well. That's going to be one of the Porsche Cup cars. That's the number 91 car, the QMMF by HRT performance car that might come into play. James Jakes dives decisively up the inside of it, heading in towards the final corner. Ralph Bone follows him straight through. So the Pro-Am leader and the AM leader together on circuit, and of a very similar pace.
Absolutely pushing on. Ralph Bone has had a couple of opportunities. You know, he's looking around at the back of that Garage 59 McLaren. I wonder if, given the position in the race, given his role to play in the race for that number 7 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, that actually not getting involved in any sort of dramas at this point, not going for a move that he doesn't necessarily need to in terms of the class victory. Of course, in terms of trying to push on to catch the overall leaders, I'm sure the team might like to see him get past this McLaren, but Ralph Bone and James Jakes running around together on track. And yeah, we're still expecting that James Jakes McLaren to come to pit lane shortly, nearly an hour 50 behind the wheel of the number 59 Garage 59 car.
And as Alan alluded to, the temperature has really increased. The McLaren is one of those few GT3 cars that hasn't got a homologated air conditioning system in it as well. So yeah, James will probably have a cool suit on, which will be working rather hard, but there's no aircon in that car at all. It's not as yet homologated for the McLaren 720 SGT3 Evo, as it will be. So what have we got? 161 laps completed by Gilles Magnus, who last time we picked up on it, the number 25 Santalok Audi was leading by, what was it, about 25 seconds, was it? Well, the second place Sven Muller Proton Huber Motorsport car is about to come over the start-finish line, because we've had an odd pit stop or two since then. 37 seconds now is the lead advantage now that we've had other cars pit.
Yeah, an incredible margin at the front. Watching this battle still with the third and fourth place cars, James Jakes is going to be furious. He keeps finding these GT Cup cars in tricky positions, this time on the run down towards turn 9. And Ralph Bone, I would have to say, from just watching this last couple of laps, looks so much more confident on the brakes. It's not just that they get that natural concertina effect into these corners. He's really closing up in the heavier braking zones. I'm thinking down towards the end of the back straight, down towards turn 9. He's really confident on the brakes, closes right up to that McLaren, and I think if he's close enough, he could get the job done on the stoppers into the corner.
Yeah, he's not going to give it up, is he, Ralph? He's like a dog with a bone, isn't he, as he tries to really apply the pressure to James Jakes, but there's still nothing between the pair of them. Say that the McLaren leading Pro-Am, 3rd overall, the Porsche behind leading Am, sitting 4th overall, and a little bit of traffic just up the road, which is one of the Ferrari 296s to deal with.
I think it's the 74s head back out after that work being completed, Alan.
Yeah, I was just trying to tell you guys that the 74 car has been turned around. It's got a new set of boots, and I think it's still Franz Roder that's at the wheel of that car, but the team worked very, I think the word to use is intensely in the garage, and that's really good news. If they fix the problem, it's back out on track.
Yeah, good to see that. I saw briefly, turning in towards turn number 6 there, that James Jakes pitched the car in and it didn't react to his input the way that he wanted to, so he had to sort of take I think what was a bit of steering lock off again, get the back end of the car settled down before he turned it back in again. So maybe that might be the fact that he's been behind the wheel for the best part of nearly 2 hours, which means that the tyres have been on it since the start of his second stint, so they might be feeling a little bit second-hand as well. But yeah, there was certainly a wobble on turning there for the car that's there in 3rd place.
Yeah, and had the same again at turn 9, a completely different line. He kind of really extends the middle part of the corner, whereas Ralph Bone is tight to the inside and almost looking actually for a way past off the exit of that long banked left-handed corner. But it seems just through that latter part of the lap where Bone's, his eye line's blocked by this Garage 59 McLaren, he's just able to hold on to the position as Jakes as they move down towards turn 1, and Bone looking to the inside, not for a move, just to fill the mirrors of that Garage 59 McLaren and just maybe start to wake Jakes up to the fact that Bone wants to get past it sometime soon.
And doesn't it seem a long time ago since Dustin Blattner was in the pit lane at the end of, what was it, the second lap of this race with a puncture, and the pole-sitting car had dropped to last place. So, yeah, it really has been a mega drive by all three, as it was a mega qualifying from all three from Herbert Motorsport. Well, Ralph Bone almost got a bit of an overlap there coming out onto the straight, and the turbocharged McLaren under pressure from the normally aspirated Porsche as they head down the straight. Flash of the lights from Ralph Bone, anything he can do to try and distract James Jakes, but James Jakes plenty of racing experience so as to not let that worry him. He was better heading in towards turn 6 that time through, but I still don't quite think he's picking up the apexes as well as he maybe could do, but that's when he's feeling fresher, when he's got better tyres on the car.
Yeah, he's definitely fighting it a bit.
Yeah.
Bone's trying to line up that exit. You could see it there out of the left and right. He's trying to get the cut back onto this long flat out section towards turn 9. But let's look through this corner again. Look, Jakes runs in and runs, a car width or so wider, and that's opened the door. In fact, Bone had to check up there as James Jakes continued on his racing lines. It's clearly that part of the track. Bone's got some speed, and they're finding that as they're battling, the 69 is closing up.
Yeah, which is for Frederick Schandorf, and that will be 4th position as well. So this is now 3rd, 4th and 5th all together. McLaren from Porsche, from McLaren as they head underneath the W Hotel at turn number 14 and start to build the speed through the flat out kink pretty much at turn number 15 onto the brakes. Another lap about to be concluded. This will be their 163rd lap that they will complete. And Frederick Schandorf is pushing. Don't get me wrong, he's caught them because they've been battling, but he's just gone purple in the middle sector quicker than anybody has done, and here he goes, draws himself alongside Ralph Bone and goes through. Not unsurprising, because of course that is a pro car up against an AM car, but yeah, purple sector on that lap.
Incredible. I reckon he caught them in his vision up further ahead. Crosshairs locked on those two cars, and it's been an incentive for him to push on. Yeah, 46.4. Yeah, a second quicker than some of the other cars out on track in that last sector alone. So really quick stuff from the driver of the number 69. Now up to 4th place overall, and on the back of the other McLaren as they're tucked into the slipstream down the long stretch towards the chicane. He moves over to the left-hand side. They're going to be side by side before they get to the braking zone, and actually Schandorf's going to be stronger on the brakes into the corner, and on the inside into the left-hander gets through, and up to 3rd place, the number 69 Optimum Motorsport McLaren.
Yeah, and again, that's probably the team on the radio again saying, look, it's pro car, let it go, don't worry about it. We've still got over half of the race to go in reality, and we're 11 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the 12 hours, albeit 2 hours away from reaching the checkered flag in part 1 of this race. So we still continue. James Jakes, having let the car of Frederick Schandorf go through, will also be focused on the fact that he's pretty much getting towards the end of his stint now as well. So, let a quicker car go through, because you're going to be coming into the pits in the next 2 or 3 laps, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to deliver the car in the state you took it over in, I think, is probably the mentality at the moment. Get this driver time done, hand the car back over, and but still Ralph Bone still harrying on the back of Jakes through the last couple of corners. And yeah, as you say, Mark, we're nearing that halfway point of the race in the grand scheme of the time, the 12 hours time, as Bone closes up behind. And actually looking over the timing screen, see pit lane, that's the 69, right?
Frederick Schandorf is in. Well, this can only be to tick over another pit stop potentially. Team were expecting him by the look of things, so yeah, topping up with fuel as things are. And let's just have a look. Are we going to see a change of tyres? Yeah, new tyres are there as well. So I think this is simply going to be ticking another one of those pit stops off. I couldn't see an incoming driver waiting though, so I think they'll leave Frederick behind the wheel.
It didn't look like there was a driver on standby, so interesting to gain those 2 positions and box straight away. I wonder if there's a strategy play here, like you say, right off one of those allotted stops. Well, yeah, look, door not open, Schandorf not getting out.
I suppose they now that we think that Todd Coleman has done 3 stints now, so he's probably pretty much if he's not already there, not that far away from reaching the minimum driving time that he needs to do, which leaves them Schandorf as the gold and Alan Tellitz, who's a gold, to do the vast majority of the rest of the driving.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it looks like they must have. There is a call for sure to split up the remaining part of the race, and we've already mentioned about the last 2 hours. Maybe split this in half. I wonder if this is that decision and start the next part of the race with a clear plan and clear strategy sorted from the first 8 hours.
We need Alexander West in the pit lane in the next 18 minutes, don't we? Or 17 and a half minutes, the Garage 59. Number 8, McLaren, because he is double stinting. He's now done 2 hours, 12 and a half, there or thereabouts. So he's, without question, heading towards the end of his particular stint. The sister car in the hands of James Jakes has still got his hands rather full. He's still trying to keep the AM class leader, GT3 AM car of Ralph Bone, behind him. And are they losing much time with their squabble to those ahead? Yes, they are, but are they losing any time to those behind? No, they're not. So I think they're quite content that the pace at the moment is sufficient so that they could just keep pressing on and enjoying what is a really good battle still.
Yeah, absolutely. Bone still looks quick in parts of the track, and then it just seems that James Jakes is quick in the other parts, and they balance each other out by the time they reach round, to start finish. I mean, looking at the times between the pair of them, 1:56.6 for James Jakes and 1:56.7 for Ralph Bone. They're matching each other very consistently.
So on to the brakes. Here comes Ralph Bone. Is he going to try this time at turn number 5? Yes, he does. Leaves the door open. James Jakes leaves him a car's width. They enter the corner side by side. They exit the corner side by side. Who's got any more momentum? Neither. They match each other for pace. Such is the balance of performance of the two cars. But for the next corner, it's a left-hander, which means the Porsche of Ralph Bone has the inside line. Now, is he going to be brave enough on the brakes? Can he get the car turned in and not make a mistake? Yes to the first part. Yes to the second part, and having been very, very patient for the last, 20 minutes or so, Ralph Bone has finally got the job done.
Yeah, he's definitely been gathering the information on how to make that pass. I mentioned earlier, he looked a lot quicker on the brakes into the heavy stops around this Yas Marina circuit, and there down at turn 5 gets the job done as a next round of pit stops with some of these GT Cup cars.
Yeah, so that is HRT Performance, the 92 car of Sheikh Jassim Al Thandi that's come into the pit lane. The number 99 Porsche, now it didn't quite hit its marks there, so a little bit of time lost there as they came into the pit lane. The car of Kyle Tilley, the Lion Speed GP Porsche, just having to be pulled back from where it came to rest. Kyle jumps out of the car, and who might we have as the incoming driver for that one? Well, everybody we have cycled through so far, so might we see Patrick Cole back in? It's been a while. I don't recognise the crash helmet. That's right. Okay, I do recognise the fact that on the overalls it says it's Gabriele Rindone there that's going onto that car. So he's going to be the incoming driver, and that's a driver that David Addison was talking about earlier on. That sort of was born in Luxembourg but lived in the States for a bit. Now resides in Dubai. He went to the UK for his education, so he really has been all over the world over the course of his life, and he's about to jump on board for, I think, is stint number 2 from him. It's always difficult when you sort of disappear off and grab some food and come back, and you just forget absolutely the minute detail of stints for drivers. And so he's back on board now. Alexander West is now 14 minutes away from reaching the maximum driving time you can do in any one single stint, and the stint time is classified as from when the driver gets into the car to when he gets out of the car. I think if you are in the pit lane area, pit in to pit out gets discounted ultimately, and further calculations are subsequently done. But if you double stint the car, it's still classed from driving purposes as one single stint, because you haven't got out of the car to get back in and have that minimum 50-minute break that you will need. So 2 hours and 16 minutes in. It's been a long old stint again from Alexander West, and he will be one of those that is next due in. And a bit like they've done all the time, Garage 59, when they've pitted one car, they've usually pitted the other one very shortly afterwards, because James Jakes is now over 2 hours into his double stint as well. So before too much longer, he will be back in the pit lane, absolutely. So let me just run you down through the order again, because we are expecting some more pit stops, which will shuffle this order. 167 laps now completed for Gilles Magnus, who leads the race for Santaloc, number 25 Audi. That car also leads GT3 Pro. In second place, it's another Pro class car, which is number 16 Proton Huber Motorsport, or Proton Huber Competition, Sven Muller in the Porsche. Third at the moment is Herbert Motorsport, number 7, Ralph Bone. We just saw the overtake. He leads GT3 AM at this stage and 4th place, but due a pit stop. And is this the car that is coming in now to serve the pit stop? It is. Into the pits comes the car from 4th place, James Jakes. That is the Pro-Am leading car that has just come into the pit lane. 5th place is the sister car, number 8, in the hands of Alexander West. He will be due in the pit lane very shortly as well. And completing the top 6, AF Corsa and Alessandro Cozzi in the number 51 Ferrari. Still leading GT Cup class at this stage. QMMF by HRT Performance, Abdullah Ali Al Khalifa, who I think has just come into the pit lane. Yes, he has. So into the pit lane also comes the leader of the Cup class. And David Addison is refreshed. He's eaten. He's relaxed. He's been on Alan's yacht in the harbour for a brief period of time and is now back in the commentary box.
All of this is true. What have I missed?
Not a great deal in my stint.
Okay.
Yeah, no, so we didn't have any ARC Bratislava sort of full course yellows or safety cars like I had when I went on my break. It has largely all gone to plan.
Although the track limit penalties, I notice, are racking up.
They've been gradually racking up, but we haven't kept your tally up to date.
Okay.
For which I apologise.
That's all right. He says trying to catch up. Number 6 has just got another 10 seconds, which is the Roberto Mehi Ferrari. The Grove Gounon Mercedes have got 5. It's almost getting to the point now where it doesn't matter unless they're in the lead or in that leading group. And number 7 in 3rd place, Ralph Bone, he has now got a 5-second penalty to serve on the next pit stop.
Alan?
No, he hasn't got a penalty at all. No. I mean, non-Northern Life was thrown at him. 17 has copped 5 seconds as well, the Giannone Fulgenzi Girondi Porsche 96, which is the Vladikin Loboda Romeniko Simpson Motorsport Audi. That's quietly getting on with the job, isn't it? It's 12 and in the pits at the moment, but that's going quite nicely. That's got 5 seconds, and also the Gilbert Rueda Saturn Tiracool Ferrari has got a 5-second penalty as well.
Yeah, that's the number 74 car, and that also did lose time whilst you were on your lunch. That was the only thing really of any note. That car came into the pits, was put on the dollies and was brought back into the garage, the number 74 car. With lots of people hanging around with fire extinguishers, fuel pump issue on it. They did very quickly fix it, but that has dropped the number 74 down through the order. I think it was something like 11th. We've had a spin on the circuit, and that's Stephen Laidlaw, who was racing in the TCR UK Championship, was he not, this last year? 2024.
A TCR out here, or touring cars out here with his son, Clear Cut Middle East as well. He's off at the chicane, but he's got going again, so yellow flag withdrawn. And 51 out of 6th place comes into the pit lane then. So Alessandro Cozzi in. Mark Sanson will gain a position next time around. He's just rejoined, and the Simpson Motorsport pit stop for number 96 Audi. Quite spectacularly liveried R8.
Does look good.
All done, and off it goes. Right, number 11. This is Davide Rigon, drive-through for a full course yellow infringement. Spin for 42, all self-induced. But Davide Rigon, a drive-through penalty for number 11 Kessel Ferrari.
He almost made contact with the barriers, didn't he, there, as he spun Stephen Laidlaw. So I would imagine just on the power a little bit too much as he came out of the first part of the turn 6 left-hander, ready to try and get the car back over to the opposite side for turn number 7. So no harm done in the end, but very close to making contact with the front of the Porsche onto the barriers. And as we know, that can be a bit of an Achilles heel on a Porsche if you get damage to the front. That's where all the radiators are housed.
Absolutely. Right, so pit stop for number 51. As I say, we've got this drive-through then looming for Davide Rigon, and after his spin into the pit lane has come Stephen Laidlaw. Then number 42 Porsche, you can just see him on the pit lane as you look to the left. The leaders come, or the cars, the race cars, come over the line with Gilles Magnus still 40 seconds to the good over Sven Muller in the Proton Huber competition. Porsche and number 4 Mercedes goes through. Brenton Grove back at the wheel of it, and that car helping itself to a little bit of better fortune now, but its pace still flattered by other people having problems and being marooned. I'm rather assuming we've said goodbye to the Lamborghini, have we now?
Yes, Alan did give an update in that they have, they are not putting the car back out. They are going to
enough is enough.
Enough is enough, yeah.
Okay. Shame that, because it's good to have on the grid, but number 44, they're gone. Konopka, Muston and Naran out of the race. So Gilles Magnus then, the Belgian driver, ticking off the laps of this first section. And we are about then to click over into the final 2 hours of the race, aren't we, as the car then now comes out of turn 5, and with about 5 seconds to go, it will accelerate to the chicane. Davide Rigon in number 11 Ferrari serves his drive-through.
Yep, so into the pit lane he'll come to serve that drive-through penalty. Stephen Laidlaw after his spin. He lost about a minute on that lap with Stephen Laidlaw with the spin. He's just having a new set of Pirelli boots put on the car. I suspect they might be doing a driver change as well. That will be confirmed as and when the car gets toward pit lane exit, which is exactly where David Arrigon is now at the wheel of the car that has just completed its drive-through penalty. So underneath the circuit, through the tunnel, rejoin back onto the main part of the racetrack, almost at turn 3, isn't it, where the cars rejoin. So they enter on the right-hand side of the circuit when they come pit lane in, but they rejoin on the left-hand side of the circuit. Totally swaps over. Which is, I'd imagine, is that unique in terms of its format, is it? Globally?
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to think of anywhere else that does that, but that's not to say that there isn't, but no, I think it's a one-off, yeah. Right, 42 Porsche rejoins then, Misha Stanley at the wheel of it, and others for the pit lane, Roberto Meji's number 6 Ferrari in. The 2 Ferraris that pitted from Catalane, of course, are back out again. So number 6, Roberto Meji, is in, and that car also under investigation yet again for exceeding track limits.
I'm just having a quick look at the times that are being done in some of the cars now in what is the heat of the day relative to their bests. And what is impressive is the Proton Huber competition Porsche. Sven Muller driving the car at the moment. The best the car has done is a 1 minute 52.964. The last lap Sven Muller did a 1 minute 53.146. So they're still only a whisker away from their best at the moment. So there's been no drop off in the pace.
No. Alexander West has brought number 8 McLaren in from 4th place, and a driver change is imminent. Alan is standing by, and the team is also ready with a new set of Pirellis. Out gets rather than leaps Alexander West, but he is out of the car. And now the second part of the pit stop starts. In other words, he gets out, the incoming driver is ready, the new tyres are there, so the fueling done, and now it's just the second part of the pit stop for that. Going on at the same time as number 6 is having another of its imposed pit stops, the regulation pit stops, the mandatory stops, call them what you will. It's a shame we've never really seen the best out of that Racing One Ferrari. It was on the back foot really from the start, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah, with what happened in qualifying yesterday, and yeah, we were discussing this issue then because you couldn't get all the drivers qualified, you pick up the 10-place grid drop, and then from there you're trying to fight your way back through, and then that's the car that also had the brake problems early on, didn't it?
Yeah, but it was also the second car to get a penalty for track limits.
Right.
So early on, you know, it's starting to rack up the penalties, and it's never recovered. And you're right in saying that it had that brake drama, which delayed it as well. 26th Santaloc Audi, Benjamin Ricci back at the wheel, but still a lap down. They've never quite been able to battle their way back onto that lead lap, have they?
No, they're the ones that sort of bounced around subject to where we are in the pit cycle of either being on the lead lap or being back off it. And once we've got to most of those that have now cycled through their pit stops, yeah, they find themselves back off it again once more. We did have that possibility, what was it, the best part of a couple of hours ago now, where the sister car, which still continues to lead in the hands of Gilles Magnus, could maybe have let it unlap it.
Yeah. Trouble is, 26 keeps getting track limit penalties. It's had 15 in the last hour alone, and it was racking them up earlier on. So it's not purely the pace, it's that every time it comes into the pit lane, it's a much longer stop because of the penalties incurred for track limits. So that they're not helping themselves, really. And you can argue, therefore, why should 25 back off and let it through when you mucked up and sport your own race?
Yes, the 25 had a single track penalty yet?
I think it's had a warning,
yeah,
but not a penalty that I can recall.
Yeah, I agree with you. The Gosners are back in, so MP Racing and the Mercedes back into the pit lane in the hands of Manuela Gosner.
A 7th stop. Not all of the imposed pit stops. Some have been quick stops, but as the door nearly takes the cameraman for a ride down the pit lane, out gets Manuela Gosner. And Corinna Gosner will take over, we understand. Get the seat out of the car. There's that open face helmet that Tim Fulbrook was talking about earlier on. And the Gosner family.
Have they all got pink on their helmets? David certainly has as well.
Thomas, I'm not sure about.
I'm not sure about, yeah.
But the Gosner family cycling through, all enjoying themselves. Right, Davide Rigon has just served a drive-through, but he's also under investigation for exceeding track limits. Number 16, the Proton Huber competition Porsche of Sven Muller, still hustling on. Actually, last time, not as quick as Gilles Magnus.
40 seconds adrift still. And Karina Gosner just about to get the last little bit of belting up done into the car. The mechanics just swapping over those Pirelli tyres. Again, looking as though it's that scrub set that's going on there, potentially. Looked like it was on that side.
Maybe. Leader in, though, as well. So Gilles Magnus brings number 25 into the pit lane for a 6th stop, but one of them 2 hours ago was not an imposed stop, was it? So it still owes us at least one more, because you've got to do 6 in part 1. So there's another pit stop that it will have to make, and that's fair enough with just under 2 hours to go. The Gosner Tank Tape Special is getting set to rejoin, and there is the lead car then. So in comes Gilles Magnus, who for the moment stays behind the wheel, but he may well, when part 2 of the pit stop, if you like, begins, leap out of the car. A Contiu legend on the crash helmet, because it was for that team that he drove in TCR, represented Belgium in the Motorsport Games a couple of years ago in the touring car discipline. The door is open, but he might, by the look at this, be staying in. I think it's purely a drink bottle they're going to give him and keep Gilles Magnus in the car. Now, has Zhou Bihuang done his 3 hours now, do we know? He'd certainly done about 2.5, I think, earlier on, hadn't he? Or 2.
He double stinted when I was here, and then he was back in the car when I finished lunch, so he's certainly done 3 stints in total, but what the total stint length is of all of those, I simply don't know, Alan.
I wonder if we can just get a glimpse inside the Gosner garage.
Go on.
Okay, because you might get an indication of how the cool-down process goes. Can we see? Just come over here. Wafting a blanket is what's been happening for Manuela over the last couple of minutes. There we go. And when she got back out of the car and into the garage, they were all very... I've got the whole family here, apart from the whole family. David, first of all, when Manuela got back to the garage, it was a big thumbs up from everyone.
For her. We're so happy, absolutely happy with Manuela.
Really good stint.
Yeah. That's nice. Really good.
Is the car feeling good?
Car feeling really, really nice. The track is really nice. It's Abu Dhabi. It's great.
I'll have a word with Thomas. Everything going according to plan today?
Yes, today it's going according to plan.
Much better today.
Yeah, today it's nice. Yesterday we was very, very lucky that we could continue and finalize the qualifying. And today we have much more luck even, you see. And
I'm going to speak to Manuela as well. No, is she going to run away? Come on, over here. I don't think she... In a minute. I could see you were very warm. I love the fact that everyone was keen to welcome you back as a hero.
It's the best. When you are around the world with your family, then you come back to you are, I don't know, the feeling is very warm and a lot of love and no.
Who is this? This young man that was keeping you cool?
This is one of the sons of my sister. It's my nephew.
It really is a family affair, this, isn't it?
Sure, we are a lot.
Absolutely superb, Manuela. Well done. That was good stint.
Thank you.
Super. Yeah, you see, the Gosner family. It's a soap opera in progress.
I think you nearly got adopted there, Alan. You've almost become part of the family.
I have an open invitation for Christmas dinner.
It's just not to their house.
Yes, quite. Or at Christmas. Yes. So the Gosners, without whom the race just wouldn't quite be the same. 19th overall, it is Karina Gosner at the wheel of the car at the moment.
If you could bottle their enthusiasm, you'd be a very rich person, wouldn't you?
That's true. Yes. I think at one point we might have to have a corner renamed Gosner here because they have put so much into the event.
They really have, yeah. It wouldn't be the same without them, would it?
No. Right, number 16, the Proton Huber competition Porsche is now in the lead of the race after that last round of pit stops, but Sven Muller can't be that far away from pitting himself because he's done an hour in this stint. So to try, if you like, to tally off the Santelot car of Gilles Magnus, they put the gold driver on board and Sven Muller has just gone by to do 175 laps of the race. Not done all by him, but that's what we've got to as the overall tally, and that car is due a 5th pit stop before much longer. Into the pits also comes number 2 of Xavier Knauf, 2nd in Am, in number 2 Audi, but the race leader now, Sven Muller, trying to build that gap as best he can, ready for when the 25 Audi blends back in, again 16 after the next stop from the Porsche. Davide Rigon, after the drive-through, down in 5th place, and more penalties have gone the way of number 6. We were talking about it a moment or two ago. Mark Rosser has now got on board the car, but a 10-second penalty looms for the dreaded track limit offences. The only good thing being that at the end of part 1 it'll reset going into part 2.
Yes, slate's wiped clean again, isn't it? So Casper Stevenson is going to be the incoming driver, we gather, into the number 2 car. Looking at him stood there, almost like a sprinter, is he, on the starting blocks, ready to get going as and when the refuelling has completed. He's got to keep his toes behind the line. There's still a track limit, isn't there, in the pit lane for the drivers. So refuelling completed. Casper Stevenson jumps on board for what, unless he was in over the course of my lunch break, is his first stint, is it not? They've kept him dry until now, have they not?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, I think he's been there helping drivers get on board, but we haven't seen very much of him. So Casper Stevenson now will be ready for a stint in that car. Other drivers there to help strap him in. So it's a Porsche 1-2 at the minute as we await more pit stops. Sven Muller ahead of Ralph Bohn, both of whom are coming to the end of a stint, aren't they? Because Ralph Bohn has done 64 and a bit minutes and 62 and a bit for Sven Muller. There is Bohn coming down towards the chicane, trying to find a way past that line speed Porsche. But at the moment, Gabriel Rindon fends him off.
Yeah, and for Sven Muller, that car has done 4 pit stops so far, all of which I think have ticked the box in terms of their
I had a feeling that one, when it was Borisov back to Stolyarov, was not an imposed one.
Right, in which case
might be wrong.
They've still got 2 more to do after the one they're about to do, and only an hour and 48 minutes in which to do them. And for Ralph Bohn, in the number 7, they're showing us having been into the pits on 5 occasions. He'll be due in soon, which could make it 6, but I think they're going to have to come back in anyway, because I can't see, unless we had a long full course yellow or safety car period, would they be able to run hour and 3/4 on a full tank?
Probably not, no. But one of those pit stops for number 7, don't forget, was the puncture on lap
number 1, which again
lap 2
didn't tick the box, did it?
No, of course, no. So it's been in 5 times, but the data doesn't differentiate between the regulation stops and extra stops. Emergency pit stops. 26 gets away, so Benjamin Ricci brought the car in. And this is the on-the-road leader right now. Of course, it's slightly easier to judge, isn't it? Because you don't have the discrepancy of what we had early on for the first couple of hours. Number 4 running totally out of sequence.
Yeah.
And rising and falling at the end of a stint. So number 16 Porsche comes through. Sven Muller at the wheel. It was a joy to watch, isn't he? It's just inch perfect. And for Proton Huber competition, up towards the exit of the W Hotel sequence through turn 14, now he comes. Just looking down the pit lane to see whether or not he is expected in. Not this lap by the look of it. So he's... I know he does come in this time. Down the pit road comes Sven Muller. Now that might catch out the team. Let's see where they are down the pit road, ready and waiting, if at all. But Sven Muller in. That is now 177 laps of the race done, and that was a long stint, that's for sure. So the team is ready for him. Board is there. Down the pit road he comes.
Yep, so that's one pit stop taking place. The other one has just concluded for the number 26 Santaloc Audis. We've got a spin for the 55 Ferrari out on circuit in the hands of Renit Salikov for Renildi Racing. That's at turn number 9 as the car stalled. No, he fires it up again and gets going. Yes, the Santaloc Audi. Jim Pla has now taken over that, and I think that's his first stint behind the wheel of that one. So they've saved him for later on. The other one we hadn't picked up on was the number 8 Garage 59 McLaren, is now also in the hands of Adam Smalley for the first time as well. So that's a couple of drivers that are now on board for their first stints of this Gulf 12 hours. Looks like there is going to be a pit stop for that Porsche that resides there in the pit lane. So Sven Muller out. He's diving in. Do you recognise the crash helmet, David?
I think that is Stolyarov from earlier on. So Sergei Stolyarov, I would offer you, is behind the wheel, but I wasn't paying full attention. I was looking to see something else where Ralph Bohn was. But the Proton Huber competition Porsche has had a really good solid run, both through qualifying and in the race up to this point. An hour and 3/4 to go, so the first 8 have rather rattled through pretty swiftly, haven't they? Then we have the 2-hour break, and then we'll have the 4-hour sprint, if you like, towards the end as a result. So you you start that with a grid based on the classification at 8 hours, all the gaps disappear, but you don't get your laps back. You don't start afresh. The gaps in terms of time disappear, but if it's a lap, well, you've still only done the same number of laps as you had. You don't gain any extra laps back, so you all start on the same level field.
Yeah, it does make it very, very interesting, but it also makes it very difficult in part 2 to try and get those laps back again, doesn't it? You've got to push it even harder. So we shall wait and see. You're looking at the moment at the number 51 Ferrari, which is in the hands of Marco Pulcini. This car is running in 9th place overall, 5th in Pro-Am, but we'll go to the pit lane and Alan Hyde.
I was totally wrong about Casper Stevenson about to get into the car. You had your helmet on, you had your suit on, but you weren't going to get into the car. You're just making sure the driver change happens right.
Yes, I think when the drivers finish their stint, they're a bit, flogged. So it's easier for a driver who's well rested to help out.
It's a while since we've spoken. Your career's going rather well, isn't it?
Well, the Gulf 12 was my first ever race back in 2022, and it springboarded me on to a good few years. So yeah, very happy to be back.
Yeah, I remember how happy you were to be here. It was all a bit of a being in a sweet shop almost.
Yeah, it was a great first race, and I really love the GT3 stuff.
So to come back here with the experience that you've now got in GT racing, do you view the race in a different way now?
Yes, I think a little bit more long-term and a little bit more focused on the whole package, the other drivers, and trying to help. As you see in the pit stops, I was still very much a little bit in Formula 3 mode when I did my first Gulf 12 hours.
Now you've made your mark in the world of GT racing. Is this where you want to be? Is this the future?
100%. I hope to be doing the Gulf 12 hours in the next 20 years.
That's a great idea. I'll tell you what, with families like the Gosners that come back year after year after year, and the top GT drivers on the planet coming here, it's a mix the like of which you go a long way to find.
Yes, definitely. There's some top pro factory drivers here, which I want to emulate. And then, there's many people having a great end of season.
What about the story for your car over this race this weekend?
We had a very good start. Then we had one or two spins, but we're right on the fringes of the top 10. So if we can get a top 10 overall, I'll be very happy.
That's going to be the aim. Casper, great to catch up with you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Casper Stevenson down in pit lane.
And you can talk to him in another 20 years, Alan, when your wheelchair is pushed down the pit lane and you can reminisce together.
Yes, we can.
Well played, Alan. Right, so the number 2 Audi, it is John Corbett behind the wheel, and what we saw a moment ago, and now it's in replay, was Brenton Grove being given a big squeeze by Gabriel Rendon. Demolished the corner marker. It was an interesting place to try that, going up towards turn 5, and could have ended in tears.
It certainly could have ended in tears. I'm surprised if you didn't see him. Into the pit lane has come somebody that had taken over the lead of the race as well. So Ralph Bone at the wheel of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche heads in towards the pit lane. So that's 179 laps completed from that car. We've got Gilles Magnus not that far behind him, and Gilles Magnus now at the wheel of the Santalok Audi will retake over the overall lead of the race. We've also got one of the Ferraris in as well. That is David Arrigon in the number 11 car in towards the pit lane, and that's a car, if memory serves me correctly, David, that's going to that is serving a pit stop penalty as part of this pit stop.
It's done a drive-through on its last stop, so it's cleared that. It's under investigation for another, but I think the drive-through was by a 5-second penalty. So yeah, that will have been served on this
stop. Yeah.
So that'll cost them a fraction more time, or it should do at least. So it's been in for 1 minute and 22 seconds. So we should be expecting anything over 1 minute and 45 as the time. Now the leader, or erstwhile leader, Gilles Magnus, under investigation for exceeding track limits. We've been praising that car, but if you're under investigation, that tends to be a slam dunk. They're not looking at it because it might be 2 or it might be 3. It's now really a paperwork exercise to say to the stewards, right, we've got 4 offences here, it's over to you. So the leader may well now be copping its first time penalty. Might, number 25. Back into the race goes 11, now with Murat Chadroglu at the wheel of the car, and they're ready to go is number 7, which Ralph Bone was driving when it came into the pits as the leader. but it will rejoin with 1 hour and 40 to go with a bit of time lost there.
Yep, and who is going to be behind the wheel of it when it rejoins? It is Dustin Blattner that's back behind the wheel, and we've seen some great stuff from him already in the Gulf 12 hours. He's in for his third, or is it his fourth stint now? Third, for sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
And that pit stop, again, included a penalty for number 7 Porsche, so it rejoins, and we'll see at the end of this next lap where that drops the car to. 55 Ferrari after a spin. It was Renat Salikov that was rotating, and that car is now 5th, courtesy of the extra pit stop for the Kessel Ferrari, which has also dropped back behind the charging Adam Smalley, who goes through now in 6th place, number 8 McLaren Adam Smalley.
We're talking about pit stops and making sure that the teams then add on the 5 seconds or the 10 seconds as the case may be. I've not seen as yet any car go the wrong side of the minimum pit stop time that they needed to have served. Has anybody had to pick up on?
Yes, I think it was Haas RT that did a joker stop.
A joker stop, so they were within less than 0.999 of the minimum pit stop time. You're allowed 1 that's short.
I'm pretty sure it was Haas RT.
Pit stop. Was it right?
Bear with.
So you're allowed 1 pit stop, which can be, it has to be less than 1 second short of what it ought to be for one of the imposed pit stops. And once you've had your single joker stop, if you are then subsequently short again by any amount, then you end up with a penalty. But that will be one again that obviously took place and was fed through on the various WhatsApp and app groups that all exists for events like this. But that's one that I hadn't picked up on myself, to be perfectly honest. So we now have pro cars after that cycle of pit stops occupying 1st, 2nd and 3rd position, but the Santalock Audi that leads the race in the hands of Gilles Magnus is 1 hour and 10 minutes now into its stint. It leads by almost a full minute, 59.845 seconds last time through. Sergei Stolyarov for Proton Hubert competition, the number 16 Porsche is in 2nd place, and 3rd is Optimum Motorsports charging Frederick Schandorf. Now 4th is Dustin Blattner, the wheel of the Porsche that's just stopped. That still leads the AM category at this stage and is ahead of the leading Pro-Am car, which is behind it in 5th position, car number 55, which is Renat Salikov. Adam Smalley for Garage 59, and the number 8 McLaren is next up, so he's 2nd in Pro-Am, 6th overall. Mark Sampson in the sister car completes the Pro-Am potential podium, but we're still a long way from that yet, another 5.5 hours, if not more, to go. 8th place is 51 AF Corsa and Marco Pulcini. 9th place is 11 Kessel Racing, Murat Jahadaroglu, only just taking over that car. And Jim Plar, who has only been behind the wheel of his car for 10 minutes in the 2nd of the 2 Santalock Audis, completes the top 10. We've still got Ghanem Salah Al Mahid leading the Cup class at this stage for QMFH by HRT Performance. So that gives you the top 10, also picks out any of the class leaders that are outside of that top 10. Who owes us pit stops? Renat Salikov owes us a pit stop before too much longer. The number 55 Ferrari sitting there in 5th place. Renat has double stinted that car and is now 2 hours and 4 minutes into his stint. But I think what they'll try and do, David, is stretch that as long as they can towards the maximum of 2.5 hours, because if they get it pretty much close to 2.5 hours, then that final pit stop, it can come in, they can refuel it, brim it as much as they possibly can, and it'll be about another hour and 10, maybe hour and 15 minutes before we would then be at the end of the race, if they could just push Renat in the car for another 10 minutes or so.
And you never know, there might be another full course yellow to slow the pace a little bit and save you another lap or two to burn the fuel. So that's your lead car, Gilles Magnus, who is under investigation now for track limit problems. Yes, it was number 2 that did its joker pit stop at just after 2 o'clock.
I can only assume there's a lot of messages on that particular group, because you were scrolling for a very, very long time there.
I rather overshot, a bit like coming into my pit box, I overshot. But we got there. So that was the car that Casper Stevenson, from whom you heard, is connected. John Corbett, the man at the wheel of it now, and it's in 12th place, the Haas RT Audi, and it is 2nd within the AM class. So it is Gilles Magnus for Santelot Racing leading. From the Proton Huber competition Porsche, it is Sergei Stolyarov at the wheel, and that gap now will be confirmed at the end of the lap once the Porsche trips the beam, because it is about a third of a lap back, maybe 2/3 of a lap back now.
Dustin Blattner desperate to try and stay on the lead lap if he can. They've worked so hard, desperate to try and stay one lap adrift, it will be, will it? So, but
he's about to go two down.
He is about to go two down. Gilles Magnus almost drawing himself alongside, but can't quite do it, but then does sweep round the outside as they head round through turn number 10 and up towards turn number 11, where they'll turn right underneath the W Hotel and then through into the Marina section of it. So that's now 2 laps down for the number 7 pole sitting Dustin Blattner driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche.
But depends really which way that team is looking at this race, whether it's chasing an overall result as the fairy tale AM story or as an AM class win, because it's way up the road in AM. And again, there's nothing to say yet that problems won't get in the way of Santelot, Proton Huber competition or Optimum Motorsport, the 3 ahead, which have all so far had a pretty trouble-free race.
Really? What are we 26 minutes past the halfway point in reality of the whole 12 hours, so long way to go yet. Still another 1 hour and 34 minutes of part 1 of the race. That's the 8-hour part. Still another 4 hours to come after we have our little siesta for 2 hours, where the cars are not under parc fermé conditions for long after the checkered flag. They do spend some time under parc fermé immediately after the checkered flag, but then the cars reasonably quickly get released back to the team so they can do all of the checks and the balances, the topping up of the fluids that they need to do. They can change brake pads and rotors should they wish to do so if they've got mechanical repairs. Particularly if you've had a bit of damage on a front bumper and you've lost a dive plane, you can change the bumper and start to get the car working again as you need to. And that again is another very unique aspect to this event. We're back to the 2-hour part, but they've never been under parc fermé conditions in that medium period.
And again, the whole ethos of this is to look after the customer, look after the driver, give them mileage, give them the opportunity to be back out. And if that means repair time, but you effectively suspend the race, then fine. And hopefully we'll have as many cars back out for part 2 as started part 1.
And what also has happened with that format is that, where we had Aston Martin developing the new Vantage a few years ago, where we had McLaren developing the 720S, where we had Lamborghini creating the Evo package for their car, they brought them out here. You can pound around under test conditions, lap after lap after lap, and put the mileage on the car, but there's nothing like pounding around in true competition, and that's what we've seen manufacturers do.
Indeed, same with teams, same with drivers. They want to go and learn about a new car, new team, new driver. Garage 59, for example, is going to stay on for a few days, test others with a view to doing deals for next year, whether it's for European Championships or for WEC or for anything else. Alessandro Giannoni into the pit lane then in number 17. Now that car was low on fuel earlier on. They're not taking anything to chance this time, are they? Big tank full of it. That's still only 3rd in cut behind the 2 Qatari Porsche, so they've got some work to do there.
That is the only problem that car has had, isn't it? Which we still believe was that it ran out of fuel. Was that ever confirmed?
No. But I think all the evidence pointed that way.
Yeah.
And they've lost about 4 laps now to the class rivals, if not more. It's had a few time penalties along the way as well. So there, the Porsche with yet another churn of fuel to go in. It's not an easy sit, is it? But eventually it goes in. Giannoni walks away. Right, I'm just wondering what else is in the system for the lead car. Replay of debris on the racetrack being demolished by Dustin Blattner. It looks like the polystyrene foam possibly brought onto the road by Brenton Grove earlier on when he demolished that corner marker on the way to turn 5.
So that shouldn't worry race control. They'll be quite happy that the car runs over that. It doesn't pose a danger. It's light. It will simply break into fragments of polystyrene and slowly get blown around the circuit. So we're fast approaching now 1.5 hours to go in part 1 of this race, and we've got just the sole car in the pit lane still being worked on, which is the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing Alessandro Giannone Porsche. He's the outgoing driver. We'll await confirmation as to who becomes the incoming driver, but I don't think have we seen Enrico Fulgenzi behind the wheel of the car as yet?
Yes, I think we did briefly early on in the race. I think we did at least.
But it looks like there's a pad change for that car as well.
Yeah.
So slightly longer pit stop.
But bear in mind, of course, the Cup cars are designed for sprint races, not for long distance races like this. So it is very much a race within a race. It's unfair in a sense to give them an overall place, because you're in effect comparing apples and oranges, aren't you? It's a different car. It's great that the teams get the long mileage, but they're going to have to do things like that because they're not necessarily designed for the long distance races. Gilles Magnus then, race leader, and well clear now of the Proton Huber competition Porsche. Into the pit lane comes Renat Salikov, so that stint was a long one, that was for sure.
Yeah, it was, what, 2 hours, 10 minutes, I think, last time I'd looked at it. And I did say if they could push him for about another 10 minutes, they might be able to avoid a further stop. Well, with an hour and a half to go, they come in. So I'm sure that the calculations would have been done by the hugely experienced Rinaldi Racing team as to whether they can now get this car to the end of part one with the fuel that's about to go in it, or whether it might require a little splash and dash towards the end of it. How many times has it been in the pits? It has been in the pit lane on 6 occasions. I'm not saying that therefore means that this will tick off its 6th and final stop, because as David alluded to, we only see the amount of times a car has been in the pits. It doesn't say and differentiate as to whether they are mandatory stops or whether they don't comply with the minimum period.
There was definitely one that wasn't a mandatory stop earlier on, when, if you remember, David Perel had only done a handful of laps and bailed to give Christian Hook the chance to get back behind the wheel, which was another, if you like, bronze burn pit stop. It was when we had another full course yellow period. So Christian Hook was put into the car. David Perel had only really done a few laps, I want to say 7 at the most, before they put Christian Hook into the car as the bronze. And that's a bit of a concern, that 77 of Khalid Al Marzouk, the Dragon Racing Ferrari, is in the pit box. Never a good sign. Screen being cleaned, but there's clearly a problem then for the Ferrari. They need it in the box so they can go to work, and that is losing time because it has been in the pits for 4.5 minutes now.
Yeah, that's one of 2 cars that Dragon Racing have got out there. The sister car to it is in the hands of Matt Bell and is running just outside of the top 10 at the moment. It's just off the GT3 Pro podium. It's just outside of the top 10. It is, I think, 3 laps off the lead at the moment, the sister car, and that is still pounding around the Yas Marina circuit. The Rinaldi Racing car that was brought in the pit lane by Renat Salikov, having done a double stint, is now in the hands of David Perel. And that is going to be another car to watch out for, because we do know David, quick driver.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And gets better and better all the time. There's another investigation going on for track limits for 92, which is second in Cup. There's an incident between the Haas RT Audi and 55 Ferrari at turn 9 noted. Now, we had, didn't we, Renat Salikov facing the wrong way, and by the evidence of that, it would suggest that he was tapped into it by number 2, John Corbett, at the wheel.
Yeah, was John Corbett behind the wheel at that point? Because was that 20 minutes ago, or was it a bit longer than 20 minutes ago? I'm just wondering. Yeah, I'm not. It was the number 2 car. Whether John was behind the wheel, I'm not sure.
It doesn't feel like 20 minutes ago, no, but it might be. Right, Gilles Magnus still leading the way. He's 1 minute and 12 seconds up the road now. This is a proper gap, and the way that he's going, because he's lapping quicker than Frederick Scharntorf, who's up into 2nd place now at the expense of Sergei Stolirov. This Audi might even be able to put a lap on others by the end of part 1 of the race, mightn't it? It might reduce the number on the lead lap to a very small number going into part 2.
Yeah, he's got to come into the pits again, though, before the end of the race, because otherwise he'll have done 2 hours and 50 minutes. So he's got to come in and serve another stop. And also, is one of those stops, it's completed 6 so far, was one of those not a shuffle stop again?
Yes, there was definitely one where they put Joby Zhang back into the car under a full course yellow, to do the drive time. So there's certainly a regulation stop but equally I don't think it can go an hour and a half on the fuel, so he will have to come back in. They don't need to put Joby Zhang back into the car, but if his pace is good enough, they could do, and therefore keep Magnus and Marshall even fresher for part 2.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I think Joe B. Huang must be, if he's not already there, very close to his minimum driving time that he needs to do, because he's done 3 stints for sure, but whether the total of those 3 stints add up to the minimum of 3 hours, is it 3 hours that he needs to have done? It is, isn't it, in that car?
But he's still a quick bronze. So what I'm saying is you don't need to necessarily bench him.
Gives you more options, doesn't it?
If you can put him back in the car and he can still deliver decent lap times, then it does make sure that you're not going to have a really weary Magnus or Marshall into the second part of the race. Right now, Gilles Magnus being chased by Frederick Schandorf, and last time there's only about a 1/10 of a second between them. The only other person doing comparable pace, Jim Pla in number 26 Audi, but he is a long way back in comparison. Jim Pla is 9th, 2 laps down now. That's Adam Smalley, 5th in the Garage 59 McLaren, and he is at the moment the best, or better I should say, of the Garage 59 McLarens, the best McLaren overall. Frederick Schandorf's Optimum Motorsport car running in second spot. But he needs to find a massive chunk of time. Perversely, he'll be given that massive chunk of time if he stays on the lead lap at the end of part 1, because no matter what the gap is, it will disappear going into the second element of the race. It's staying on the lead lap, we say again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it's just the whole laps that are carried over. Anything other than that then disappears. So the Adam Smalley McLaren, we've got a shuffle up towards turn number 1. Brenton Grove sneaking up the inside of Murat Çaharoğlu, and also Jim Pla looking to go through, and that will be for position, will it? Jim Pla gets through and ahead of the Ferrari, which I think he did in the background of the shot. That will be a change, so that's a change for 8th and 9th place. That now puts Jim Pla ahead of the Ferrari, up to 4th overall in GT3 Pro-Am. Now, who's the next car that Jim Pla will then be looking towards? It will be Marco Pulcini, who is on the same lap as Jim Pla. So, yeah, he's got about another 60, 70 seconds to catch up, though. So it's a bit old-ask at this stage. And, yeah, but Jim Pla will be focused on doing what he can. The last lap that he did, 1 minute 54.0, was 1.5 seconds quicker than Jim Pla.
Well, you can see the focus here, carving his way through the traffic. Next target, Brenton Grove's quick Mercedes, but badly delayed Mercedes. That is 21 laps down, so it's a forlorn hope to gain much back unless other cars have big problems ahead of him. And now you'll see the Audi lining up to get through the traffic on the kink at turn 8 to the hairpin at 9. Easy peasy. Through on the inside goes Jim Pla, and the former single-seater turned GT start. Normally in Mercedes up until this year, when he's gone to Saint-Elot with the Audi, Jim Pla goes by. That's not for position, but it gets him nearer to Murat Çaharoğlu up the road, and Çaharoğlu's times are about 3 seconds a lap slower than Jim Pla, so he's going to make progress, certainly in terms of narrowing that margin.
Yeah, just keep pressing on, dealing with the traffic as and when you can, which is what he'll be doing now. It's one of the Cup spec cars that he just threads his way through and past. And now that he's done that, which is going to be the number 91 car, wasn't it, that he went through, concentrates his efforts on the next of the car, which is going to be the Gosner car, isn't it? That will be Karina Gosner for MP Racing. That car, with the problems and the retirement of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, that brings us down to 3 running in GT3 Am at the moment. So after a difficult start to the weekend for MP Racing and the Gosners in qualifying, they are running in 3rd place in the GT3 Am category, and that for them is like a win anyway, isn't it? You know, a podium here, a good weekend, a family weekend. That's what it's all about. They're going with a smile on their face and a bit of silverware potentially.
Happy days. What more could you want? Exactly. And if the car's in one piece, or you've not got to spend a fortune on it to repair at the end after a tough 12 hours, even better. Jim Pla still working his way through the traffic. And there is a 10-second penalty for a pit stop infringement for the Simpson Motorsport Audi. This is the Vladikin Loboda Remeniko Audi. A 10-second penalty for a pit stop infringement, and 96 is currently 13th, so they can do without that.
That's a car that has sort of been up and down the order a little bit, hasn't it, for no real reason. I think that one's picked up a few penalties along the way. I don't think they've had any real problems with it, but we've seen it up inside the top 10, back down towards the mid-teens, and at the moment it's sort of floating around in between the two, isn't it?
I think it's just the natural pace of the drivers, isn't it?
Yeah.
It has quick stints and not so quick stints. But Denis Remeniko at the wheel of the car at the moment, he's lapping in the 58s. The car's best, a 55, so it's having a slower stint at the moment. So 81 minutes of part 1 remain. Brenton Grove still hustles on. Meanwhile in Cup, 91 goes by. That currently into the lead of the class. You saw it go past the hotel. So Ghanim Salah Al Mahid is behind the wheel, and the sister car, Axel Sartingen at the wheel of 92, is currently doing the chasing. 26 Audi goes across the line, number 4 Mercedes goes across the line, and then there's a bit of a wait for the next big wave of traffic, in which is number 11 of Murat Chiroglu, and David Perel is behind in the Rinaldi car. He's now only about a couple of seconds back, so that's going to change imminently.
It will do, yep, absolutely. Those two will be very shortly, I'm sure, swapping orders for 9th and 10th place, but it's still Chiroglu for Kessel Racing in 9th, Rinaldi Racing and David Perel in 10th for the moment. Let's just have a quick look. Well, there is Murhat Chiroglu, the number 11 car, just turning his way through turn number 5. A couple of Porsches behind, then a McLaren, and then David Perel, who realises he can't quite get the corner exit to get alongside the McLaren. Chiroglu coming under pressure from, I think, the Porsches that are sitting behind him and are looking to try and outbrake, one of which is the Dragon Speed car, the other of which is one of the Cup cars, so that shouldn't worry him on the brakes. Chiroglu still hangs on to it. He's still got 2 other cars between himself and David Perel, which is enough of a buffer for the moment.
Yeah, but Perel, I think he's going to be able to get through that traffic on the way to turn 8, isn't he, coming out of it now? So Murat Chiroglu, with all the traffic queued up behind him, making his way down towards turn 9. First car in the mirror is the rapid Porsche of Gabriel Rindon, the Lion Speed car that was badly delayed with that vibration early on. And Chiroglu just go way too deep into the corner. I think he was so focused on his mirrors and the quick cars behind, he's lost out straight away. David Perel goes through, and Chiroglu made that very easy for him.
Yep, so just very easily got picked off, and now David Perel will just focus his efforts on pulling away from the car he's just taken the position from, also concentrating his efforts on trying to see if he can squeeze through and ahead of the next couple of cars just up the road from him. Matt Bell comes in towards the pit lane, so that means we've got both of the Dragon Racing Ferraris in pit lane at the moment, the 77 under repair, the 88 for a standard stop.
Race leader, 5-second penalty. So at last, if you like, it has tripped itself up. It nearly got to the end. Only with 78 minutes does it get a first penalty. But number 25 Audi then, Gilles Magnus, that car has finally racked up enough track limit warnings, 4 of them, to incur a penalty. So it'll do 5 seconds on the next pit stop. But we had it at what, over 1 minute and 11 seconds, I think, the last time we looked ahead. So it's not really going to dent the lead much.
No, I mean, that's staggering, isn't it? 6 hours and 40 minutes to only rack up 4 track infringements penalties, whereas how many laps were we in when we received the first one?
Oh,
20 probably?
Yeah, if that, yes. Yeah, it was very early on in the race, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, we're now nearly 200 laps in, 191 completed for that car.
Number 6, the Racing One Ferrari, had 10 seconds recently added, but the other recent stops, the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, 5 seconds, and 10 to the Kessel Racing Ferrari. So that's number 74, and currently Fran Reda at the wheel of it, Fran Reda Mateos at the wheel of the car. So we're closing on that tip into the final hour of part 1. And we've got more under investigation, including the Haas RT Audi yet again, and also number 16 under investigation. Now that's another significant one, because the Proton Huber competition Porsche, which runs 3rd, is under investigation for exceeding track limits as well. That's 16.6 seconds, and he's falling away from Frederick Schandorf in 2nd place, number 69 McLaren. So a 5-second penalty potentially for that Porsche is certainly not going to help.
No, it's not at all. So that will need to be served on what I think is probably going to be their final pit stop.
Yeah.
They've only done 5 so far, so they're certainly due one more at least.
The danger is that as the Proton Huber competition Porsche starts to drop away from the McLaren of Frederick Schandorf, it's in the vulnerable part of losing a lap. Add a penalty onto that in the pits and the drive time in and out, it could drop off the lead lap. So that's quite a significant pit stop when we get to it.
Watching at the moment, about to head underneath the W Hotel, the number 51 car of Marco Pulcini for AF Corsa, still matching the pace actually of the car that's 2nd overall in the race at the moment, the number 69 McLaren from Optimum Motorsport in hands of Frederick Schandorf. Last lap from Frederick was a 1 minute 54, which is sort of around about the pace most cars are doing, other than Gilles Magnus, the race leader, who's still in the 152s last time through. And it's just the consistency of that Audi. You know, the best lap it's done all race so far in the last 6 hours and 45 minutes, 152.4. Last lap, 152.8. And he's an hour and a half into his stint. So, yeah, the tyres are getting a bit second-hand. But as we've continually seen, such are the ambient conditions out there, slightly cooler today. We're getting that cloud cover starting to come over again now, as well as we are, the best part of probably a couple of hours away, hour and a half away from sunset. we're not seeing a great deal of drop-off in that Audi, are we? And a lot of the cars, when they've got low on fuel, they are going quicker.
Yeah, Alan was talking early on about it being a little bit cloudy, and it's clouded over again. All of a sudden, it's gone, I wouldn't say dark, but it's not as bright and sunny as it was a little while ago. And it's getting windy again as well, we understand. So, again, I'm not suggesting that it's going to be a wet race, but it's not quite the warmth that we've had for the last 2 days. But that's probably not any bad news for the teams, is it?
No, certainly not. Our race leader, Gilles Magnus, dives up the inside of the number 17 Porsche, which is Enrico Fulgenzi that's driving the team car now. So the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing Porsche passed by our race leader. And now for Gilles Magnus, the next of the focuses will be to try and work his way through the next bit of traffic, which is going to come up fairly rapidly, probably towards the end of this lap even, and make sure that he does so again just in that fashion that they've been doing, meeting the traffic in the right place at the right time. If you meet it in the wrong place, just be patient. There's still a very long period of time to go, and the next traffic they're going to meet is number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari, which is now back in the hands of John Schaumann, who was, of course, one of those drivers that when he was being lapped earlier on, that was when we saw some contact, wasn't it, towards the end of the lap? And Louis Perret, wasn't it, and the McLaren that clattered into the side.
Yeah, Louis Perret down at turn 16. Alan, sorry, yeah.
I wanted to have a quick word with Matt Bell. He's fresh out of the car. You do look fresh as well. What's the matter with you?
I mean, racing in Abu Dhabi at this time of year is wonderful. You know, the climate's perfect. We're just starting to get into the cooler part of the evening now.
It's actually been a bit of a cooler day today, hasn't it?
It's fantastic, yeah. So no, from a temperature standpoint, yeah, I've done some hot races here and stuff, but this event so far, has not been too taxing.
Something I've noticed today that I don't remember at this event is it's really windy, really gusty. Does that affect you on circuit?
Not as much. So I've driven LMP2 and LMP3 here. It affects those cars quite a lot more than the GT cars here. So no, we're not particularly noticing that, or I'm not particularly noticing that out on track.
You just crack on and do what you do, because this is a gift at the end of the year, this event, isn't it?
Yeah, I love this event. I did the very first one of this, whatever it was, 13 years ago, 12 years ago.
14 years.
14 years ago, there we go. Of course, COVID interruption. So no, I've always been a big fan of the Gulf 12 Hours. I think it's a great finish to the season and a prep for next year. As I say, climate this time of the year is great. Super high quality field. So, you know, we're not just coming and driving around. We are testing ourselves still against the best that's out there. But yeah, it's a great event.
Matt, can you maybe give a resume? We're over halfway through now in a 12-hour race with a little gap in between. A resume for your car.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're in the same boat as all the other Ferraris, where there was an overnight adjustment to performance that has significantly negatively affected us. So yeah, we're kind of driving around in our own Ferrari Cup at the moment. So yeah, that's from the Ferrari standpoint. There's some, but we're just keeping our heads down. It's both of my teammates' first ever GT race. Obviously, Wayne is very experienced, the LMS champion, so on and so forth. But yeah, it's John's first sort of major endurance event at this level. So he's done Dubai 24 before, GT4. So yeah, again, it was a preamble to next season for what those guys are going to go and do. And yeah, unfortunately, it's just pace-wise, it's not going our way at the moment. So we're just trying to see how we stack up against the other Ferraris.
And Matt, what's the story with the sister car, which is parked up in the garage?
We don't seem to know. Unfortunately, it already seemed to be parked up when I came in, and there's not a lot of frantic running around, so it seems to be terminal.
It looks very lonely, to be honest.
Yeah, I've heard rumblings of something electrical, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't really know.
Hey, Matt, great to catch up. Thank you very much indeed. We'll chat again.
Thank you.
There we go. Matt Bell down in pit lane.
Who was a bit of a late starter in motorsport, wasn't he? Brother Rob had been a single-seater gun and then a GT star for a long, long time before Matt decided he'd have a go. He used to be a rugby player until injury got in the way, or a soccer player until injury got in the way. I'm sure it was something like that. And then he thought, well, I might as well go and have a look at motor racing like Brother Rob. And he's made a very, very good career for himself, racing, whether it's in the Middle East, in America, in Europe, in something, prototype or GT car pretty much every week. And people that are close to him say that Matt is just extraordinary at networking and doing deals, and you wonder why he's chatting to that Am, and then in 3 years' time there's a deal and he's in a car and he has all these plates to spin at once, but he makes it work, and is now the sole racing bell, Rob having retired to go and do a McLaren management role instead for the future.
Yeah, that was only just recent weeks, wasn't it? That was announced that Rob was his brother stepping away from racing. So we are looking at the moment at Marco Pulcini still, who is running third in the Pro-Am category. He is pushing hard, and the reason he's pushing hard is because Mark Sampson in the Garage 59 McLaren, which runs second in Pro-Am, is not that far up the road. The gap between the pair of them is around about 9 seconds, something like that. So here comes Pulcini over the start-finish line now, and let's have a quick look. He did a 1 minute 56.3. Mark Sampson did a 1 minute 56.2 last time through. Karina Gosner back in towards the pit lane, so MP Racing back in. This should be the last stop that this car ought to need to do fuel-wise in this part of the race. It has been into the pits more times than any, with a mixture of problems and penalties, but I think this is probably the last of the mandatory stops. This one needs to click off.
Hopefully so. Yeah, 74 back in as well. The Kessel Ferrari of Fran Rueda Mateos, and that pit, you can just see it going onto the pit apron. So 69.5 minutes of part one, and all of a sudden it's like someone's turned off the light. It has suddenly tipped over into early evening now, and the temperature goes with the sunshine. Number 7 Porsche has just crossed the line, but you're looking at 74 for the moment. Fran Rueda stays behind the wheel, but now the mechanic says, okay, you can get out. The door opens, Rueda unfolds himself from the car, runs round, and it is going to be Tanat Satrin-Tirakul that will be ready to jump on board the non-Ferrari coloured Ferrari. Not when you associate them being red or at a pinch yellow. The Groves are back into the pit lane of the Mercedes, and number 8 is back in as well, Adam Smalley.
Yep, so that's the first stint done for Adam Smalley. So it's pit lane starting to fill up with an hour and 10 minutes to go. There we can see Tanat Satrin-Tirakul ready to head on board the Ferrari. Refueling completed, and with very small little seat insert, Tanat squeezes himself in towards the cockpit of the 296 GT3. So we've not had the 296 win here since it was released. The win last year went the way of Mercedes. It was a Ferrari the year before, but that was the last hurrah really for the 488 prior to the introduction of the 296.
And by what Matt Bell's saying, you're not going to get a Ferrari win this year if the BOP is against them.
No.
Which is a frustration, but you never know. You can only do your best. You can only keep circulating. 5-second penalty coming for the Proton Huber competition Porsche. So the car that's currently third will get a 5-second penalty. The car that is second in Cup, Axel Sartingen's Porsche, 5 seconds, and a 10-second penalty for the Rinaldi Ferrari number 55. It's already got a 5-second penalty on the board, and it will have a 10-second one to serve as well. 42 Porsche back to the pit lane. There it is. As away goes, I think, Philippe Pret behind the wheel, but I'll double check in a moment, of number 8.
Yes, that's Mika Stanley for Toro Verde coming in towards the pit lane. He raced here, he was a couple of years ago. He was only, he's a young lad now still, was he? He was 17, 18 when he raced in the Gulf 12 Hours for the first time.
Possibly so, yeah. And then he had a year or so in Carrera Cup GB, didn't he? Jules Gounon has taken over number 4 for 67 qualifying minutes, really. Car neck to be wrung. If there's nothing else to do, let's go and try and get the fastest lap of the race, or a lap record. But Jules Gounon will bring that car to the end of the first part of the Gulf 12 Hours, just, as I say, just under now, 67 minutes to go. And to the pit lane also comes the Lion Speed Porsche, Gabriel Rindon at the wheel of it. And number 11 Ferrari has just gone across the line with Murat Çuhuroglu at the wheel of it. The team, I suspect, trying to get all of his driving time done in this part of the race, aren't they?
Yes, I would have thought so. Yeah, I would have thought so. And I was just looking at, whilst the 2C's Motorsport car that's now got Jules Gounon on board is way out of contention following the problems that they have had. For that car, because it is a pro car, because it's got both bronze, a silver and Jules Gounon inside it, who is a platinum, then they can be reasonably flexible, can't they? As long as Stephen Grove has met the minimum 3 hours, they can be very as flexible as they want with the other two drivers, can't they? Brenton Grove and
yeah, because they're not going to find 23 laps, sadly, to get any meaningful result. But what they can do is learn about the car. We can marvel at Jules Gounon behind the wheel of a Mercedes AMG. There's one of those tear-off windscreens we were talking about earlier on in the race. So Rendon gives way. Plug everything back in. Door closes. And away walks the Luxembourgish driver.
Is that Patrick Cole that's back on board? Like
Looks like
it, doesn't it?
Down the pit lane has just come 88, John Showerman.
He's not been out that long, has he?
I don't think so. But 88 shown as being in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So we just heard from Matt Bell, but I wonder whether there is a problem. There it is, car sitting on the apron.
Yeah, it looks like a standard stop, but I didn't think John had been out there that long. Because Wayne Boyd did seem to have not handed the car over that long ago, and that car went out of the pit lane 15:46. It's only 15:59 now. It's only out there for 13 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So Wayne Boyd and Matt Bell conduct the driver change between them.
Was that just to get John Showerman to minimum driving time?
Possibly.
Yeah. He started the car. He was in for stint number...
I don't remember him having double stinting.
No.
So I'm just surprised if they needed to do, what did we say, 14, 15 minutes, why that couldn't have been incorporated into an earlier stint, because what that's done is effectively cost them another pit stop. Anyway, the car, you could argue if it's down in 13th place anyways, is less of a factor, so it matters less. But slightly curious that it was such a short stint. Anyway, John Showerman's efforts seemingly done, if that takes him to the 3-hour minimum that he must do. Don't forget that when 25 next pits, and it's about a quarter of an hour away from doing so, Gio Magnus will have to serve an extra 5 seconds by way of the penalty for the dreaded track limits. And it ain't going to be long before we start to see headlights going on. Although it's going to be heading to dusk at the end of part 1, it'll be started under the floodlights, going into the darkness, into proper darkness for part 2.
And that's when the circuit really comes alive. The liveries look very different on the cars as well, don't they? You look at it in natural light and then you look at it under floodlights in the darkness. They do look very, very different, some of the liveries. We are about to not just head in towards darkness and sunset, but we are also about to chalk up our completed 200th lap of this race, because Gio Magnus, the race leader, has already completed 199 laps. So is in around about 30 seconds time due over the start finish line. Due into the pit lane is Frederick Schandorf in the second place, number 69 Optimum Motorsport McLaren. We've seen a couple of cracking stints from him. We've also got in the pit lane Mark Sampson at the wheel of the Garage 59 McLaren, that is the Pro-Am leader in the GT3 category. So Mark Sampson having better fortunes in the Gulf 12 Hours this year than the car that he was running in last year, when it crashed out very early on in the hands of the unfortunate Sean Balfe. Good stint by Mark Sampson, and it looks as though we are going to see that driver change there for that number 8 car. And I couldn't quite see who was about to jump on board. Is it Louis Pret? Sorry, no,
So 59 is the car of Samson, Ramos, Jakes and Goethe. The Pretts are in 8, which pitted earlier. So I think we put Philippe Pret in fairness of Adam Smalley. It's still shown as Smalley on the screen, but Garage 59 have had all sorts of woes with transponders, so we'll ignore the fact that it says Adam Smalley. And 59 cycling through its driver change at the moment. Thumbs up from other drivers down in the pit lane. Looking at 92 Porsche. Right, Frederick Schandorf in. Confirmation 88 was purely to get John Showerman up to the minimum drive time under the regulations, so done, job sorted. And in the meantime, on that 201, Gio Magnus leading from, it should be, Sergei Stolярov for Proton Huber competition next time, because of 69 being given from Frederick Schandorf to Aaron Tellitz in the pit lane.
Yeah, Alan Tellitz in the pit lane. I think it's Benji Goethe actually it's taken over the 59 car. So yeah, I got the two McLarens mixed up, and as that car heads to pit lane exit, and its transponder does its usual, doesn't change again. So yeah, they have had troubles with it, but do wonder if it's Benji Gota that's, Benji Gota, I should say, that's taken over that car. So still got servicing of the number 92 HRT Performance Cup spec car. Axel Sartigam, who's done good things in Ferraris in the past, in the pit lane in that car. We've also got in the pit lane number 77 Dragon Racing Ferrari, Khalid Amazouk, and also we've got on outlaps, Alan Tellitz, and what's showing is still Mark Sampson behind the wheel of the Garage 59 McLaren, but that I suspect might take a while to change itself. It has done all race so far. We've got one more taker for the pit lane, and that is Simpson Motorsport. So that is the 96 car coming into the pit lane, which is Dennis Remignaco.
Yeah, that Simpson Audi has, I know we've been talking about it yo-yoing a little bit in terms of pace, but it's had a pretty solid run. Yeah, okay, it's had some track limit penalties, but it's come back undamaged. It's not had any major dramas, and Dennis Remignaco has done a decent job in that last stint. Clambers out of the car. I think there'll be quite a lot of drivers grateful for a couple of hours worth of taking on liquid, won't there, when we get to the end of part one. And we are into the final hour of the first part, and of course by the end of this we'll have been 2/3 of the way through the race.
Remignaco is done, and incoming driver can't quite again pick out who that is getting into the car.
I want to say it's Vladikin.
It is, yeah. I can just see the Cypriot flag on the belt.
There's his name on the back as well as he gets into the car. So Vasily Vladikin will take it over, and we know that he's quick from GT4 racing.
Yeah, he did European GT4, didn't he, the last couple of years. Has done, very briefly, we did see him appear in British GT. Probably only one race ever. Has done a bit of Clio Cup racing in the Middle East as well.
Yes, you get random people that do the Silverstone 3-hour race as an extra driver or getting the mileage. So yes, that's where people crop up from time to time.
So door closes, and the Cypriot will fire the car into life. Back down the pit lane he will go. Into the pit lane we also now have the race leader. So Gilles Magnus into the pit lane for Santaloc Racing. 202 laps completed. It's the 7th visit to the pits for this particular car, and this should be its final stop that it needs to do before part one ends.
And 5-second penalty to be served. That's done, and then Santaloc can go to work. And Gilles Magnus will vacate the car, possibly for Dennis Marshall to take over for the last stint. We shall see. That's down at the QMMF IHRT Performance pit box, where the cup leading cars are. And it looks as though Dennis Marshall is going to take over that car for the second stint. Dennis Marshall, former Audi factory driver, and I do love the livery of that. I think the purple and grey just works so nicely on that car. Yeah, Karim Seller Al Mahid brought the car in. Driver change cycles through, and the same colours they carried in the FIA Motorsport Games for Qatar. We'll blast back out on track in a moment. Gilles Magnus in the background walked away. Really impressive stint, as ever. If you don't follow GT World Challenge Europe, then you won't know that he's a bit of a star, but because he's never in a pro car, he's in a class car, Gold Cup winner, he gets under the radar a bit. But Gilles Magnus has caught the eye of many these last couple of seasons, including a man he used to race touring cars against, namely Rob Huff, because he's part of the Rob Huff and Will Fuchs management stable. There is the Cup Class 91 Porsche, class leading car, getting ready to go. Rather hesitantly, it goes, it stalls with the keen clutch on the car, but it blasts away now. Number 16 down the pit lane then, the Proton Huber Competition, Sergei Stolyarov Porsche there in the background. That, remember, also now has a 5-second penalty to serve.
And also the number 2 Audi in the hands of John Corbett.
And that's got a penalty to serve.
It has, I was about to say exactly the same, yeah.
It's a funny echo here, isn't there?
Well, such has been the enthusiasm of the drivers. There aren't that many cars that have come to the pit lane that haven't at some point then stacked up a penalty they need to serve.
No.
And in the case of some, they've had to sort of almost parallel park those penalties, haven't they, and served 2 at the same time.
Yes. Yeah.
So 26 is in as well. So that is Jim Plar at the wheel of the second of the 2 Santalok Racing Audis. I saw another car sneak into the pit lane as well, which is going to be Dustin Blattner for Herbert Motorsport. You mentioned that the Proton Cuba Motorsport, Sergei Stolyarov was him, but yeah, Dustin Blattner comes in from the lead of GT3 AM. So 55 minutes to go. These final pit stops should be the last that most will need to make. Now, looking down through the order, everybody bar Racing 1, car number 6, in the hands of Mark Rosser, has been into the pit lane 6 times. I'm not saying that means they've ticked off all 6 mandatory pit stops, but the Ferrari stands out because it's only been in 5 times.
Right. They have to make it a further 3 under the regulations in part 2, so we're talking about the last stops. It's the last of part 1. Just looking at the hour-by-hour progress here, 25 Audi, only once hasn't led at the end of an hour, and that was 4 hours into the race, where 55 Ferrari was briefly ahead because they'd been shuffling around under a full course yellow. But really, Santalok have stamped authority on this first part of the race.
Yeah, and considering that when we got the race underway, Gilles Magnus started at the wheel of that car and was in 7th position. You know, he'd got some work to do in that first stint, hadn't he?
Yeah. But he was there when it mattered at the end of the first 60 minutes. With all the battles going on early on, with, of course, the first lap battle between Gounon and Blattner, the second lap excitement where Blattner had his puncture, Gounon having already pitted, and then Louis Pret leading the way. And then the race eventually settling down. And the Audis, such a well-developed car, they might be coming to the end of their life, but so well developed and still quick in the right hands. Yeah, user-friendly cars as well.
Was the last customer car not just very recently delivered?
To Michael Doppelmayr, yes, who races GT2 or has raced in GT2 Audis. But, I mean, some people are saying it's a real shame because Audi can still produce a competitive car. There are lots of cars that are still out there in customer hands that need the customer support, say even TCR as well. But yet the whole focus has been to move towards Formula One instead. And so, you know, teams like Comtieu, which had Audis in touring car and GT, have gone to different routes, and it looks like Santalok will go the same way. So the grids are going to feel very different. And Audi has been such a staunch supporter of GT3. The thought of the GT3 grid without an R8 is almost impossible. You know, we've never had that many in British GT, but elsewhere they've just stacked out the grids. And as I was saying with Tim earlier on, this could be the last hurrah. You know, if Santalok can end its relationship with Audi with a win in the Gulf 12 hours, perfect.
Yeah, what a great way to go out.
Yeah, exactly. And it could indeed this be the last big win for an Audi R8. You know, you don't find the cars in Asian Le Mans. They might still be just about in the right hands competitive, let's say in a Creventic race, but this is probably going to be the last major GT race an Audi R8 could win.
Yeah, and for that one to have been there for so long in this race, it does bode well. It would be the second time we'd had an Audi win, because I think it was your first ever year here, wasn't it? Attempto won the race.
I think my first visit was 2Cs when we had 2 in the same year. We had the January one, which was a 2Cs win, I thought, when Ben Barnicoat and others won.
Martin Kodrich.
Yeah.
So that was 21. We had 2 in 22, didn't we? Because it was a carryover. 2019 Attempto won it. Yeah. But yeah, I thought you were here for that one.
No.
So we've got, I think, just one car in the pit lane at the moment. Oh no, it's on an outlap. So the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari now handed back over to Giorgio Senegiotto. So that's the car that had been leading GT3 Pro-Am, and we'll have to wait and see at the end of this lap as to whether it still hangs on to it. I think it will have lost out, won't it, to the Rinaldi Racing David Perel Ferrari. Would go to 5th place overall, and that would pick up the lead in GT3 Pro-Am category.
Yes, I don't think that's had any penalties for a while, 51. So that, for the moment, should be good. Should be able to carry on. Now, can I ask you a question, because you may know the answer to this without delving into the regulations. If you pick up a penalty now that you can't serve before the checkered flag comes out, do you carry that penalty into part 2, or is it added onto your part 1 race time? So let's say you cop a 5-second penalty that you can't serve. Do you carry that and serve it in part 2, or is it added on to your part 1 race time?
Yes.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Yes is the answer. You can ask me a question.
Right, and I have done.
And you have done.
Yes,
Yeah.
I noticed that.
It is a very good question. Now, I don't print out all the regulations because, as you well know, it's 96 pages of regulations.
Tight-fisted.
Which try and cover off everything.
Right, you keep looking, and I'll just mention while you're looking that Dennis Marshall has done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:52.416, a really, really strong effort, fresh into the car. He's been in it for 6 minutes, and now with the temperatures nice and cool, Wallet misses cocked, your mother's won a duck. He's done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:52.416, and that stretches the margin a little bit over Aaron Tellitz, who is in second place, and Sven Muller, who is in third. Driver change going on for number 11. Out of the car, Murat Cuhuroglu. So after losing a few places in his last stint, I think that might well be Murat done. Now he gives way in number 11. And the answer was?
The summary of my regulations doesn't pick up on that fact.
All right.
But common sense would tell me surely it's got to carry over, or the intention of the regulations, I'm sure, would be that it has to carry over, because otherwise, what was the point? We mentioned earlier on at the end of the 4th hour of the race that any time penalties still had to be served on the next pit stop, even though the slate had been wiped clean. So surely it's exactly the same rationale.
Outstanding. The sporting manager, the deputy race director, is listening. Penalties are carried forward to serve in part 2 in the pit stops. Thank you, Steve Burns.
There we go.
So they're paying attention in race control, not only to the race, but to you as well. So yes, you would carry them into part 2. 55 on the pit apron is the Rinaldi Ferrari that David Perel has brought in. Interesting, isn't it? We got all excited about Gilles Magnus most of the race. We know that Dennis Marshall is good, but even though he spent the year racing Porsches and a one-off in a Ferrari last week in Sepang, you put him back in an Audi, boom, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, magic stuff.
Nice cool temperature, relatively speaking. Sticker tyres, great feeling for the driver, and boom, onto a 1:52.311 as the fastest lap. That said, Sven Muller's done a 52.4, so this could be happy hour now, couldn't it? The last 60 minutes of the race and people trading the fastest lap maybe. Sven Muller not that far off Dennis Marshall's time.
Yeah, well, track temperature starting to cool down a little bit. The hot part of the day disappearing. The sun's still reasonably high up in the sky, but we've got that light cloud cover that Alan was talking about and we picked up on a while ago. The wind, I would say, has remained about the same. I'm looking at the very handy windsock, and it's been hovering around the point at which the windsock starts to drop is the end of the second red bit on the windsock. So it's been hovering around there. If it then moves on to the second white bit, the wind's getting stronger. So it's hovering around the second little red bit. So the wind speed hasn't changed much. Tune in next week. No, don't. For more.
This is Mark Werrell of the Droopy Windsock. It's one of the best bands ever to come out of Lincoln. Dennis Marshall still leads the way, he says, returning to the plot by 1 minute and 13 seconds from the Optimum Motorsport McLaren of Aaron Tellitz. And then Sven Muller charging along in third place. He's doing greens on this lap, is Sven Muller, in the Proton Huber Competition Porsche. Another green in the first sector. But not suggesting it's going to be the fastest lap of the race necessarily. Further back, you're looking at number 96 Audi that's got Vasily Vladikin back into it. And I think Wayne Boyd is tucked up behind him. So battle for position there between 96 Audi, 88 Ferrari. Leader goes by, and that lap was a 53.2. So about 9/10 slower on that last lap for the leader, Dennis Marshall.
Yeah, and for Sven Muller, who set that first sector as a green, he was about 2/10 slower than the previous lap he'd done. So starting to see some good lap times coming in now. We're also starting to see more track limits coming in as well. Did you mention Wayne Boyd, car number 88, had picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits?
He's only just got in.
Now that's the car that is 4th in GT4 Pro and 13th overall in the race.
I think some of those may well be John Schauman's, wouldn't they? Because he's only done about 18 minutes, if that, Wayne Boyd. So I don't think he's done them all himself. Into the pit lane is coming number 6, which is Mark Rosser in the Racing 1 Ferrari. There, over the timing line then, goes Vasily Vladikin and Wayne Boyd, 0.3 of a second apart. This is a proper battle for 12th place now. So the Dragon Racing Ferrari in the wheel tracks going up towards turn 2. Wayne Boyd new to GT racing, but acquitting himself very nicely. There's the Ferrari from Racing 1 that's had a tough time, and now a tough time being given as well to Vasily Vladikin. He's under attack from Wayne Boyd, who thinks about and then commits to a move on the inside going into turn 5. Vladikin has to give him racing room, and Wayne Boyd goes through. Nicely done.
Yeah, he tried to get the undercut back again, didn't he, Vladikin? But it didn't quite work. Wayne Boyd was there and made sure he got a good exit coming off the corner. The Audi's still trying to fight away with him as they disappear down the straight towards turn 6. But it looks as though job is done. And Ferrari of Wayne Boyd has already got through, has got the job done by the end of the straight, and should now hang on to that position. We've got Dennis Marshall about to head over the start-finish line at the wheel of the race leading Audi. So that's another lap chalked into the book. 208 laps now completed. It is Audi, McLaren, Porsche, McLaren, McLaren, Ferrari, Audi, Ferrari, Ferrari, the top 10 at the moment. And that top 10, in fact the top 5, includes our leader in GT3 Pro, GT3 Am and GT3 Pro Am, all in the top 5.
Don't worry you, but we've only got 2 cars on the lead lap because the third place Proton Huber competition Porsche has gone through not far behind Dennis Marshall, but there's a lap between them now after that last round of pit stops. So Sven Muller's task now, if he can do it, is to catch and pass Dennis Marshall and get back onto the lead laps. So it is the white Audi versus the blue Porsche, not for position, but really for lap time. And last time, because he was in traffic, Sven Muller that little bit slower. So it's very much advantage Audi right now, and there's seemingly no stopping 25 unless something trips it up from outside circumstances. A bit like this, the 2 Cup Porsches leaning on each other. Misha Stanley getting involved there with Ibrahim Ali Al Abdulghani. They survive it. Number 4, another delayed car early on, Jules Gounon at the wheel.
And also, I suspect before too much longer, a pit stop penalty coming the way of the number 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari that's currently in the hands of Tanat Satrantirikul, because that car is under investigation, and we know that that is purely a precursor to the penalties on its way.
Yes, it means the paperwork's with the stewards. So right now we've got Aaron Tellitz in second place. He's 1 minute and 14 seconds back from the leader. There he is. He is lapping slower than the Santilok Audi in the lead. So he's 1 minute and 14 back. A lap is 1 minute and 52, and we've got 43 minutes to go. Tellitz might drop off the lead lap by the end of this stint, which would put Santilok a lap up on everybody going into part 2.
And that would be
game over.
An enormous advantage.
Yeah, barring a disaster for the car, barring a problem.
Yeah.
Which could be there, could be lurking up the road, but Optimum have desperately got to try and keep that car somehow on the lead lap. And likewise, Sven Muller for Proton Hubert competition has got to try and be closing back into Dennis Marshall's pace to try and unlap himself. That's his main target now.
So what's he closed by 1.1 seconds on that lap. We've got 42 minutes still to go, which is going to be around another 24 laps, is it not? So I don't think at the moment he's going to get there in time.
Who?
Dennis Marshall put a lap on Adam Tellitz.
Good. Don't think he is, but equally Muller is not lapping quickly
Adam
enough
Tellitz can't afford much drop-off.
No, it's going to be marginal. I mean, if he's the best part of a lap back, doesn't really matter, because he'll get it all back for part 2, but it's falling off the lead lap that's very, very difficult. I mean, you can get a good start, jump ahead of the Santilok car at the start of the race, but then you've got to do the full lap to catch back up again. So keep an eye on these gaps is basically the short version of that sentence. The lead car is now on lap 210 with, what do we have, 4 interruptions in the end? Or 3 for full course yellows? What do we have?
3.
3. The last one was the Lamborghini, wasn't it? 3.
It was, yeah. Team manager of car number 96 to report to the race director. So that's Simpson Motorsports and Vasily Vladikin. So that Audi needs to go. And remember me saying that car number 74 was under investigation for track limits, which is Tanat Satrantikul. That is now going to receive 10-second penalty. 10-second penalty.
For, sorry, which one was that?
Tanat Satrantikul.
Right. Who is currently 15th for Kessel. And that potentially is a penalty that Tanat Satrantirakul will have to carry over for the 74 Ferrari into part 2, because I don't think there's a need for him to come back in before the end.
Which one?
No, 74 Ferrari from Kessel of Thai driver Tanat Satrantirakul.
Satrantirakul. I can say it when I don't need to. That's the thing.
You notice studiously that A. Hyde of Pit Lane Shire has avoided interviewing him just in case.
Yes, he will chat to just Tanat at some point.
I think maybe
Satrantirakul is the person he needs to catch up with.
Maybe going into part 2, we ought to sort of, if you can have K-Mag for Kevin Magnussen, we ought to have T-Sat for Tanat Satrantirakul, which would make life a naff in sight easier. Right, that's your task, Alan. For part 2, go and start the brand of T-Sat. See what he thinks. Right, lap 2:11 for the leading Audi, and Dennis Marshall, Gilles Magnus, and lest we forget, after his good efforts in the first part of the race, Zhou Bu Huang, they've just done a really impressive job, haven't they? One track limit penalty, that's all, of 5 seconds in 8 hours. That ain't bad going. And lap after lap, tick, tick, tick. It's been just metronomic. So impressive.
Yeah, hugely impressive, and they've not picked up anything since that last penalty. They've not, I don't think, picked up another warning. There's not been any further investigation, so they've just been hitting the marks all of the time, not pressing the track limits, staying within the confines of the circuit, and just being absolutely, as you say, metronomic. So could we see Santalok pick up their first Gulf 12-hour win in this one? Still a long way to go, 4 hours and 40 minutes of the race still to go. The leading Audi well out in front, and for Aaron Tellitz, the last couple of laps, he has lost further ground to Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall lapping as close to the best that the Audi has done all race so far, so 1 minute 52.561 last time through. Still around 0.6 of a second slower was the Optimum Motorsport McLaren in the hands of Aaron Tellitz, and then Sven Muller in the Proton Huber competition Porsche, of course, now off the lead lap.
But can it get back there? Well, it would be dependent on this car having a problem, or putting Sven Muller in at the start and him getting ahead of number 25 Audi for part 2 and then trying to break away. But the Audi just seems to have either very good pace or a very good BOP, because there's not much that's been able to live with it really, other than perhaps the Optimum McLaren, and that's dependent on which driver you have behind the wheel, and they're keeping as much of Frederick Schandorf for part 2 as is available, I think. 55 Ferrari goes by. David Perel at the wheel of that car. That is 5th in Pro-Am, the Rinaldi car, 9th overall, and that's racked up plenty of track limit penalties, hasn't it? 5s and 10s have been fluttered in its direction during the course of these almost 8 hours, 38 minutes to go of part 1.
Another driver being called towards the race director to report, and that's the number 6 Ferrari, as off the circuit goes the number 26 Paul Ivoire Santalok Audi, running 4th overall in GT3 Pro-Am, and 8th in the race in total. I saw a puff of what I thought was smoke there, but I think it's just the Gosners getting offline. It was dust, was it, coming out the back of the Mercedes for a split second? Yeah, I had to look up there when I saw something coming out the back of a car.
They were being so polite, they got right off the racing line. This is why number 26 Audi was going off the road, because it way outbraked itself coming down to 6 and 7, the chicane, and Paul Evrard had to even do a U-E, turn it around and rejoin. So more time lost for a car that's lost plenty of time through track limit penalties and pit stops early on. 51 Ferrari then, Giorgio Senagiotto drops another lap behind the leading car. So that's going to shovel him 3 laps down now. So that Audi, not only is it going faultlessly, he finds wood to touch, but its pace over everything else is night and day difference.
Yes, it's just been, there's just been no drop-off on that car. That's what's amazing. It doesn't matter who's been behind the wheel of it. It's just pounded round and round and round and round, and has never varied much more than a second away from the best that it's done in the race so far. We've just seen Sven Muller in the 3rd place number 16 Porsche put a green sector in through the first part of this lap. So faster sector than the car has done in the previous, pretty much now, 7.5 hours.
But he's still not making inroads into catching that car to try to go back onto the lead lap. Sadly, that's your 2nd place car, so it's 1 minute and 15 seconds between them. A lap is 1 minute and 52, so I think Aaron Tellett will just about survive, but it'll be just. 55 Ferrari was going through shot a moment ago. David Perel still in 9th position. But at the end of the first part, we really need to tally who's on what lap, and then you start to see the battles, because the more cars on the same lap, the better.
Yeah, there's certainly a good squabble for cars that are currently on 210 laps. The race leader is on 212. In fact, has just clicked over onto 213 laps completed for Dennis Marshall as he came over the start-finish line a few seconds ago. Optimum Motorsports, Aaron Tellett still making sure that he just stays within the deltas that the team has suggested that he needs to do to make sure he stays on that lead lap. You know, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, at the end of the first 8 hours, whether he's half a second behind Dennis Marshall or only just remaining on the lead lap, because they'll still start on equal terms on the front of the grid for part 2. So 2 Porsches squabbling away, one of which the car behind is the Cup class car. The car ahead is Lion Speed, full GT3 specification car that's in the hands of Bashar Mardini. Those two have had mixed fortunes really in the race. Lion Speed with their problems earlier on that affected the front of the car, and that was why they lost a load of time earlier on, and why they are still circulating only just inside the top 15. They're in 14th place and are running in 8th place in Pro-Am. The car that is slowly being dropped away is the QMMF by HRT performance car. Ibrahim Ali Al Abdul Ghani. That car leads Cup class at the moment. That's completed 204 laps and is, what's that, probably 4 if not 5 laps ahead of the car that's currently second in the Cup class. So it has a very, very sizable lead, doesn't it, in the Cup category?
Yes. As others have hit problems or hit each other, that car has just got on with the job, kept out of trouble. That's the equivalent of the Santelok Audi, isn't it? It's done the right thing. It's gone round and round and round and round and looked oh so strong. 25 now completes 214 laps. Dennis Marshall lapping in the 153. So after doing that one fastest lap of the race, the pace has calmed a little bit. There is Sven Muller in the blue Proton Huber competition Porsche. A bit stuck in traffic this time. He's up behind Giorgio Serna-Giotto, so that's not going to help matters for Sven Muller. Very much a Porsche specialist, and he's then stuck behind the 7th placed car, and he needs to get through the traffic. He'll know that, the team will know that, they'll be trying to tell him such, but right now the Proton Huber competition Porsche, it's kind of the best of the rest, isn't it? It's the first one that's going to be a lap down, so and the gap to the Santelok Audi is growing. It's 3 back markers and a bit of daylight.
Yeah, well, he's got past Giorgio Serna-Giotto, heading down the straight in towards the braking area for turn number 6. The next of the cars that he's going to come up against is going to be, is that not Miguel Ramos, I think, is it not?
It's certainly a Garage 59 McLaren, yeah.
And I think it was the 59 car. So there is Dennis Marshall, the race leader. He's just dealing with the Cup class leader, almost outbrakes himself up towards turn number 9. So
Porsche terrorised out of the way. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the target. That is what Sven Muller needs to catch and get past. And yes, he is now, having dealt with one Ferrari, having to deal with another McLaren and try and squeeze his way through and past it. And we get a good view of the side of the car. It does look as though it's a double-figure car, so it does look as though that is going to be Miguel Ramos.
And 32 minutes remain. So Sven Muller stuck in traffic now. He's got 2 back markers and he's encountered them at the wrong part of the circuit, hasn't he? Because it's a bit narrow round there coming under the hotel. He's got past the Cup Porsche, which is a naturally slower car anyway. So 25 Audi goes through. There, number 16 Porsche in the hands of Sven Muller. Third, desperately trying to unlap itself. Goes ahead of the Miguel Ramos McLaren. Now clear real estate. Last lap for Marshall a 152.8, but for Muller a 154. So he's further away because of the slower cars getting in the way at the wrong part of the racetrack.
Yes, so frustrating for him. They would desperately want to stay on the lead lap, but I think with 30 minutes to go, 31.5 minutes to go in this first part of the 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours, the 13th race we've had here at Yas Marina, the 14th running of the event in total, then he's going to have to try and drive the wheels off that and hope that maybe Dennis Marshall meets some traffic in the wrong place. But look ahead up the road, and Dennis Marshall is going to have a fairly busy section of the race, because he's just turning into turn 6 and out of turn 7 now. In towards turn 6 comes the third place Sven Muller car, which says trying to catch the race leader to get itself back on the lead lap. But as soon as Dennis Marshall clears the traffic, split second later, Sven Muller's going to meet the traffic, and it'll all just equalise again.
It's kind of where you find it, though, evinced by what Muller had to cope with on the previous lap, where he got the bad rub of the green with the 3 slower cars all trying to get past each other, and him get past them, and at a narrow part of the racetrack, or what feels like a narrow part of the racetrack with the barriers so close. So the track's the same width all the way around. It's that psychological narrowness. You can see how the difference in pace is there between a GT3 car and the Cup car, because the Cup Porsche has just faded away in the background in the space of 1 lap. But Dennis Marshall in the sector's looking good, and Sven Muller fractionally quicker, but only by about a tenth. So it really is a very, very tough job indeed to do anything about reducing a large margin. Audi goes by, and coming up towards the timing line now, number 16 Porsche, a 1:54.3 for Dennis Marshall and a 1:52.8 for Sven Muller. It's game on. When the track allows him to, he's having a good push.
And we've now just ticked past just less than half an hour to go in this first part of the race. There'll then of course be the 2-hour break, where the cars will remain under parc fermé for a very brief period after the checkered flag, and then be released back to the teams so they can service the cars, prepare them for part 2 of the race, which will be 4 hours. It's the first time we've had this 2-part format broken into unequal sections. It's historically always been 6 hours, then a break, and then 6 hours, apart from the last 2 years when we were part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and it was 12 hours all the way through. But 8 + 4 is a new format for this year. The line speed number 99 car is one of those that I think was under investigation, was it not, for track limits a few moments ago. No news as yet from race control as to whether when Bashar Mardini comes into the pits, either towards the end of this or for the first pit stop in part 2 of the race, as to whether they're going to pick up a penalty. But say usually precursor is that if it's being investigated, a penalty is likely to head that way. And they are also likely about to head a further lap adrift at the moment. They've completed 211 laps. Dennis Marshall has completed 216 laps. They're potentially going to go a further lap adrift.
Floodlights have just been switched on, so the natural light is going to start to go, and the floodlights are going to have more of an impact. You won't notice them perhaps too much in the next 28.5 minutes, but you will at the start of part 2, as through the traffic, tries to get Dennis Marshall, but there, the Porsche of Lion Speed's Bashar Mardini, taking its own line. I'll put it that way rather than being uncooperative. Dennis Marshall battles his way up alongside, and the Porsche in a straight line has got plenty of ground, hasn't it? And it's got the line for the corner. Look in the background, Sven Muller still pressing on, trying to get through the traffic. That lap for Dennis was a 1:54.0. For Sven Muller it was a 53.3. So I know we're talking about first and third and they're on different laps, but the gap is coming down a little between them. But Sven Muller might run out of time here to be able to do anything about unlapping himself. He needs, whisper it, that Audi to have a spin, or have a drama, or get badly delayed.
Because that could be the catalyst for the outcome of the race, really. If he can get the lap back, then all of a sudden...
They're back at the races, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Proton Huber competition are going to have a very different approach to part 2 of the race than otherwise they will. Muir Fuel going in the number 17 car. It seems to have run faultlessly since its issue, where we think they just pushed it 1 lap too far on fuel, and it sort of coughed and spluttered and almost, it was a corner away from making it back into the pit lane, wasn't it? But it stopped out on circuit, and that sort of undid otherwise all of the hard work that they were looking to do in part 1 of the race. But there's been no sign of any issue with it since.
Yes, it's run faultlessly since it didn't. That aside, it's gone really well.
Since it ran out. Well, it's run faultlessly all the time, but a car needs fuel to not run without a fault.
The fault was it didn't have enough in it. That was out of somebody. Right, here being slightly impeded, Dennis Marshall in the traffic. He's up behind number 8, look. So Philippe Pret driving his line through this twisty section around the W Hotel. Does Sven Muller benefit? Well, not really, because he's stuck behind a slower car as well. And there, it's the Lion Speed Porsche. To the outside line goes Dennis Marshall, and eventually gets through, but that will have cost him a little bit of time.
That was brave at turn 15, wasn't it, around the outside?
Yeah, not wrong.
But gets the job done. Philippe Pret not overly pushing the point. As for Sven Muller, you can see the flash of the lights in the background as he's still bottled up behind the Lion Speed car of Bashir Mardini.
And that's cost him, because for the first time in about 3 laps he's been slightly slower. So Bashir Mardini trying to drive his own race, but there needs to be a blue flag for him, doesn't there, to say quicker car behind, get out of the way, because the Lion Speed Porsche is way down in 14th place, and that's another 3 laps adrift. Finally, Muller has got the job done, but that's cost him a third of a lap in terms of time.
Yep, it has, and now he's got even less time to try and make up what he's just lost in that one. We're now just down to 25.5 minutes remaining in this first 8-hour section of the 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina. Let's just run you down through the order. Number 25, Santalok Racing, Dennis Marshall and the Audi lead the way. That also leads GT3 Pro. Second place, it's another GT3 Pro car. It's the number 69 Optimum Motorsport car of the American Aaron Tellitz. Third place, GT3 Pro once more, Sven Muller in the number 16 Proton Huber competition Porsche, which we are concentrating on because it is desperately trying to get itself back on the lead lap. It's only the front 2 that are on the lead lap at the moment. It's another Porsche that's there in 4th place, but it's the leader of the GT3 AM category. It is the car that qualified on pole position. Car number 7, Herbert Motorsport and Dustin Blattner. They are still only 1 lap off the lead, and they lost that lap in the first 5 minutes of the race with the puncture in reality. And in 5th place, it's a leading car from GT3 Pro Am. It's the number 8 Garage 59 McLaren in the hands of Philippe Pret. 6th place, it's the sister car from Garage 59, car number 59, Miguel Ramos on board. And 7th place, it's number 51 AF Corsa and Giorgio Senegiotto. 8th place is 26, which is Santalok's second Audi, Paul Ivra, with 9th place being number 55, Renildi Racing and David Perel. Completing the top 10 is number 11 Kessel Racing and Giorgio Roda. That gives you the top 10. That top 10 includes the leader of GT3 Pro, the overall leader of GT3 Am we mentioned, Herbert Motorsport, and the leader of GT3 Pro Am. And still leading the Cup class car is the number 91 QMMF by HRT Performance Porsche.
Which gives us race leader on lap 220, and Sven Muller carving his way through the traffic. In fairness there, Philippe Pret giving him plenty of racing room coming into the hairpin at turn 5, so he's done it, he's gone by. Dennis Marshall's last lap was a 1:53.0, but Sven Muller a 1:54.6, so time lost again. I just wonder whether, despite Muller's efforts, Dennis Marshall has a little in reserve. So if the team are studying this, and it will be, to see what Sven Muller is up to, they might just be able to say to Dennis Marshall, let's just go for a slightly quicker lap time, just make sure that car doesn't get its lap back. Also diving up through the traffic there, number 51, Giorgio Senegiotto, 7th for AF Corsa. And that is currently the best of the Ferraris, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, the best of the Ferraris at the moment. David Perel and Giorgio Roda are 2nd and 3rd in the Matt Bell defined Ferrari subcategory.
Yes.
With what went on with the adjustments to the balance of performance, in reality, was what he was alluding to on those cars overnight. I don't know what they changed, David, do you?
I'd need to dig, which I
whether it's
do at the moment.
The sensors, boost pressures, ride heights, I just don't know.
It's probably a bit of weight and the ride height, that's the awful thing, or the restrictor, but we'll try and unravel for part 2. But right now, you are looking at Lion Speed, heading this little battle pack of traffic. Bashir Mardini 14th, then in the McLaren, it's going to be the Garage 59 car, number 59 of Miguel Ramos, and the Ferrari behind is for position. So Ramos versus Senegiotto here for 6th place with 22 minutes to go. So Ramos needs to get through the traffic, and he does so at turn 1.
Yep, so very, very decisive, dives through, but of course the Porsche then couldn't turn in, which delays it on exit, and a split second later through goes Giorgio Senegiotto as well. So McLaren and Ferrari squabble now certainly on for 6th and 7th place. It's also for 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Am, isn't it, this little squabble that we've got for the moment. So onto the brakes towards turn number 5. Drivers maybe getting a little bit tired now. Cars certainly getting tired. The mechanics have been very busy in the pit lane, cycling through all of the mandatory pit stops, and whilst the cars will get a bit of a rest and some refreshment, and the drivers can relax a little bit in this 2-hour break, for the mechanics, the work does not stop.
True. So in a straight line, that McLaren having the edge. Good late braking by Senna Giotto, but little good does it do him, because again the McLaren's got the drive off the corner. You increasingly sort of echo what we were hearing from Matt Bell, that the BOP just doesn't seem to be kind to the Ferrari, does it? It's having to be worked so hard to stay anywhere near that McLaren.
Yeah, it looks a little bit asthmatic almost down the straight, so it just can't keep up.
Well, late braking, runs out of road as well as puff. Yeah, so big frustration for a brand that's had such a good track record in this event in the past, up to the 296 being introduced. So to the end of the lap we come, 21 minutes and counting for part 1, and then you take the order, and that's your grid for part 2. Number 55 Ferrari, David Perel, still in 9th place, still hustling on, still trying to find the time that he needs to attack Paul Everard. He's a minute, he's 7 seconds adrift, but he'll get that back with the grid for race 2. Interesting there, look, the Cup Porsche fighting back in a straight line.
I've seen that a couple of times today. We're in a straight line, yeah. Rocket ship, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Of course, hasn't quite got the braking ability of a GT3 car, doesn't have the same amount of aero development as a GT3 car, but yeah, in a straight line, very, very quick. But I suppose we also see that if you think of other Cup class cars, so whether it be Ferrari Challenge spec car against a GT3, Super Trofeo against a Lamborghini GT3. They've got more grunt, but what they don't have is the braking ability in the aero.
Yeah, true enough. And they're running out of road is Porsche number 17, Enrico Fulgenzi, or Doberman as he is known, the team owner, and he's way out wide all over the green coming off turn 9 there. So Fulgenzi having a good battle, having a good play, but eventually runs out of real estate. And now David Perella's gone and says, right, just remember your place here, Cup car. I'm in the GT3 machinery, so I'll go, thanks very much. Into the last 20 minutes of the first part. So we'll no doubt hear from part of that Santalot crew at the end of the opening part. Then of course there'll be the break, and then we'll be looking forward to half an hour or so of build up to the second part, which will get us underway a little bit later on in the evening.
How many Cup specification cars must Porsche Motorsport have built over the years? Oh, colossal.
Well, I mean, you've got so many iterations of the 911, and it was the 944 Turbo before that. Yes. Thousands, it must be, mustn't it?
Yeah, thousands. And where are they all then, is the next question.
Historic racing this, hill climbing that.
In garages under covers,
Garages under covers.
Corner of the workshop for others.
Destroyed, bits cannibalised for some. Yeah, there's the historic 2-litre Porsche 911 Championship, but it won't be long probably before we have a retro Porsche Cup for sort of 80s, for 90s onwards.
Yeah,
911s.
Yeah, the 996, the 997s, and
But there's always that tipping point, isn't there, if you think about it, because a car becomes old and cheap, so they fall into private hands, and then another few years go by and they become desirable and expensive.
And rare,
and then they stop being raced,
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So here's the Dragon Sport number 88 car in the hands of Wayne Boyd. This car is currently, I think, 5 laps off the lead. It's completed 217 laps. The leader is on 222 at the moment, so subject to where they are on track, it's notionally 5 laps off the lead of the race. Wayne Boyd, has he raced in the Gulf 12 Hours before? I'm not entirely sure he has.
If he has, it will be in a prototype, but this is his first GT3 race. And interesting to hear what Matt Bell was saying, because he sort of dropped a hint, didn't he, that we might be seeing John Schaumann and Wayne Boyd together in a GT car next year. Now, it might be in Le Mans Cup, it might be in SRO-style GT racing, but an interesting little bit of information, and equally interesting to see how Wayne Boyd is going, because we know he's good from single-seaters, we know he's good from prototypes. The last lap that he did was a 55.8, and that car has been pretty competitive against the other Ferraris, so I think Wayne will be quite buoyed by this performance.
Well done. That lap, pretty much matches the pace of what others are doing, or is quicker than others as well. So, looking back at what Aaron Tellitz is doing at the wheel of the Optimum Motorsport second place Audi, he has got behind in the second of the Santalot Audis, the number 26 car, whilst the 25 car in the hands of Dennis Marshall still leads the way at this stage. Didn't seem that many laps ago where he chalked up lap number 200. Well, he's about to very shortly, not the end of this lap, the one at the end of the one thereafter, chalk up 225.
Another driving standards flag is being fluttered, and it will be to Enrico Fulgenzi for track limits. Probably running so wide at turn 9 has added yet another strike to the list, as 25 Dennis Marshall then just now has to tick off the last 16 minutes. Now, what's Sven Muller up to behind? It looks as though he is directly behind, doesn't it? They're both lapping in the 52s. Sven Muller last time having taken the 10th out of him, so it's first to third. But again, to make the point, the Porsche of Proton Huber competition, which is in third place, which is going to creep into the picture hopefully in a moment. No, it doesn't. Is trying to unlap itself and get back onto the lead lap going into part 2. They're evenly matched, which is in a sense good news because they're competitive. But the frustration is that if you've dropped off the lead lap and you're on the same pace as the lead car, it is oh so difficult without the lead car having a problem to make up the lost ground.
Yeah, just makes it not impossible, but as you say, you know, you need a bit of help somewhere along the way. You can start to see the amount of pickup and marbles that are on the start-finish line now as well. Now, I'm not sure during the break whether, I would imagine, such is the attention to detail here at Yas Marina, that there will be some track sweeping going on in the break to clear up some of those marbles. You can begin to see now that when you do have to go offline, you're on the little bits of rubber that have been thrown off these cars as the tyres wear down onto the marbles. You get that pickup. That can cause you a little bit of vibration as well when a piece of loose rubber then embeds itself into your tyres and stays there as well before it finally flicks itself off maybe a few corners. But yeah, just look offline now. Starting to get the marbles, aren't we?
The gap on the road from manual timing between Dennis Marshall and Sven Muller is 5.81 seconds, right? Bear in mind that on the last pit stop, the Porsche had to serve an extra 5 seconds for a track limit penalty. Illustrates the importance, doesn't it, of not racking up the penalties if you can avoid. So that car is desperately trying to fight back. The last lap was actually slower by half a second, so it had fallen away even further. But I'm afraid to say number 16, the Proton Huber competition Porsche, with that 5 seconds from recently. It had another 5-second penalty earlier on in the race, relatively early on. Without those 2 penalties, it could have been a different story.
Yeah, I mean, the flip side to that is that had Santalok not have picked up their one and only penalty, they would have been further up the road again. Yeah, absolutely. But they've only got the 1 penalty. Sounds like the Porsche, did you say, had 2?
2.
Yeah. So that's the 5-second difference still.
Absolutely right. And that's the difference here between being on the lead lap and therefore having a chance of victory going into part 2. Salutary lesson and all that, but Sven Muller is still pushing as hard as he possibly can and is in the first sector fractionally slower, in the second sector fractionally slower. At the moment, the Audi looking much the stronger,
as it has done all race. The last lap that Dennis Marshall did was still only 0.2 of a second shy of the best lap that car has done in the race so far. Who has got the fastest lap of the race?
Dennis Marshall.
Dennis Marshall, yeah. So, yeah, only 1/4 of a second shy of what is the fastest lap of the race. Now, 13 minutes to go in this section. I don't think we'll see any more cars dive for the pit lane. Everybody's around about 40 to 50 minutes in terms of stint time, barring a couple of cars, because we've now got Dustin Blattner in the number 7 Herbert Motorsports GT3 AM leading car. He's been in for nearly an hour and a half, there or thereabouts, and nearly in for an hour and a quarter now is number 55 Rinaldi Racing and David Perel.
The only reason you would pit now, I would suggest, is if you've got a time penalty to serve and you've done the maths and you are convinced that the drive time plus your 5-second penalty and the drive time out would not drop you a lap to your class rival. Better to serve it now than in part 2 of the race, because you'll get the time back on the grid.
It almost disappears,
correct.
Yeah, almost disappears.
So I'm sure the savvy teams will have that in their minds going into the final 12 minutes of the race now.
Well, if the savvy commentators have, you can bet your bottom dollar the savvy teams have.
Oh, it's plural commentators now, is it, for being savvy? Excellent. 12 minutes to go, and the 25 Santalok Audi is starting to just up its pace over the Proton Huber Porsche. they've both been in those cars for roughly the same amount of time, haven't they? Only a couple of minutes difference.
Yeah, I think we might find out that if any of those cars have penalties hanging over them, because under investigation is car number 6, which is Giacomo Altway at the wheel of the Ferrari, which probably means in the next few minutes that's going to say it's got a penalty. And then we can test your theory.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, that's had so many penalties, really. It's a real shame that that's been partly roughed up with its suspension and brake issues over the weekend, but all the penalties that the car has incurred have just really hobbled it. So where is 6? OK, let's use this as an example. So number 6 is running in 16th place. It's on the same lap as Tanat Sutter and Tirankul, and is 3 laps up on the next car. So yeah, they could quite legitimately serve that penalty in this part of the race and clear it for part 2.
Yeah, and stay on the same lap as TSAT.
Absolutely, yeah. I knew it'd catch on. So number 6 Ferrari.
I'm fine with Sutter and Tirankul. I don't see what the problem is.
Bless you. 2 McLarens together going over the line. We're looking at number 7 Porsche, which is Dustin Blattner, who is now 2 laps down, isn't he, on the race leader?
Yeah.
But still way up the road in Am by 2 laps. So mission accomplished. But of course, what we don't know going into part 2 is whether people are going to have problems like the Groves did. Technically, we've only lost 1 car, haven't we? We're a bit worried about 77 Ferrari, but they might be able to get that out for part 2. But we are pretty sure we won't be seeing the Lamborghini.
No, I think with what Alan said whilst you were taking your scheduled break earlier on, ARC Bratislava done as far as they were concerned. They were not going to see that car back out, and the garage door is down, which pretty much tells you everything that you need to know.
Yeah, it's being packed up. Yes.
Yeah.
Real shame that, because it was, as I said at the time, good to have it in the race.
Good to see it out, yeah, because it's, you know, we're talking about the last hurrahs for the Audis, but it's pretty much the last hurrah for the Lamborghini Huracan as well, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a new Lamborghini on the way, maybe not 25, but 26, and an absolute best first sector for Jules Gounon.
Yeah, 21st position. The best part of 20 laps off the lead, but Jules Gounon can only drive a car quickly. He doesn't know any other way, does he?
No. I mean, he's not going to win the race. I wonder whether he might be able to gain a place in class. Who's his next target in Pro?
It would be a car that is still the best part of 14 laps ahead of it.
Right, driven by...
driven by... Yeah, I see what you've done here. Well done, Addison. Well done, Addison. Tanat Sutter and Tirankul.
Excellent. Go on, Lemming, over the cliff. Thank you, Mark. You're a good sport. So Tanat Sutter and Tirankul is the next target, but he's so far up the road, I don't think it's going to matter. 9 minutes of part 1 to go. Dennis Marshall continues to dominate, although to the eye, Sven Muller looking a bit closer. So the Porsche last time did a 52.7. Dennis Marshall's lap was a 55.0. What went on there? That was a slower lap, and I'm not sure that was traffic. So there's maybe a bit of optimism back for Proton Huber competition here as Sven Muller continues to press on. And that is why these drivers are, in some cases, manufacturer drivers or platinum drivers, because they are paid to be flat out sector after sector after sector for hour after hour after hour.
Yep, which was what I said, when you've got the reliability of the cars that we've got nowadays and you've got the quality of the drivers, most GT races, doesn't matter about the length, none of them are anything other than a sprint race. It's just the length of the sprint race. Is it a 1 hour,
yes,
a 2 hour, a 4 hour, in this case a 12-hour sprint race?
Exactly right.
And even somewhere like Daytona, it's 24 hours in Le Mans, 24 hours flat out.
Spa, the same, yeah. The only time it's not is yellows.
Yeah.
And again, we touched on this early on in the broadcast, didn't we? The days of having a tortoise and a hare within a team, you know, the hare that goes off quickly and the opposition trying to go with it and you might break the opposition, they're gone because the cars are reliable. Yes, all right, you can have problems, you can have mechanical woes, although in this race, largely with the exception of Ferrari 77, people have escaped. So, through goes Marshall. 7 minutes to go. Through goes Muller. Marshall's lap of 52.9 and Muller's a 53.1. So pendulum swings back towards the Audi. That previous lap having been a blip. Down in the pit lane, the race officials starting to prepare Parc Fermé for the end of part 1. And Alan will be getting himself ready, hopefully, to be able to grab a word, maybe with one, if not all three, of the drivers out of the leading car at that point. At the moment, there's a little lonely hide standing outside a garage with only a fire extinguisher for company.
Look at the squabble we've got going on for 5th, 6th and 7th between the two Garage 59 McLarens, and Giorgio Senegiotto is trying to unpick off the first of those, which will be Miguel Ramos, who was the leading of the two Garage 59 McLarens when they came over the start-finish line. It's the one with the orange wing mirrors that's about to go through, which will be the 59 car of Miguel Ramos. He goes through, gets himself ahead of Philippe Perret, and Philippe Perret's now acting as rear gunner for the car that's just gone through and ahead of him. That will also mean that that is a change for the lead of Pro-Am as well. So it's not just for 5th, for 6th, for 7th. No. The three cars you're looking at are the top three in Pro-Am, and they're all on the same part of the circuit.
You can feel the tension from the garage, can't you? The two Garage 59 McLarens desperately close to one another, trying to avoid contact. Giorgio Senegiotto is right there behind them, and he might be able to jump up past one, maybe two before the end. It does look as though Philippe Perret's car is the one that's fading, because now, look, Miguel Ramos, having cleared him, he's getting away and starting to edge clear.
Yeah, but Philippe Perret's been behind the wheel of it for an hour and a half, so he'll be feeling a bit second-hand. It takes a subtly different line round through turn number 9 to the Ferrari that's chasing him in the hands of Sergio Senegiotto, but he just needs to hang on for this next 5.5 minutes is all he needs to do.
Or he loses a place and he stays on the same lap and he's right there behind him on the grid or alongside him potentially. Does it matter?
No, because there's still pretty much your average endurance race length to go.
Yeah, 4 hours plus. There under braking was number 8 at the chicane, Philippe Perret, getting a little bit squirrely, but he survived it. Did he get a tap in the tail from the Ferrari? If he didn't, it was mighty close.
Yeah, you wouldn't want your finger between the rear diffuser on that McLaren and the front bumper on the Ferrari. It was mighty close, you're right.
Absolutely right.
Pit stop infringement has just been noted for car number 17. No more than that. And again, under investigation, Miguel Ramos, who's just taken the place for track limits.
Right, so that would suggest there is a penalty brewing, and that might end up being carried into part 2. So Senegiotto, if he gets past Perret, will be up into 6th place. That would put him 1 row up the grid ahead. So Philippe Perret trying to defend, but you know the grid can all be shuffled at the first corner, can't it?
Yeah, very much so. So quite amazing how quickly Miguel Ramos has pulled away from the sister car in the hands of Philippe Perret, who is still sticking his elbows out, trying to keep the AF Corsa number 51 Ferrari of Giorgio Senegiotto behind him in towards the braking area. Looks as though he's just too far away, Senegiotto, or isn't inclined to want to overly press the point, having gone a little bit too close at this part of the circuit on the lap prior. Nearly 230 laps will be completed by our race leader, the Audi of Dennis Marshall, next time through. Flash of the lights for Miguel Ramos to forewarn the Cup spec Porsche, which I think is the Enrico Fulgenzi car that he's coming through, and yet dives through and past that Cup car at turn number 9 and can now just press on again.
Leader has gone by with, I would suggest, 2 more laps to go of part 1. So Dennis Marshall's last lap was a 52.7, Sven Muller a 52.5. Senegiotto dives up the inside of Perret, goes by, goes wide, goes off, goes back on just in the nick of time to hang on to the place at turn 13. A sideways Perret behind him. Then you've got the Fulgenzi Porsche, but Giorgio Senegiotto worked hard for that, and having got ahead of the McLaren, even though he was off the racetrack, is able to push on and build the lead. Senegiotto has been in the Ferrari for 50 minutes compared to, in the case of Philippe Perret, 65. The one that's really struggling, you could argue, in this stint is Dustin Blattner, who's done 1 hour and 35 minutes in this stint. So Dustin Blattner, Iron Man in the Porsche. He seems to have spent most of these, the last 8 hours glued to that car. But Dustin Blattner still way clear in Am. We've got 2 3/4 minutes to go, and we're heading for a Santa Lock, in quote, win in part 1.
We are, and another car to keep an eye on is the car that's currently running second in GTA, which is the Haas RT, Gregoire Survey Audi, because that, as a result of all the squabbling going on between Garage 59 McLarens and Giorgio Senegiotto's Ferrari, has now really closed up, and it's not 4 position, the Audi, because the Audi is running in 11th place, a lap adrift of those ahead, or a couple of laps adrift of those ahead, but he's got the pace at this stage. He's lapping, what, a second, nearly 2 seconds quicker than the McLaren of Philippe Perret, which is really struggling, isn't it? He's done a lot of driving today, has Philippe Perret, and he is, I would imagine, pretty much counting down the seconds to that checkered flag coming out, which is only 120 seconds away now. Ready for a bit of respite, cool off, a bit of refreshment, and reload for whatever driving he might be facing that he's got to do in part 2 of the race.
Yeah, I think he is done, isn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and you look from the outside and you think, well, you know, you just sat there driving a car, but the amount of effort, the amount of effort put in, the amount of energy put in, and the amount of mental concentration, especially in a race where you've got so many regulations, where you've got pit stops to think about, where you've got the full course yellows, the flag signals, you've got to be looking in the mirror for the traffic. You know, it is draining in so many ways. So Philippe Pret's done a good job. He's kept the car up in that leading group, and it's going to be 7th, albeit a couple of laps down, but with the chance of gaining places in part 2. So number 2 there, which is the car that's second in AM. We've not seen very much of Casper Stevenson at all, have we? But Gregory Servais will bring that to the checkered flag for the end of part 1, and the end of the first part of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours for 2024 is less than a minute away.
It certainly is, and then of course we'll hit the pause button, that's all. It's not the stop button, it's just the pause button for 2 hours, and we'll get the second part, the 4-hour race, underway. There'll be another full starting procedure for that, a grid walk, but the race itself is due to get underway 7 p.m. local time here in Abu Dhabi. We're only just going past 5 p.m. in the evening. So into the final seconds of it. There are 25 seconds to go, and Dennis Marshall is only 30 seconds away from coming over the start-finish line. So he is on what should be his 232nd and final lap in part 1 of the 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours. Into the pit lane comes car number 74, which is Tana Sarantirikul. Now, is that to serve that 5-second stop-go penalty? I wonder if it is, you know, right at the end of this one, and that being the case, he's come to the stop. That surely is 5 seconds now. As the checkered flag comes out, over the start-finish line comes Dennis Marshall and scoops up the win for himself and Santalok, but only in part 1 of this section of the race. Proton Huber Motorsport, or Proton Huber Competition, Sven Muller, were trying to get themselves back on the lead lap. They didn't manage to do so. They're the second car to take the checkered flag. They will start in 3rd place for part 2 of the race, but they were so close to getting on the lead lap, but they didn't quite get there in the end.
And Tanat Satratirikul served the pit stop. It was more than 5 seconds, but with the race having finished, isn't allowed out.
Yeah.
So was he in the pit lane before the flag or after the flag?
In the pit lane before the flag came out, yeah.
Right, so he's not taking the flag?
No, he's not.
And he's not being allowed out of the pit lane. So that's a problem for Kessel now, because that car has effectively lost a lap and hasn't taken the flag in part 1.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
so
he came into the pit lane before Dennis Marshall came over the start-finish line.
Right.
And was serving the pit stop.
That'll take some unravelling in race control then. Yeah. Unless they just let him out the pit lane quick. But Tanat Satratirikul being prevented, you can see there in the bottom left of the picture, as soon as the checkered flag went out, the lights at the end of the pit lane went red, so he's not allowed out. So he hasn't taken the flag.
So that car, yeah, will in theory be dropping down through the order as far as the timing screens are concerned. Whether the data gets looked into and there's any sort of correction made, yeah.
It'll cost a lap, won't it?
Yeah.
So what had he done? He'd done 2:24. It won't really affect things. He was 2 laps up on the next car, but Kessel Racing Management, I can imagine, will be vocal about that.
So a couple more cars to take the checkered flag. Just one more car now. David Perel comes through, and I think he's the last of the cars to take the checkered flag in part 1. We never did see, did we, the number 77 Dragon Racing car back out into that part of the race. So whatever the problem was, that, you know, Matt Bell wasn't entirely sure exactly what it was, but that is another car that has had problems, and news just reaching us that, yeah, that is another car that is now gone. Terminal problem for the number 77 Ferrari.
Dragon's out of puff, isn't it? Yes. So I'm afraid to say that number 77 and 44 Lamborghini aren't going to take part in part 2. So 22 cars for the continuation of the race. So in a sense, what you have really here is a race suspension, isn't it? It comes with the checkered flag, but you suspend the race for a couple of hours, then you carry on from where you left off, with the gaps down, but the number of laps being relevant. So the cars come into Parc Fermé. The Kessel Ferrari sits at the end of the pit lane as the race officials work out what they need to do with that car. Kessel will be getting ever crosser because they want the car with them, so they can start work for part 2. But anyway, that will be unravelled. There, first and third, Dennis Marshall and Sven Muller bring the cars to Parc Fermé. I think the last time Alan spoke to Dennis Marshall here, it was a rather frustrated Dennis that had quite a moment coming out of turn 2 and he was out of the race. But this should be a much happier German driver once he clambers from the Santilok Audi, and Alan is down there.
Yeah, the door already open, and he's just making sure the harness is inside the car, closing the door, and the gloves will come off. Very cool, very calm, very collected. A knowing look between himself and Sven Muller as Sven gets out of the Porsche. And in the meantime, Dennis Marshall is just undoing the chin strap to get the helmet off and round to have a little chat with Sven Muller. Off comes the helmet. Yeah, you're quite right, David. He is smiling, is Dennis Marshall, not surprisingly. Things going very well indeed. I'll let them have their little chat and then I'll come in and see if I can get a word with him, because things have gone very nicely indeed. But the two of them continue to have a chat, laptops being plugged in, that kind of thing. And if Dennis can make his way around this right-hand door on the Audi, I think there's just about room to breathe in and say, well, first of all, well done, many congratulations. Nice to let you have a little word with Sven as well, because I don't know if you know what he was doing during that race, but he was doing his very best to catch up and get that lap back.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I know Sven quite well. We spent a season together in the same team, so we're good friends. And yeah, of course, I understood the situation. They tried to lap themselves back. We had super good pace during the day when it was a bit hotter. Now, when it gets colder, we struggle maybe a bit more, and I saw Sven actually catching up. But it was good fun. It was kind of a virtual race, yeah.
What have the challenges been over the course of today's 8 hours so far?
Challenges to do no mistakes, as a driver, of course. To be right with the strategy. It's quite complicated with the minimum pit stops, amount of pit stops we have to do.
It's constantly looking at regulations, isn't it?
I mean, I always say, okay, you know, my engineer social, yeah, well, you do the job.
You get on with that.
Yeah, it's too complicated for me.
I tell you what, you're doing absolutely everything you need to do. In fact, the whole team are.
Yeah, I mean, car was working well the whole weekend so far, and I hope we can bring it home in the last 4 hours now.
What do you do now for the next 2 hours?
You
haven't thought about it?
No, not yet. I didn't have the time. Sven was pressuring me too much to have thought about it.
Have something to eat, for goodness sake. Well done, Dennis. Thank you very much indeed. Where is Sven? He's over here. You were... yes, I do need you. Oh, of course I need you. Because you were absolutely driving the wheels off that thing.
Yes, absolutely. I give my best. I have to say the Porsche now with the colder temperature worked better. So car was amazing. I really enjoyed this hour chasing Dennis. It was really quick. No mistakes. Unfortunately, sometimes in traffic, you know, it's not easy to have a clear run. All the other cars are fighting, but that's endurance racing.
You had to be decisive a few times, didn't you?
Yeah, for sure. You need to sometimes take back to don't risk the race, because it's still 4 hours to go. But I think it's a nice event and everybody is pushing hard.
Everyone's smiling, Sven. It's lovely to be at a motor race where people are smiling.
Yes, for sure. I mean, it's a nice track. All this environment is nice. Car's mega. Let's see what the 4 last hours will bring.
Let's see what happens in the final 4 hours, Sven. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so we've spoken to a couple of the drivers down here in Parc Fermé. And then, as you say, guys, the race is suspended for 2 hours. And although these cars remain in Parc Fermé, it won't be for too long, because the teams are now dispatched to Parc Fermé. And I think they'll be able to take the cars down to their garages, push the cars down to their garages in the pit lane. We're going to be back in just, a little over an hour and 20 minutes' time.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, we will also be hearing a little bit more from the drivers at the end of part 2. And, of course, we've got the podiums to come up. But just to confirm, after part 1, 2 cars remain on the lead lap. The Santilok number 25 Audi will be starting part 2 from pole position, having completed 232 laps in the first 8 hours of this race. And it was the Optimum Motorsport number 69 car that will join it on the front row of the grid. Both of those 232 laps. A lap adrift of those, we've got the next 2 cars. The number 16 Porsche from Proton Huber Competition, and the number 7 Porsche from Herbert Motorsport, which was the car that was the fastest of those in GT3 AM. in that one. Then we go to cars that are on 230 laps, and this is where we've got another battle we need to watch out for. Fifth in that section, so starting fifth on the grid, car number 59 from Garage 59, followed by the 51 Ferrari of AF Corsa, and then the sister car from Garage 59, that being the number 8 car, which was driven by Philip Brett to good effect in what was a very long stint for him towards the end of the race. Also joining him on that same number of laps and starting 9th, part 2, will be the number 55 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. That was going well in the hands of David Perel towards the end of that one. Kessel Racing were next up, ahead of Haas RT, Dragon Racing, Simpson Motorsport, Lion Speed GP, who lost time early on with problems with the front of their car, and Racing One as well. They will complete the top 15. Kessel Racing, and the car that ended up at the end of part 2 in the pit lane, serving its final 5-second penalty, and ultimately didn't take the checkered flag. The number 74 Kessel Racing car is next up, and that will therefore start, we think, in 16th place, but that data may well be looked into. And then the car that secured victory in the Cup class will start 17th, which was QMMF by HRT Performance, followed by MP Racing, HRT Performance's second car, and Rico Fulgenzi. 2Cs, that's a car to watch out for. The problem is that all of the laps it lost in part 1 will be carried over, but it's 21st on the grid and should make progress in the early stages of part 2 through the order, but is highly likely to gain many more positions from where it is overall in the race. And Toro Verde, we think, will be the last of the 22 cars that will start part number 1. Dragon Racing and ARC Bratislava, 2 cars that ran into problems, and we gather will not start part 2. So that is the end of part number 1. From Alan Hyde down there in the pit lane, from David Addison in the commentary box, and myself, Mark Werrell. We'll let you enjoy some of the highlights from part 1. We'll be back with you for part 2. Goodbye.
Uh-oh.